Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 201, Torch. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. Rose gasped for a second. This was your plan, wasn't it? You've always wanted this. It's why you disappeared from the wizarding world and faked your death. You want to disappear. It's time for the world to lose its babysitter, Rose. It's time for you to become self-sufficient. You don't need me anymore. You're starting to catch up to the rest of the universe. You're ready. Before she could respond, Celine's phone bleeped and she read a message. Morrigan, someone is trying to hack our company servers. I groaned inwardly. Will this day ever end? I summoned her phone to get a better look at the details of the hacking. Alfred, the virtual intelligence I had created before my travel back in time, would be enough to put a stop to any overly ambitious organization that wanted to access our servers. Honestly, there was nothing incriminating on there, or actually sensitive. But there were the scripts to a lot of movies, TV shows, and the early drafts of a few books that could affect the company if they were leaked. Alfred's main goal was to manage the business aspect of the media conglomeration that Celine manages. He stopped a few ambitious hackers from getting through our servers, along with a few intelligence agencies, American or foreign, but he only gave us a notification after the attack was thwarted. The fact that he's saying that someone was currently hacking our servers would be because something was different. I looked more closely and saw that the attacking script was learning, changing itself, trying to worm its way in. It was remarkably close to Alfred's own code. But it didn't have the flair that came with a human consciousness. It was too robust, too structured and logical. We were dealing with another virtual intelligence, and the only one who would attempt something like this, on my company no less, would be Tony Stark. I closed my eyes and started scrying for him, and as I expected, Tony was up trying to get as much information as possible about me. I stopped scrying and sighed in exasperation. Sorry, girls. I need to take care of something. I'll be right back. I stood up and teleported to the room Stark was in. The man was so engrossed in the computer screen in front of him that I coughed to get his attention. The billionaire actually jumped back in terror and let out a distinctly feminine shriek. I stifled a chuckle and looked at him with one eyebrow raised. Seriously, Stark? You didn't even last a single day before trying to hack me. The man collected himself and grinned unrepentantly. I have some trouble sleeping. I snorted. Look, kid, it's been a long day. From the invasion, the mess that happened behind, the meeting with Odin, I'm tired and I want to go to bed soon. So, you wanted my attention, you have it. Now, make it quick before I just get annoyed and knock you out before going back home. Stark actually started sweating at the threat. I'm sorry, I thought that you were still in Asgard so you wouldn't be there to see if I'm snooping. I chuckled. Do you honestly think that I have time to manage a company as big as mine and make sure that the world doesn't blow up all the time? I worked as a high school teacher for a time. I had the same idea as you to get around it. You have your Jarvis, and I have mine. The genius yelled out, you have your own AI. I snorted. Kid, artificial intelligence is such a broad description. Yes, I created a virtual intelligence like Jarvis to run my company, but not a sentient one like you're imagining. Owning a sentient intelligence would be like owning a person. They have their own ambitions, dreams, and hope, their own soul. You would be like enslaving a friend to work for you. It wouldn't be the same. As far as I know, there is only a single true sentient intelligence on this planet. That's of course discounting the Hydra nutjob who uploaded his mind into a machine. When I talked about the only sentient intelligence, I was describing Hogwarts, not the castle, but the sentience that makes sure that the students are all right. I created her with the seed of a soul. It was completely up to her if she wanted to develop it or not, and slowly after centuries, she started to grow into the fully independent being she is today. Stark, though, was completely taken back by the Hydra comment. What do you mean a Hydra scientist put his consciousness inside a machine? Hydra doesn't even exist anymore. I shrugged. Unfortunately, it does. It's actually your father's fault, believe it or not. I told him it was a bad idea, but the guy can be very stubborn when he's convinced that he's right. He had the bright idea of recruiting Hydra scientists into S.H.I.E.L.D. when it was first being founded. I think it was called Operation Paperclip. Anyway, he seemingly didn't take into account that Hydra was actually the Nazi scientific division, so the scientists were the masterminds of the organization. That's outside the Red Skull, of course. They started to recreate Hydra inside of S.H.I.E.L.D. and right now, around half of S.H.I.E.L.D. are actually loyal to Hydra. Anyway, one of the original scientists, Zola, who was the one who worked with the Tesseract in the first place, didn't want to die, so he was able to translate his thoughts, his memories, his entire personality into digital form and put it in a computer so that he'll be able to help Hydra forever. The process killed him, of course, and his soul passed to the afterlife, but there's a small remnant of the man in the computer. He isn't alive, but he technically qualifies as an artificial intelligence, even if he's hard to classify properly. Stark seemed to take a few moments to process the information that I just told him. Is Zola connected to the internet? Thankfully Hydra didn't connect him to the internet, fearing a Skynet scenario, but even if he was, he wouldn't be able to do as much damage as Jarvis. He wouldn't even come close. His thinking process is entirely human in its base, so he suffers from human limitations. He cannot fork himself, change his own code. His processing power is very weak because no one could upgrade the hardware without killing him. Tony sighed in relief, but then stiffened. But what did you say about S.H.I.E.L.D. secretly being Hydra? Is that true? I nodded. I don't trust Fury. He's a spy and would manipulate anyone to get what he wants. He did the same with you, when Coulson died. Thankfully, I destroyed the Kree technology that Fury would be using to bring back Coulson years ago. It was an abomination that reanimates a body and forces a new soul to inhabit it and fill it with memories and experiences, hoping that it wouldn't go mad. It was just wrong on so many levels, and as soon as I discovered its existence, I destroyed it immediately. The billionaire nodded and I continued, but Fury's clean, Hill is also clean, so was Coulson and so are Barton and Romanoff. So don't worry about it. But the word Security Council are mostly in their pocket. I think the Secretary Pierce is the current leader of the organization. Why do you think I leaked the meeting with the Council and Fury, along with their identities? It's an easy way to get the governments to investigate their actions. Hydra will start to fall and S.H.I.E.L.D. is probably going to go down with it. Tony sighed in relief, and Dad was responsible for all of this. I shrugged again. It wasn't entirely his fault. After Margaret Sayer died, I took another identity and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. the moment it was founded. I worked there for a few years, and actually became one of the main scientists there, along with Hank Pym. We told your father that Operation Paperclip was a monumentally stupid idea. But Pym was a rival of your father's and Howard was pretty sexist back in the day, so he ignored us. Soon after, I left, and Hank did a few years later after his wife died. The billionaire started to get angry, and you did nothing after that. You didn't think to stop Hydra. I snorted. Kid, I deal with the big things, and by big things, I mean doing my best so that no idiot tries to blow up the planet or destroy realities. I make sure that mutants don't destroy the planet, or that the mages don't reveal themselves and start a world war, or that sorcerers don't destroy the fabric of reality, that no idiot summons a demon lord that would rip apart the planet and suck the souls everyone involved. For fuck's sake, I left the Eternals unsupervised for a decade because they're almost as old as me, and one of them joins the Manhattan Project and helps them create the atom bomb. Sure, sometimes, if I'm bored, I make sure that organizations don't make too much damage, like I tried to do when I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. But if the people in charge don't want my help, I leave. I have better things to do than stopping them from making stupid decisions. And your father made a lot of stupid decisions, especially in the way he raised you. But his idiocy with his dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. are what got him, and your mother killed. Tony Stark froze at my words. What did you just say? I stayed silent at this, and he continued, tell me, what happened to my parents? Who killed my mom? There was no harm in pointing him to the right direction. Hydra did. Your father was dangerous, but he was also a golden goose for S.H.I.E.L.D., or more appropriately for Hydra. He tried to recreate the super soldier serum that he was so obsessed with, and Hydra wanted it. They got their best assassin, the Winter Soldier, a brainwashed friend of Roger's that they saved and turned into their little puppet. He killed your parents and took the serum your father was working on. Fortunately, the serum made the recipients dangerously unstable, so they froze the test subjects somewhere in Russia. Hydra killed my parents. I nodded. He stood up and tried to punch me, and you did nothing. I caught the punch easily and raised an eyebrow. It's not my place to do anything about it, plus I had far bigger problems to deal with at the time. Not to mention that the only thing I could have done would be to personally kill every single Hydra agent in the world, and while I could do this, I would be targeted as a serial killer by every intelligence agency in the world. I would rather no one know of my existence, as I thrive in the shadows, and if I'm dealing with a serious threat, they'll probably think I'd be responsible and target me anyway. You mortals think yourself so advanced, so grown up, that you don't deserve my oversight, or my protection. It's why I'm retiring in the first place. Every single aspect of my role has been divided onto different group. I pass the torch onto you, the Avengers. You are now in charge in dealing with technology-based threats and aliens that go past Odin's protections of the planet. I'm done fighting for you. I have a much bigger problem ahead of me, and I don't have time for your foolishness. If you choose to quit your role without any replacements, I will not step in to save you anymore. You're on your own. Tony tried to punch me again. This time I dodged, but the men yelled out, and you said they were your friends. I calmly answered him, you're so angry with me. But you, yourself, are doing nothing about the main problem. You could try targeting Hydra. I have already started their downfall, starting with the World Security Council. You can either wallow in your betrayal, in your despair, or you could find the people responsible and make them pay. I just gave you a start and the direction. Whether you choose to do this alone or with your team will be your choice. As I said, I'm washing my hands of this. This is your father's doing. It would be poetic for his son to fix his mistakes. I teleport back to my mansion, leaving a confused billionaire. I was barely gone for 10 minutes, and the girls were still sitting around, talking. I sit back down on the sofa. Sorry girls, Stark was being annoying. Now, where were we? Oh, right. What have you girls been up to while I was gone? Chapter 202, Wizarding Recollections. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I calmly answered him, "You're so angry with me. But you, yourself, are doing nothing about the main problem. You could try targeting Hydra. I have already started their downfall, starting with the World Security Council. You can either wallow in your betrayal, in your despair, or you could find the people responsible and make them pay. I just gave you a start and the direction. Whether you choose to do this alone or with your team will be your choice. As I said, I'm washing my hands of this. This is your father's doing. It would be poetic for his son to fix his mistakes. I teleport back to my mansion, leaving a confused billionaire. I was barely gone for 10 minutes, and the girls were still sitting around, talking. I sit back down on the sofa. Sorry girls, Stark was being annoying. Now, where were we? Oh, right. What have you girls been up to while I was gone? The girls just looked to each other, and Rose spoke up. A lot has happened, Jasmine. I chuckled. I heard. Did you seriously make a superhero team? They blushed in embarrassment, and Wanda answered my question. Well, it started because we were trying to look for you. We just helped people along the way. And how did the two of you meet, Rose? I made sure that the magical and non-magical world were separated. It was the only way I could find in safeguarding magic's existence on this planet. Jean shook her head. I still don't understand why you did that. Why did you go this far to make sure that both worlds were separated? I mean, you altered history and turned it into myths and legends. You physically and intellectually separated two worlds that were joined together for thousands of years. Were things really that bad? I let out a bitter laugh. People don't realize how bad things were in the past. Very few people lived past 30, men and women got married in their teens and had a dozen children, after which the mother would inevitably die of childbirth. Women were guaranteed to bury half their children from sickness. And those who survived had to deal with thirst, hunger, and weakness. People today keep complaining about the economy, about being poor, but the fact remains that if they were born more than a century before that, they would dream of a life with an education, with food, water, clean clothes, and so much more. However, that wasn't the case for mages. The moment anyone manifested magic, they had an easy way out of the poverty. Just the food doubling charm and the water conjuring charm were enough to guarantee a long and happy life. Add in the possibility of transfiguring a home, of warding it against intruders, and they're already in the top 1% of the population. Rose stood up. They felt jealous. I nodded. Yes, greed, envy, fear. They're such human emotions, aren't they? Jean though seemed confused, but magic's been there for thousands of years. Why did they start acting by then? Well, the rise of Christianity started the witch hunts. But it was only zealots and fanatics who traveled from one village to another, finding magical children and slaughtering them. But the general population didn't care for mages. That was until Hogwarts was created. The castle was supposed to be a haven for young mages, and it was. They learned how to use their magic. Over the centuries, barely a fraction of the mage population was able to use magic properly. Most didn't even know that they had it, and even if they knew, they didn't even know how to read, let alone cast spells and learn theories of magic. It was only old wizarding families who actively tried to see if their children could use magic. But then, after a few generations of Hogwarts students, villagers started to see their neighbors get invited to their schools, guaranteeing them a life of wealth and security. Jealousy and envy of mages started to spread as more schools were founded around the world. That was until it was starting to worry the monarchs. It only took one powerful, ambitious wizard, who could even be a commoner, to threaten their rule. Even they grew resentful and fearful of the rise of mages. After a while, things lead to one inevitable conclusion. War. This was a war that would damage both races, and quite possibly the extinction of mages, as children were to be killed at birth. I realized that both worlds couldn't coexist, so I made sure to separate them once and for all. They were all enraptured by my little speech, and Wanda said, "The people have security now, they have safety." I shrugged, yet greed and fear remain as humanity's driving forces. Take a look at how they're dealing with mutants right now. Call it a little test. If non-magicals could accept them, include them in their society, without either enslaving them or oppressing them, then they would be ready to accept the magical world and the boons they represent, back into their society. Rose snorted. Yeah, I don't see that happening. I gave her a wry smirk. Oh, don't say that. Humanity has a tendency to surprise you sometimes. What about you, Rose? What has been happening in the magical world after my departure? She looked at me, confused. You don't monitor the magical world. I shrugged. Well, not actively. I have an organization that sends me reports about the happenings of the magical world. I didn't really keep up with them because they didn't seem to be urgent, and I had bigger problems to deal with. Wait, really? Anyone I know? I shrug. I should suppose so. I believe they call themselves the Unspeakables. They operate in every ministry, researching the mysteries of magic, and surveilling the progress of magical research in the world, while sending me reports of the political landscape for each country. Rose honestly looked lost. You're in charge of every department of mystery in the world. Well, I wouldn't say in charge. That would mean that I cared about what they do. They just send reports to me, without even knowing who I am. But enough about that. Tell me, what have you been up to? She shrugged. Well, Magical Britain was lost after you faked your death, which wasn't cool, by the way. You exposed Dumbledore's plans for our country. The man disappeared afterwards and was never seen again. I assumed that you killed him. I nodded and she continued. Well, added to that, the fact that somehow half the lords of the dark faction, or traditional faction if you want to be fancy about it, disappeared mysteriously. The political landscape was destroyed. Both the light and dark factions had been neutered, and the grey faction took advantage of it, choosing to prioritize the economy over ideology. Fudge and his administration were investigated, and were found to be corrupt, yet no one was surprised about that, so they ended up investigating every department to see if there were any signs of corruption. Amelia Bones was the minister at the time, I think, and well, things were weird. Nathan, after being called crazy for hallucinating Voldemort's return while presumably under the Imperius, kinda told them that he was under a spell to stop mass panic. Still, members of the dark faction started joining the neutral since they weren't blackmailed by Lucius Malfoy anymore. Add in the ones from the light side who were disillusioned with Dumbledore's madness who also wanted to join. The neutrals became the strongest party in the Wisengamot. I shrugged. So, everything went as I planned. How is the current economic situation in magical Britain? Well, the neutral faction started buying businesses and investing into Muggle-born ideas. Things are a lot better. It took a few years, but the country is back on its feet, and Muggle inventions are starting to be adapted into the wizarding world. We barely use owls anymore. Some Muggle-born adapted communication mirrors into smaller models and use them as phones. They even made numbers and everything. Observation orbs are now used during Quidditch matches or press conferences, so that we don't rely on newspapers anymore. Things are so different now. Huh, that was interesting. I expected things to get better, but not that much better. What about you? What have you been up to these past few years? She smiled at me. Well, I continued my education with your portrait. It wasn't the same, but it was leagues above what the other wizards and witches learned. I didn't need Hogwarts classes anymore, but I still went for Mum and Dad. They were devastated when you died. Mum had a nervous breakdown right after the funeral, actually. It took some time, but she started to get better. She still bursts into tears on random occasions whenever she remembers you. You're her greatest regret. Dad hasn't been the same after you were gone either. He's been more subdued, more passive. He stopped making pranks, or joking around. They still visit your grave every year, crying for the daughter they never even got to know yet lost anyway. I know that you never considered them your parents, but they still considered you to be their daughter. I know that they gave you away and never tried to check up on you. I know that they hurt you, but even 20 years later, and they're still grieving. Could you please, at least tell them that you're alive? I told them how poorly they dealt with the situation, and they did admit that they were very pushy. You don't have to like them, but at least give them closure. I nodded. I will think about it. Thank you, that's all I could ask. But where was I? Oh, yeah, Nathan. He had a rough couple of years in Hogwarts, you know, with his twin officially dead, and people thinking he's unstable. Things did get better. He ended up marrying Tracy Davis, a very nice girl from Slytherin, and they have 2 kids, Jasmine and James Potter. He cleaned up his act, after getting over the shock of Dumbledore's betrayal and your death. It hit him pretty hard, especially since you're his twin. He's actually the Minister for Magic, now. I never expected him to continue into politics, but he became an Auror, worked his way up to be head of the department and was elected as minister. Dad retired, and Mum continued her research in charms and potions. I just continued learning under you. I never realized the depth of your knowledge in magic. Even now, I have barely scratched the surface. Anyway, Fenrir Greyback didn't like some of the werewolf laws that were being made. The ministry was now forced to employ werewolves and pay for their monthly wolfsbane potion, and make sure that they have a day off the day before and after the full moon. Werewolves started getting a lot less aggressive, and attacks had pretty much ceased. Fenrir Greyback didn't like that, so he engineered an attack on Diagon Alley while I was there. I kinda reacted by instinct and restrained the entire pack with my hard light chains. I snorted. I guess you're the next coming of Merlin of this generation. She burst into laughter at that, pretty much, yeah. It was hell. People kept bothering me with things I didn't want to deal with. Everyone asked for my advice for things I didn't even know. I didn't care about politics at all. I just wanted to keep exploring my magic. They tried to give me a ministry position that I rejected. They tried getting me to join the Department of Mysteries that I also rejected. They even tried to get me to teach at Hogwarts. I was almost tempted, but I didn't like teaching too much and I didn't see myself grading papers all day. They even tried to convince my parents to marry me off. They refused, of course, but it was nearly made into an actual law. I frowned at her. They tried to bind you to the ministry so that they could use you as leverage in their international dealings, like Dumbledore did for years. She nodded, exactly. I was able to get out of it, thanks to Nathan since he was the minister at the time. But my biggest problem came at the hand of his undersecretary, Hermione Granger. Chapter 203, Series of Events. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. They tried to give me a ministry position that I rejected. They tried getting me to join the Department of Mysteries that I also rejected. They even tried to get me to teach at Hogwarts. I was almost tempted, but I didn't like teaching too much and I didn't see myself grading papers all day. They even tried to convince my parents to marry me off. They refused, of course, but it was nearly made into an actual law. I frowned at her. They tried to bind you to the ministry so that they could use you as leverage in their international dealings, like Dumbledore did for years. She nodded, exactly. I was able to get out of it, thanks to Nathan since he was the minister at the time. But my biggest problem came at the hand of his undersecretary, Hermione Granger. I was surprised at this, really. You're talking about Granger? The bookworm that followed Nathan around in his ridiculous adventures. Rose chuckled, yes. I have to admit that I didn't see her being this much of a nuisance. Unfortunately, she's a role model to all Muggle-borns in the country, being the first one that had done this well in the ministry. Never mind the fact that it was my brother who got her the job in the first place. Well, turns out that Hermione was great at organizing things which helped Nathan a lot, but it came at the cost of her somewhat extremist views. I looked at her weirdly. Was she biased against purebloods or something? Rose snorted, I wish she was. It would have been easy to deal with. What she wants is to centralize magical knowledge for everyone in the world, where people can request the information of a certain spell or ritual from their governments to use properly. She wants every single noble family to hand out their personal magical spells, since it wasn't fair that some people grow up with magical advantages. It's a sort of magical communism, to be more precise. I shook my head at this. That would never work. The idea itself is preposterous. It might be a viable model if only the ministries had the capabilities to create spells and rituals, but this isn't the case. If someone's offer of a spell isn't accepted, then they only need to invent a spell with similar effect, or even pay someone to do so. At worst, people can just share the spells later on. Dangerous spells would easily be spread around. And that's even assuming noble houses grow mad and just hand in all their family's legacies. Rose's face remained serious. You're correct on all counts, but Granger is charismatic, and Nathan lets her get away with a lot because she made herself almost indispensable to his administration. She also has a large following of Muggle-borns. She started a movement, one that is becoming influential with every Muggle-born that graduates from Hogwarts. Then if they want special spells, instead of whining, why don't they just create their own? Rose shrugged. It's not about the spells, really. Muggle-borns still arrive to our world as outsiders. Things are getting better, but the noble families still have many advantages over them. Ah, so it comes down to greed, jealousy, and hunger for power. It's human nature after all, and no matter how much they try to delude themselves otherwise, mages are still human beings in their core. I then looked at Rose quizzically. I still don't understand why this would cause trouble for you. She nodded. Well, it started with Nathan. He noticed that I was still getting better at magic and concluded that I was studying your brand of magic, as he called it. He assumed that you had left me a grimoire of sorts that I studied for years. My parents also seemed to come to the same conclusion, but unfortunately, he blabbed to Granger, complaining about my progress in magic. The truth is that you are, well, Jasmine Evanshade is, considered to be one of the greatest magical prodigies to ever exist, considering that you held your own against Dumbledore with your own brand of magic that you created. They worship you, because they think that had you been alive, you would have led them into a new magical era, perhaps even in utopia. They consider your death to be one of the greatest tragedies of the wizarding world, and many curse Dumbledore's name because of it. Your magic is considered sacred, and when Hermione learned that I had a grimoire, she went to the Wizengamot for help. I sighed in exasperation. I can see where this is going. The promise of power, of knowledge, would get them to take drastic measures. Well, the Wizengamot wanted to force me to reveal your magic, so that it would be under ministry control. I was able to turn the verdict by declaring this magic to be family magic and showing them how this could be used as a precedent that would force them to give away their own family magic. They backed off after that, especially when it became apparent that it was a trap laid by Granger to get them to give away their family magic down the line. But things didn't end there. They wanted me to at least give the presumed grimoire to my brother, as my head of house. This, of course, led to a large debate when I said that it was left to me in your will, and only me. And that if they wanted to force me to spread it, I would send the entire grimoire to the States to the Heir family. They stopped trying to force me to give away your magic after that. Still, things were getting out of hand in Britain for me, and the continuous laws being created just to try to get control of me were getting annoying, so I chose to leave, taking everything, even your portrait with me. I decided to travel the world, and there was nothing they could do to stop me without messing with international affairs. I look at her curiously. So you're not in contact with magical Britain anymore? My sister shook her head. No, I am. I still call my parents every few days or so, and I come back during the holidays to visit my niece and nephew, but I rarely stay more than 2 weeks at a time there. I made the mistake of doing that for a while, and Granger still tried to confront me about the greater good of the magical world, and that I was hampering the development and progress of our world. I snorted. So, she annoyed you into leaving your own country? She blushed. Come on, she didn't annoy me into leaving the country. It's just that I noticed how stifling things were in there and how little of the world I've actually seen. My passion is magic, and staying in the same place wouldn't help me with my own magical development. A change in perspective can be very helpful. I nodded. That it can. So, where did you go after that? Well, I traveled through Europe for a couple of years, visited Berlin, Paris. The Vatican was utterly fascinating. I snorted. You have no idea how it was back then. There was an entire light magic sect there back in the day, whose whole purpose was to kill anything magical that they deemed to be a threat to the Pope. They weren't that influential outside the city, but vampires, werewolves, and magical creatures in general learned to avoid that place. I'm not really sure what happened to them. Celine interjected. They were hunted down by a vampire coven that they angered after they killed the daughter of the leader when she was just going through the city. Oh, yes, I remember now. An entire army of vampires attacked the city, but they had no idea who was responsible for the girl's death, only that it was a mage, so they hunted down every single wizard and witch, no matter their age, in the entire city, killed the Pope, burnt down their library, and took every treasure they could find. It took the support of the Kingdom of France and the Kingdom of Italy to bring the city back to where it used to be, and even then it took a few decades to do that. They also hired warders so that no magical being could step foot in the city. The wards held for a few centuries, but after the statute of secrecy went up, it wasn't maintained anymore, so they fell later on. Funnily enough, the vampire massacre had far-reaching consequences, including an exponential rise of witch hunts, which started to even be supported by the church. Rose looked to be very interested in that story, so that is what happened during the dark centuries they kept babbling about. You know, sometimes I forget how old you are, Jasmine. I gave her a bitter laugh. I wish I could say the same, Rose. So, tell me, what did you do next? Well, after that I went to Egypt, trained under a few curse breakers. I think one of the tombs was yours, by the way. Then I decided to go to Asia for a bit. You haven't seen a real dragon until you've gone to a Chinese dragon reserve. I went to Japan for a while, tried to learn their paper runes. I learned a few basic ones but didn't become a master. It was very interesting but not really useful if I was being honest. The interest was purely academic. In the end, I went to Nepal and found Kamartaj. I decided to go for a visit like your portrait advised me. It was nice, but I didn't have any talent for sorcery. I nodded. I don't expect you would. It took me centuries to learn how to use both my magic and sorcery. Using either is relatively easy, but learning how to juggle multiple kinds of energy to cast magic is an entire minefield. Unless one is gifted with a prodigal understanding of both magics, then it would be almost impossible to learn both disciplines in a single lifetime, let alone master them. That's what the Ancient One said. But imagine my surprise that while I stayed in the sanctum, I heard 2 young women saying that Jasmine Heir had disappeared and that they were looking for her. I immediately knew that it was you, and I decided to follow the 2 of them for a while. Of course, they didn't even notice me. I gave Jean and Wanda a very unimpressed look, and the 2 girls looked away and blushed in embarrassment. Rose chuckled at the byplay and continued her story. Well, at first, I wanted to see what relation they had with you. When I heard Wanda calling you her mother, I knew that something was wrong. You could sometimes leave, yes, but you wouldn't leave someone who called you Mum without at least explaining why. This meant that something had happened, something you didn't see coming. I was starting to feel guilty at her words. Did Wanda really keep searching for me across the globe? Celine should have told her that I was alive and not in this universe. Rose didn't seem to notice my feelings and continued her tale, but until I could figure out what happened, I decided to continue following them. One of them was your daughter, which meant that she was my niece, my family, and I had to make sure that she was all right. So far, both of them were very capable, and were able to travel without being noticed or being attacked. But unfortunately, they ran into trouble that they couldn't deal with. They ran into someone who was actively hunting them down. They ran into a sorcerer called Carl Mordo. Chapter 204, A Witch's Journey, 2007. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I was starting to feel guilty at her words. Did Wanda really keep searching for me across the globe? Celine should have told her that I was alive and not in this universe. Rose didn't seem to notice my feelings and continued her tale, but until I could figure out what happened, I decided to continue following them. One of them was your daughter, which meant that she was my niece, my family, and I had to make sure that she was all right. So far, both of them were very capable, and were able to travel without being noticed or being attacked. But unfortunately, they ran into trouble that they couldn't deal with. They ran into someone who was actively hunting them down. They ran into a sorcerer called Carl Mordo. June 12, 2007, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. It's been a few days since Wanda Maximoff graduated from high school. A year had passed since her mother's disappearance, and even now, the young witch still feels Jasmine's absence deeply. She's 18 years old now, officially an adult in the eyes of the law, and she wished that Jasmine was here to watch her graduate, to congratulate her. But unfortunately, things weren't to be. Jasmine Heir had disappeared immediately after the whole asteroid M mess. What was Magneto thinking? She had no idea, but inviting unwilling teenagers with superpowers is a surefire way to get yourself killed, especially the daughter that you left to be imprisoned and drugged away in a mental asylum. Of course, it ended with Wanda being victorious, killing both her birth father, Magneto, and the bald bastard who tried to protect him and opposed him at the same time. It was so weird. The man almost lobotomized Jean and tried to influence every mutant he could find, but was very lax when it came to the mutant terrorist who killed thousands of people. And the man was such a hypocrite. Still, she ended up killing the bastard for the shit he kept trying to pull and left with the other mutants, back down to Earth. Unfortunately, no one was happy with their leader being dead. Pietro didn't care, but the other members of the Brotherhood were furious at her for preventing them from getting a power boost. The X-Men didn't like her for killing their precious little professor. She was pretty much a persona non grata from both mutant factions. Add in the fact that her mother was missing, Wanda found herself alone once more. Yes, Celine was there, and she helped her continue her magical education, but the woman knew very little about reality magic, herself specializing in soul magic, so she couldn't help her a lot. She did give her access to her mother's books on the subject, but it still wasn't the same. Truth be told, the only reason she didn't go mad during the past year was Jean. The redhead was her pillar. She comforted her whenever she was depressed about her mother's disappearance and didn't condemn her actions in Asteroid M. Jean even supported her when the X-Men threatened to kick her out of the mansion. She left her old friends to stay with her. To make things less awkward, they transferred to another high school for their senior years. Pietro decided to go away the moment he had the chance to. He always wanted to travel, and it wasn't in his nature to stay still. They still talked all the time, and Pietro did come visit her every month or so, but they will never be what they were before. Their previous closeness was tainted by betrayal and death. As for the X-Men, they weren't a thing anymore. Xavier's school was still open with Storm as the headmistress. They taught youths from all over the country on how to control their powers. But the mutant hero team, the X-Men, was done for. Without Xavier, their dream fell through, and the mansion became only a school to prevent mutants from causing too much damage. Even the Brotherhood were invited to join, no questions asked. It was a safe haven for young mutants who would leave the moment they graduate to go to college or get a job. The super-secret missions were gone, and mundanity took its place. There were a few, like Scott Summers, who still hungered for the adventure of helping people. Last she heard, the boy had struck a deal with a spy agency called S.H.I.E.L.D. to act as one of their agents instead of going to college. It was a shame. He had good grades, and spy agencies always had skeletons in their closets. Back to her situation, Wanda was packing. Celine had refused to let her go without having graduated high school at the very least. Don't get her wrong, Wanda was starting to get along with Celine. The woman wasn't quite Jasmine and could barely be called motherly. She was cold, distant, apathetic to the world around her. She never quite understood how she and Jasmine got together. They were so different. Perhaps opposites really do attract. As for now, it's been a year and Wanda was finally allowed to look for her mother. Celine was troubled by Jasmine's disappearance but knew for a fact that she was alive and well, only far away, in another realm beyond our reach, as she said. She didn't quite understand Celine's ultimate faith that Jasmine will return on her own, without any help from them. But Wanda wasn't ready to sit and wait for her mother to come back. She was going to find her, even if it took her years. "Are you sure about this, Wanda?" a voice asked her. Wanda looked up to see a familiar redhead. After over a year together, they were closer than ever. It was hard to think of her life without Jean being in it. The young witch admired her friend's face for a second, losing herself momentarily in her green eyes before answering, "Yes. It's time." She's my mom and I'm going to look for her. Jean looked hesitant for a second. Are you sure that we can find her? Wanda shrugged. I have to try. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't. And what's the worst thing that could happen? We'll just travel for a while. We could even call it a gap year if we chose to apply for college later. Jean snorted. Fine. I just wanted to make sure before we go. Wanda returned to her packing and finished a few minutes later. So, where did Strange tell you we should go? Jean looked exasperated. Dr. Strange said that he tried to find her, but found nothing. He told us to go to the sanctum in Nepal, Kamartaj, to speak to the sorcerer supreme. Wanda didn't look impressed. So, we're going to Nepal. The redhead looked defeated. Yes, we're going to Nepal. The young witch grinned at her, and the redhead sighed in exasperation and opened a portal. Please just go through the portal. Wanda walked through and found herself in a reception room. It had an Eastern influence, and Wanda could feel the strength of the wards protecting the place. Immediately, an old Asian man walked towards them. Welcome to Kamartaj. May I inquire the reason for your visit? Jean answered, yes, we wish to meet with the Sorcerer Supreme, please. And what will this meeting be in reference to? The Sorcerer Supreme is very busy. Dr. Strange sent us here. We want her help in finding someone. The man nodded. Please wait here. The two teenagers sat down in the reception, waiting for a few minutes until the man returned, but he wasn't alone this time. A woman entered behind him. She was Caucasian and bald, but there was something in her eyes, something familiar that she has seen in Celine and Jasmine's eyes. It was a wealth of experience, of pain, of wisdom. This woman was old, far older than she looked. Wanda couldn't hurt herself. How old are you? The woman snorted. My dear, it's very rude to ask a woman that. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, they call me the Ancient One. Master Kenta here tells me that you seek an audience with me. Jean got up and bowed. Ancient One, Dr. Strange told us that you could help us. That depends. What do you seek help with? Wanda was the one who spoke up this time. We're looking for my mother, Jasmine Heir, but you may know her as the Morrigan. She's been missing for a year. Wanda didn't miss Master Kenta's face paling and flinching at the mention of her mother's name. Well, even here the woman had a reputation. Not that she couldn't understand it, she could be terrifying sometimes. The Ancient One though didn't react to her request. She expected it, Wanda realized. The bald woman answered, I cannot help you with that. It is simply beyond me. I will admit that she and I have been acquainted for a number of centuries and her absence is troubling, especially with the current state of affairs. Jean looked confused. State of affairs? Yes, a cosmic anomaly occurred a few days before she disappeared. I am unsure if it was the cause of her disappearance, but it is very likely, especially because Morrigan was investigating the matter at the time. Finally, a lead. What happened? Someone almost destroyed our reality. It had impacts everywhere, most of which was the fact that the timeline was destabilized, meaning that to right itself and not unravel our reality, it has locked itself. Time manipulation of any kind, even simply seeing the future, is now impossible. The walls around our universe have thickened to stop the spread of the anomaly, like how a body deals with an infection. The Morrigan was investigating the phenomenon, especially considering that we still don't know the full effects of the anomaly. Jean looked confused. You mean there are still some problems now? The Sorcerer Supreme shrugged. Yes, it altered the dimensional wall around our reality, which messed with an experiment created by a brilliant scientist called Reed Richards. The machine malfunctioned and released foreign cosmic radiation from an unknown dimension, hitting him and his teammates, Susan Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm. You know them today as the Fantastic Four. Jean gasped. The hero team. The anomaly gave them their powers. In an indirect way, yes. The future that the Morrigan and myself foresaw is in disarray. The Fantastic Four shouldn't have existed in the future. Reed Richards was supposed to be a brilliant scientist that helped humanity take a huge leap forward. This cosmic event was very dangerous because the universe is always in balance. For every good that appears, evil must be created to balance things out. For now, Richard's powers could distract him from his work he would have made. We simply do not know. Wanda understood this. Jasmine had always been very insistent on making her understand the nature of balance and to do her best to foresee the consequences of her actions, but do you have any idea of where she was? The Ancient One looked regretful. I'm sorry, but I don't. What I can tell you is that the Morrigan tends to appear in places where cosmic anomalies lie. It could be small things like someone trying to summon a minor demon, or a large thing like the destruction of our reality. Her absence was noticed not just by you, but by everyone who could sense it. Earth has lost its protector, and outside forces are taking advantage of it. If you wish, I could give you an artifact that detects such disturbances. At best, you could find a source to what happened to your mother. At worst, you'll simply be doing your mother's job and protect our world. Ultimately, your choice is yours. You both have great power, and a far greater potential. Only time will tell what you do with it. Maybe this wouldn't be the worst idea. She could help protect her world in her mother's stead until she returns. And she could find out exactly what happened to her if she's lucky. She met Jean's gaze, and she could see the determination in her eyes, the promise of a new purpose as a defender of humanity. They looked back to the Sorcerer Supreme and answered her at once, "We're in." Chapter 205, Arrival's Appearance, 2007. June 12, 2007, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Maybe this wouldn't be the worst idea. She could help protect her world in her mother's stead until she returns. And she could find out exactly what happened to her if she's lucky. She met Jean's gaze, and she could see the determination in her eyes, the promise of a new purpose as a defender of humanity. They looked back to the Sorcerer Supreme and answered her at once, "We're in." It was after both teenagers had left the sanctum that Jean voiced her hesitation. "Are you sure about this, Wanda? You do know that she was probably manipulating you into accepting the job." The young witch snorted, "Of course she was manipulating me. She dangled the job offer in front of me knowing that I would jump at the chance of finding my mother." "Then why do you trust her so much?" Wanda answered back, "I heard my mother talking about her once. She called her a manipulative shrew who stumbled her way into becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. She did rant about her a bit, but she admitted that she was a woman of her word, and that if push comes to shove, she was a person you could rely on. I know that she's profiting from this, and that she's using me to deal with threats that she would have to assign to her order, but don't you miss the excitement, the missions? Don't you miss saving lives?" Wanda knew that it was a bit of a low blow. While the last year had been peaceful, Jean had been feeling restless after the first few months without any action. Wanda recognized that the redhead actually liked using her powers to save lives or to fight crime, or maybe she just missed the action. Dangling the possibility of missions in the future in front of her, was her using that weakness. To be fair, Wanda was also restless after so long without being in a fight. She wanted to look for her mother, but until more leads pan up, she could relieve some stress with the Sorcerer Supreme's missions. Wanda could see the hesitation in the redhead's eyes, until it turned into excitement. "I do miss the action a little. And we would be saving a lot of lives by doing this stuff. Plus, it's the Ancient One giving us the missions. Alright, I'm in." Wanda grinned at her and stifled her sigh of relief. The young witch knew that Jean would still come with her even if she disapproved, but she didn't want to take advantage of this, especially when she knew how small the chance of finding her mother was, especially after Celine and the Ancient One had failed. But in this case a chance, no matter how slim it is, was better than doing nothing at all. And Wanda would gain more experience fighting using her powers. The teenager started to think back to her mother. What would Jasmine do, was something that she asked herself often, when she was unsure about her choices. The woman always knew what the best choice was, even if it was hidden. Jasmine had always told her to cheat whenever she could because the world wasn't a fair place, and she had to take advantage of every opportunity in front of her. She just realized that Jasmine had been gone longer than she had been in Wanda's life, and yet her influence remained. She really had gotten attached to her very quickly. It was funny, in a way, that in less than a year, Wanda loved Jasmine as a parent far more than she ever did Magneto after years living with him. And that's even before he sent her to a mental asylum. There was a coldness to him, a ruthlessness that he projected, that always intimidated her as a child. Now, back to the present, Wanda decided to rest for a few days, explore Nepal for a little while with Jean, before embarking on their first mission. The country was beautiful, magical in its own way, and very peaceful. Wanda and Jean took hikes over hills, enjoying nature without the usual pollution of New York. The air was purer, cleaner. As they slept under the night sky, and some serious words Jasmine taught her, they enjoyed the sight of the stars. Wanda didn't even know that there could be so many of them. The light pollution in New York really was pushing things. Still, everything was going fine, until one morning, they realized that they weren't alone. They were barely 3 days into their little vacation, and as usual they decided to go on their morning hike. Wanda had put on the usual wards, and they started to walk up the mountain. It was a little more dangerous than their previous ones, the path was narrower and the mountain steeper, but they weren't regular teenagers, their powers would help them if something happened. A couple of hours into the hike and Wanda sensed an energy attack coming their way. Jean seemed to have sensed the same, and she used a telekinetic shield to protect herself. Wanda tried to send a hex bolt to where the attack came from, but it hit nothing. The attacker was gone, hiding. Nervous by the attack, Wanda sent a telepathic message towards her best friend, "Get us out of here before he comes back." Jean nodded and tried to open a portal. Unfortunately, she wasn't subtle enough to make one, because she was immediately attacked, the moment she started making the circular moves to open a sorcery portal. Wanda did her best to shield both herself and Jean, but it was enough for Jean to lose her concentration and fail to create a portal. With that done, Wanda had enough. They weren't going to stay here at a disadvantage. They were already physically tired from the hike so far, and they were barely in fighting shape. Wanda created a ball of reality magic and gathered it into a spell. It was a spell of her own design that targets organic life without affecting anything else. Anything that grows and dies immediately starts getting sick when they're hit with it. The witch made sure that Jean wouldn't be hit by the attack and released the ball of magic into a giant wave in front of her. Immediately, the vegetation for a few yards around her started to wither and die, but Wanda could tell that she also hit her mystery attacker. The man would be distracted for a while to redirect the damage. Wanda and Jean shared a look, and the redhead immediately created a portal taking them on the top of a damaged hill. Jean gasped for a second. What was that? I couldn't risk hitting the mountain and causing a collapse. I chose to use a spell that specifically targets biology. Jean nodded. Do you have any idea who that was? No clue. A voice answered her from behind them. My mistake. I haven't introduced myself yet. The voice belonged to a dark-skinned man who was wearing some sort of green outfit. He looked calm and enraged at the same time. It was unnatural. Oh, he was angry, that's for sure, outraged really, but he was doing his best to repress his emotions for some reason. Unfortunately, if this was the men who attacked them, then they were in trouble. Wanda's spell didn't seem to affect him for some reason. Or perhaps it did, but he was able to deal with it very quickly, which meant that he was very skilled and very experienced. Jean recollected herself and asked, Who are you? The man's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. My name is Carl Mordo and I have been looking for you for some time. Jean Grey, apprentice of Stephen Strange. I had no idea if that name should mean anything, except that Jean gasped and immediately stiffened. You're Mordo. I see that Strange has spoken of me. I wonder how much of it was true and how much was false. He said that you're a psychopath that hunts down sorcerers around the world. He told me to be wary of you, that you weren't to be underestimated. He also told me to call him the moment you show up. Jean tried to make a portal, but it didn't work. The man chuckled. Come on, after how many sorcerers I have hunted down, do you think that I wouldn't know how to counter one of their most used forms of escape? There is no getting out of here. Wanda interjected. So, you hunt sorcerers using sorcery. Isn't that a bit hypocritical? The men sneered at her. Let's not talk about hypocrites, about the woman who calls herself the Sorcerer Supreme, who preaches about following the natural laws and yet breaks them just so that she would remain immortal and powerful. The order of sorcerers is rotten from the core, because of that woman. And her little prodigy Strange isn't any better. The man practically breaks the rules every time he deals with a threat. There has to be order, there has to be someone who enforces the laws. And if the Ancient One isn't willing to do it, I will raise the entire order of sorcerers to the ground and rebuild it properly, under my rule. No one will break the natural laws, no one will be able to just waltz into Camartage and learn the art of sorcery. What I am doing is what's right, it's making things better. And slaughtering sorcerers right and left is the way to do it. There are too many sorcerers in the world, too many opportunities to abuse this power. Those that I have killed were not worthy of the gift of sorcery. Wanda snorted at this. You know, my mother once said that the phrase, the greater good, cost more lives than any weapon in the world. Everyone in the world thinks that they're following some noble cause, some purpose that no one else would understand, and that killing people, ruining lives were enough of a sacrifice just for the betterment of the world. What she also told me is that every single person who ever said those words was lying to themselves, trying to make themselves feel better about their choices, and the suffering they spread. And you are no different. You killed all those people, not because you had to, but because you wanted to. The men scoffed at my response. What did I think of trying to explain myself to a child? I was just going to kill you, to send Strange a message, to make sure that he wouldn't forget about me. I wasn't going to take enjoyment in any of this, but it seems that I was mistaken. I will enjoy this. Jean stepped up. Are you always trying to convince yourself that what you're doing is right? The avatar of the Phoenix Force opened her palm and a green psionic sword appeared in her hand. She pointed it at him. The man chuckled. A foolish decision, girl. You stand no chance against someone like me. Wanda stiffened at the look in the man's eyes. This wasn't the look of someone who was overconfident, but of someone with a lot of experience and knew what they were doing. The man was just humoring them, playing with them. Still, Wanda couldn't see a way out of here without fighting, so she also created a red psionic sword and pointed it at the men. Very well, the men commented in a condescending tone. The man created a golden shield around his left hand and took out some sort of stick from his right hand. There had to be something more to this stick. Someone like Mordo wasn't an idiot with a gimmick. The witch spread her senses towards the stick and gasped at the energy contained inside it. Before she could warn Jean, the redhead started to duel and threw a giant boulder at their opponent. Mordo just swung the small staff thing which extended itself into a whip and destroyed the boulder. Wanda and Jean were gaping at the scene in front of them. It seemed that the fight would be a lot harder than they thought it would. The men gave them a vicious grin. Are we going to stand around all day, or are we going to fight? Chapter 206, Rose Emerging, 2007. June 12, 2007, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. The man created a golden shield around his left hand and took out some sort of stick from his right hand. There had to be something more to this stick. Someone like Mordo wasn't an idiot with a gimmick. The witch spread her senses towards the stick and gasped at the energy contained inside it. Before she could warn Jean, the redhead started to duel and threw a giant boulder at their opponent. Mordo just swung the small staff thing which extended itself into a whip and destroyed the boulder. Wanda and Jean were gaping at the scene in front of them. It seemed that the fight would be a lot harder than they thought it would. The men gave them a vicious grin. Are we going to stand around all day, or are we going to fight? Wanda sent a telepathic message to her partner, Jean, get inside his head. I'll keep him occupied by attacking him physically, you hang back and use your telepathy. Jean sent her a telepathic confirmation, and the young witch leapt into the air, her arms raised, her psionic blade pointed at her opponent. Mordo didn't seem fazed by the attack and ducked under her blow. She went past him, and the men just kicked her in the back. Wanda was able to right herself and land on her feet. She glared at the man's dismissal of her and sent a reality magic bolt at him. She had to keep him occupied enough for Jean to breach his mental barriers. This was a common tactic she and Jean made when dealing with someone who knew how to protect their minds from telepaths. It required a lot of discipline, concentration, and self-control, something that people lose when they're fighting. So, Wanda does her best to infuriate and distract them, while Jean worms her way into their minds to knock them out. The sorcerer didn't seem bothered by the incoming bolt of reality magic and just extended his staff into some sort of whip, grabbed the bolt of magic and sent it back at her. Wanda was so surprised by this, that she barely had enough time to make a shield to protect her from her own spell. How the fuck does someone just grab a spell with a whip? Still, Wanda collected herself quickly enough and tried to telekinetically grab the men with her magic. For some reason it would just hold onto him. The sorcerer laughed mockingly, child, I have fought telekinetics before. I know of the dangers they pose as fighters. I have collected many ancient relics in my journeys, one of which are these clothes, which other than being indestructible, also allow me to anchor a single spell to them that will work forever, and I have used it to grant myself protection against telekinetics. Just like I have a ring that protects myself from any type of mental manipulation, protecting me from Gray's telepathic attacks. I have studied both yourself and your partner extensively. You do not have a chance against someone of my experience. Wanda responded by making a pillar of earth leap from just under him and throw him into the air. Unfortunately, the attack didn't bother the men since magic circles appeared under his boots, creating small platforms that allowed him to right himself easily. Mordo then hopped from one of the magic circles and dived towards her, with a black mystic bolt in his palm. Wanda, by instinct, created a red projection of a hand that caught his leaping hand and redirected it next to her. As Mordo's energy-covered fist hit the ground, the young witch was immediately summoned by Jean, protecting her from whatever collateral damage the sorcerer's unknown attack could have. She was right to do so, since the spot where Wanda was a second ago was replaced by a large crater with Mordo standing unharmed in the middle of it. Wanda used her power to create some friction in the air, into a giant flame. Jean immediately understood her intention and telekinetically created a pressure imbalance in the air that she released suddenly. It created a giant gust of air that pushed the already large flame at their opponent, hiding him from view. Again, when the dust settled, the man was unharmed, having protected himself with a large golden spherical shield around him. Impressive, very impressive. You're quite talented for your age. It truly saddens me that I will have to kill you. The sorcerer was suddenly in front of them. Did he teleport or something, or was he that fast? Wanda didn't know, but she raised her psionic sword to protect herself from the staff coming at her. Jean tried to intervene but was immediately sent back with a Tau Mandala shield that he sent at her torso. Wanda's sword was able to hold off Mordo's staff, but then the thing started to glow gold and sent an energy pulse that destroyed her psionic weapon. How the fuck did he do that? No one had ever destroyed her psionic sword before. She didn't even know that it could be destroyed. Still, Wanda was able to stop the staff from hitting her by creating a last-minute construct that redirected Mordo's arms. The men expected this and kicked her in the chest. He then used the staff into a whip again to grab the returning Tau Mandala shield and sent it at her chest, sending her flying back. As I got up, I could see that the man was hitting Jean with his staff. The redhead was too reliant on her telekinesis and telepathy and thus couldn't hold her own. She chose not to delve too deeply into sorcery, doing her best to control her cosmic powers, which was healing and the phoenix flames, something she usually doesn't advertise, because of the issues that could come up if someone revealed her status as the avatar of the phoenix force. Wanda suddenly had an epiphany and sent a thought to her partner: you can't directly use your telekinesis on him, but you can use it around him. Jean sent her a grateful thought and the redhead winced as the man used his staff and used the golden energy to break through her telekinetic shield. Wanda didn't think that anything on this planet could break that shield, and obviously Jean didn't either, considering how she froze in shock at this. The sorcerer took advantage of this distraction as he used the staff whip thing to strangle Jean. The redhead gasped for breath and then remembered my words. She created a telekinetic shockwave that sent both her and the sorcerer flying back. Wanda took advantage of this by leaping in the air to kill him and sent a bolt of lightning, but the man raised his staff and blocked it somehow. What the fuck is that staff? She had apparently said this out loud since the men burst into laughter. You are correct, child. This staff is special. We call it the Staff of the Living Tribunal. We do not know of its origins, except that it has existed centuries before the Order of Sorcerers even existed, when gods and demons still walked the earth. It is an object of immense power that can only be wielded by someone unyielding, unwilling to break the rules and make exceptions, someone who can be trusted to exact impartial judgment. This is why I know my purpose to be just, because if it wasn't then the staff would have rejected me. It can override any magic, and break its structure at the user's will. Wanda let the men monologue and subtly started to weave an illusion. She turned herself and Jean invisible and the snuck around him. As the men kept talking to her projection, Wanda sent Jean another telepathic message. We need to beat him, quickly. I think we'll need to use my flames for this. It's the only thing we haven't tried yet. I still haven't used my transmutation, but I didn't have an opportunity to do it. The redhead nodded. All right, let's take him by surprise. Before they could do anything, they were blasted back into the air, and they watched Mordo with surprise in their eyes. Illusions can be very powerful against the uninitiated. Unfortunately for you, I am not uninitiated. This has gone on for long enough. Goodbye, Wanda Maximoff, and Jean Grey, may you find peace in the next life. As the man raised his staff, Jean readied her phoenix flames to surprise him. Nothing, as far as she knows, could resist these flames. Just as the redhead was preparing to attack, pure glowing white chains of hard light grabbed the man by his torso and threw him back. Wanda knew this spell. This was her mother's spell. Was she back? The young witch looked at the source of the spell with hope in her eyes. That hope was immediately stifled when she saw who it was. It was a woman, who looked a bit older than them. She had red hair, hazel eyes. This wasn't Jasmine. This wasn't her mother. The woman didn't let Mordo gather his strength. She sent another wave of chains at him, and the man dodged, but as he tried to grab them, he screamed in pain as frost enveloped his arm. Mordo raised his staff and with more golden energy, broke the chains like he did Wanda's sword and Jean's shield. The men chose to run at her with some close combat. The woman bent back to protect herself from the thrust, and sent ice spikes at his feet, impaling them. As the man was trying to process his pain, the woman sent a spear made of hard light at him. The man was able to dodge it, but not completely. There was a large gash on his chest. His clothes were visibly repairing themselves, but the man was still bleeding. The mystery woman smirked at him and summoned a circle of fire made of hard light. It surrounded both herself and Jean along with the mystery woman. The men kept sending attack after attack and the fire kept absorbing them, blocking them. This was a very powerful shield spell, and it was also one of her mother's creations. When this mess was done with, she had a lot of questions for the mystery woman. But for now, they had to deal with an enraged Mordo. The men used his staff to destroy the spell once more. But the woman expected this somehow and sent hundreds of small razor-sharp icicles at him. The men created a spherical shield to protect himself and Wanda gathered her powers properly and sent a giant bolt of lightning at the shield. Under the pressure, the shield cracked and fell. The mystery woman had teleported in front of him with a loud crack and kicked him in the chest. Behind him, Wanda raised a wall of earth, transmutated it into steel and added some sharp spikes in the end. The men landed back first into them and screamed in pain, as two spikes the size of a nail impaled him in the back. Before he could collect himself, Jean created a psionic sword in each hand but this time the swords were enveloped in an orange fire. She must have combined them with her phoenix fire. Huh, that's a first for her. Mordo had enough consciousness in him to block the sword with his staff. He released the golden energy once more, but this time it didn't affect Jean's blade. Mordo's eyes widened as Jean used her other hand to cut off his arm, more specifically, the one wielding the staff of the living tribunal. There was a shockwave of golden light as it happened, when the relic was separated from its chosen. Everyone was sent back once more. But Mordo got up, holding onto his handless arm. He looked at them, limping. This is not over. I swear to you. I will kill the three of you. I will find your loved ones and skin them alive as they watch and then as you beg for mercy, I will impale you in the chest as you die a slow and painful death. The men then disappeared, probably teleported or something. The mystery woman chuckled, that was such a cliché threat. Why can't villains be original for once? Wanda stepped up and demanded, who are you? My name is Rose Potter, and I hear you're looking for my sister, Jasmine Heir. Chapter 207, Cut Off One Head. March 13, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I have to say that the last few days have been quite relaxing, especially after a very long day where I pretty much traveled through the multiverse, fought an alien invasion, went to Asgard, secured an alliance with Odin to help during Entropy's inevitable attack, and for some reason acted as some kind of a therapist to the king of Asgard. After a day like that, I needed a few days of just sleeping in and staying at home with my family. Speaking of family, I have to admit that I didn't see Rose's presence coming. She had grown into a fine young woman, and she had gotten a lot better at using her magic. I had underestimated how much I missed my sister in the last few years, and it was heartwarming to see her taking care of Wanda and Jean. Another thing I didn't see coming was her meeting Wanda and Jean. I did my best to keep the magical world and the non-magical world separate, but Rose seemed insistent on breaking the walls between the two worlds and taking care of my daughter in my absence. She had done a very good job too. Wanda was now an emotionally stable adult, with some very slight abandonment issues which my disappearance didn't help in the slightest. Unfortunately, without me being there, Wanda couldn't advance properly in her reality magic. Celine had done her best, but this branch of magic is one that only Wanda and I seem to have the ability to use, and I was very careful not to write down too much about it in books in case someone realized the potential danger that it possessed and would kill anyone who had the slightest inclination to that type of magic, or even any magic in general. As for Jean, she seemed to have hit a mental block in the use of her abilities, probably in fear of accidentally hurting someone or losing herself to the power. It was something that I could understand. At the very least, whenever I had used Death's cosmic power, I ceased to be human. Well, I haven't been human in a very long time, but what I mean is that it was like I was standing in front of ants. I didn't care about their little anthills, their little weapons or their lives. They were unimportant. When you possess that kind of power, anyone would change. Everything feels small, meaningless. The beauty of the universe starts to fade into a blank wall. It creates a sense of apathy that I always hated. That was the main reason that I never even tried to gain more power. I was afraid of how little of me would be left afterwards. I could understand Jean not wanting to submerge into her powers. She was afraid, and she was right to be. Once she inevitably takes that jump, nothing will be the same for her. She will be different and she will see the world differently. Even now, after I stopped being Death's avatar and returned her gifts, I still feel the imprints that she left me, small abilities that I subconsciously used when I channeled my cosmic powers. I started to notice them during my first trip into the multiverse. I didn't realize what had happened until I returned to my universe. Perhaps I had, but I just didn't care, being stranded away from my home and my family. But now that I have returned, I started to think back and realized how ridiculous my actions in the Harry Potter canon universe were. Yes, I was powerful, I was very knowledgeable, but what I had planned was beyond any seer. It involved months of subtle manipulations that resulted in the exact outcome I wanted. It was mind-blowing that I didn't realize what had happened to me. Somehow, Death's cosmic energy imprinted on my magic. One of the gifts that required cosmic energy to use had latched itself onto my magic. It was a very dangerous gift and a very agonizing one, for me at the very least. Because death wasn't just the end of life, it was the end of everything. Anything that is created in the universe will die. That's one of the most fundamental laws of reality, and that's just not people. Any object has an identity. A table is a table, and when it ceases to be one, it dies, in the metaphysical sense. Death is the end of all things, alive, dead, and nothing is spared, not even groups and ideals. My little gift allows me to see how to kill anything. I learned how to destabilize the Ministry of Magic with a few words. I learned how to destroy Harry's loyalty to the world and to the magical world. I learned how to destroy his suicidal tendencies by getting him to meet Daphne Greengrass. I knew exactly how to dismantle the prophecy strand by strand until only a single one would be left, and I would rupture it violently, gaining Fate's attention. I hadn't even realized what I was doing. I was a very good manipulator. I could be cunning, but not to this extent. No one could. But now, I realized that my gift was growing stronger, and it hurt. It hurt so much. I couldn't even turn it off. It was so hard, to not only see the world, but to also know how to destroy it. I was barely holding on. A mind, even one like mine, was never meant to process information like that without outside help. In my case it was death. I had used my death sense before when I was serving the cosmic entity. It was how I could destroy wards and traps without even trying to. It was how I was able to dismantle armies, commit total genocide without a single survivor. Couple that with the rest of Death's powers, and nothing could survive me, let alone hurt me. But now, without cosmic energy helping me process the data, I was constantly in pain. I had it somewhat under control, but it was getting worse. Fortunately, I had a plan for that, one that I had planned to enact properly. But this was still a very bad sign, because what else could have been imprinted into my magic, into my soul? It was a horrible conundrum, one that Celine seemed to share as well. Unfortunately, I had to make a public appearance at the company. Celine was able to fake my disappearance using illusions, but now, she wanted to catch me up on what has been happening. We sat in my office, and I asked, "All right, why did you want me to come here? You know how pressed for time I am with this." Celine nodded. "We both know that you already designed the runic array and the only thing you're waiting for is for the full moon to activate the ritual. I'm as worried as you are about this, but this company is important and you're its founder, whether you like it or not, and you've been gone for years. You need to catch up. Do we have to do it here and not at home?" Celine gave me a wry grin. "We both know that if we were at home, you'd find a way to get out of it, probably by hanging around the kids. I sighed in resignation. I really hate the business stuff. Fine. Celine smirked victoriously. Look, you're the one who created Marvel Industries, and your reputation as one of the most popular writers on the planet is what made it the world titan it is today. But now, we have a lot of problems, especially since it's our news stations that published the leaked video between Fury and the World Security Council. Are they suing us or something? No, but Alfred ended up stopping dozens of cyber attacks, only half of which originate from S.H.I.E.L.D. computers. Here is what he has been able to track so far. Celine handed me a piece of paper. I looked at the list of attackers. Some were expected like the CIA, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the FBI. Some were even foreign. MI6 was a bit of a surprise, but not a shocking one. But the few worrying ones came from Latveria, which actually came in quite far, compared to the others, Advanced Idea Mechanics, which seemed to be a small bioengineering company contracted to S.H.I.E.L.D., and some very worrying attackers that seemed to be using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own probes to piggyback on them. It was probably Hydra. I gave a serious look to Celine. So, the most worrying ones are S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, AIM, and Latveria. Those are the ones we'll deal with. Celine looked at me questioningly. I know of the others, but I don't know much about AIM. I shrugged. There's not much to know, to be honest. It's officially a research company that's trying to stabilize a serum that could regrow limbs, heal any disease, and so on. That doesn't sound too bad. Unfortunately, it also has the small side effect of making the subject explode half the time, like huge living bombs, and if it works, it gives the subject some sort of heat control and unlimited regeneration that would make Logans look almost normal. They turned from a medicinal company into a militarized one and probably want to conquer the world or something. They haven't done anything drastic, and the only human trials they had done before I left were done using volunteers who knew the risks properly. But their leader, Aldrich Killian, is very ambitious and hates Stark with a passion, something about standing him up in a convention or something. Celine looked thoughtful. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. hired them or something. I shook my head. No, it's probably Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have asked a biological engineering contractor to try to breach our servers. It's interesting that Hydra took note of them this early. What were they even trying to achieve by breaching our servers? They wanted access to everything. Like even the unaired movies and TV shows, the unpublished books, even the magazines. But I think they wanted access to our database, to see if we had more sensitive information that they could use. Were they surprised by our firewalls? Celine chuckled. Yes, but it's not like we hid how well we protect our servers, with overenthusiastic fans trying to leak their favorite movies or something. But yeah, they'll know that something is up, considering that some of the most brilliant minds in the world can't even crack them. I shrugged. Well, they could. But do they really think that we have hidden secrets or something here? We made sure that everything we published was as impartial as possible, and we were never biased for or against any party. The best they would find are the books and the movies, and not even the popular ones, since we keep those disconnected from the web. I don't think intelligence agencies will accept this in return for the millions of dollars in hardware they use to even try to hack us. Celine shrugged. Still, they're being very persistent in this. I found 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra moles in our offices just 2 days after the invasion. Well, if S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra want to fight, they'll get one. I was planning on keeping my hands off and watching as they destroy themselves without my help. But I guess they're not satisfied with this. I'll handle the S.H.I.E.L.D. situation myself. I didn't know what I would do with my time after I was done dealing with my current power issue. Celine had a very happy smile on her face. Well, now, let's talk about the company finances during the past 5 years, and the new partners we made. I groaned audibly, and Celine laughed at my misery. This was going to take a lot more time. And I was right, the damn meeting took hours. No wonder she didn't do it at home. Wanda and Rose would have distracted me halfway through. Still, Celine seemed to have things in hand while I was gone. Meanwhile, I was driving into the usual parking place where the portal was, so that I could teleport home. Suddenly, I felt the car being destroyed by a bomb. I had teleported out easily enough, the explosion didn't even do anything more than surprise me. Someone had tried to kill me, or at least, someone had tried to kill Morgan Evanshade. I watched hidden as a man walked towards my destroyed car. I had arrived in Celine's car and chose to return using one of the company cars which wasn't enchanted in any way. He was holding a machine gun in his hand, but what was more noticeable was his mask and his metal arm. Chapter 208, Winter Has Come. March 13, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. And I was right, the damn meeting took hours. No wonder she didn't do it at home. Wanda and Rose would have distracted me halfway through. Still, Celine seemed to have things in hand while I was gone. Meanwhile, I was driving into the usual parking place where the portal was, so that I could teleport home. Suddenly, I felt the car being destroyed by a bomb. I had teleported out easily enough, the explosion didn't even do anything more than surprise me. Someone had tried to kill me, or at least, someone had tried to kill Morgan Evanshade. I watched hidden as a man walked towards my destroyed car. I had arrived in Celine's car and chose to return using one of the company cars which wasn't enchanted in any way. He was holding a machine gun in his hand, but what was more noticeable was his mask and his metal arm. Seems like Hydra is making moves again. I was curious why they would send the Winter Soldier against me. There were two possibilities. It's either that they knew that I was the Morrigan and were stupid enough to think that the Winter Soldier would be enough to kill me, somehow, or the most likely explanation, they wanted to assassinate Morgan Evanshade. In this identity, I was barely more than a writer. I made a point of not involving myself in my company, preferring to make up stories and publish them. I didn't pose a danger to their plans, meaning that they wanted the company, or more accurately, they wanted my shares of the company. Truth be told, barely 20% of the company existed outside mine or Celine's control. I, as Morgan Evanshade, possessed around 60% of the company, Celine had around 20% and the rest were spread out across dozens if not hundreds of investors. Hydra was obviously trying to buy my shares, to have the biggest media company, which is notorious for being impartial, in their pocket, meaning that they would have influence over millions, if not billions of people. Celine had mentioned that Hydra has been trying to pressure her into buying her shares, but since Morgan Evanshade refused to let up control over the company, they were obviously trying desperate measures, especially because the general opinion was negative towards S.H.I.E.L.D., which is really bad for the organization hiding inside of it. However, this is just a theory and I'll need to see Celine to confirm everything. I wasn't going to get much out of Barnes after I knock him out. However, this gives me an opportunity. I could see multiple plans against Hydra using him. He could be the ideal soldier. Turning Hydra's own boogeyman against them would be very poetic. Once I fix up the mess that his mind probably is, he'll want revenge for the years of torture and brainwashing. Considering that they even made him kill the Starks, people that he saw as his friends. I watched as the Winter Soldier slowly walked towards the car, probably to confirm the kill. He had his weapon out and pointed at the vehicle. He looked confident, until he found no one inside the car, and he stiffened. I chuckled at his expression. The man obviously heard me, as he turned around trying to shoot me. I conjured a black sword and redirected every bullet in what probably looked like an impressive display of speed and reflexes. I smirked at him. Well, if it isn't Bucky Barnes. I haven't seen you in a very long time. Don't get me wrong, we never met, but we have a lot of common acquaintances. The brainwashed man didn't look affected by my words in any way, and kept walking towards me. I blurred at him with a very impressive speed, and he was able to keep up with me, slightly dodging my thrust. He tried to shoot me once more and I swung my sword down towards the machine gun, cutting it in half. Truth be told, I wanted to test him. I could have just knocked him out using my telekinesis, but I wanted to see the best way to use Bucky Barnes as a weapon against Hydra. The man didn't even blink at the loss of his weapon and retrieved a pistol from his holster and tried to shoot me once more. I dodged the first two shots before grabbing his arm and exerting pressure on a nerve, getting him to drop the gun. The Winter Soldier tried to grab it with his other hand, but I quickly used my sword to cut it in half as well. I stepped back and the assassin looked at me thoughtfully. He was probably thinking about whether he should continue the mission to kill me, or if he should escape. I wonder how much of you is left. Look at you, you're barely even human anymore. Look how much they took from you. I use my telepathy and try to enter his mind. At first, there seems to be some sort of mechanical protection. Hydra must have equipped him when they found out that telepaths were a thing. I was easily able to break through them, and what I saw disgusted me. Everything was shredded to pieces. The memories seemed to be there, but they were disconnected from the mind by the thread of pain. It was like the moment he even attempted to remember he would be in agony, and after a while he just chose to not remember to spare himself the pain. This was a mess that would take me time and all of my concentration to fix, especially considering how delicate this was going to be. Not a lot of time, but I can't do it in the middle of a fight. In the middle of his mind, I saw commands, words given to him, that have higher meaning, programming in case he ever went rogue. They were in there, set in stone, and would turn him into a blank state. I needed to see them at work to be able to destroy them properly. I memorized the words and got out of his mind, though not completely, to be able to monitor the effects of the programming on him. All of this took less than a second. I look at my opponent and I see him deciding to complete the mission. Without any sort of long-range weapons left, he seemed to choose melee combat. He took out a knife, one that I recognized and that made me furious. It was a jagged dagger that seemed to change color whenever it moved. This was a magical artifact, one that I knew intimately. This was Rulebreaker, Medea's crowning achievement in magic. Medea was an apprentice of mine a long time ago. I was the Sorcerer Supreme back then and went by the name Hecate. She was one of my favorites. Her story was a tragic one. She was a princess that was sold in marriage by her father, the king, for a very impressive dowry. She was opposed to the match, preferring the company of women over men, but she couldn't defy her father. Her new husband, Jason, as soon as they were bound in marriage, killed her father and her immediate family, declared himself the king and imprisoned her, saying that she was the one who killed her family. However, the citizens didn't like Jason usurping the throne nor Medea, who they thought had betrayed her family for power, so they chased them out of the city to Corinth, the city that I had created. Jason then wanted to do the same to the king of Corinth, and almost succeeded in seducing the king's daughter. Medea, wanting her revenge, waited for the moment that Jason married the other princess, freeing her from her bindings to Jason. She then, in an impressive use of accidental magic, burned down the entire wedding, killing every single attendant, which included the royal family. I had found her, a broken girl, having lost her entire family. I learnt of the wedding and offered her a home and an apprenticeship. She accepted, and boy was she a prodigy in magic. She wanted to prevent being bound once more. She spent decades learning and experimenting until she enchanted a dagger, her father's last gift, into a magic nullifying weapon. The blade, which is brittle-looking, was almost indestructible, and could carve rock as if it was butter. But the most impressive part was the fact that anyone holding the dagger was immune to any magical effect. Of course, there was a limit, but if a normal wizard sent a spell at her, the dagger would stop it. This also meant that it would work against mutants. Hydra must have found the dagger somehow and found out that it stopped mutant powers. They outfitted their assassin with it, so that he would be able to fight mutants easily. I was starting to get angry as he lunged at me, and I grabbed his hand, used the same nerve pressure trick and took the dagger from his hand. I glared at him. "This doesn't belong to you." I put the dagger into my pocket dimension for safekeeping and dodged as the man tried to punch me with his metal arm. I held his metal arm and started to squeeze. The arm was surprisingly resilient. It was made of adamantium. I hadn't noticed that before. The metal was starting to creak, and I looked him in the eyes before doing a backflip and kicking him in the chin, sending him flying back. The man's mask had flown away, leaving me with the blank face of Bucky Barnes. I looked at him and smirked, longing. I spoke that word in Russian and Barnes seemed to understand exactly what I was doing. These were his trigger words. I could feel his mind blanking slowly, his neurons firing thoughts left and right. The Winter Soldier seemed to be frantic and started running towards me. I dodged a punch to the left and kicked him in the knees, making him kneel, rusted. Barnes seemed to struggle even more, and he tried to flip himself up. I let him, and he didn't expect the lack of resistance, which unbalanced him. I kicked him in the stomach, furnace. I could feel his mind slowly being squeezed shut. His connections to any memories were severed from his core personality. With every word, any memories, any thoughts he had were removed, leaving only a shell that would await orders. He got up, ready to fight me once more. Daybreak. The men seemed to run desperately at me, tried to punch me again. I stepped to the side, dodging. 17. He tried to punch me with his metal arm, but I grabbed his arm. Benign. I flipped him onto his back. 9. I could feel his mind closing. He was nothing more than the weapon now. He forgot about his current orders, about Hydra. He was barely more than a rabid dog. At the end of the sequence of words, he knew that he should expect pain and that he would lose something fundamental inside him. I pitied him, truly, but this was necessary for me to see the exact patterns the brainwashing takes for me to dismantle the triggers entirely. There was barely any fighting style left in him. He was barely more than a savage beast. It reminded me of how Logan usually fought. The Winter Soldier struggled back and leapt at me. I grabbed him from the air and slammed him down. Homecoming. I held him down as he kept struggling. 1. He was able to escape my hold by kicking my hand. He looked at me, with a savage glare, with his adamantium arm up in the air, ready to punch me. Freight car. This was it. I could feel whatever humanity in him disappear, leaving only Hydra's asset. I could feel him shut down completely. The man stayed frozen, with his arm raised before standing down and giving me a blank look, ready to comply. Remove your telepathic protections and kneel down. The man did as I asked without even questioning me. He removed a small metal object from behind his ear and knelt down before me. I gave him a pitying look. I'm sorry, James, but this is going to hurt. I grabbed his head and entered his mind properly. Chapter 209, Winter's Revenge. March 13, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. He was able to escape my hold by kicking my hand. He looked at me, with a savage glare, with his adamantium arm up in the air, ready to punch me. Freight car. This was it. I could feel whatever humanity in him disappear, leaving only Hydra's asset. I could feel him shut down completely. The man stayed frozen with his arm raised, before standing down and giving me a blank look, ready to comply. Remove your telepathic protections and kneel down. The man did as I asked without even questioning me. He removed a small metal object from behind his ear and knelt down before me. I gave him a pitying look. I'm sorry, James, but this is going to hurt. I grabbed his head and entered his mind properly. Bucky Barnes POV. James Buchanan Barnes, also known as Bucky Barnes, opened his eyes. He felt tired, had the biggest headache he ever had in his life. It was worse than anything he had during the war. He stretched himself and realized for the first time that he was in a bed. This was odd, he hadn't slept in a proper bed in years. His country was at war, and Bucky was a soldier. They didn't get to sleep in beds, unless it's hospital beds, and they weren't even close to this large or comfortable. The second he had this realization, he got up suddenly, preparing for an attack. He looked around and found himself in a large room. It was pretty luxurious, with a large closet that was obviously well made, small tables and chairs that he never saw outside of the movies that he saw during his vacations. If he was abducted, they wouldn't have left him alone in a room filled with potential weaponry. Finally, he got out of bed and looked at the mirror. He stiffened when he looked at himself. His hair was a mess, and far longer than the army would ever allow him to have. He looked a little older, but not much, but the glaring difference happened to be the metal arm that replaced his left hand. Unsettling, isn't it? Bucky turned around, his arms raised as he was prepared to defend himself. Instead, he found a small woman, barely reaching his shoulders. He had to admit that she was beautiful, with ivory pale skin, pure black hair, and stunning emerald eyes. She was smirking at him. "Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. My name is Margaret Sayer, you may have heard of me." Bucky racked his brain for a minute, until he remembered Steve telling him about the scientist woman that helped the doctor that created the super soldier serum. He hadn't said about her being this stunning though, although he supposed that Steve wouldn't notice a woman that wasn't Peggy Carter. With that memory came another one, telling him that the woman in front of him was assassinated by Hydra. "You're supposed to be dead." She shrugged. "I'm supposed to be many things. But we're not here to talk about me, as your case is much more interesting. I believe you noticed your new appendage." Bucky stifled his angry retort. The army had taught him better than to give in to his impulses, even if the woman in front of him is potentially his captor. "Yeah, how did I get it?" "That is a very long and complicated story, one that you won't like. But before we start, I want to make something clear. You're not a prisoner here. You can, at any moment, leave this place and I will take you anywhere in the world, and leave if you ask me to. Although I don't recommend you doing that, at least, before we finish our little talk." The tension in Bucky's shoulder released a bit, but it was still there. "All right, what do you want to talk about?" The woman, Sayer, shrugged. "It entirely depends on you. What is the last thing you remember?" "I was on a train, with Steve and the rest of the Howling Commandos. We were on a mission to capture a Hydra scientist. Everything was going well, but one of the Hydra soldiers had a very powerful weapon. He shot at us and made a hole in the train. I remember Steve telling me to hold on. I remember falling. I was supposed to die. Am I dead?" The woman snorted. "No, you're not, Mr. Barnes. That is the last thing you remember, because it is the last thing I allowed you to remember." Bucky stiffened at this. "Why?" "Because if you remembered the rest, you wouldn't have been able to cope. As far as the world is concerned, Bucky Barnes died that day. As far as even you are concerned, this is the last time you were Bucky Barnes. Explain." The woman gave him a pitying look. Bucky hated that look. "The truth that no one knows is that you, Bucky Barnes, barely survived that day, due to the experiments Hydra ran on you when you were their captive, before Steve rescued you. You were dying, that's true, you had lost your left arm before they found you. Hydra found you, rescued you, and on that day, Bucky Barnes died and their weapon, their asset, the Winter Soldier was born. What are you talking about? They used you, brainwashed you, locked up your personality, your very self, in the back of your mind, leaving a blank shell that was under their control. You were given a metal arm and turned into Hydra's super soldier. The World War II veteran looked like he wanted to throw up, but I'm not a super soldier, not like Steve, at least." The woman snorted. "Zola had given you a variation of the serum when you were abducted in the first place. It was why you survived the fall. It took some time to set in without Howard Stark's Vita Ray technology, but after a few years you were Hydra's favorite weapon, especially after they went in hiding because of Steve defeating the Red Skull. Even if the war was over, they still used you as a weapon to assassinate their enemies, to kill their opposition. The war is over. The mere idea was preposterous, that he'd missed the war, that he'd been a slave, a puppet." Sayer nodded, and Bucky had to ask, "And Steve?" He was able to fight his way to the Red Skull and defeat him. Unfortunately, he had planned on destroying entire cities with some kind of Hydra missiles. Steve was able to redirect the plane and crash it to the Arctic, saving millions of lives in the process. He stayed frozen in the Arctic, assumed dead for 70 years until he was found by an expedition less than a year ago. "Ah, so at least Steve was still alive. Wait a minute. 70 years. She nodded. "Yes, I'm sorry to say that it's the year 2012. You missed quite a bit, Mr. Barnes." "How? I don't look like a 90-year-old man." The woman snorted. "No, you don't. Don't worry, it's not the serum, you're not immortal. Hydra just kept you frozen unless you were needed for a mission. Don't worry, you look precisely your age." It took a few minutes for Bucky to digest this information, until he asked, "Why did it take so long? Didn't Steve destroy Hydra?" I nodded. Yes, he did. Unfortunately, after the war, an organization known as SHIELD was created from the remnants of the SSR, by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark in an effort to protect the planet. This was good and all, but they had the frankly idiotic idea of integrating former Hydra scientists into their ranks, in an effort of helping the good guys. Of course, those scientists started Hydra once more, in the middle of SHIELD, without them knowing. They survived through SHIELD and became even more influential than they were under the Red Skull. These are the people who had you captive. And how did I escape? The woman snorted. You didn't. You were just ordered to kill my current identity, and I took offense to that. I recognized you and chose not to kill you. I knocked you out and started to heal that damaged mind of yours. Who are you, really? You didn't say anything about you being frozen. Are you really 100 years old? How did you fight me if I really am a super soldier? The woman burst into laughter. I'm a lot older than a century, kiddo. The world is a far bigger and weirder place than you can imagine. I'm in charge of making sure that the human race doesn't blow itself to smithereens. Creating the super soldier serum was necessary at the time. And don't worry, it had nothing to do with Rogers, it's more that the possibility of super soldiers would keep scientists and weapon manufacturers guessing for almost a century without a single result. It was a distraction from creating too many super weapons. You don't know what they managed to create despite this. Bucky chose to ignore what the woman just said. It wasn't the time to process the information, so he chose to focus on what happened to him. He could think about the existence of immortal superwomen later, and you were able to heal my mind. She nodded. It's a bit of an oversimplification. The human mind isn't some little wound that could be healed with the use of some band-aids. It's a very complex web of connections and memories. Your memories are still there, the good and the bad ones. The problem was that what Hydra did was make sure that you associate any memory of Bucky Barnes to intense pain, leaving only an empty shell that could be very easily commanded. Your core, your personality, your identity, is primarily created through memories. Removing every single one would be like killing you, turning you into a newborn, a shell that can be easily controlled. They then put commands, trigger words in that shell, made it the primary consciousness, and gave you the skills necessary to perform their missions. After every mission they would program you again, turning you back to that blank state, to that asset. You would forget the mission you just did, like you did your previous identity, leaving only the asset, to be commanded by whoever said the trigger words. Bucky was horrified by what had happened to him, but he let the woman continue. What I was able to do was remove the core personality, the one that was modified by Hydra and slowly started to trickle in your memories from prior to your fall. You started to redevelop into Bucky Barnes. As for the other memories, I can't constantly keep them suppressed. They're a part of you. I mean I could, but it wouldn't be good for your mind, especially with years' worth of memories and experiences, horrible as they may be. I was able to remove the memories of the reprogramming and the brainwashing, for your sake and to prevent you from falling due to them again. As for what you did while under Hydra's control, that is something that you'll have to deal with. You'll slowly start to remember your missions, the lives you've taken, nothing more. Was I this bad? The woman nodded. Yes, you were. Well, at least Heir was being truthfully blunt with him. It's better if he had the current information before doing anything. But before she could get out, he asked her, my friends. The Howling Commandos lived their lives as celebrated heroes. They had children and grandchildren. I don't know if they're still alive, but you still have Steve who joined a team of superheroes. And James Howlett, another long-lived individual, he's amnesic but is working as a teacher for students with certain abilities. Bucky chuckled at that. Really, James, a teacher? The woman nodded. Survival training, I think. He terrifies his students as far as I know. With that said, you're going to have to decide what you're going to do now that you're in your right mind. Here it is, the sales pitch. I assume that you have a proposition. The woman nodded. Yeah, you could leave and join Steve's team, although you wouldn't be very welcome when they realized that you shot one of his teammates and killed another teammate's parents. You could go join Howlett, although he goes by Logan now. He wouldn't remember you, but if you explained yourself he would be understanding, or you could go your own way and do whatever you want. Just get to your offer already. The woman snorted. Fine. Hydra happens to have angered me slightly. I don't appreciate the attacks and the assassinations, which is why I'm going to bring the fight to them. Do you want to join me? It didn't take Bucky too much time to choose. It was an easy decision after all. Chapter 210, Eviscerate the Body. March 13, 2012, New York City. Bucky Barnes POV. Here it is, the sales pitch. I assume that you have a proposition. The woman nodded. Yeah, you could leave and join Steve's team, although you wouldn't be very welcome when they realized that you shot one of his teammates and killed another teammate's parents. You could go join Howlett, although he goes by Logan now. He wouldn't remember you, but if you explained yourself he would be understanding, or you could go your own way and do whatever you want. Just get to your offer already. The woman snorted. Fine. Hydra happens to have angered me slightly. I don't appreciate the attacks and the assassinations, which is why I'm going to bring the fight to them. Do you want to join me? It didn't take Bucky too much time to choose. It was an easy decision after all. Jasmine Sayer POV. It's been a few days since I recruited Bucky Barnes in my mission to completely annihilate Hydra, and I've spent my days ever since by planning for their perfect downfall. For now, I was in my office ironing out that last few details of the plans that I made with Celine. The woman could be very devious when it comes to destroying organizations. It's a bit of a disturbing pattern, but at least it was helpful now. To be honest, the most beneficial thing to this plan was actually my death sense. Like I mentioned before, I was now able to sense how to destroy anything, be it physical or conceptual. An organization like Hydra was entrenched deep in every government in the world. They seemed invincible, in a way. They made themselves indispensable for the functionality of pretty much any important organization on the planet. But, with my senses, I knew exactly where to prod, where to poke to be able to destroy them without them even realizing it. With that done, I deemed myself ready. As agonizing as my new ability currently is, it was perfect for dealing with Hydra. Considering that I had a plan to deal with it during the next full moon, which happens to be in a week, I have a deadline to start implementing my plan. I summoned Bucky to my office and waited for his arrival. The World War II veteran was surprisingly accepting of the whole magic thing. He was still a mess and started to get nightmares about his actions as the Winter Soldier. Honestly, I think that the men would have broken down a day after me restoring him. I think that the promise of revenge against Hydra and the idea of meeting Steve Rogers again was what kept him going. I have to admit that the man was disturbingly bloodthirsty when it came to destroying Hydra, and he was getting restless staying at the mansion doing nothing. At least now, I had something for him to do. I heard a knock to my door. That must be Barnes. I tell him to come in and I take a look at him. The man had cut his hair, but was starting to slowly grow a beard. It's curious how a little haircut and facial hair could make someone look entirely different. Still, Bucky looked sleep-deprived, and was visibly fidgeting at my presence. He didn't speak, probably seeing me as a superior, and his army reflexes took over. I smiled at him. Hello, Bucky. You must be wondering why I asked you to come to my office. The man nodded but didn't speak. I continued, well, I have some good news. The plan against Hydra has been finalized. Your first mission is tonight. Barnes immediately looked up in surprise. What's the plan? Tonight, I want you to go to New Jersey, more specifically, to Camp Lehigh. I want you to sneak in, without anyone being able to trace it. I want you to put these 2 stones in one of the bunkers and then get out of there. I want there to be no signs of intrusion, escape, or even malicious intent. The man gave me an outrageous face, and what is this supposed to accomplish? I thought that you wanted to destroy Hydra, not ask me to trespass in an old, abandoned army camp in New Jersey, and put stones of all things in a bunker. I snorted at him. Trust me, this will have a bigger impact than you could possibly imagine. The camp is not as abandoned as it appears. It has one of Hydra's biggest assets, one of their strongest minds, the person who actually rebuilt Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., the man that experimented on you, Arnim Zola. What? Zola uploaded a version of his mind to a computer. It's archaic, but it's enough to revitalize the movement even if we destroyed Hydra. This is their backup, and we're going to have to destroy it first. Bucky visibly relaxed, and what are the stones supposed to do? One of them fries any electronics, destroys every hard drive, any form of data really, not unlike an EMP. It should be enough to kill any version of Zola that exists in the camp. And the second one will start a believable enough fire the moment an intruder arrives at the base, meaning that if Hydra agents choose to check on Zola for any reason, it will look like an accidental fire occurred and destroyed him. This way, we're taking a major asset from Hydra without them realizing it. But, what about going for Hydra directly? I snorted, eager, aren't you? At his passive face, I sighed and continued, here's the thing, Hydra is an organization like any other. The main reason that people join is either because they're directly getting more power, which is a minority, they're brainwashed or threatened somehow, which is another minority of enhanced soldiers that they need under their command, or simply because they're getting paid, which is the main motivation of anyone joining an illegal organization. You take out the money, and most of their soldiers disappear. The average Hydra soldier is barely better than a mercenary, which is why we're going straight to the source. So, we're stealing their money. I shook my head. No, I'm stealing their money. What you're doing is something far better. You're going to help me get rid of Hydra's head. You know their favorite saying, cut off one head and another shall take its place. He nodded, and I continued, well, this time we're killing the main head, the new Red Skull so to speak, and while they keep infighting, we're going to attack when they least expect it, and take their assets. We'll release some of the dirt we have on their weakest links, and Hydra will start collapsing into itself. While they're scrambling away, we're going to kill every single leader one by one, and then capture the people that they brainwashed. With that done, Hydra can barely be considered a mercenary group that is inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and with that organization probably getting dismantled under the current UN investigations, without even including a couple of plans and operations that I'm planning to leak to the public, to put the final nail in the coffin, Hydra will officially be destroyed. Barnes looked thoughtful for a second. It's a good plan, but not a foolproof one. Although, I will gladly kill this new Red Skull, it's not going to be easy. I chuckled at that. Actually, it's going to be extremely easy. You see, what the Red Skull never had was a civilian identity. This is the current leader of Hydra. I wave my hand and make an illusion with Alexander Pierce's face on it. Barnes looked at the men dismissively. He doesn't look like much. I snorted. No, he doesn't. But he happens to be the secretary of the World Security Council. Nowadays, people don't pick brawn over brain, they choose to scheme and stab people in the back instead, and believe me, Alexander Pierce is a very good schemer. So, how do I kill him? I believe that someone of his station will probably always be protected by a small army. I nodded at that. Yeah, which is why you're not going to shoot him. I will give you a serum which will temporarily shape-shift you into another person, a general bodyguard. I will give you a needle with a numbing charm applied to it, and an untraceable poison that will disappear after 2 days of being administered. It will start causing small damage to the heart, and the men will suffer a heart attack 5 days later. There will be no suspicions, no evidence of problems during the autopsy. As far as anyone outside this mansion knows, it will be completely natural. If we're too obvious, the remaining Hydra leadership will choose a temporary leader to deal with the attack. It has to be untraceable. And when are we supposed to get close enough to hit him? During the hostile takeover of my company, of course. I stifled a chuckle at the look on the soldier's face. Wait, what? You've killed me, remember? As far as the world is concerned, Morgan Evanshade was found dead in a freak car explosion in a parking lot. Apparently, the engine overheated. It's what the police report says anyway. Now, I left all my possessions to my niece, Jasmine Heir, another identity of mine. But, from what I know, Pierce is trying to take over the company by claiming to have bought the shares. He faked documents and everything, even bribed Morgan Evanshade's law firm, and he will claim to have bought a controlling share of the company that should have gone through before Morgan's untimely death. He will attempt to blackmail me into compliance during a coming meeting and will probably bribe a judge if it goes to court. He'll try to do it quietly and entice me with the billions I would make from the sale. To do that, he'll have to get a meeting. You'll be posing as a security guard that day and will prick Pierce with the needle when you check him. Afterwards, we'll just have to destroy the documents he faked, and erase the memories of everyone involved. With that move, we will have taken out Hydra's leader and their backup. What about the metal arm? I chuckled and waved my hand in front of him. His arm started to slowly be covered by a small layer of skin. Don't worry, nothing and no one will ever be able to notice the fact that your arms are different. And don't worry, I'll alter the arm enough so that it'll fit your new look during the mission. When's that mission going to be? Tomorrow morning. So, are you ready to deal the biggest blow to Hydra that anyone has dealt in decades, without them even realizing it? The bloodthirst grin on his face would have terrified anyone else, but for me it was encouraging. Fuck yes. I smirked back at him. All right, before you go, here's something you're going to need during your mission. I open a drawer and give him a necklace. It wasn't just a necklace though, it was a dog tag, specifically, Bucky's own. He looked at me gaping. Where did you find this? I chuckled. Believe it or not, I stole it from Captain America's exhibit in a museum here in New York. I snuck in last night and left a replica there. But I didn't give you that just for nostalgia's sake, I added a spell to it. I want you to put it on and pinch the tag. Bucky followed my orders, and gasped as he turned invisible. He pinched the tag again and returned to view. This is awesome. I snorted. This is what you're going to be using to bypass the security cameras. You're going to pick the locks, sneak in and just leave the rocks in the bunker. The moment you leave, call me, so that I activate them properly. With this, we will have made our first step in destroying Hydra permanently. Chapter 211, Acquisition. March 16, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I open a drawer and give him a necklace. It wasn't just a necklace though, it was a dog tag, specifically, Bucky's own. He looked at me gaping. Where did you find this? I chuckled. Believe it or not, I stole it from Captain America's exhibit in a museum here in New York. I snuck in last night and left a replica there. But I didn't give you that just for nostalgia's sake, I added a spell to it. I want you to put it on and pinch the tag. Bucky followed my orders, and gasped as he turned invisible. He pinched the tag again and returned to view. This is awesome. I snorted. This is what you're going to be using to bypass the security cameras. You're going to pick the locks, sneak in and just leave the rocks in the bunker. The moment you leave, call me, so that I activate them properly. With this, we will have made our first step in destroying Hydra permanently. The very next day, I drove to my company, waiting for my meeting with Pierce. Bucky had already gone there during the morning, acting as one of the guards, who was asleep in his bed thanks to a sleeping pill given to him by Barnes. Truth be told, if I wasn't paying attention, it would be easy for me to not notice anything weird happening, and if I didn't use my telepathy, of course. I walked into the company building and waited for the elevator to get me to the meeting. I looked around and saw that almost everyone in the building was wearing black, mourning the loss of Morgan Evanshade. It was weird, in a way, to see people mourning your loss, especially people that I practically never interacted with. I could understand the readers mourning the loss of the authors who wrote their favorite books, but I never would have expected so many people to mourn my death. This started as an easy way for me to make money. Writing stories that I barely remembered from my old life was an easy way to fake some sort of literary genius and make easy sales. I started this before I went back in time, as a way to secure my financial stability as a child. What a fool I was back then. I had thought that stealing the memories of a scientist made me an expert. I had thought that I was a genius of the highest caliber, pretty much copying scraps of knowledge from the minds of educators. I had never assimilated it, and it showed. It gives me a great head start, especially when I started making programs and websites, but when I tried making Alfred, a virtual intelligence, to help me, I would have never even come close to making something like him with the way I was. There's a lot of things that I didn't take into account when it came to something this complicated. I now know that my future self had used her telepathy to slowly influence me into making the right choices, writing the correct code, without me even realizing it. Alfred was as much a creation of the past as the future. For a telepath to just copy an entire database of memories was frankly very dangerous and impractical. You needed to relive the memories to incorporate them into your own mind, but that's not the worst part. You needed to have the skill to watch the memories as a spectator, and not as the persons themselves. You needed to separate their feelings, and only watch through their eyes, listen through their ears, smell through their nose, and watch every memory, learning from them, one by one. It was a slow process. Yes, it was faster than learning the hard way because time passes differently in your mind. It would be easy to assimilate an entire personality when doing something like this, something that my past self never even considered, and would have caused severe damage if my future self didn't put bindings on every one of the personalities I absorbed. Thank God that this was easily caught during my study of the mind arts in Atlantis, and I was able to resolve them after centuries of work. And that's not mentioning the fact that my future self made sure to protect me from anyone noticing my frankly liberal use of telepathy. I was good, a prodigy even, but if someone with the skill of the Ancient One had found me, there's little I could have done at the time to protect myself. Fuck, I really was an overconfident mess when I was younger. But I will admit that writing my books was a good idea, even if they're not my own ideas, as they had inspired many other writers and artists, creating a rise of the impact of the arts. I, at least, was happy with the results of my greed when I was a child. It was a sad thing, watching as the world tried to deal with someone as established in the entertainment industry as Morgan Evanshade pass away. She was the writer, the storyteller. It was an honor, in a way, for me to be her. She had impacted the world in a very significant manner. It was more than that. Her books, their ideas, their values, taught children and adults all around the globe how to behave. She had unknowingly shaped the lives of millions if not billions of people. It was humbling in a way, to have changed the world so much in a single lifetime. But everything comes to an end, and Morgan Evanshade wasn't needed anymore. I chose to keep that persona dead because with the coming crisis, I won't have time to keep writing books. The reserves I had made were almost over, and this was an opportunity to leave behind the persona of Morgan Evanshade without retiring, which could have caused complications down the line. Plus, it made Hydra confident about the success of their little mission. The Winter Soldier might have disappeared, but at least his objective was complete. They're probably scared that he might have been captured on his way back or something. As far as they're concerned, all communications went dark the minute the Winter Soldier entered the parking lot. There were no cameras, no security footage, no radio, no electronics, nothing. It was a ward I added to every single portal to my mansion, preventing anyone from getting any footage if they somehow trespass, and also with how connected the world was, people will avoid a place like this if they accidentally stumble about. Of course, no one could activate the portal accidentally, and if they do, they'll be subjected to the wards on the manor, which are very subjective. Long story short, as far as Hydra knows, their asset went inside, planning on terminating his target, but he never came out. I removed the wards and the portal after I captured Barnes, as to allow the police to investigate the crime scene. But they would find nothing other than a freak engine explosion to explain my death. If I was honest with myself, I wasn't bothered with the attack. Hydra obviously wanted to buy my company, and with it, a better control over the media. They didn't try to kill the Morrigan, foolish as it may be, and I didn't take offense to them trying to kill my previous persona. Assassinations happen all the time, and a lot of people tried to kill me before. The truth was that I was bored. I couldn't start preparing for the coming conflict without resolving my death sense problem, so that it wouldn't overwhelm me too much. I had planned on doing so during the full moon next week, so I had to do something to keep my mind off the sense. It was like a constant buzzing, distracting me, telling me how to kill everything around me. It was especially disturbing whenever I was near my loved ones. Seeing ways to kill Celine, Wanda, Rose or even Jean, whenever I was near them was starting to affect me, and I needed a distraction to keep busy. And destroying an evil organization in a week, without me going full Morrigan and hunting them down agent by agent, seemed like a good challenge. So, I chose to use the opportunity that was presented in front of me. I was going to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra at the same time, two international organizations with high-tech weaponry and an even more impressive budget. Finding James Barnes was a treasure. He was the scalpel that I was going to use to cut apart his former master. He had already completely killed Arnim Zola and set a trap for the Hydra agents that will probably check on him when things go to shit. He completed his mission perfectly and wasn't noticed by even a single security camera. With that, I let him get ready for the next mission, killing the head of the snake. As for now, I walked towards the meeting room, as Jasmine Heir, Morgan Evanchade's niece and named heir to all her possessions in her will. I was immediately greeted by Morgan Evanchade's attorneys, and I sat down waiting for Pierce's arrival. The man wasn't far behind. I watched through Bucky's eyes, using my telepathy, to see him recognize Pierce's presence, and walk towards him to look for the invitation. He used the small needle I gave him to surreptitiously prick him as he shook his hand. There was a numbing charm on the needle, meaning that the man didn't even feel a thing, and after seeing the invitation to the meeting, he gave the Secretary of the World Security Council directions to the meeting room. This was it. Alexander Pierce was a dead man walking. The truth was that all the needle contained was a small serum. Barely any poison would be enough to kill him with this little volume of it, which is why I didn't use a poison at all. I enchanted a small serum that'll completely integrate itself into his blood, with no traces. The serum would force the cholesterol in his blood to gravitate near a single point. After 5 days, he will end up having a heart attack, seemingly from natural causes, which will kill him. It was a dirty little assassination trick, but it works, and no one would even suspect anything, and if they did, they would have no way of knowing how this happened. With that, Hydra's fall will be inevitable. I have Alfred ready, having spent that last few days searching for the assets that are solely Hydra's not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s, in all the countries. He isolated them, found the accounts and was ready to corrupt the data, to destroy any traces of their existence at a moment's notice. When Pierce inevitably dies, Hydra's high command will start to fight for his role, both in S.H.I.E.L.D. and in Hydra. While they do this, the main funds of the organization will disappear, which means that their soldiers will not be getting paid, removing their armed forces. The only money left will be the physical stuff that's hidden in various caches. It wouldn't be even a fraction of their previous fortunes. But with this, the organization will start to fragment into multiple factions led by whoever finds the money first. With that done, it will be easy to find every faction and kill them one by one, alongside the high command. This will be Barnes' job in the termination of Hydra. While I was daydreaming about Hydra's inevitable demise, Pierce walked into the room in an overly expensive suit, like he owned the place, and he sat down in front of me. I could see his eyes widen in recognition and horror when he looked at me. Pierce had no idea who Morgan Evanchade named as her heir. The letter with the meeting was sent to her attorneys. He had no clue that Jasmine Heir was her niece, or that she was the one who inherited the empire that is Marvel Media. Looking at him now, I stifled a chuckle. Nick Fury must have told him about our little conversation a few years ago, where I scared the crap out of him, Barton, and Romanoff. The man couldn't help himself and cried out, "You." Chapter 212, Piercing the Heart. March 16, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. While I was daydreaming about Hydra's inevitable demise, Pierce walked into the room in an overly expensive suit, like he owned the place, and he sat down in front of me. I could see his eyes widen in recognition and horror when he looked at me. Pierce had no idea who Morgan Evanchade named as her heir. The letter with the meeting was sent to her attorneys. He had no clue that Jasmine Heir was her niece, or that she was the one who inherited the empire that is Marvel Media. Looking at him now, I stifled a chuckle. Nick Fury must have told him about our little conversation a few years ago, where I scared the crap out of him, Barton, and Romanoff. The man couldn't help himself and cried out, "You." I gave him a cheeky smirk. Yes, me. This was going to be so much fun. I watched as the man in front of me, Hydra's leader, tried to compose himself and not flinch every time. I made a move. It was funny, in a way, to see one of the most powerful, at least politically that is, men in the world, try not to act intimidated by me. Truth be told, I actually read S.H.I.E.L.D.'s report on me, and I have to say that it was hilarious. They painted me into some sort of demon from hell, who could erase any information on the planet, be it physical, digital, or even memories, although it doesn't seem to work on mutants. I guess erasing Wanda's past would freak out any intelligence agencies. Add in the fact that they suspect me to be a telepath, that I can do some kinds of illusions, and had some kind of danger sense. Since I caught Barton's arrows, they labeled me as a high-class threat to be approached with caution. That was the problem, they didn't have any understanding of my presumed powers, which means that whatever they have is pretty much pure speculation and they knew it. Still, I could imagine Pierce freaking out when Nick Fury gave him a report of my confrontation against him. They think that I had some sort of master plan that involved me playing teacher to some of the most powerful mutants on the planet. A plan that unfortunately, or fortunately for S.H.I.E.L.D. at least, backfired, causing my disappearance during the Asteroid M event. They assumed that I had been killed by Magneto, since I hadn't been seen since. Now, put yourself in Alexander Pierce's shoes. He tried to gain control over the most powerful media company in the world, probably hoping to add in some Hydra propaganda that would slowly get the population to accept their ideologies, and he ended up killing the former owner who was interested in the politics of things, and accidentally got a very dangerous woman to take over instead, a woman he had thought to be dead, and he just gave her control over a company worth at least tens of billions of dollars. I could see it in his face as he realized that he won't be dealing with an ignorant new heiress that he could easily manipulate into giving him the company. I just upped the stakes. He now had something to lose if he doesn't manage to take control over Marvel. All of this reflection took place in a few seconds, where he analyzed the current data and got a conclusion. He took control over himself and started talking. Ms. Sayer, I am happy to see that you are well. I didn't know that you were related to Ms. Evanshade. My condolences for your loss. I stifled a snort. Thank you. She was my aunt. We didn't talk much, but she was family. Although, I have to say that I'm even more surprised to see you, Mr. Pierce. I had thought that with the trouble coming your way, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s way, you would be busier and not try to enter negotiations with my new company. Your new company? Ah, yes. Auntie Morgan gave me control over the company in her will. I have to say that I didn't see that coming. I'm sad that the world will be deprived of any more of her books. I have to say that the woman had a very active imagination, and a certain way with words. Hydra's current leader leapt at the chance in front of him. Now that you bring it up, I wanted to speak with you about your aunt's company. The truth is that Ms. Evanshade and I had come to an agreement months ago with me purchasing her shares of the company. I would have thought that with her passing away, that whatever agreement you had with her would be null and void. Well, fortunately, there was a clause in the contract in case any accident should happen to either of us. The next of kin would end up completing the contract. He threw the fake contract in front of me, and I took a good look at it. It wasn't bad per se. It was actually pretty clever from his perspective. If I had been a bit more naive and thought the document to be authentic, it would look like a standard contract with a reasonable buying price. Anyone would be a fool to not just accept, especially if they had no idea if they could run a business as big as Marvel. Unluckily for Pierce, I knew that Morgan Evanshade never signed anything with him, and thus could extrapolate what he really wanted from the agreement. I raised an eyebrow and looked around. The lawyers and security detail were trying to pretend not to listen to our conversation. I raised my voice, everyone out. They looked confused for a moment. Everyone that isn't me or Alexander Pierce, get out of the room. The spectators to mine and Pierce's meeting slowly got up and left one by one. With everyone who left, I could feel Pierce getting even more nervous, until there was no one left but me and him. I raised an eyebrow. So, first, you kill my aunt, and then pretend that she had some agreement to get her company. I thought you were a scumbag first, when you decided to nuke one of the most populated cities on the planet, but even then, I thought that you made a simple mistake and had humanity's best interests at heart. But fraud on this level isn't something I expected from the Secretary of the World Security Council. The man tried to look smug, but I could still feel the fear emanating from him. These are very serious accusations. Ms. Sayer, are you sure you can back them up? I chuckled. I don't need to back them up, Mr. Pierce. Do you truly think that there's a reason I cannot erase this little scheme of yours like I did with Wanda Maximoff's paper trail? Fury told you about me. Of course he did. You're his superior, and in what way did he ever allude that I was an idiot or a pushover? Pierce looked like he swallowed a lemon. He didn't expect someone like me opposing him. He stayed silent and I continued, really, what do you expect from an organization like yours? You're barely functional and soon to be destroyed anyway. There's an expiration date on your job, Mr. Pierce. I wish you good luck in your future job hunting. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a peacekeeping organization. No matter what mistakes we made in the past, the UN will still keep us, because in our absence, chaos will reign in the world. I chuckled, not if the public pressures them. For now, the world sees you as an organization that made a mistake, a costly mistake, but a mistake nonetheless, but all it would take is a single whistleblower, a person who has seen something they shouldn't, and S.H.I.E.L.D. starts becoming a malicious organization. And we both know how deep the rabbit hole goes, Mr. Pierce. I don't have anything to hide, Sayer. Oh, so, we're done with the pleasantries, then, you have a lot to hide, Alexander. Your allegiance for one, is to be questioned, because if you tried this with my aunt, how many times have you bought out companies by assassinating their predecessors? There are countless tech companies that mysteriously got sold just after their former owners got caught in various accidents, and their next of kin decided to sell. You do see the similarities, don't you? The men stayed silent and didn't answer. I continued talking, but that's not the bad part. how compromised is S.H.I.E.L.D. today? How many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are actually S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and not your own little private soldiers? He stiffened at that. I don't. I interrupt him. Shush, don't try to deny it. I know about Hydra. I know how you've been growing inside of S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. Honestly, it's none of my business, so I kept out of it. But now, you just killed a family member of mine, one that was very dear to me, because you got greedy. I take exception to that. But, I still don't consider you to be my problem, until you make me that is. This is your first and only warning, stay out of my way, or you better hope the next attack kills me, because I will hunt down every member of your pathetic organization one by one until there's no one left. He scoffed, cut off one head, and another shall take its place. Do you seriously think that you're ready to face all of our might? I nodded, yes. Hydra is an idea. In its essence it's to give up your freedom for security and order. People say that ideas never die. I disagree, ideas die when it shows that believing in them will only bring misery. People will denounce them, then they're going to forget, and the moment that no one in the world even remembers what Hydra is, it is dead. Now, imagine if I could do what I did to Wanda's paperwork to your entire organization. No one will remember Hydra, no one will remember its values, its goals, not even you. What will you do then? Pierce started to look pale. You can't. He's right, I can't. Hydra is something massive with millions of followers, and with how cemented its history is in the world, it would take an absurd amount of power to change this using reality magic. With Wanda, all of the people who knew about her were less than 100 people in total and a few files. Changing this wouldn't be a problem, but something this massive will take a ritual similar to the one I made when putting up the Statute of Secrecy. It would take years if not decades to achieve this. But he didn't know that, did he? Pierce might be a dead man walking, but making him act erratic will help start the fracturing of Hydra. Which is exactly what he will do when he keeps trying to find out if I changed something in the world again without him knowing. I grin at him, but, I can. And wouldn't it be glorious, for Hydra to die in such a pathetic way? The man looked terrified out of his mind now. What do you want? I chuckled. Finally, we're getting somewhere. What I want is quite simple. Stay away from my family, stay away from my company, and I won't crush you and your organization like a bug. And believe me, I see you, who you truly are and how you truly act. This has never been about order or peace, this was about power. That's what Hydra seeks, no matter how nicely you try to put it when you recruit people. And as a show of power, I have taken your little asset, your winter soldier, as restitution for your act against my family. Like I said, this is your one and only warning. We're done here. I stood up from the room and walked out grinning like a loon. This really was fun. Chapter 213, Burning of Alexandria. March 16, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. The man looked terrified out of his mind now. What do you want? I chuckled. Finally, we're getting somewhere. What I want is quite simple. Stay away from my family, stay away from my company, and I won't crush you and your organization like a bug. And believe me, I see you, who you truly are and how you truly act. This has never been about order or peace, this was about power. That's what Hydra seeks, no matter how nicely you try to put it when you recruit people. And as a show of power, I have taken your little asset, your winter soldier, as restitution for your act against my family. Like I said, this is your first and only warning. We're done here. I stood up from the room and walked out grinning like a loon. This really was fun. Alexander Pierce POV. Alexander Pierce was one of the most powerful men on the planet, be it in his public persona or in his role as the current leader of Hydra. He was recruited when he was younger, and even now, he marveled at the scale to which Hydra influences the world. The phrase, cut off one head and another shall take its place, isn't an exaggeration. The way Hydra is set up, every leader has assistants or subordinates that could take over their post should something happen to them and they perished. They had so many people under their influence, going from normal grunts in various police forces, to mob bosses and international terrorists, to even the vice president himself. It was mostly done through bribery and blackmail. In the case of the vice president, they had influence over him through AIM, an organization that they acquired through S.H.I.E.L.D., that is developing a healing serum capable of regenerating even limbs. That's not to mention that it's even more impressive than Roger's super soldier serum in terms of enhancements. It was easy to dangle the serum in front of the vice president of the United States and watch him dance to their tune. Everything was going according to plan, super soldier serums were in development, Hydra had quite literally a finger in every major pie in the world. Nothing happened without them knowing. Almost every opposition was being eliminated before they could become a problem, and they had Zola's mind on retainer in case something happens. It was their time, their moment. Hydra was soon going to reveal itself to the public and they would be applauded for it. But unfortunately, the invasion happened, and with it, the Avengers were formed. It was a team of mismatched enhanced people that shouldn't have worked, and yet it did, somehow. Stark's ego, Roger's uncompromising morality, Romanoff's past, Barton's brainwashing, and that's not even talking about the fucking Norse god and the Hulk. This team was a legitimate threat, and so, Hydra started working on countermeasures to deal with them, should they become a problem. But that's not the main issue. The problem was that no one expected them to halt the invasion, let alone repel it. A nuke, powered by the Tesseract, was the only option they had on at least repelling the invasion force before it would spread. A nuke would have bought them enough time for the Air Force and the military to fight the aliens properly. It was the tactical decision. Unfortunately, some weird goddess from the Celtic mythology, the Morrigan, ensured that the invasion force was stopped, and they were even able to close the portal. Unfortunately, the order to send the nuke was already sent when the portal was closed, meaning that he and his fellow World Security Council members had authorized the deaths of every person in New York for no reason. Fortunately, the bomb was stopped by the Morrigan, who apparently perished from the attack. At least, it looked like she did. There was no body, but no one, not even a goddess, should be able to survive a point-blank nuclear explosion. She was probably vaporized by the blast. Still, by now, the media was incensed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decision. They had a point. The organization had almost blown up New York City, with a nuclear weapon that they shouldn't have. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D. was being audited by the UN, and soon, they would demand access to the organization's files, which means that Pierce now had to remove every sensitive file and Hydra project that is being developed in S.H.I.E.L.D. For now, they had two choices in front of them. They could either double down on S.H.I.E.L.D. and then fully take over the organization. The spy agency would then become a front for Hydra, and it will just serve their interests fully. This meant that they needed to protect S.H.I.E.L.D. from the coming investigations. Or they could just remove themselves from S.H.I.E.L.D. and let it sink on its own. Considering that S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of Hydra's biggest assets, even if unknowingly, they chose to save it and take over the organization later. To start, they needed the public support, which meant control over the media. The general population was really gullible at times. Unfortunately, most of the people chose to watch the news from Marvel channels, which is known for being as impartial as possible when releasing any news. This was one of the companies that they were never able to get spies inside. Somehow, the CEO, Celine Gallio, was able to find any spy or even informant in the company. But, right now, they were desperate. This was the only way to save S.H.I.E.L.D., so he chose to take over the company. To do so, he needed the majority shareholder, Morgan Evanshade, to die. She was a pretty popular author, one that built herself up from poverty with her remarkable stories for various audiences. Alexander would admit that he enjoyed reading her book series, A Song of Ice and Fire. He was impressed with how much emphasis she put on the politics in the story. But needs must, and thus Alexander Pierce sent the Winter Soldier out to kill the popular author. And everything seemed to work perfectly, except for the fact that their asset didn't seem to return and that they had no visual on the fight whatsoever. Still, Pierce assigned the mission of finding and apprehending the Winter Soldier to Sitwell, and decided to proceed with his plan of taking over the Marvel Media Company. He had planned on faking some paperwork, trying to deceive the new heir or heiress that a sale was already in progress. And in their grief, and with the threat of a large penalty when canceling the contract, they would sell their shares to him. Everything was going according to plan, until he stepped in the meeting room, a couple of days ago, and saw the supposed heir or heiress. It was a face that terrified the hell out of him, Jasmine Heir. He had thought her to be dead, perishing in Magneto's mad attack, or even being killed by the men beforehand. There hadn't been any trace of her for over 5 years. But here she was, sitting in front of him, looking at him with obvious amusement on her face. It wasn't her supposed power that frightened him. He had sat in front of far more powerful mutants without breaking a sweat. It was the fact that there was so little information about her. They had no idea what her capabilities were, except that she knew things that she shouldn't have known, had some sort of physical enhancement, and that she's able to make illusions. Other than that, the most terrifying thing he ever knew was the fact that she erased information from the face of the planet. When she got Wanda Maximoff out of her imprisonment, she erased every scrap of information about her, from physical files, from servers, even from the memories of thousands of people. She was one of the biggest security risks on the planet, and she was just sitting in front of him opposing him in his mission to save S.H.I.E.L.D., and thus, strengthening Hydra. It was terrifying, sitting across from her. And he almost wet himself when she revealed her knowledge of Hydra. She didn't even seem to care. That was the scariest part. She just kept smiling at him, like a cat watching a fish in a tank. And he had killed her aunt. He didn't even know that Morgan Evanshade and Jasmine Heir were related. When he returned from the meeting, he researched the relations between the two. They weren't physically related, which is how they missed it, but the Heir family had been the ones to invest in the publications of her first few books, meaning that the family was close. Still, the woman had decided to warn them, by simply taking the Winter Soldier as retribution. Hydra's prized soldier was probably dead by now, but the most terrifying thing was her threat. She alluded to being capable of erasing Hydra. To do to his organization what she did to Wanda Maximoff's identity. She would remove Hydra from history, from the minds of their own agents. It was a frightening prospect, to just have your memories altered. He had thought her to be a telepath, But his own anti-telepathy device should have protected him against her, and yet she still knew about Alexander's role in Hydra. She had to have a spy network of sorts. Had she infiltrated Hydra like Hydra did to S.H.I.E.L.D.? The woman was an enemy, there's no doubt about it, but is she worth the risk of angering her? No, he would not submit to the whims of some harlot. He was the leader of Hydra, the biggest organization on the planet. He was the most powerful man in the world. He would not be threatened. He would find the woman's weakness and lie in wait until she least expects it, and then strike like a snake hiding in the grass. Heir would serve as a reminder to those who threaten Hydra, threaten their ideals. For now, he needed to find a way to take over the damn media company before things become too much. Perhaps he could arrange for a hostile takeover. He could talk with Celine Gallio, the new CEO, into buying her own shares. They could do it slowly, and keep buying out the shareholders, and then find a way to bankrupt Heir, forcing her to sell a few shares which he will purchase and gain control over the company. This seemed like a nice first draft. He'll need to have a nice long conversation with his lawyers to iron out the details. Marvel Media Company would be his, no matter what. It was for the greater good after all, for Hydra's order. With that decided, he opened his phone to set up a meeting with his lawyers. Instead, he got a message from Fury, telling him to take a look at something urgently. He opened the link and found an article from the company he was just planning on taking over. It read in large bold letters, S.H.I.E.L.D., Protectors of the World or ITS Invaders. A pit formed in the man's stomach as he slowly read the article. Inside was a plethora of leaked files and mission reports. The situation would be salvageable until he saw the plans for Project Insight leaked on the article. This was Hydra's endgame, their ultimate weapon, their coup de grace. It was presented as a weapon by S.H.I.E.L.D. to enforce its laws. Funnily enough, the idea of a massive gun pointed at the head of the entire world wasn't appealing. This was bad, this was really bad. He could understand why Fury was freaking out. There was no way that S.H.I.E.L.D. was getting out of that one, no way in hell. Who could have done this? And the answer came to him immediately, Heir. She had arranged for this, for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inevitable destruction. This was her company, after all. He suddenly felt his chest getting tighter. It was a subtle pain that grew suddenly. His left arm started becoming numb. Suddenly, the pain became intense. His phone slipped from his arm, and Pierce's body followed. Alexander's last thought was of despair, to having watched his legacy unravel in front of him, to having seen his ambitions be destroyed. He knew that with Heir hunting them down that Hydra wouldn't survive, especially since they wouldn't see it coming. He muttered a few insults to the woman who ruined his life's work before the darkness claimed him. Chapter 214, 9 Lives. March 19, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I watched as my little curse worked and Alexander Pierce died from a heart attack. He was so adamant of his privacy that they didn't even notice that something was wrong until he stopped answering any phone calls and missed coming to work the following morning. I observed as the events unfolded, pushing the first domino in Hydra's little collapse. Scrying can be very useful when there aren't any wards against it. The previous day, I had asked the former Winter Soldier to infiltrate the base in Russia that had all of Hydra's super soldiers that were made with Howard Stark's imperfect serum that ended up getting him killed. It was a pretty close copy, if I was honest. But the men got stuck exactly where Dr. Erskine failed when he created the Red Skull. They didn't realize that what they made was slowly becoming more than just science, and for men of logic, they just couldn't grasp it. It was a ritual, which meant that something had to be given in return. It's a principal law of magic, for something to be gained, something should be given in return. The equivalent exchange, but more conceptual than its physical counterpart. The Red Skull had gained his strength but lost his humanity, his empathy. Captain America too paid that price, but this time, with me being involved, I was able to pick the price, which was pain, but Steve Rogers was always a broken boy, who was so self-sacrificial that it was absurd. He truly didn't have a malicious bone in his body. It was wrong, and even then, the ritual enhanced even his suicidal tendencies. I had to mess a lot with the ritual for it to return something that resembles a human being. Steve Rogers became a man of true good, and it disgusted me. Humanity is principally flawed, negative emotions are fundamental to our existence. Someone this altruistic shouldn't exist. It was an abomination. It was why I limited my contact with Rogers even after his return. The sky is blue, the moon orbits the earth orbits the sun, and humanity is flawed. It was a fact, something undisputable. It was because of these flaws that they could live and grow. Without them, they would just be things. Men were creatures of conflicts that craved peace. War causes each side to desperately want it to end. The intellectuals try to think of new and creative ways of ending the wars, which are then implemented, and should they work and the conflict end, another will begin soon because of someone power-hungry, or vengeful, or just greedy. It was human nature, the circle of conflict and peace, and it has been like this for thousands of years. Steve Rogers broke that cycle, a man without hate, without anger, without greed, without selfishness, was no man at all. He might look like one, but he's still a broken boy whose goal is helping people until he inevitably dies. Perhaps one day, he might regain a shard of what he lost. Perhaps, he could start feeling once more, do something selfish for once, but it was a slim possibility that I hope for his sake would come true. Now, that's what happened to a ritual I mitigated. Imagine a ritual where a price is not determined. The subject could pay with anything, and in this case, the Russian super soldiers paid with their minds. They were barely more than animals, wanting nothing more than to fight, with no concept of loyalty. They could easily be used to cause mayhem, but you would have no control over them whatsoever, and thus no control over the chaos that they would cause. Their danger was too much for me to just let them stay in Hydra's hands. I asked Bucky to kill them, ending their suffering. It was mercy, in a way. May they have the peace in death that they would never have found in life. With that done, I waited for Pierce's death to release Alfred's cyber attacks on Hydra's finances. I spoke up, "Alfred, start Operation 9 Lives." Of course, Mississippi. The virtual intelligence had sounded a bit too gleeful at my order. He must have been a bit miffed that Hydra tried to kill his creator. Still, this was the biggest blow against Hydra that they could receive, even with their biggest asset, S.H.I.E.L.D., being under review from the UN. I needed for Pierce to be dead when I started the attack, because he was the only one who had access to Hydra's entire financial web. Being the leader, he needed to know how every penny was being used. He was a bit of a control freak, but in an organization of cutthroats like Hydra, it wasn't surprising that he resorted to measures like this. Still, the way Hydra was being divided was brilliant, in a way, and yet would be the cause of their downfall. The organization was divided into cells. There was the S.H.I.E.L.D. cell, which was divided into smaller cells for every department. Hydra agents didn't know who else was a member of the organization outside their own cell. But each cell had a leader of sorts who was only aware of the leaders of the other cells and reported to the leader of the larger cell. It went on like this for every branch of the organization. It was this secrecy that allowed Hydra to spread like this and have almost no whistleblowers. The problem was, that if someone were to get rid of Pierce and every member that was just below him, all at once, then no one would actually have a real grasp of the functionality of the organization. And with no money to pay for anything, the organization would be crippled. The infighting would start because of the lack of orders and money. Most would leave, and the rest would try to take over a defunct organization, with almost no connection since they would have almost no idea what the other cells contained. After that, it would only be a matter of time before the entire organization dies with a whimper. I gleefully watched as every Hydra account got corrupted and erased from existence. There was no sign of their existence, and no one will be able to notice anything different. From my scrying, I was able to see that the Hydra higher-ups started to realize what happened to Pierce and were meeting later in the day in a hotel to decide on a new leader. It was a security risk, but it was one that they needed to take. It was tradition for the higher-ups to swear servitude to the new leader. Now, every high-level member of the organization from every country would be in a giant conference, in a location that I already knew about. It was almost too easy. I created a small portal and added a small decorative vase in the meeting room. The vase was enchanted with a sleeping spell and an explosive spell that would vaporize anything in the entire floor. I didn't care about collateral damage, since Hydra booked the entire floor to avoid anyone accidentally stumbling into their meeting. It was almost too easy. With that in place, the only major asset Hydra had left was S.H.I.E.L.D., and I grinned as I read the article I engineered. S.H.I.E.L.D., Protectors of the World or Its Invaders. By Ben Urich. A few days ago, one of the most significant events in human history occurred, one that people will speak of for centuries to come. We now have confirmation that there is other sentient life in the universe, and it isn't benevolent. The details are still uncertain, and no public statement has been made by anyone with information about the invasion, but we know for certain that the Norse god Loki attempted to invade our planet using an alien army that he transported here by opening a giant portal over New York City. Thankfully, with the help of a new team of superheroes that are now dubbed as the Avengers, which also included Loki's brother Thor, who wanted to stop his brother's invasion, Loki being a rogue from Asgard, were able to repel the invasion with a surprisingly low amount of casualties and property damage for the scale of the conflict. It was without a doubt a victory for humanity, but it also had some very dangerous implications, especially in regards to the peacekeeping organization known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, or S.H.I.E.L.D. for short. The organization in question is supposed to be a global one, under the UN supervision, and was created to avoid large-scale conflicts especially after World War II. It was surprisingly effective during the Cold War and was able to defuse many situations that could have escalated into nuclear weaponry being launched, which makes their mistake even more ironic. For some reason, while the situation seemed to be contained by the Avengers, the World Security Council, the council that decides S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, had judged the situation to be too hostile and sent a nuclear weapon to New York City, despite the current director's objections. This was, of course, leaked on the internet, probably by some outraged hacker who found out what happened. People were outraged and demanding accountability, as a mistake of the scale could have caused the deaths of millions of American citizens, and probably caused the death of the Morrigan, a member of the Avengers, who was able to contain the blast. We are still unclear on whether or not she survived, and no member of the Avengers was available to comment on our speculation. But outside of firing a nuclear weapon into a populated city, a weapon that they shouldn't even have access to in the first place, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mistakes could be seen as somewhat understandable. We waited for the current UN investigation to finish to make our conclusions, but alas, a few of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s projects were leaked yesterday which could have some disturbing implications. One of the main ones was a project labeled as Insight, which consists of satellites orbiting the Earth that would be capable of firing weapons with extreme measures. I wasn't the only one who felt how disturbing this is. S.H.I.E.L.D. planned on pretty much having a gun constantly pointed at every man, woman, and child on this planet. What would happen if one S.H.I.E.L.D. director decided that they wanted to kill someone or take over a country? What if someone infiltrates S.H.I.E.L.D., or even worse, what if there was a bug in the program? I don't even want to think about something like this falling into the wrong hands. Was this the peace that S.H.I.E.L.D. pretends to serve? Because with that weapon in the sky, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have conquered the world. No one could oppose them. That's not mentioning that the invasion itself happened because S.H.I.E.L.D. had been experimenting on some sort of energy source which activated and teleported Loki to our planet in the first place. The evidence could be seen in a security video of Loki's arrival that was leaked as well. People have been trying to deny some of these plans, but so far S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't commented on the supposed leaks and the truthfulness of their documents, which is very telling. With that said and done, we have to wonder. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. really worth the risk they pose? In the end, the decision is in the UN's hands, and we can only hope that they make the right choice. I have to admit, this little article was a masterpiece, a seed of doubt coupled by facts. In a few hours, everyone would have searched for the information leaked on the internet. In a week, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget would be slashed while it's under investigation, which will inevitably cause the dissolution of the organization in a few months, under the public's pressure. This was the power of the media, the power of a company I made because I was bored. I looked at the time and found that the Hydra higher-ups were in the middle of the meeting. I scried the hotel they were staying at and found them arguing about how to proceed. I mentally activated the enchantments on the vase that I put in there earlier, knocking them out. The cameras were disabled because of their paranoia, and I grinned at this. I observed as over 500 Hydra officials, the true backbone of the organization, slumped and fell asleep. People from all around the globe had flown in, just to attend this meeting. With that done, I activated the second enchantment on the vase, and it caused an explosion powerful enough to level the entire floor. Luckily, their meeting was in the top floor, which means that the building wouldn't be in danger of collapsing. I grinned to myself, an entire global organization. I killed them with barely a few spells, without me even actively fighting them. I barely even left my mansion. And thus, Hydra was no more, going out not with a bang, but with a whimper. Chapter 2:15, Preparations. March 20, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I observed as over 500 Hydra officials, the true backbone of the organization, slumped and fell asleep. People from all around the globe had flown in, just to attend this meeting. With that done, I activated the second enchantment on the vase, and it caused an explosion powerful enough to level the entire floor. Luckily, their meeting was in the top floor, which means that the building wouldn't be in danger of collapsing. I grinned to myself, an entire global organization. I killed them with barely a few spells, without me even actively fighting them. I barely even left my mansion. And thus, Hydra was no more, going out not with a bang, but with a whimper. It was the very next day that I revealed Hydra's downfall to my family, and Bucky. I summoned them to the living room. Unfortunately, Celine had to go to work today, so she wasn't here to celebrate the news. I waited until they arrived and spoke. Well, it gladdens me to reveal that from now on, Hydra is no more, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the way out. I took care of them. They all went slack-jawed at my casual admission. Jean was the one who broke the silence. You're talking about Hydra, the global organization that pretty much runs the world, the bogeyman of the underworld, a group so secretive that practically no one knows of its continuing existence, let alone how wide its network spreads. I nodded. Yep, pretty much. The last few days were very exciting. Wanda palmed her face. When you said that we were going after Hydra next, I expected some large battle with giant weapons of mass destruction or something. I chuckled. I got bored, and since using magic aggravates my condition, I chose to do it the sneaky way. That was a small side effect of Death's taint. Imagine my magic being like a bowl of clear water. Death's abilities were like drops of dye that someone put inside my magic. The more I use my magic, the more it is corrupted by the taint, and the more I am overwhelmed by its abilities. I was already burning up as it is. It was just too much. The power of a cosmic entity isn't meant to be used without cosmic energy to regulate it. Is that why no one is even talking about it? As far as I can tell, the net is full of conspiracy theories about S.H.I.E.L.D. because of the information you leaked. Rose asked with an eyebrow raised. I replied, snorting, well, I needed this information to finalize the plan, but still S.H.I.E.L.D. being dissolved is the final nail in Hydra's coffin. I removed all their assets, killed off their leadership, and every backup they had. The ideological aspect of Hydra, with the whole world conquering, is gone with them, leaving some mercs with no money to pay them. They'll find other employment in the next few months. These people only follow the money. They could still survive by infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. again, and all of this would have been for nothing. You just didn't like Nick Fury, and you wanted to get back at him for attacking you in your classroom when I was in high school. Wanda replied with an amused tone. I gave her a mock glare. You can't prove it. We all shared some laughter before Rose asked, what about AIM? I shrugged, they're not that dangerous, just some people who can regenerate and make some fire. It's not particularly dangerous, and I can wipe them out if I'm bored on another afternoon. I'll leave them for Stark and the Avengers to deal with. I looked around the room to see everyone's reactions to the news of Hydra's downfall. As far as I could tell, most of them were either impressed with the achievement or exasperated with me for just destroying an evil global organization on a whim. However, the former Winter Soldier was surprisingly subdued with the news. He was now a man with no purpose, with no goals, and there was nothing for him to do, no orders for him to follow. For the first time in 70 years, Bucky Barnes was free to do whatever he wished, but he was a man out of time. He belonged to the past. He didn't have a place in today's society, not really. And neither does Rogers for that matter, because the truth is that Steve Rogers died frozen in that iceberg. All that's left of him is Captain America, the super soldier. It's what everyone cares about today. As for Bucky, he had a few choices in front of him. He could meet up with Steve Rogers or with Logan, he could rent himself out as a bodyguard, he could do anything he wanted, and it was too much. The truth was that humans don't do well when they're truly free. They tended to revert to their basic needs, return to being savages. It was a paradox. In a way, humanity will always be an imprisoned race, striving for freedom, yet not really wanting to be fully free. The truth was that people want to be free to make their choices, provided that these choices are limited. The concept of unlimited choices is too daunting for anyone to be happy, and here was a proof of this. Bucky Barnes was free, the world was his oyster. I had offered to make him a fake identity, of healing his arm, or even making him a lifelike prosthetic. My magic was dense enough that something this small wouldn't cause my situation to deteriorate too much if I chose to make them. However, the men just looked lost at the choices. Being a former army sergeant didn't help matters. Soldiers, especially during wars, were ordered to do everything, and in a way, this translated to how easily overwhelmed he was with the simple concept of choice. Still, I needed to give him an offer, one that would ground him somewhat, help him get his feet under him, and start living for real. I looked at him and said, oh, right, Bucky, I finished your new identity. Your name will be James Barnes, a New York citizen. I kept your name since it's common enough that no one would care, and I made a family history and everything. I also made the prosthetic you wanted. I made it as lifelike as possible, but I gave it a strength boost like your metal one, and it's almost indestructible too. He gave me an obviously fake smile. Thank you. Not satisfied with his answer, I proceeded to make my proposition. I also wanted to offer you some employment here. He looked confused, and I clarified, even with Hydra pretty much done for. Inevitably, the small, fractured cells will try to make some noise. I wanted to hire you in case they make too much trouble. It's just a small position until you make a choice on how you want to proceed in the future. You would be able to leave whenever you wanted to, but I thought it would be prudent to tell you that you are welcome here. Even if you choose to leave, you're always going to be welcome in this place. His fake smile turned real. He answered me gratefully, thank you. I guess, I'm staying until I know what to do with my life. As I nodded, Rose asked me, so, what now? With the ritual being on the full moon which will occur on the 23rd of this month, I'm not planning too much right now. The Hydra thing was enough excitement for the last few days, so I guess I'll relax at home until it's time for the ritual. I nodded to myself and then remembered something. Oh, right, Rose, there was something I wanted to talk to you about in private. She nodded and the both of us left the room to talk. She looked apprehensive for some reason. Did she think that I was mad at her or something? I started, I have told you once that you're my chosen successor for protecting the magical world. Since we're both free for the next couple of days, I thought that this could be a good opportunity to show you what your duties will be, and what the perks will also be. She visibly relaxed and grinned. I was wondering what you meant when you said I was your successor. I shrugged. Well, my duties were too big for only a single person to deal with. That being the case, I chose to divide them for multiple successors. You, for example, are my heir in the magical world. Your main duties will be to make sure that no one in the magical world upsets the balance too much. That means no summoning demons, no mass rituals, no attempts at resurrections and so on. Like you probably noticed, I don't involve myself with magical politics much, unless I'm bored, that is. What do you mean with magical politics? She looked confused. If a country chooses to adopt an extremist view, or if a wizard conquers it and becomes a magical dictator, I don't get involved, but you could. It's not my problem, but you could see this as unacceptable. There's nothing stopping you from interfering. I just choose not to. She looked outraged by my decision. Why would you not stop them? I shrugged. Humans are terrible creatures. After a while, you start to see their flaws visibly, and every few decades, a mad wizard with delusions of power will try to conquer a shard of the world and declare himself as a god. I did stop them at first, but once I remove one, another appears a few years later. It happens a lot, and after a while, it's just not worth the effort of stopping them. There are much bigger problems than idiots who call themselves Dark Lords. Do you have any idea how many times I heard someone proclaim themselves to be the most powerful and dangerous Dark Lord, or Lady sometimes, in history? Trust me, Voldemort and Grindelwald are cute compared to the monsters I had to deal with in the past. Well, I'm stopping them. And it will be your right to, just don't ignore your other duties in favor of fighting Dark Lords. She had a confused look on her face, like what? I currently manage the population of magical creatures. I make sure that they're not hunted to extinction, that they're not defiled, and that they don't breed too much. But so many magical creatures are gone now. I grinned at her. That's what the world believes. If a species is endangered, I get them and give them a home. From the cutest harmless creatures to the most dangerous breeds of dragons, I have made sure to preserve them, and take care of them. I even collect magical plants. My gardens have plants that many potion masters would salivate to get a few ingredients from. The statute of secrecy has caused wizards to attempt to hunt down any troublesome magical creatures in fear of revealing magic to the muggles. If they deem the creatures to be too useful, then they domesticate them, but if they don't, then they simply kill them. I was able to save most of them, but even then, the population of magical creatures has dropped drastically in these centuries. Rose's eyes lit up at the possibility of her meeting some extinct magical creatures. However, she schooled her features and asked, "That's nice and all, but I never agreed to become your successor." Her reply shocked me. I always thought that it was a given thing. Rose Potter loved magic. She loved experimenting with it, using it in general. It was her passion. This should be her dream job. Why would she have any reason to refuse? Why wouldn't you? She must have seen the shock on my face, so she backpedaled. Quickly, I didn't say that I would refuse. I just want you to do something before I can accept. I gave her a confused look. Like what? I want you to speak to our parents. Chapter 216, Family Impossibility. March 20, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. Rose's eyes lit up at the possibility of her meeting some extinct magical creatures. However, she schooled her features and said, "That's nice and all, but I never agreed to become your successor." Her reply shocked me. I always thought that it was a given thing. Rose Potter loved magic. She loved experimenting with it, using it in general. It was her passion. This should be her dream job. Why would she have any reason to refuse? Why wouldn't you? She must have seen the shock on my face, so she backpedaled. Quickly, I didn't say that I would refuse. I just want you to do something before I can accept. I gave her a confused look. Like what? I want you to speak to our parents. March 21, 2012, Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow. Lily Potter POV. It was unusually cold for a day in March in Godric's Hollow. It was raining, which was somewhat normal in England. It was easier to count the days where it wasn't raining, to be sure. Still, James and Lily Potter sat huddled down in front of the fire. The Potter lady was just reading a book, one that she had read over a dozen times already, and pretty much knew it by heart. The Potter Lord, on the other hand, was just watching replays of Quidditch matches on his enchanted mirror. Lily had to say that it was quite the invention that changed the lives of pretty much all wizards and witches in the world. Truth be told, if one were to look at James and Lily Potter, they would assume that they were a happily retired couple enjoying a parentless life. And why wouldn't people assume that James Potter had retired as the head of the DMLE, one of the most prestigious positions in magical Britain? Lily Potter was one of the most recognized charms mistresses in the country, and the current headmistress of Hogwarts had begged her to come and teach at the prestigious school after Flitwick had retired. Their two children also had prominent careers. Their son, Nathan, was the current Minister for Magic, and had married a lovely young woman, Tracy Davis, and fathered two wonderful children. The eldest, Jasmine, was going to Hogwarts for the first time in a few months. Their daughter Rose, on the other hand, was a well-known prodigy in magic, with mastery over magics never seen before, and whose power was renowned in all of Europe, if not the world. Is it any wonder that people think that the Potter couple were still happy? And the truth was that they should be happy. People were envious of their success, of their children's success, of their newfound fortune. The Potter vaults were practically empty when the First War had ended, and it took a lot of effort for them to slowly build back the Potter fortune. Even then, James' salary wasn't enough, and Nathan couldn't even afford to try, especially after he became a father. In the end, it was Lily and Rose who ended up collaborating on a few Charms books, which ended up being so successful that they were recommended by Charms classrooms in Hogwarts and even translated versions were created for books abroad. With that said and done, the profits from the books were more than enough to rebuild the Potter fortune back to what it used to be before Dumbledore had tricked James into financing a war. Even then, the Potters still weren't one of the wealthiest families in the country, but they still regained some of their standing in the community, not that there was much of a community left. The balance of power in the Wizengamot was destroyed when the entire Death Eater population died when Voldemort did, and with Dumbledore gone, both political parties, the traditionalists and the progressives, had fallen completely. The Grey faction, or the Conservatives, did their best to revive the economy by spreading policies for commerce and trading. This snowballed into turning magical Britain into the hub of magical development and markets. People stopped caring about magical lineages, outside the few that had bloodline abilities and remarkable affinities, that is. Instead, they cared about the gold in their vaults, the innovation that this family made, and so on. It was far better than the pure blood ideology. Magical Britain was still elitist, but everyone had the same chance to succeed. So, that meant that in a society like this, the Potters were considered elites. Anyone would be happy in their position. But if someone took a closer look at them, they would notice the bags under Lily's eyes, and that James' hair started going grey. They rarely smiled in private, they rarely attended parties, unless it was to celebrate an accomplishment by one of their children or grandchildren. Outside these celebrations, the couple was rarely seen in public. The worst part was that everyone knew the culprit of the Potters' misery. It was their daughter, the lost Potter, the one that they gave away, the one that didn't grow up a Potter. The one that they had lost forever, by Dumbledore's hand. Truthfully, everyone in the magical world mourned the young woman's passing. It wasn't because of any connection to her, but because of what she could have represented, a new era of magical development. It was commonly known that the young girl was a magical genius. They had never seen anyone with that much skill in magic while being that young. They might never see it again. But one thing was for sure, and that was, that Jasmine Potter had created entire magical fields and extremely powerful spells that still stumped the unspeakables. Even now, Rose Potter was rumored to have access to the young witch's grimoire, which is without a doubt currently the most valuable magical tome in the world. Many have tried to attack Rose Potter in an attempt to steal the rumored book, but every attempt failed miserably, the young Potter being far more powerful than they expected. Still, Jasmine Potter died almost 20 years ago, and yet the Potter couple could still feel her absence deeply. The truth was the fact that their relationship was inconclusive. That was the problem, in the end. Lily's daughter just ignored them, she didn't want anything to do with them. Her baby wasn't angry, wasn't hateful, or outraged, she just told them to stay away and not speak to her. Lily had expected their inevitable reunion to have tears, shouting, insults, hateful comments. She was prepared for all of this. Even if she wasn't in her right mind, she had abandoned her daughter, her own flesh and blood, and she deserved all of Jasmine's hate. But the apathy was far worse. Their daughter just didn't care about them. If she was honest, Lily would have preferred her daughter to hate her. It would be proof that Jasmine still cared somewhat. But this disinterest was worse, far, far worse. Lily ended up watching from the sidelines as two of her children risked their lives in meaningless tasks for the entertainment of the magical world. It was horrible. But it didn't come close to watching her own daughter die by the hand of someone she trusted implicitly, just because of his greed. Dumbledore's betrayal had stung her deeply, but losing Jasmine, and any chance of ever reconciling with her was far worse. Her daughter had never said that she forgave her, or that she loved her. There was so much that Lily wanted to say, wanted to do, and she will never get the chance to. Perhaps if she had never given her blood to Dumbledore to summon her in the first place, her daughter would still be alive, even if they would never have seen each other again. It would have been much more preferable than to watch her die because of her own mistakes. And Lily knew that she was guilty. But the pain of losing your child was agonizing, it was mind-breaking, it was far worse than anything she had ever experienced, more than 1,000 Cruciatus curses, more than anyone could describe. And Lily would admit to not being strong enough to handle it. After the funeral, she had broken down completely. She didn't leave the house for years, and when she did, it was just to see Nathan graduate. It was a slow road to recovery, and even then, Lily was never the same after that. There was a gaping hole in her chest, a missing piece in her heart where her daughter previously resided. James wasn't any better, but he was able to bear through it for her sake. He became solemn, serious. He stopped joking around, stopped getting into trouble with Sirius and Remus. The Black Lord ended up stifled from the constant misery and slowly stopped visiting so much. Remus still visited, once in a while, but it wasn't enough to mend the breach between them. Sirius did lose a goddaughter, but while he was sad for a few months, he had never gotten to know Jasmine, and she wasn't his daughter, not really. It was cruel, in a way, but Sirius had ended up losing his best friend to his grief. Now, they only met on birthdays, nothing more. The grief was still there, but the wound was closing. It was still scarred, but they were healing. Lily ended up throwing herself into her charms research, and James into his career. But slowly, they started to burn out. James stopped enjoying his job, Lily started to take more free time away from her laboratory. After a while, they decided to retire, to stop running from their pain and confront it. They now accepted that they would never be the same after Jasmine's death, but that it didn't need to break them. They just needed to live with the pain. It was their decision, after all. Lily still hated her sister for what she had done to her daughter. But it seems that the universe punished her without Lily even doing anything. Her husband, Vernon, was found to be guilty of embezzling funds from the company he worked for. He ended up going to jail for 5 years. When he had gotten out, he could barely get any work and he ended up working at a minimum wage job at a fast food restaurant until he died from a heart attack. As for Petunia, she got into a car accident during Vernon's incarceration and was paralyzed from the waist down. The crippled woman had begged Lily for help, but the redhead had answered her sinisterly, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," the same quote the bitch told her when she bragged about what she did to her daughter. She was deemed unfit to continue taking care of her son, who ended up in an orphanage. Funnily enough, the boy had gotten straight and worked hard. He got a scholarship and went to university. He's now in good shape and works as an accountant at a firm in London. It was probably a better future than whatever his parents had planned for him. In a way, the Potters ended up getting their revenge, from the Dursleys, from Dumbledore, and without anyone left to blame but themselves, they made peace with their mistakes. Suddenly, Lily felt her mirror vibrate. It was a message from her daughter. Lily spoke up, "James, Rose sent me a message telling me that she's coming over with a guest. Did she finally find someone to settle down with? I've been practicing my shovel talk for decades but she never brought anyone home." Lily snorted, "I don't think so, she didn't mention anything the last time she came over. As far as I know, she's still traveling the world with her friends. Wanda and Jean, right?" Lily nodded, "All right, let's get ready before they arrive." James sighed and got up. They both went to their bedroom to wear clothes that are at least acceptable for receiving visitors. By the time they were done, they heard Rose's voice, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Lily stepped down to speak with her daughter, but as soon as she took a look at her guest, she froze completely. She recognized the black hair, the porcelain white skin, the green eyes, her green eyes. That couldn't be. Lily muttered while stuttering, Jasmine. Chapter 217, Closure. March 21, 2012, Potter Cottage, Godric Hollows. Lily Potter POV. Lily snorted, "I don't think so, she didn't mention anything the last time she came over. As far as I know, she's still traveling the world with her friends. Wanda and Jean, right?" Lily nodded, "All right, let's get ready before they arrive." James sighed and got up. They both went to their bedroom to wear clothes that are at least acceptable for receiving visitors. By the time they were done, they heard Rose's voice, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Lily stepped down to speak with her daughter, but as soon as she took a look at her guest, she froze completely. She recognized the black hair, the porcelain white skin, the green eyes, her green eyes. That couldn't be. Lily muttered while stuttering, Jasmine. The young woman in front of her gave her a complicated smile, "Hello, Lily." The Potter lady was stupefied from the response. Her husband wasn't any better. The couple just gaped at their eldest daughter in front of them. It was impossible, inconceivable, unthinkable. Did Rose somehow find a way to bring her sister back to life? Lily knew that the two of them were very close before her untimely death. Dumbledore, that backstabbing son of a bitch, had always said that reversing death was a feat that no magic can do, and the people who are desperate enough to try either die in the process or become monsters by doing something abominable. Lily looked at the girl who claimed to be Jasmine and tried to make out any type of deception or corruption. After a while, when she saw nothing, she gasped, "How?" Jasmine shrugged, "I never died in the first place. I waited until Dumbledore pretty much confessed his crimes in front of millions of people and fought enough to make our little duel look realistic, and when he tried to kill me, I just used an illusion. I had a fake body prepared and everything, but he chose to use a disintegration curse to not leave a trace of his crime, so I didn't even end up using it." James was the one who spoke next. "Why? Why go through all this trouble just to fake your death?" Their eldest daughter shrugged, "It was nothing personal, believe me. With Dumbledore dead, and Voldemort following him, alongside his Death Eaters, magical Britain was going to change irrevocably. And for the first time in centuries, there was no Dark Lord or Light Lord to influence its evolution, which meant that for the first time since the Statute of Secrecy, magical Britain was going to grow. You can see it now, how all wizards and witches are included, while traditions are still being maintained. From what I understand, everyone seems to have the potential to innovate and grow, so no one is segregated immediately. I didn't want to mess with that. My presence, as the most powerful mage in the country, would have upset the delicate balance I designed during my stay here. I wanted to see how this country would progress without someone leading it by the nose." James was starting to get angry. "You made us, your parents, think that you were dead, and you said that it wasn't personal. Your mother had a nervous breakdown. She didn't even leave the house for years until Nathan graduated, and you say that all this suffering was nothing personal. Rose interrupted his rant. Dad, you see, Jasmine is a bit different than us. She just thinks differently. The Potter lady was confused at this. What do you mean, she's different than us? Jasmine was the one who responded to his rant. I really didn't anticipate such an emotional response from you, especially considering that you'd barely had your daughter for a year. I guess, that's my bad, my mistake. You weren't innocent in the matter, but I didn't do this out of malice or because I was angry at you. I just had more important things to do outside of Britain. The Potters contemplated this for a minute before Lily spoke up. Rose said that you were different. Care to elaborate? Her eldest daughter snorted. After I escaped the Dursleys, I accidentally touched an artifact, a temporal one to be specific. I was sent back in time, and I couldn't die without closing the time loop, so I lived. I was adopted by a wonderful man, I grew up, I fell in love, had daughters, apprentices, and much more over the years. I am far older than I appear. And the truth is that whatever animosity I had for you had died down centuries ago. You were just a remnant of my past that I honestly forgot about until you summoned me during the previous Triwizard Tournament. James chuckled. Do you honestly expect us to believe this nonsense? Time traveling centuries back. What a joke. His eldest daughter just shrugged. Believe what you want. It doesn't change anything for me. It is your choice whether to accept or deny what I have just said. Rose stepped in. She's telling the truth. She showed me stuff, especially in Hogwarts, that made me sure that she was saying the truth. James looked disbelieving. Like what? Like a lot of things. Even the castle recognized her. She knew passages that even you didn't know about even when she just arrived in the school. She knew secret rooms, secrets lost to time, and so much more. And what would you expect? She was one of the founders, after all. Lily gasped. Her daughter was one of the Hogwarts founders. Which one was she? She wouldn't put it past her to pretend to be a man just to mess with future generations. Which one were you? I had many names over the centuries, but during the creation of Hogwarts, I went by the name Helga Hufflepuff. Well, wasn't that surprising? She didn't see that one coming. She expected her to be Ravenclaw, not the rumored kind motherly lady that Helga Hufflepuff was rumored to be. But with that said, there's something that didn't make sense. She turned towards her daughter and voiced her questions. Why now? Jasmine raised an eyebrow and Lily continued. You had your chances to clear things up with us. You waited almost 20 years to do so. I want to know what made you do it now. What changed? Jasmine gave her an approving look. You're a sharp one, aren't you, Lily Potter? Well, I will admit that a good part was because of Rose wanted me to. I made her an offer and she accepted with the condition that I clear things up for the two of you. But I will say that I was planning on doing this either way. This time Rose was the one who looked surprised. Really? The green-eyed girl nodded. Yes. During my time away, I ended up in a dimension that was similar to this one and I met my counterpart. Things were different. For one, my counterpart was a boy named Harry Potter. He had no brothers or sisters, and like me, he was targeted by Voldemort when he was a baby and was able to repel his killing curse as well. Unfortunately for him, his parents didn't survive. The young orphan was then sent by Dumbledore to the Dursleys, where he was hated and scorned by your sister. It wasn't as bad as my counterparts of the Dursleys, but it was still horrible for an innocent child. That boy was as pure and chivalrous as they came. He was altruistic to a ridiculous degree, but his deepest wish, his deepest desire was to meet the parents he never got to see. He would have sacrificed his own magic for a single day with the two of you. He made me realize that I had deprived you of closure. You failed me, as parents, but still, disappearing like that from your lives, faking my death like that, was unnecessarily cruel to the both of you. And I wanted to make amends by meeting you, at least one last time. It was only fair, after all. Lily leapt into her eldest daughter's arms, babbling, my baby. Jasmine stood there awkwardly and waited as the hysterical woman finished sobbing. Lily didn't care, her baby wasn't gone. All that stuff with the time travel didn't matter, because her baby was back. She was alive. After a good 10 minutes of sobbing, Lily released herself from Jasmine's grasp and sat down. She asked in a tiny voice, do you hate us? Jasmine shrugged, not really. I have suffered so much over the centuries, both physically and emotionally. What you did pales in comparison to my own sufferings. This would be like seeing your bully in primary school. It doesn't matter much in the long run when you're an adult. I don't even care about the Dursleys, even if I took my revenge on them, just for the principle, honestly. Lily didn't know what to say to that, but we abandoned you, we betrayed you. Yes, you did. You believed an untrustworthy man and abandoned your child to a miserable childhood. However, you were young, obscenely so. Lily was unstable and wasn't in her right mind, and James was a young man who was desperate for things to go back to normal. He took the first opportunity in front of him to get things back on track, and Dumbledore took advantage of that. You were young, you were naive, you were scared and hurt. I can understand making a mistake like that. What I don't understand is why you never tried to see me after things were in order. James answered, I'm sorry, the wards wouldn't let us get out, and us coming to get you would have destroyed the ones protecting you. Jasmine snorted, that was what Dumbledore told you. But you didn't even try. You were locked in your cottage for years and yet you never tried to research the so-called bonds of blood ward. It might be obscure, but you could have asked anyone on the outside to get the limits of the ward, to understand what you can and can't do. You would have realized that the ward, while powerful, and limited to the number of people it could protect, induced aggression when muggles lived under it. Everyone is born with a spark of magic, even muggles. It is a fundamental part for their soul to anchor itself to their bodies and minds. That ward kept messing with this connection, and in response it made them more aggressive. It wasn't something hidden, even, you just didn't try to look. You would have realized that your daughter was in danger in your sister's household. You could have had someone check on her, adopt her, and pretend to be her birth parent. You could have done so much, and yet you didn't. You wanted to be my parents, and yet I was far older than you could possibly imagine. I had no need for a mother or a father. I was an adult with centuries of experience in life. I could have tried being friends with you, but I just didn't see the appeal. Don't get me wrong, I stopped hating you a long time ago, but the way you handled yourself in the years after you left me is what prevented me from even wanting to know you as people. I had let go of my hatred of you, and chose to treat you as strangers, and if I meet a stranger who acted like you, I wouldn't want to be close to them. That was it, nothing more. Lily was heartbroken with this, as this was far worse than what she imagined. Do you think you would have loved us, if things were different? Jasmine gave her a warm smile. From what I could see, you were wonderful parents to Rose and Nathan, and for that you have my respect. Perhaps if your family hadn't been in the middle of riddles and Dumbledore's vendetta, things would have been different, but it does not do well to dwell on possibilities of what could have been and forget to live. The past is the past. It is immutable, unchangeable. You just have to live for what you have left. If it's any consolation, for all the pain your actions produced, all the suffering I got through, I am glad for it. I wouldn't be the woman I am today without it. And for that, I forgive you for any pain you caused me. Jasmine turned around calmly, went through the door and disappeared, leaving Rose, Lily and James alone in the living room. For the first time in decades, Lily Potter's eyes weren't so dim, she didn't feel heartbroken. I guess this is what it meant to have closure. Chapter 218, Entitlement. March 21, 2012, Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow. Lily Potter POV. Jasmine gave her a warm smile. From what I could see, you were wonderful parents to Rose and Nathan, and for that you have my respect. Perhaps if your family hadn't been in the middle of riddles and Dumbledore's vendetta, things would have been different, but it does not do well to dwell on possibilities of what could have been and forget to live. The past is the past. It is immutable, unchangeable. You just have to live for what you have left. If it's any consolation, for all the pain your actions produced, all the suffering I got through, I am glad for it. I wouldn't be the woman I am today without it. And for that, I forgive you for any pain you caused me. Jasmine turned around, calmly went through the door and disappeared, leaving Rose, Lily and James alone in the living room. For the first time in decades, Lily Potter's eyes weren't so dim, she didn't feel heartbroken. I guess this is what it meant to have closure. The three Potters just stayed there, without moving even slightly. After a short while, Lily turned towards her daughter with a strange look on her face. You knew. This whole time, you watched as your father and I were heartbroken. Did you spend all this time with her teaching you? Rose looked a tad uncomfortable. Not really. I found out that she was alive after the funeral. She had left me a letter telling me that she was alive and not to tell anyone. And the magic? James asked. She just left me a portrait to continue my education. Although after a few years she refused to teach me anything, said that I already had the tools to continue my magical education on my own. Lily sighed. So, you didn't see her? The younger woman shook her head. The first time I spoke to her ever since the funeral was in New York a few days ago. We were fighting the one responsible, Loki, and she helped us out. I heard about that. Makusa was up in arms, and they're still dealing with the fallout. Thankfully, not a single wizard or witch died, and none of the magical streets were hit. The people are still scared over there though. Was she involved in the invasion? James interjected. Yeah, she pretty much stopped it by herself. You probably didn't recognize her, she was wearing her battle outfit. The news ended up calling her the Morrigan. James snorted. Well, it seems that faking her death is a trend. Rose sighed, exasperated. I'm sorry for not telling you about her, but she trusted me with this secret, and I wasn't going to betray her. She didn't say it, but I know that she was disappointed with Nathan's behavior when she arrived in Hogwarts. Choosing to fake her death was her choice and I wasn't going to take it from her. Maybe, but you still watched us suffer and did nothing. And you saw her, she didn't care at all. Rose shook her head. It's not that she doesn't care, because she does. You have to understand, she might look like a normal witch, but she isn't. She's barely even human. We, mortals, don't live that long, we shouldn't live that long. And when someone does, it changes them in fundamental ways. The way they start caring, the way they express their feelings, their love for someone, the way they express their anger or hate. She's lived for so long, lost so many friends and people. She became very selective of the people she would care about. You have to understand that she lived for hundreds of lifetimes. Every single mortal lifetime for her would be like a year for us. Imagine if every friend you made would die less than a year after you meet them. It's such a cruel fate that I wouldn't wish on anyone. People keep trying to achieve immortality without even thinking about what happens afterwards. Lily had tears in her eyes. She never expected something like this. She never wanted her baby to suffer so much, to lose her humanity like this. I didn't know, I didn't understand. Of course, you didn't. Who would? You need to stop thinking about her as your daughter, because she isn't, not anymore. Jasmine Potter died a very long time ago. She doesn't hate you because what you did to her was so long ago, that she barely remembers it. The woman you met, the woman I befriended, the woman who calls me her sister, looked at you as if you were strangers. She tried to see if you were worth being in her life and found you wanting. She decided to ignore you, like she did the majority of the population. She saw your actions and decided that you would be too troublesome to have in her life. That's all there was to it. Nothing more, nothing less. James was obviously getting enraged, so, we just have to let it go, to just accept the fact that our own daughter, our flesh and blood deemed that forming any kind of relationship with us to be too troublesome. Yes. As far as you're concerned, you've barely done anything for her other than conceiving her. She was never going to accept you as her parents, no matter how much you try. She's a lot older and a lot more experienced than either of you. The two of you acting like her parents would be ridiculous. Lily whined at her, but it isn't fair. Of course, it isn't fair. It isn't fair to you or to her, but life seldom is. I asked her to come here not expecting you to suddenly become friends or family. I asked her to come here to give you closure, so that you could finally move on with your life, instead of wallowing in your own misery like you are today. You're not even 50 years old yet. In wizarding years you still have a lot ahead of you. And what have you done? You're both retired and the only thing you've done so far is write a few books where I made most of the contributions, and a short career in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where you barely got up from your desk. You need to start living again, to enjoy life. Go traveling, have fun with friends. Do something other than wallowing for hypothetical scenarios in your home. The Potter lady could see her daughter's point. She hadn't really done anything ever since her daughter left the country, being harassed by that Granger girl. Why Nathan still trusts that woman is something that Lily will never understand, especially with how she is actively targeting Nathan's own sister. She will admit that traveling seemed to have a positive effect on Rose. She seemed lighter, freer ever since she left the country. Perhaps another trip could help them start living again. James seemed to have come to the same realization. It has been a while since I went out with Sirius and Remus. I guess we really haven't been doing well in the last few years. Rose snorted, not doing well. The two of you spent days barely moving from the couch. Even Nathan noticed, and you know how dense he is when it comes to stuff like this. It's why he keeps leaving his kids here, because they're the only thing that cheer you up anymore. It's the only time you feel alive again. For Merlin's sake, Mum, Dad, even Jasmine has a wife and a daughter. Well, Nathan's weekly visits, even when he's busy, are making sense now. Wait a minute, did she say, wife? Jasmine has a wife. And a daughter. I have another grandchild. Rose chuckled, not really. Wanda is adopted and one of the most powerful witches I've met since Jasmine herself. She's a bit limited since her magic is unique to her and Jasmine, who has been away for a few years because of some accident. She didn't have anyone to teach her and has been figuring things out on her own. Lily smiled warmly. So, you're friends with your niece. Does she know who you are to her? Yeah, she knows that Jasmine is my sister, but because we're a lot closer in age, we're just friends. And trust me, she doesn't want anything to do with you when I told her what happened between you and Jasmine. She doesn't even acknowledge me as her aunt, just a friend she made. Lily's smile dimmed. What about her wife? Well, she's another immortal. She's a lot prickier than Jasmine, and definitely a lot more distant, but she obviously loves Jasmine and is loved back in return. They're very comfortable together, but they don't mind staying years apart if they're busy. It's like us going on a weekend apart, to be honest. It's not that daunting for them. If I'm being honest, I think she's the main reason why Jasmine still has a shred of humanity left. Having a companionship like that, while the rest of the world withers and dies, has helped her a lot. Lily tried not to think too much about the fact that Jasmine was married to another woman. It was a bit weird to her. She grew up in a Christian home and such things weren't even considered. Add in the fact that the wizarding world, while it allows for certain dalliances, is very strict with the continuation of bloodlines. The idea of a noble woman marrying another one, hence depriving the world of her offspring, was very taboo. Well, as long as she's happy, who was Lily to judge her actions? She could look at James and see how uncomfortable he is with the idea. But after a small glare, he shied away, understanding her implicit threat. Before they could do anything, they heard the telltale signs of apparition and turned around to see Nathan, his wife, Tracy, and his children who were running at her with their arms wide. Grandma. Lily forced a grin on her face and gave them a hug. I missed you so much. You know what, there's candy in the kitchen, why don't you go there while me and your parents have a little grown-up talk? They both whined, but Tracy interrupted them with a stern tone, no buts. Listen to you, grandmother. We'll be right back. Nathan looked at his sister, Rose. I didn't know you were back. She nodded. Yeah, I'm not staying for long. I just wanted to talk with Mom and Dad about something. Nathan shrugged. Anything important? Rose just shrugged and James murmured in anger. Yeah, like the fact that her sister is still alive isn't important. Wait, what? Jasmine is still alive? Nathan asked out loud. Tracy gasped when no one answered his question, taking it as a confirmation. Lily just glared at her husband. Are you happy? He shook his head. Sorry, it just came out. Rose shrugged. It's fine. She doesn't care about her anonymity too much anymore. Her goals in magical Britain are done. As long as you don't tell the press or something, I doubt she'll make a big deal out of it. Nathan just looked at them, flabbergasted, and pointed at Rose. Wait, you knew? All this time, you knew that she was alive, that I didn't cause my sister's death by listening to Dumbledore? Rose nodded. She didn't want anyone to know. She didn't want any of you to be held back and for you to grow on your own. She told me that she was proud of you, by the way. Are you kidding? That's her reason for not. Wait a minute, she said that she was proud of me. Lily stifled a chuckle as Rose answered, yes. She said that you made great changes in the country and that it's prospering because of you. While Nathan had a goofy smile on his face, Tracy had a very calculating look, and turned towards Rose. Explain everything. Rose sighed in defeat and nodded. All right, but it's a long story. Chapter 219, Responsibilities. March 21, 2012, Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow. Lily Potter POV. Rose nodded. She didn't want anyone to know. She didn't want any of you to be held back and for you to grow on your own. She told me that she was proud of you, by the way. Are you kidding? That's her reason for not. Wait a minute, she said that she was proud of me. Lily stifled a chuckle as Rose answered, yes. She said that you made great changes in the country and that it's prospering because of you. While Nathan had a goofy smile on his face, Tracy had a very calculating look, and turned towards Rose. Explain everything. Rose sighed in defeat and nodded. All right, but it's a long story. Rose Potter POV. Things took an awkward turn when Nathan had arrived at their parents' home. The kids were as loud as ever, but their father had been uncharacteristically silent on the matter of Jasmine's survival. Very few people actually knew how much her supposed death affected Nathan. It was a turning point in his life, the day that Nathan's innocence perished, and he finally started to grow up and think for himself. Not many people remember that Jasmine was Nathan's twin, and in the magical world, twin bonds are a very serious thing. Seeing his twin die in front of him had cut him deeply, but what was worse, was his role in the fiasco. Nathan had always trusted Albus Dumbledore implicitly. He was sometimes suspicious of him, but the man's reputation and role as his headmaster created a bond between them, one that turned out to be very one-sided, especially after the elder man's confession to planning on killing Nathan and robbing a priceless artifact from the Potter family. To see his trust, his action result in his twin's death had scarred Nathan. He was a lot less outgoing afterwards, a lot less trusting. His relationship with Tracy had almost gone in flames before the young Slytherin realized what was going on and set him straight, somewhat. This skittishness was still a problem today. He was still hesitant to trust any new acquaintance with anything, which meant that unfortunately, Hermione Granger, one of his oldest friends, was allowed to have far more power and influence than anyone in the ministry did, excluding Nathan himself. Even with the way she has been subtly trying to get access to her magic by getting her bound to Britain, Nathan still didn't do anything about it, preferring his sister to settle down, get married, have a few kids, in Britain, close to him. It created some tension between the two siblings, one that was growing stronger every day Rose doesn't return home, and Nathan doesn't stop Granger's witch hunt. Rose had even gone to Tracy to make him see sense, but the man's wife told her that he was being very stubborn with this. He had already lost one sister, he didn't want to lose another one to a dangerous foe on the other side of the world. She could see his point. Jasmine's supposed death still affects him to this day. Which is why he looked betrayed when her father revealed Jasmine's survival to him. It was like someone told him that his whole life, his ambitions, his goals, were all built on a lie. It must have shocked him greatly, especially when his sister knew about it for years. Truth be told, Nathan and Jasmine wouldn't have gotten along too well after the tournament. Jasmine was too apathetic, too calculative, and was rarely passionate about anything other than magic. She could spend hours lecturing the people around her about magic and its subtleties. Truthfully, Rose doesn't think that anyone in history has ever equaled her in terms of magical knowledge. Nathan, on the other hand, was very passionate, volatile, and could easily jump to conclusions, especially during a situation where Jasmine took a calculating risk. And while he was a powerful wizard, he never tried to branch out to any magical field outside his OWLs and newts. Even when Rose had tried to push him towards fire elemental magic, he refused to study it too much. Don't get her wrong, he's an amazing fighter, but his magical repertoire doesn't include a single spell that wasn't taught to him by either a Hogwarts professor or in the Auror Academy. There was nothing wrong with that, but Jasmine, no matter the number of battles she participated in, was an academic at heart, and Nathan was a born fighter, seeing magic as nothing more than a tool to be used. They're just different people, with different values. Still, Nathan's eerily calm expression when she told him that Jasmine was alive had made her uncomfortable. She hadn't told him the whole story, with the time travel and all, only that she had chosen to fake her death at the hands of Dumbledore so that she would be free to do as she wished and not be forced to stay in Britain, like the Wisengamot is still trying to do to Rose right now. Nathan will have to see her point, but in a way, it doesn't excuse her not revealing her status to her own twin, other than the fact that she didn't trust him. It was the only conclusion. And the fact that Rose had hidden that fact had hurt him as well. After Rose had told him what happened to Jasmine, he just calmly stood up, asked his wife and children to come with him, and operated away, leaving an awkward atmosphere. Rose hoped that he wasn't going to do anything rash in his obviously repressed anger. With that said and done, Rose just bade her parents goodbye and operated to Jasmine's location, who was waiting for her while drinking a cup of tea. Well, you sure took your time. You could have warned me that Nathan was coming. Rose answered back, glaring at her sister. Jasmine chuckled. Now, where's the fun in that? Dad told Nathan, you know. Not about the time travel thing, only that you were alive. Rose's sister gave her a shrug. It might be troublesome down the line, but I don't see anything too bad happening. And if it does, it will be your responsibility to calm things. My responsibility? You're the one who faked her death. Jasmine didn't react at her sister's outraged tone. It is, because as we said before, it's time for you to start shouldering the responsibilities of being my heir in the magical world. So far, you've only had the benefits, the magical knowledge, the riches, and much more. It's time for you to take my place. Don't worry, I won't push you indirectly. Consider this to be a trial period, an apprenticeship if you would like, until I deem you ready to take up my post fully. Jasmine kept talking about being her successor, her heir in magical matters, but she never actually gave her a detailed description of what that actually means. What does that entail exactly? Well, you need to make sure that no forbidden magics are being used around the world. You'll need to hunt down books sold in the magical underworld, from all races. You are, technically, the supreme authority, and all races, other than wizards, will recognize this. This will, of course, mean that you'll need to understand what the forbidden magics are and how to deal with them. What do you mean by forbidden magics? Jasmine shrugged. It could be anything that threatens the balance of the world. Something like Voldemort's Horcruxes, certain large-scale rituals, summoning elder gods or trying to bind demons. Mages can be powerful, but a lot of knowledge from these kinds of magics are lost or incomplete. Wizards and witches are reckless and would try to perform a ritual without understanding the risks involved. Huh, that seemed interesting. All right, that makes sense. What else do my duties entail? You are tasked with preserving the population of every magical creature on the planet. The magical world has always had some kind of balance, one that went askew when the number of competent mages started growing with the invention of the wand. Magical creatures, especially peaceful ones, were hunted down to extinction. You'll need to keep an eye on the population of every magical race to prevent even more creatures from disappearing. Wait, you didn't save them? Jasmine looked outraged. Of course, I did. But I'm not done. You're also responsible in securing artifacts that are deemed to be too dangerous to be used by mortals. Things like Poseidon's trident, harp, the god-killing scythe, and other similar artifacts can cause a lot of mayhem if they're used today. Rose nodded, and her sister continued, you're also responsible for stopping any magical genocides before they happen, and finally, you have to maintain the statute of secrecy. The mist, the spell I created to hide the magical world, can be bypassed by a wizard or witch who knows what they're doing. It rarely ever happens, but you'll have to be the one to stop them, because if the magical world is ever revealed to muggles, war will follow, and it's not a war that the magical world will survive. The younger woman nodded. Is this what you do all the time? Making sure that we mortals don't blow ourselves up? Jasmine laughed bitterly. In a way, yes. I have taken it upon myself to preserve this planet for as long as I can. In many ways, the magical world is my greatest creation and my greatest failure. The truth is that the moment wands were created, people stopped appreciating their magic, they stopped studying it, cherishing it. Knowledge slowly started to fade away as all it took was a few words and wand movements for them to use magic. When you learn magic the way I taught you, you start developing a sixth sense of sort, a bond with the magical creatures around you. The mere thought of ever hurting an innocent magical creature just to use them as cattle would disgust you, and yet it is something that other wizards and witches do without batting an eye. I have succeeded in making the magical world into a structured society, but in the end, they lost what made them truly special in my eyes. Is it always like this? A thankless job, where you see people trampling on their values, disregarding their magic? In a way, yes. But you're not just going to be in charge of the wizards, you'll be in charge of the entire magical world. You'll have to speak with goblins, centaurs, mermen, vila, and so much more. Mages might be the most troublesome of the magical races, but the rest will be very thankful for your help. But be very careful, do not expect them to disregard their own values for you. A goblin will always try to skim you out of your gold, a vila will try to seduce you, and a centaur will always speak in cryptic riddles. It's in their nature, after all. Rose chuckled, well, it doesn't seem that bad, after all. Jasmine gave her a warm smile, I guess it doesn't. Now that I've finished with the responsibilities, let me show you the biggest advantage there is for you to become my successor. And what is that? Why, your domain, of course. Wait, what? What domain? Jasmine laughed, by agreeing to become my heir, you are essentially becoming the queen of the magical world. And while you'll probably not wear a crown, a queen must have a kingdom to rule. This is yours. Jasmine summoned a key out of nowhere. It was a beautiful golden key, filled with rubies and small sapphires. Rose could sense the power emanating from it. This wasn't a normal key, it was some sort of a very powerful artifact. Jasmine grasped the key and put it near a wall. Somehow, a golden keyhole appeared out of nowhere. The key fit the hold perfectly, and glowing golden lines started appearing in a rectangular shape in the wall, before opening as if it was a door. Jasmine gestured for her to go in. Welcome, Rose, to Avalon. Chapter 220, Avalon. March 21, 2012, Avalon. Rose Potter POV. Jasmine laughed, by agreeing to become my heir, you are essentially becoming the queen of the magical world. And while you'll probably not wear a crown, a queen must have a kingdom to rule. This is yours. Jasmine summoned a key out of nowhere. It was a beautiful golden key, filled with rubies and small sapphires. Rose could sense the power emanating from it. This wasn't a normal key, it was some sort of a very powerful artifact. Jasmine grasped the key and put it near a wall. Somehow, a golden keyhole appeared out of nowhere. The key fit the hold perfectly, and glowing golden lines started appearing in a rectangular shape in the wall, before opening as if it was a door. Jasmine gestured for her to go in. Welcome, Rose, to Avalon. Rose stiffened at her sister's words, Avalon is real. Jasmine just grinned at her and nodded. Rose continued, as in the land of the Fae, the ever-distant utopia, the land of pure magic. The older woman snorted and pointed at the golden entrance, why don't you go and take a look? Rose took a deep breath and walked through the golden door. The sight that met her took her breath away. She could see an ever-expanding field of flowers of every single color she could imagine. The field spread towards the horizon. She looked around and looked at the insects that she had never seen before. They thrummed with the magic of nature. Far away, Rose could make up some non-magical animals, and even then, they had this magical aura to them, a peaceful one. Everything around her was magical, from the plants to the light of the sun itself. Far away, Rose could see a lake, and even its water had a glow to it. But what took her attention the most was the castle that sat upon a floating island. Its walls looked high and solidly built. The white brick gleamed in the flickering light of the sun from above, and the glitter of golden lines that held them together made them appear to sparkle like jewels. They looked strong, they felt strong, as if they could withstand the most powerful spells and not be scratched. Upon their fronts, runes that Rose had never seen before were traced in sapphire, ones that probably made the walls even stronger. The castle's towers, though, stretched up towards the sky, and were roofed with tiles of lapis which shined in the sunlight. And at the center of it all stood the monolithic circular keep. It was by far the largest and tallest part of the building, stretching up above the clouds themselves that seemed to evade the tower somehow, probably a spell of Jasmine's design. This was magic on another level, on a higher order. It was inconceivable that a mortal could ever imagine, let alone build something this spectacular, this marvelous, this magical. Rose had traveled the world, she had seen fortresses as imposing as Demstrang, she had felt Hogwarts magic, she had seen the luxury of Beau's batons, she had visited the fortresses and mansions created by Muggles as well. Of all the countless buildings she had seen, old and new, magical and not, nothing could ever compare to the sight before her. This was a castle fit for a god, for a queen of magic. Wow. That was the only word she could utter at the sight in front of her. It was just too much to describe, too much to process. Especially the magic of it, it was like she could taste it with every breath she took, with every step she walked, with every word she said. Jasmine chuckled behind her. I guess wow is an appropriate response. Unfortunately, this is not the land of the Fae, but I guess you'll have to settle for this. You made this place, the idea was inconceivable. There had to be some sort of divine intervention. Such majesty just wasn't natural. Her sister chuckled, I guess I did. It started when I noticed that magical creatures started getting hunted down. To avoid their races perishing, I created a small haven on Earth, but with the large number of creatures that thrive in different environments, things were getting a bit tight. I wanted them to live on their own, to grow as if humans didn't exist. So, I created this place. An entire dimension to house them, and for them to grow and live under my supervision, a true realm of magic. It took centuries to actually build the thing, and the adjustments I kept making to house different magical creatures didn't speed things up. This is one of the few things that I am truly proud of, my greatest accomplishment not tarnished by death and misery. Rose just stood there speechless at her sister's words. She created an entire world, a magical haven, just for magic to prosper. Jasmine always looked like an educator or a fighter. She was dark in nature, and that was fine. But to see this aspect of her sister, the beauty that she could create, was breathtaking. Rose had always thought that she was catching up to Jasmine's skill with magic, but this had shown her that she had barely scratched the surface of Jasmine's skill. How did you add magic to the dimension? Jasmine gave her a proud smile. A very good question, Rose. As you know, creating a dimension only means creating a blank magicless space. Every single atom in this place was taken from Earth. The truth is that this world, while large, is a lot smaller than Earth. It's around the size of Great Britain, I'd say. The realm is not spherical. You see, the sun is artificial, connected to the realm of light itself. As for the magic, I was able to create an artifact, in the core of the realm, that was able to absorb energy from external dimensions and supercharge some artificial ley lines I made. The ley lines spread ambient magic to the world, meaning that ambient magic started to appear on the surface. It is, by far, one of the most complicated pieces of magic I have ever created. This was amazing. Jasmine created magic, inside a realm. This was the stuff of stories, of legends. Jasmine didn't seem concerned with the impossibility she just shared with her sister and summoned a piece of marble from somewhere. Slowly, a floating staircase assembled itself in a spiral towards the top of the floating castle. The younger witch raised an eyebrow. Seriously, we're climbing all the way up. We couldn't have teleported there. Jasmine answered her question with a smirk. Well, it's your first time here. So, we're taking the scenic route. They walked up and Rose had to ask, why didn't you get wizards to just move here? You once told me about how you were responsible for the statute of secrecy. Why didn't you get them to come here without creating a veil between the muggles and the mages? Jasmine had a bitter smile on her face. What do you think would happen if wizards and witches moved here? They would hunt down the other magical creatures without batting an eye. They do not respect magic, so they do not belong in a kingdom of magic. It's as simple as that. And, even if I could, what would I do about the muggle-borns that will keep appearing on Earth? What would I do about squibs? I will not kidnap magical children from their parents, and I will not remove non-magical children from Avalon. No one would end up happy, and the mist was the best solution I could find for the problem. Rose nodded. She had seen the ugly side of humanity during her travels, and especially during her missions with Jean and Wanda. Humans are greedy, manipulative, traitorous, and power-hungry. They could be understanding and kind, but those people were rare and had to experience cruelty to actively oppose it. With nothing else to say, they walked up the stairs. With a high enough altitude, Rose could see the lake and watch as merchildren played in the sparkling water, next to what looked like the giant squid. Rose, even with her years in Hogwarts, had never seen mermen be so happy and act so carefree. Then a thunderbird seemed to fly by, taking a small stormy cloud with it. Rose took another glance behind her and gasped, is that? Oh yeah, nine-tailed foxes. One of the most playful magical creatures around. They used to live in Japan, a long time ago. I took care of them a few centuries ago. They're not the only population I have taken from Earth entirely. The dwarves and gnomes asked me to take them here as well. That's not mentioning the griffins, the shadow ravens, the sirens, and the Nemean lions. I don't even know how many species are in this place. Even the entire wingless Chinese dragon population asked me to leave Earth the moment that it was possible. Not that I blame them, with heroes with delusions of grandeur wanting to hunt them down for glory or something as asinine. And even now, whatever dragons remain are barely shadows of what they used to be and are being constantly imprisoned by wizards in their reserves to be used as potions ingredients when they inevitably die. Rose didn't have anything to say in response to that and just kept moving forward. Somehow, they were higher than she thought would be possible by walking up. They had almost reached the stairs by then. How did we get up here so fast? Her sister gave her another smug grin. I added a special effect to the stairs. Every step you take is far bigger than you realize. I didn't want my visitors to walk up here for hours, after all. It made sense. But spatial distortions of this precision were something Rose had never even thought to be possible. And she didn't even feel the space around her being bent. A couple of minutes later, they had arrived at the entrance. Jasmine stood there dramatically. "Welcome, my young heir, to the castle of Avalon." With these words, the giant gate in front of them opened by itself, letting them enter the castle. Jasmine started describing the castle. "This is where you control everything in this realm, from the biomes of every section of the dimension, to even the weather. You could do anything you want in here. You can also see the population of every species that lives in here, their living conditions and health. It's a good way to monitor if a species is overhunting another one, or if it is overpopulating. In the end, most of the creatures here are animals, intelligent animals, but still animals, nonetheless. I didn't do the same for the races that are intelligent enough to create small civilizations, but I do keep count of their numbers to avoid overpopulation, and to avoid them taking over the entire dimension. In case of overpopulation, do not hunt them down or something as stupid as that. There are fertility wards all over the dimension, meaning that you could just limit the population and stop them from conceiving until they are under the quota you decide. There seem to be a lot of complications to make sure that the ecosystem is stable, and there are a lot of factors and projections whenever she adds in a new species from Earth. As they walked through the keep, the thing that took her breath away wasn't the absurdly powerful artifacts, or the priceless pieces of art, or even the precious stones that were used to decorate pretty much everything in the castle. It was a single room, the grandest room. Rose gaped at the entrance of the room in question. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pushed the door open and gasped in amazement. The room was as large as a small city. The power of the spatial extension charms must be absurd. As Rose stood in disbelief at the sight before her, Jasmine chuckled behind the young witch. "I see you found the library." Chapter 221, Library of Alexandria. March 21, 2012, Avalon. Rose Potter POV. There seem to be a lot of complications to make sure that the ecosystem is stable, and there are a lot of factors and projections whenever she adds in a new species from Earth. As they walked through the keep, the thing that took her breath away wasn't the absurdly powerful artifacts, or the priceless pieces of art, or even the precious stones that were used to decorate pretty much everything in the castle. It was a single room, the grandest room. Rose gaped at the entrance of the room in question. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pushed the door open and gasped in amazement. The room was as large as a small city. The power of the spatial extension charms must be absurd. As Rose stood in disbelief at the sight before her, Jasmine chuckled behind the young witch. "I see you found the library." It was strange, in a way, to call this room a library. It was without a doubt a library, the endless books and shelves were proof of this. But the word was too small, too modest for such a structure. It was by far the largest room she has seen in the keep. It was a circular one, with the walls being the shelves for the books. You could fit a small city inside, but the most impressive thing was the height of the room. It seemed like the majority of the keep was hollowed out to make room for the library. Rose looked up and couldn't even see the roof, just an endless amount of bookshelves. Rose could do nothing but gape at the scene in front of her. "How?" Jasmine snorted, "Another one of my achievements. This is what I call the Library of Alexandria, the biggest library the world has ever seen. Truthfully, I barely need a fraction of the books in the library, I mainly use it to monitor the current magical development in the world." Rose was confused. How does a library help you do that? It's not really a library, well, not just a library. It started a couple thousand years ago, when the real Library of Alexandria was burnt by the invading Romans. The library was mainly a magical one, containing centuries of magical theories developed through countless research. I had a copy of the library because I couldn't be bothered to sneak in there, and I sure as hell wasn't going to register myself as a researcher every century or so. So I just created a scanning spell that created an exact copy of every text in the library. It was beautiful. The wand wasn't a popular magic tool back then, and people still researched magic the proper way. Unfortunately, the fire happened, taking most of the masters with it, and the knowledge was lost to all but me. And with the rise of wand magic, or wizardry as you call it, no one cared. I thought nothing of it. Everything has an ending, it's what gives life meaning after all. I started to notice the problems a few decades after. What happened? Jasmine gave her sister a bitter laugh. Some apprentices in the former library had some incomplete texts and accidentally summoned a demon lord called Dormammu. Let's just say that they almost got the planet destroyed, and it took a lot out of me to repel him. I confiscated the texts, of course, but a pattern started forming. People who had learnt tales of ancient magics tried to use incomplete texts as basis for their research, which more often than not ended with catastrophic results. It was becoming too much of a hassle for me to keep tracking them down whenever they did something stupid, so, instead, I devised a plan to scan every single text written by anyone with magic in their blood. I added some red flags whenever something dangerous is being researched, and I went there, removed their memories, and destroyed their research. This way, I could track them down properly, and make sure that I stop idiots from experimenting with things too dangerous for them to understand without getting themselves and the people around them killed. So, you're telling me that every single book written by any wizard in the last 2,000 years is in this library? Jasmine nodded, yes. Every wizard has a book which is then split into the content of everything they wrote. I created an enchanted artifact in the middle of the library that allows you to search for certain topics, authors, and so on. I rarely ever come here if I was honest. I only come when a red flag is raised, which has been getting more uncommon as more knowledge is lost to the sands of time. But isn't that a breach of privacy? You have access to diaries, journals, love letters, and so much more. Yes, I guess it is. Truthfully, people aren't that interesting. And like I said, I only come here when the library detects someone experimenting with something truly dangerous. It isn't a perfect system, people can still use the magic if they don't write it down, and certain anti-scrying wards can stop the detection spells. That's not mentioning that someone could use a normal ritual and change it to something truly horrible and it wouldn't be detected. It's not a foolproof system, but it's the best one I could come up with, and it did help me save countless lives. Rose had to admit that her sister had a point with this. The younger witch couldn't imagine her sister caring about what some teenager wrote in her diary. And in the end, a little breach of privacy is a lot better than the number of people that would die if things really got out of hand. Jasmine continued, I have also added my own books, texts, and scrolls from before the burning from all around the world, ancient books with powerful magics that I confiscated because they were misused. This, right here, is the biggest repository of magical history, of magical knowledge, of civilizations that died out before even being found by the rest of the world. I even added a few pairs of enchanted glasses, so that you could read the books that are written in dead languages and so on. Rose didn't know what to say. This was too much, even for her. It was too much power, too much trust, too much responsibility, just too much of everything. She was overwhelmed with the sight in front of her. Jasmine obviously noticed her distress. Don't worry, Rose. I know that this is a lot, but like I said, this is me introducing you to your future duties. It'll take years for you to even learn how to use the library properly. How about we go check out my treasury? Wait, what? Treasury? Why would she need a treasury at all? The floor was made of gold, for fuck's sake. A square meter of the current floor alone would be worth a fortune on Earth. Rose just followed her sister in curiosity and took another flight of stairs. They ended up in front of a large room, with a weird steel door. Jasmine pressed her palm and the door started to move away into an arch. It reminded her of the entrance to Diagon Alley a bit. The room itself was large, and magic immediately assaulted her senses. There was no sea of gold, no precious jewels, just some sort of exhibit with artifacts left and right, in transparent boxes with small plaques beneath the displays that had the descriptions for each artifact. What is this place? Rose questioned. This is the vault, the treasury. This the place where I put all dangerous magical artifacts, or just precious ones really. Things like the Staff of Solomon, the Chains of Gilgamesh, Achilles' Shield, Harp, and Siegfried's Bombing. And I'm not just talking about weapons, but also certain grimoires, cursed items, and so on. I keep them here to protect them from the world, but I also protect the world from them. This is where I put the troublesome artifacts that would cause more harm than good if they were found. Rose chuckled in response. Jasmine gave her a questioning look. What's so funny? It's just that you're acting like the entire magical world is made up of a bunch of children and you're the only adult around. You've even confiscated the dangerous toys, to make sure that they don't hurt themselves in their curiosity. You're like the magical world's supermom. Jasmine burst into laughter. In a way, that's true. Even if they try to deny it, mortals are always children at heart. In a way, that's beautiful. They're constantly curious, trying to play with anything around them to see what happens. They're always fighting and throwing tantrums at the slightest provocation. You have a point in the fact that I make sure that they don't constantly hurt themselves, but that's not me being their mother, that's me being their queen, even if they don't know it themselves. That will also be the role you will take when you take up the mantle of Queen of Avalon. This entire kingdom might be your domain, but you'll rarely have issues in here. Your people will be the entirety of the magical population. Your main goal is to make sure that they're safe, and that as a race, they will live on. Anything else will be your choice. You could remove the library, spread out the artifacts in this room, it'll be your choice. But that also means that dealing with the consequences will be your responsibility. You don't have to be like me, you're not me and you'll never be. Be yourself, make your own choices, and live with them. But that's far in the future. You're still learning, and you'll make mistakes. That's the point of this trial period I'm considering. This way, I could still help you out when you make mistakes. Rose looked thoughtful at her answer. The role offered to her is still intimidating. But it's good to know that Jasmine isn't just going to push her down the rabbit hole. But there was something that's been bugging her. Why now? Jasmine gave her a questioning hum, and Rose clarified her question. Why did you bring me here now? I know you're not as well as you pretend to be. I can see you wincing every now and then, especially near magical creatures and items, and yet, you're bringing me here, right before you perform the ritual that's supposed to help you further. It's not like you to do something without a specific reason. So, tell me, why are you showing me this now? The elder witch smiled sadly at her sister. You are a very perceptive witch, Rose. The answer is complicated, in a way. The ritual that I will perform in the next few days might save my life, it might stop me from being overwhelmed by death's taint on my soul, on my magic, but it will change me in a very fundamental way. I will become different, more, and I don't know what might happen to my magic. The truth is that I'm terrified of losing the little humanity I have left. No one has ever attempted something like this before, and I'm not sure about the possible side effects, or even the main effects of the ritual. It's why I agreed to meet your parents, it's why I'm showing you, my sister, the world I have created, the beauty I created in this chapter of my life. You're right, I've been downplaying my pain, my fear. It's agonizing watching everything around me and only seeing how to burn it to the ground. I see this beautiful realm, and all I can see is how to collapse it into nothing, taking everything with it. It's horrible, but I have been pushing myself, because these are the last days I could have as a human and I do not want to waste them. Before Rose could respond, something emerged from the shadows. It was a bird that reminded her eerily of Fawkes the Phoenix, but instead of the heartwarming light that the Phoenix emanated, this one had a distinct feeling of cold darkness. It was the complete opposite of the immortal bird that had mysteriously vanished alongside Dumbledore. Jasmine, though, seemed to recognize the bird. It's been a while, old friend. Chapter 222, Preparations. March 21, 2012, Avalon. Rose Potter POV. You're right, I've been downplaying my pain, my fear. It's agonizing watching everything around me and only seeing how to burn it to the ground. I see this beautiful realm, and all I can see is how to collapse it into nothing, taking everything with it. It's horrible, but I have been pushing myself, because these are the last days I could have as a human, and I do not want to waste them. Before Rose could respond, something emerged from the shadows. It was a bird that reminded her eerily of Fawkes the Phoenix, but instead of the heartwarming light that the Phoenix emanated, this one had a distinct feeling of cold darkness. It was the complete opposite of the immortal bird that had mysteriously vanished alongside Dumbledore. Jasmine, though, seemed to recognize the bird. It's been a while, old friend. She raised her hand and the bird slowly landed on it and gave her a soft cry. The cry itself was comforting in a different way than Fawkes. It was like eating a bowl of ice cream in the middle of summer, drinking a cold beer by the beach. Rose had no idea what type of bird this was. Perhaps it was another species that was hunted to extinction on Earth and whose details were lost to the sands of time. So, who's this little guy? The bird for some reason glared at her, and Jasmine let out a snort of laughter. This, Rose, is Erebus. He's my familiar and oldest companion. He's a phoenix, like Fawkes, but instead of the elements of light and fire, he's the phoenix of darkness and shadows. He's been with me for thousands of years, and we've been through thick and thin together. I have no idea what I would have done without him. That was odd. If the phoenix was that important to her sister, then why didn't Rose ever see him? How come I've never seen him around then, if he's your familiar? Jasmine snorted. Phoenixes are birds of freedom. They act as anchors to the phoenix force when a new avatar is being selected. They stabilize the phoenix force for them to use it without being overwhelmed. A shard of a fraction of the power of a cosmic entity like that would overwhelm anyone. The way they perceive things, the way they think, is just more than anyone, mortal, god, demon or even celestial, could ever attempt to understand. Which is why they need a buffer to stabilize their powers. In my case, death gave me artifacts to be able to channel her power properly, and in this case, the Phoenix Force is a being of death and rebirth, a being of progress and evolution, and you can't evolve without living, thus its anchors take the forms of living beings. Still, I don't understand why I haven't seen him before today. It's easy, calling Erebus my familiar is something of an over-exaggeration. He's simply my friend, my oldest friend. I do not own him, meaning that each of us have their own lives. We do meet up every few decades, but we're not as attached as we were when I was younger, when we were alone. I have my life with Celine and the roles I played in history, and Erebus has a life with his mate. Still, even if they act as anchors on Earth, they moved here a few years ago, when Jean's power started to manifest to be exact. Rose, why confused? Why is that? It's a little complicated. You see, there are many phoenixes acting as anchors to the Phoenix Force. They each represent an aspect of the cosmic entity. Erebus here represents the will for destruction, the death that the entity causes. However, a few decades back, Albus Dumbledore did something unspeakable, something horrible. He tried to steal the essence of Fawkes, a phoenix of light and fire. I killed him for it, but this created an imbalance, and with the avatar of the Phoenix Force slated to emerge soon, they would have been influenced more by their powers towards death and violence. It's why Erebus had to leave the realm. This way, without the two anchors, while she'll be a little unstable, she will not be constantly homicidal. It's why I went to Bayville in the first place. I needed to keep an eye on Jean during her formative years so that she's balanced enough to not be a constant risk to the planet. This was news to Rose. She had known of Jean's role as the avatar of the Phoenix Force, and that Charles Xavier almost caused her powers to overwhelm her and turn into a homicidal cosmically empowered murder machine. There had been no mention of cosmic imbalance due to Albus Dumbledore of all things. Speaking of the old man, did he seriously kill his own Phoenix while trying to steal its powers? Seriously, what the fuck was wrong with that man? This was horrible enough to be on par with killing a unicorn. Rose instead looked at the majestic bird in front of her. It's nice to meet you, Erebus. The Phoenix let out a soft cry that the young witch recognized as another greeting. Jasmine, though, was giving her familiar a warm smile. He must have noticed how stressed I am with the task ahead. He probably wants to know if I'm okay. The bird sent her sister a soft hoot. Jasmine responded immediately, yeah, I'm scared too, but it's the only way to fix me. Erebus let out a mournful cry. Jasmine asked, will you accompany me, until it's time? The bird's head bobbed up and down, showing his confirmation. Jasmine gave the bird a sad look before brightening up. It was obviously a forced expression, but Rose chose to ignore it for her sister's benefit. Well, with that done, there's still a small problem. The main ingredient of the ritual is missing. Would you like to come with me to collect it? It's the core of the ritual, its main component, really. Seriously, and you didn't think to get it until now? It needed to be collected less than 3 days before the ritual itself. If done before that, it could die without constant nourishment from the Earth's magic. Rose was still skeptical about this mystery ingredient, and what is it, exactly? Why don't I show you instead? Rose nodded and Jasmine took out the key and pointed it towards the wall next to her. A golden keyhole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the key, creating a golden door, an exit to the realm of Avalon. It was intimidating, in a way, that one day, she'll be responsible for all of this. Finally, the two witches and the immortal bird went through the portal, returning to Earth. Jasmine closed the door and retrieved the key. She then created some sort of thin golden thread and put the key on it. It was now a necklace that held the key to Avalon. She then handed the key over to Rose. The younger witch was stupefied at the gesture. What? Why? You're the heir to Avalon, Rose. It's only right that you have a key to the place. What about you? Will you never be able to go there? Jasmine let out a small chuckle. Darling, I created the dimension, I can travel there without using the key as an anchor. One day, when you're familiar enough with this place, and you've grown enough in your magic to make multidimensional portals, you'll be able to do the same. As for now, I'm trusting you with this key, a gate to the closest thing to a magical utopia in the universe. You can now go there and do as you wish in Avalon. You can even access the library, but not the vault. Some of the artifacts can be very dangerous. I'll need to help you get familiar with their history and powers before I give you unrestricted access to them. Rose was flattered with the trust her elder sister had given her with this key. It was similar to heir rings that the pompous purebloods still give their heirs to allow them access to the wards of their household, and the family library. The practice was supposed to happen when the lord of the house deemed his heir to have the maturity necessary to not misuse their perks, but sadly, it just became a symbol of status in the later years, and the heir rings were stripped of their enchantments and given to the lord's children right before they go to Hogwarts. It just became a way for heirs to recognize one another and a sign for other students to not anger them to avoid any retaliation from the lords of their houses. Still, this was a nice gesture from Jasmine, and one that Rose wasn't going to take for granted. I will not betray your trust, Jasmine. Rose's sister gave her a warm smile. The thought never even crossed my mind. With that done, the younger witch's thoughts returned to the mystery ingredient. It had to be something big, something powerful, to be the core of a ritual that even Jasmine was wary of. So, where exactly is this ingredient? Well, we're going to Missouri. Wait, what? Before she could say anything, Erebus flew at her and created a cloud of darkness to teleport them. The young witch felt a shiver go through her. It wasn't because of the cold. She felt small, powerless in front of the shadows. All of this occurred in a fraction of a second. The feeling of the unnatural coldness disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and when Rose opened her eyes, she found herself in some sort of small woods in the middle of nowhere. What the hell, Jasmine? The woman's question was cackling in laughter. Don't blame me, it's Erebus who got us here. The young witch gave the immortal bird a glare. Erebus didn't seem intimidated by the slightest, he just rolled his eyes and turned to his old friend. Fine, very funny. Now, where are we? Jasmine controlled herself and answered a question. Like I said before, we're in Missouri. And why are we in Missouri? The climate and magic density aren't unique enough for any special herb to grow, let alone something to help in something as important as the ritual that you're planning. There are no ley lines running underneath here, no holy lands, nothing of interest. Jasmine chuckled. Yes, and it was why this place was chosen in the first place. It's deceptively a place that no one would look twice at. What I'm looking for is unique to this planet. You will literally not find it anywhere else. That's enough mystery, what is it? Jasmine just knelt down and started digging with her hand towards the patch of grass and dirt beneath her. Slowly, a shape started to appear. It was one of the weirdest plants she had ever seen, and Rose had studied herbology at Hogwarts. It was exotic, in a way. It was obviously artificial, no natural plant ever looked like this. It had odd red petals that looked stiff and yet had an odd geometry. It wasn't moving but it had a subtle glow to it. The closer Rose got to it, the more she could feel its power. It wasn't magic, not really, but it was some sort of energy that far eclipsed it in power and density. Now that she could feel it properly, it was amazing how well the little plant was able to hide its energy output. Every single thing that is charged with any energy will let some of it out. It was a fact with magic just as it was with all other kinds of energy. Perfect insulation is almost impossible. With that said, this is as close as Rose ever imagined perfect energy insulation to be. It was like someone had hid the entirety of Hogwarts inside this plant and yet the energy loss was almost unnoticeable. All in all, Rose had no idea what the hell this thing was. What is that? That, my dear sister, is a seedling of one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Chapter 223, Space Gods. March 21, 2012, Missouri. Rose Potter POV. It wasn't magic, not really, but it was some sort of energy that far eclipsed it in power and density. Now that she could feel it properly, it was amazing how well the little plant was able to hide its energy output. Every single thing that is charged with any energy will let some of it out. It was a fact with magic just as it was with all other kinds of energy. Perfect insulation is almost impossible. With that said, this is as close as Rose ever imagined perfect energy insulation to be. It was like someone had hid the entirety of Hogwarts inside this plant and yet the energy loss was almost unnoticeable. All in all, Rose had no idea what the hell this thing was. What is that? That, my dear sister, is a seedling of one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Rose was both awed and confused at this. I don't understand. Jasmine started explaining. A few decades back, I detected something landing on the planet. It was extremely powerful, absolutely terrifying, but it wasn't whole, so to speak. It was like a projection of energy, a shard of a whole, that decided for some reason to see the world. It was like a tourist, one that happened to be powerful enough to blow up the planet on a whim, that's it. He traveled all over the country, visited the wonders of the world, he went to bars, got drunk and met a woman. They started dating and even had a son. The entity then left the planet, leaving behind a wife and a son. That man was a projection of one of the strongest entities native to this universe. They're the closest thing to gods that inhabit this reality. We call them the Celestials. What are they? Well, I told you before that the number of souls in a universe is regulated by cosmic entities. If there are too many souls in a universe, then the number of new births start to decline, stillborn children become more common, to regulate the soul density of the universe back to its balance. Similarly, if there are too little souls in the universe, then the number of births grow exponentially. But what do you think happened at the beginning of the universe, when there were no life forms? The universe was made of scattered atoms, nothing more. So, how do you think life and death balance the soul density of the universe? Rose looked thoughtful. They could artificially create life and get things going. A good theory, but cosmic entities are known for their non-interference, meaning that they dislike the idea of getting involved themselves. They would not do this for every universe in the multiverse, it would be ridiculous. No, what they did was create souls that are denser than others. I don't understand. What do you mean by denser souls? Jasmine chuckled bitterly. People like to say that everyone is born equally. The truth is that they're wrong, not just in the family they're born with, or the physical abilities they might have. Every soul is different. In a single species, the difference isn't too much. Just some people have more life force in their souls, more density in them. They are generally stronger, faster and so on. But take that to a ridiculous scale, and the difference becomes as clear as night and day. In an empty universe, with no souls or no life, the first life form ever created would have the soul density of an entire galaxy today. With such a soul density, they are able to channel cosmic energy to create planets and even life. After the first few million years, the soul density of the universe had stabilized enough that celestials stopped appearing. And started dying out. I still don't understand. Where do they come from? They first exist as a soul without form, without a body. After a while, the soul starts developing a consciousness that inhabits the soul entirely. Their soul density is so great that they could channel cosmic energy to gather the atoms around them to create a body for them to inhabit. After millions of years, they fully merge with their artificial bodies and become fully living beings with immense powers. The Celestials then traveled the universe, creating stars and planets, experimenting with new life forms. Earth is, for example, one of their experiments. The core of the planet is that of a dead celestial, and the race itself was edited to maximize our genetic evolution, which is why there are so many kinds of superpowered beings on this planet. Rose was awed by the knowledge her sister was giving her. She really was a born teacher. Her passion for passing down knowledge was something she loved about Jasmine, and it really was a shame that not many people could see this in her. But still, the existence of living gods that roamed around the universe was as fascinating as it was troubling. There were beings out there that could create stars. Even Jasmine didn't come close to them. Rose had never felt so small, then why don't you ask them to fight entropy with you? They could definitely help you. Jasmine shook her head, they're not easy to find unless they want to be. As far as I know, the one that put the seed here had very negative intentions and isn't someone I would even think about trusting. The only other celestial I have ever met was one who sent a team of warriors here called the Eternals. Their bodies are powered by cosmic energies, and their job is to allow the perseverance of life on Earth by hunting down cosmically powered monsters called the Deviants. I spoke to the celestial they serve, Arishem, and he isn't happy with me since I interrupted the birthing cycle of the celestial. Wait, birthing cycle? I thought you said that the celestials weren't born, they just appeared out of nowhere. And normally they are, but after the celestial wars, and especially the fight against the god killer Null, their numbers have lessened drastically. Of course, with every celestial that dies, an enormous population boom occurs in all other living races. In other words, celestials are anomalies to the cycle of life and death, they're just placeholders for soul density until the other races start growing. This means that slowly, fewer celestials started appearing, and now that our universe is old enough and has started to mature, its soul density is getting more stable, meaning that the natural birth of any celestial is now almost impossible. To prevent the extinction of their race, the Celestials decided to manually create new Celestials by adding a small amount of their essence to the corpse of a dead Celestial and put it as the core of a planet. They make sure that the planet will be inhabited, and they gather the extra life force that every single living being leaves behind when they die, towards the core. Eventually, the gathered life force will be strong enough to give birth to a new Celestial in the core of the planet. It will then emerge from the core, destroying the planet. Its power pales in comparison to a naturally born Celestial, but they're still plenty powerful. Rose was horrified at the thought. There was a space god that wants to destroy the planet to give birth to another one of its kind. How the hell were they supposed to deal with that? They already had their hands full with the whole entropy situation. They didn't have the manpower to deal with something like this. What did you do? Jasmine had a smug look on her face. Nothing much. I discovered this situation a few thousand years ago and found that the flow of life force was just unnatural. Using an old artifact of mine, the Soul Stone, I was able to redirect the flow back to what it was supposed to be. Sadly, I have lost the artifact, but I haven't been in a situation that will need it in a very long time. Anyway, by doing this, I just made sure that the life force never reached the celestial egg, meaning that it's still inert and will remain so until someone undoes my work. Arishem was furious with my actions and asked the Eternals to put us in contact. Things were tense, but since I was under death's protection, there was nothing he could do to punish me. I think he's just waiting for me to die, and he would undo my spell then. Even for someone as long-lived as me, it's barely a blink of an eye for Arishem, who is one of the oldest Celestials. Even after my death and my spell being undone, it would take thousands of years for the celestial egg to mature properly. It should be enough time for humanity to have perfected space travel and terraforming planets, which would mean that the grand majority of humanity would live on other planets, meaning that humanity will survive. So, you're just going to leave them to die? Jasmine gave her sister an incredulous look. What other choices did I have? Kill the egg, which would probably result in Arishem destroying the planet in spite, or fight Arishem himself, a being who could quite literally destroy our solar system with a snap of his fingers. This was the best solution I could find with the human race surviving. Trust me, if you have any other idea, you're welcome to share it. Rose stayed silent and averted her gaze. Jasmine snorted. Yeah, I thought so. Now, with what we've learned, it would be a good idea to speak with them. After this mess is done with, I'll track down one of the Eternals and try to get an audience with Arishem. Maybe he, and the other Celestials could help us. Rose nodded and changed the subject. You still haven't told me what the seed plant thingy is. Oh, right. At its base, it's a self-replicating biological agent that absorbs all matter around it as it expands. In other words, it's a world-ending weapon that could be activated with enough cosmic energy. Rose had a horrified look on her face and actually took a few steps back in fear. Why the hell didn't you destroy it yet? Jasmine shrugged. I had very powerful wards around this place and an empty dimensional pocket created to contain it if it ever goes off. Killing it could send a signal to the Celestial letting him know that something happened. Truthfully, the most likely scenario that would happen is him returning and putting in a new one, considering how he didn't add any protections on it. But the worst-case scenario is that he would kill whoever is responsible for the death of his seed and make another one too. Rose sighed in relief at her sister's explanation. Of course, Jasmine had a plan. She always had a plan. She would never risk the safety of the entire planet like that. And what's your plan with this? Well, that's easy. I'm going to absorb it. Wait, what? All thoughts of her sister's sanity and forethought disappeared from Rose's head. It was funny in a way, to watch as her faith in her sister plummeted entirely. Was she out of her mind? She had just said that killing the seed would probably alert the cosmic entity. Why the hell is she planning on taking over a fraction of the power of what she had already described as one of the most powerful beings in the universe? And Jasmine isn't just killing the seed, she's planning on stealing its power, meaning that the Celestial will be enraged with Jasmine. It's a frankly stupid idea to do, and Rose had no qualms to say that to Jasmine. No offense, Jasmine, but this has to be one of the stupidest, most reckless, and absolutely ridiculous ideas I have ever heard of in my life. Chapter 224, Illness. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 21, 2012, Missouri. Rose Potter POV. Rose sighed in relief at her sister's explanation. Of course, Jasmine had a plan. She always had a plan. She would never risk the safety of the entire planet like that. And what's your plan with this? Well, that's easy. I'm going to absorb it. Wait, what? All thoughts of her sister's sanity and forethought disappeared from Rose's head. It was funny in a way, to watch as her faith in her sister plummeted entirely. Was she out of her mind? She had just said that killing the seed would probably alert the cosmic entity. Why the hell is she planning on taking over a fraction of the power of what she had already described as one of the most powerful beings in the universe? And Jasmine isn't just killing the seed, she's planning on stealing its power, meaning that the Celestial will be enraged with Jasmine. It's a frankly stupid idea to do, and Rose had no qualms to say that to Jasmine. No offense, Jasmine, but this has to be one of the stupidest, most reckless, and absolutely ridiculous ideas I have ever heard of in my life. Surprisingly, Jasmine didn't get angry at Rose for pointing this out. In fact, the immortal witch burst into hysterical laughter. You're absolutely correct. This will be, by far, the craziest and maddest thing I have ever done and will probably ever do. Not just for the consequences of the ritual, but also the ritual is, by itself, completely mad. Why do you think I'm nervous about it? And while the risk of Ego, the Celestial, investigating the death of his seed exists, I am far more worried about the ritual itself. Absorbing the Celestial superplant thing. Rose didn't want to say, absorbing the Celestial seed. It seemed unnecessarily dirty and had some very disturbing sexual implications. Yes, superplant thing sounded a lot better than seed. Jasmine seemingly read her thoughts because she smirked for a moment. Yes. The ritual is a lot more complicated than that, and that's because of my current condition. Do you know what's happening to me, right now? Rose nodded. Your connection with death was so profound that it affected your magic. It left an imprint when you stopped being her champion, and it's killing you somehow. Jasmine gave her a sad look. Not really. Death isn't something I'm afraid of. I have been an agent of death for thousands of years. I do not fear the end. Because everything has an end, even time, even space, everything that has a beginning must end, somehow. I acknowledge that, and when my time comes, I will welcome my eternal rest with open arms, greeting death like an old friend. That's who I am. You're right in the fact that death left an imprint on my magic, but it's not killing me, not my body, at least. Cosmic entities aren't just powerful beings that exist over multiple dimensions and universes, they're just more, and their power, appropriately, is far more. Whenever a cosmic entity chooses a champion, it needs a buffer, not just to contain the energy but to process the data and knowledge that comes with these abilities, to understand their powers. Right now, I might not have death's cosmic energy, but some of the skills were imprinted on my magic. These abilities cannot be controlled using magic, I simply cannot understand them properly to channel them with my magic, like spells. It just doesn't work. And every single moment that passes, the imprint spreads through my magic, and the abilities become stronger, meaning that I am slowly getting overwhelmed. Everywhere I look, I see only death, the ending of all things. And it hurts so much all the time. It's too much for me to take in. Rose shook her head and tried to repress the guilt that was threatening to rise. She did not realize how much her sister was suffering. She hid it well, but it was slowly becoming too much for even the Morrigan to handle. Can't you just stay in an empty room? Until you get a hold of yourself, that is. Until you find a better way. The immortal witch shook her head. No, you don't understand. Death is more than just the end of life. It's the end of everything. Every item, every object, that has a concept, every spell, everything that's structured, that has an identity, can be destroyed. A table is a table, and if you put it through a wood chipper then it stops being a table, it dies. Death is the end on a conceptual level. I look at a room and I know how to destroy the walls, every indent, the furniture, and it's getting worse. Soon, I'll see the death of every molecule and it's too much for me to handle. I might not be dying physically, but I could turn catatonic from this, overwhelmed by the endings of everything around me. I need something to act as a buffer, and since my magic isn't enough, this is my only choice. And how is absorbing this going to help? Well, I'm not going to absorb this at all. This plant is special, it is a veritable seed of a celestial. It has a core containing the cosmic energy necessary to sustain itself for thousands if not millions of years. That's what I want, that's what I need. The idea is to make an area without magic, isolated from the world. I will then start by releasing my magic to the world, emptying my core completely. With it, the taint should be gone with it. Afterwards, I should use the core of the seed to overwhelm my magical core of cosmic energy, transforming my core in a very fundamental way, allowing me to stop absorbing the ambient magic generated by the planet, and start absorbing the cosmic energy that makes up the universe, the dark energy that the physicists keep trying to figure out. With that done, the taint should be gone, drained with the magic, and shouldn't ever return since it's only connected to my magic, and my core will not be a magical one anymore. In the small chance that it does come back, then my new core of cosmic energy should be able to act as a buffer so that I wouldn't be overwhelmed again. Rose thought that this ritual was very ambiguous, not to mention overly ambitious and extremely dangerous. Wait, so is the imprint only connected to your magic or not? I don't know, that's the problem. No one has ever studied the champions of cosmic entities before, everything I know is through observation and experimentation. I don't think a champion resigned from his post in the past, ever. We're in uncharted territory, and the coming crisis isn't helping us at all. Then why are you changing your own magic? It's just wrong and very risky, especially since you don't know everything about this. Jasmine shook her head. Perhaps that's true, but should the taint still remain present after my magic is drained, then it will affect the entirety of the regenerated magic, meaning that my condition will be aggravated further, and I'd probably end up brain dead. Trust me, this is the least risky way I could think of to solve this problem. At least if the cosmic core transplant doesn't work, I'll be dead as myself, and not live out the next few thousand years as a vegetable that barely knows how to breathe. You're risking your life, Jasmine. I'm always risking my life. At least, this time, it's my choice. I would rather die than live out the rest of my days in agony, seeing only death, while not being able to move or communicate with anyone. This is my choice, and you may disagree with it, but you will respect it. You're my sister, you should at least support me in times like this. She's right. Jasmine was obviously unsettled with the ritual and scared of the possible outcomes. She minimized the chances of the imprint overwhelming her. But it didn't make sense. The only risk there was death, and Rose knew for a fact that Jasmine wasn't even slightly scared of her death. There was something wrong, something more to it. No, I will support you, but you're not telling me everything. That's not what's scaring you so much, not really. There's something else to it. Jasmine looked shocked for a fraction of a second. If Rose wasn't actively looking for any sign of deception or fear, she would have missed it. I suppose you're right. What I'm scared of isn't the risk that comes if the ritual fails, it's what could happen if it succeeds. What do you mean by that? Even if it works, I will be different on a very fundamental level. I'm not exaggerating when I say that cosmic energy is on another level. It's what's used in the creation of the universe. One way or another, I will evolve. I have already fought for thousands of years to not lose my humanity and become the lonely god that people think I am. It's hard, caring all the time for people, knowing that one day they will die in front of you, either thanks to the cruelty of the world, or just the sands of time. I kept trying again and again, taking an apprentice, adopting a child, making friends. It was so easy for me to lose myself, to forget that I am the Morrigan and just become the persona I chose. It always ended in heartbreak, but the time in between was enough for me to not lose my humanity. And in a way, the pain of losing people, even if they are mortals, is proof that I still retain even a fraction of my humanity. The immortal witch sighed and continued, it's so easy to give in to apathy, to stop caring altogether. Celine did that a long time ago, before we even met. She could see people being massacred in front of her and she wouldn't care. She wouldn't even look twice. It's different with me because we're each other's companions. We have lived together for thousands of years, so she knows that she can trust me, love me, without expecting her heart to break once more. Trust me, I know what kind of a monster lurks underneath my wife's skin, ready to be let out at a moment's notice, should I not be there to calm her down and assure her that she isn't alone anymore. After the ritual, I will be different, in mind and soul. I will not be a witch, not really. My legacy as Morgan Le Fay, as Hecate, and so many other mage identities I have taken through the annals of history, will be over. Atlantis magic, my father's legacy, will die that day, no matter what. And taking its place will be a stronger woman that can barely be considered human anymore. By the end of it, Jasmine was gasping, having said her deepest fears, and voiced them out in the open. It was different thinking something and saying something. Rose had no idea that her sister was so scared. She was always so strong, so powerful, so stoic and unmoving. It was odd seeing her show her vulnerabilities like that. Rose was grateful that her sister trusted her enough to spill her heart out to her like that. And even then, the younger witch had some sick gratefulness to see her perfect sister break down like this. It showed that even today, there was still a human being deep down inside her. Rose just walked to her sister and gave her a hug. Jasmine froze for a moment but returned the gesture. It was nice, warm. The two sisters had never expressed themselves like that before. They stayed like this for minutes, maybe even an hour, until Rose released her sister from her embrace. Are you better now? Jasmine nodded, thank you. I really needed to let that out in the open. She turned around and grabbed the celestial superplant thing. Let's go home. Rose nodded, and Erebus, the phoenix that Rose actually forgot was there, created another cloud of darkness and teleported them back to the mansion. Chapter 225, The Lone Wolf. March 22, 2012, New York City. James Barnes POV. If one were to describe Bucky Barnes' life, it could easily be summarized in the word, agony. Well, it wasn't in the beginning. In his early days, Bucky was a bit of a playboy who had dreams of becoming an artist. It was something he shared with his childhood friend, Steve Rogers. Everything was fine, until the war happened. It was odd, in a way, seeing everybody volunteering, swept up by tales of heroism and glory. If he was honest with himself, Bucky was swept up by dreams of becoming a hero, of getting some recognition and representing his country and its values in the war. It was a foolish thing, because not only did war end up being nothing like the stories, but he had also somehow inspired Steve into joining the war as well. Or maybe it was the peer pressure. Young men from all over Brooklyn volunteered every day, the moment they turned 18, really. Anyone Steve's age that didn't volunteer was considered a coward, which was probably started by the military to get more recruits. Thankfully, Steve was never accepted due to his physical condition, and Bucky was glad for it. Because war wasn't pretty, it wasn't heroic, it didn't bring glory, only death. People died all over the world by the decisions of a few men in suits sitting around in the comfort of their own homes. There were very few ugly things like war, and many times, especially as he was being experimented on by Zola, he cursed the day his foolish younger self was swept up by the propaganda the military spewed. He was ready to quit, honorable or dishonorable discharge, or he could just abandon his post, one day. He had promised himself in that lab, that if by some miracle he was rescued, he would go home, away from the death, away from the war. And then he was rescued by Steve Rogers of all people. The small wimpy kid that Bucky protected all his life had broken into a Hydra camp, alone, and saved his life. James loved Steve like a brother, but he knew that the boy had been broken inside since a very long time ago. His mother kept showering him with tales of his heroic father during his whole childhood, a man who according to the woman could do no wrong. It was nice at first, but they were obviously the delusions of a widow who had created an image of her husband as a hero of justice, something that a young Steve absorbed like a sponge and always tried to emulate. Because why else would he pick fights with people far stronger than him and refuse to run away until he physically couldn't move anymore? It was worse when Steve's mother died. He was like a broken shell. All his life, all the boy had was tales of his father, and taking care of his mother. He was broke, alone in the world, with nothing but stories of heroism in his head. Steve didn't have a bad bone in his body, and that wasn't a compliment. In truth, Bucky was especially glad that he was rejected from the army, because the boy would have killed himself in the first enemy engagement even if he was physically healthy. Still, seeing the frail young man turn into a tall muscular heroic figure was nice, but with Steve joining the army even as a super soldier, someone had to keep an eye on him. Because while he looked changed on the outside, he was still the suicidal boy with heroic delusions about the world on the inside. So, Bucky went back on his promise to himself to protect his brother in everything but blood. And what did it get him, in the end? He was nothing but a freak with a metal arm that was brainwashed into killing people. It was horrible enough when Heir had told him what happened, but the nightmares painted another picture. The sights of people dying around him was horrible, but what was worse was the fact that his memories had no emotions. He was barely more than a machine. He only had the mission in mind. Truthfully, James would have preferred death over servitude, and the fact that Heir had saved him and cured his mind, made him extremely grateful to her. She had admitted that she wanted to use him to get rid of Hydra, and he had acquiesced. Any opportunity to kill these fuckers was a plus. Even then, it only took a couple of missions for Hydra to fall down in flames and no one even knew what happened. It was beautiful in its execution, the way she planned their downfall so expertly, the way she had seen their moves coming. But James was tired of fighting, of the death around him. And that was the worst thing. Heir had given him an out. Complete freedom to live as he wanted. Bucky clenched his hands, still marveling at the new arm that the woman had made for him. It was so lifelike from an outsider's perspective, and for himself. He had his sense of touch back, his sense of temperature. It was like his arm was never gone. And she had given it to him, in exchange for a few missions where he practically only directly killed one person, one that he was glad to have done it, considering he was the leader of the organization who had brainwashed him. In exchange for all of this, she had set him free, given him all the tools he needed to have a life of his own. A new identity, some money, the location of his remaining friends. It was everything he hoped for when he wanted to quit the army. And yet, for some reason he didn't jump at the chance. Was he still controlled by the programming somehow? Was it Heir who was messing with his thoughts and wanted him to still work for her? He had no idea, and James walked around in this manner trying to make sense of the woman who had saved his life. She was impossible, both in nature and in powers. She could practically do anything she wanted, why would she need him at all? Somehow, he ended up in the garden, where another woman, Heir's sister, Rose, sat watching the lake, contemplating something. Somehow, she was Heir's sister, but was around 30 years old. Truthfully, Bucky stopped trying to make sense of it and just accepted it. The woman had noticed his arrival and spoke up, "I know the look on your face, Mr. Barnes. Please just call me Bucky." "And what look are you talking about? You're trying to make heads or tails out of Jasmine and her intentions." "Wait, what? How do you know? Can you read minds too?" The woman gave him a pearly laugh. "I wish, Mr. Barnes. While I do have some experience in the mind arts, I am not powerful or knowledgeable enough in the subject to learn how to circumvent your defenses against mental attacks. They're ingrained in your mind, and it would take someone who's a complete expert on the matters of the mind, like Jasmine, to get in. As for how I know, I have been in your exact situation once." "And did you end up figuring out what she wanted with you?" "Well, not really. Trying to understand Jasmine is a fool's errand, because sometimes she does something with some very long-term plans ahead, and sometimes she does things on a whim. The truth is that Jasmine always has plans upon plans with backups of backups of backups. Her plans have so many layers and are so flexible that if one plan fails, she simply uses another one. Her contingencies are often due to the choices she offers her allies and subordinates. She considers free will to be the most precious treasure anyone could have, and her offers for you to get out is a sincere one. She will not mess with your mind or force you to join her group. She might have plans for you, but if you refuse her offer to join, she has other contingencies that doesn't involve you. Truthfully, I don't know what goes on inside my sister's head, but I do know that her offer for you is a sincere one, just like the one she gave me when she deemed me to have passed a few of her tests. It's how she works, after all. She won't make an offer that is imperative to her plans unless she's sure that you'll accept of your own free will." The former Winter Soldier stood there for a good minute, digesting what Rose just told him. "I don't know why she wants me. Compared to her, to you, with the whole magic mumbo-jumbo you've got going, you don't need me, at all. Why did she make the offer at all?" Rose snorted. That's easy to answer, she made it for you." "I don't understand." The young witch elaborated. "Perhaps the better question would be why she used you to fight Hydra at all. If she really wanted to, she could have asked me, Wanda, Jean, or anyone really to do this job. It wasn't that difficult. Then why do you think she chose to wait until you woke up and were ready to fight, to move against Hydra, and chose to involve you in all these missions?" Bucky froze when he heard that question. Why hadn't he thought of this before? She hadn't needed him to fight Hydra, not even a little bit. She could have done all of this herself without his involvement at all, especially the mission against the Zola machine thing. He still didn't understand how the scientist put his mind in a computer, and Heir explaining it didn't clear matters too much. At his bewildered look, Bucky's companion burst into laughter. "You still don't see it. She did it for you. Do you think she honestly cares about someone trying to kill her? Especially for a business move of all things. She's fought against far worse and far more dangerous people than this group. It doesn't even bother her. No, she fought Hydra, destroyed the entire organization, and gave you an instrumental role in their downfall so that you would achieve your revenge without killing yourself in the process. You were going to hunt them down, weren't you? You were going to find every single Hydra agent on the planet, until you got to the high-ranking leaders and killed them all, one by one. This path would have almost always resulted in your death, and a lot of innocent casualties. So, she chose to give you your revenge on a platter and see what you would do afterwards, when your revenge is fulfilled, when you're empty of your purpose. Why do you trust her so much? Why should I trust her?" Rose gave him a bitter laugh. "It's not because we're family, if that's what you're getting to. I trust her because I'm one of the few people that she's shown who she is inside. All this apathy, disinterest, she gives off, is just a mask to protect herself from the pain of caring. She's very selective of who she cares for because inevitably, everybody dies, everything ends, and it's sad to watch people pass away, while she watches, like a lonely god. And yet, she perseveres, she still fights and continues to defend humanity. She doesn't do this because she wants to beat someone, blame someone, or hate someone. It's not because it's fun, and God knows it's not because it's easy. She does what she does because it's right, and most of all because it's kind. Because in her core, when you strip away all the bitterness, all the pain, and all the agony she feels at every moment, in the very core of her being is kindness. She is, by far, the kindest person that I have ever met, and probably will ever meet, even if she would probably disagree. That is why I trust Jasmine Heir. And you should think to yourself, James Barnes, is she a person worth following, is she a person worth your allegiance? Tomorrow, she is going to go through one of the riskiest, and most dangerous gambles she has ever taken in her life. And I want to be with her when she does it, for all of humanity. Because she could have given up, and chosen to die, like I know she desperately wants to, deep down, but she is choosing to sacrifice whatever is left of her for us, and I will be with her to support her when she does. The question is, will you? The young woman turned around and walked back into the mansion, leaving a thoughtful man, more confused than he already was. Chapter 226, Joining Ranks. March 22, 2012, New York City. James Barnes POV. She does what she does because it's right, and most of all because it's kind. Because in her core, when you strip away all the bitterness, all the pain, all the agony she feels at every moment, in the very core of her being is kindness. She is, by far, the kindest person that I have ever met, and probably will ever meet, even if she would probably disagree. That is why I trust Jasmine Heir. And you should think to yourself, James Barnes, is she a person worth following, is she a person worth your allegiance? Tomorrow, she is going to go through one of the riskiest, and most dangerous gambles she has ever taken in her life. And I want to be with her when she does it, for all of humanity. Because she could have given up, and chosen to die, like I know she desperately wants to, deep down, but she is choosing to sacrifice whatever is left of her for us, and I will be with her to support her when she does. The question is, will you? The young woman turned around and walked back into the mansion, leaving a thoughtful man, more confused than he already was. James stayed still, contemplating his choices and Jasmine's offer. He didn't know if he still wanted to follow her and join her side, in the inevitable conflict she was preparing for. Because, even to someone like Bucky, it was obvious that she was preparing for something. Everyone else seemed to know the danger, everyone except him, so far. Before he realized it, it was already dawn. He had spent the entire night just thinking. While the sun was coming up, the woman who's still confusing the fuck out of him walked through the door and watched the sunrise as if she was a dying woman. In a way, he could understand that, this could be one of the last moments that she's still herself. It was horrible, terrifying really, to know that you're going to lose a fundamental part of who you are on a specific day. The woman in question walked towards him and took a deep breath. He heard her mutter, "Today is the day." James had to ask, "How are you doing?" "I'd be lying if I said that I was fine. I've done so many dangerous things. I've defeated gods and demons, and fought things that you couldn't even fathom, but I have never changed something so fundamental about me on such short notice. It's scary in its own way, to not know if I will still stay as Jasmine when I wake up, or whether I'll become something else, something more." James couldn't even fathom something like that happening. The World War II veteran knew that he was a simple creature at heart. He was never one to argue on the philosophies of the self. He had never even had a true passion. He tried to find it with Steve when they entered art school together. And when he still felt empty, he tried to find it in the army, but all he received in return was pain and death. "I'm not even going to pretend to understand the mumbo-jumbo you've got going on, but you're one of the strongest people I've ever met. Considering that you brought down Hydra while barely leaving your home at all, shows that. So, I'm going to give you one piece of advice. I don't understand what this witch ritual thing will do, but I will ask you this, is there a way you could avoid doing it?" Jasmine shook her head and Bucky continued, "Is there any way you could make it safer, or better for you?" Again, the witch shook her head. "Okay, and this is the last one. Do you think that the world would be better off with you choosing to die and not perform the ritual?" The woman shook her head once more. "We just removed every choice you had that wouldn't have you going through the ritual. Which means that there's no use worrying about it. You will go through with it and you will deal with the consequences, no matter what they might be." Jasmine burst into laughter. "You make it seem so simple." "It's not simple," Bucky replied. "As a matter of fact, every single person living on this miserable little planet should be thankful for what you're willing to give up for them. I don't really understand what you're going to do, or how that's going to affect you, but in the end, you have already made your choice to go through with it because every other outcome is just unacceptable. So, just stop worrying, enjoy the time you have before the ritual and hope for the best." The witch gave him an odd look. "You're far wiser than you look, James Barnes." The soldier didn't know whether he should take that as an insult or not. Instead, he stayed silent and the two of them just enjoyed the comfortable silence, until James asked the question that boiled inside of him, "Why did you save me? And why did you use me to get rid of Hydra? We both know that you don't need me or my loyalty, and we both know that you could have done all of that on your own, without involving me at all." Jasmine chuckled at his little rant. "You've been keeping that in for a while, huh? Tell me, when you look at this lake, what do you see?" James had no idea what the hell that had to do with his question, but he chose to indulge the woman and just answer her question. "I guess I see a lake, a potential for a painting. It's a beautiful view. The concept of beauty is a human one, a mortal one. A man could look at this view right here and see a painting, a photo, a video, a sculpture, a poem, or a novel. This, right here, is why I'm so afraid today. Because the more powerful you become, the less these things mean to you. You stop seeing the concepts, and the beauty around them, the way the water slightly ripples, an imperfection in an otherwise perfect image. Instead, all you see is the atoms that make up the water, the formulas that describe the water's movement. The more you study anything, the more knowledgeable you are about anything, the less you appreciate its beauty. The world becomes dimmer, and a tad less bright. That could be me. Tomorrow, I could just stop appreciating art, or beauty in general. That's what I'm afraid of changing in me. James was still confused by her answer. What does that have to do with me? You asked me about my motivation, and in this case, it was fear. Honestly, I knew about your situation, about Hydra, about your identity for years, and yet I did nothing. It wasn't my fight, and I was going to let your governments, the Avengers and so on, sort it among themselves. But the moment I saw you when you foolishly tried to kill me, I started to ponder on what it would mean to me if I just left you in their hands, and should I survive the ritual ahead of me, would I even think about saving you, about destroying Hydra? So, I chose to do it now, rather than just wait for the Avengers to get their shit together and notice that there's a problem. And there's also the fact that your situation struck a chord with me. Because I, too, was chained to someone, forced to serve them for thousands of years. Bucky was completely flabbergasted by this little revelation. Someone was able to take control of you. She shrugged. Magic is complicated. The main difference is that I chose to serve her in exchange of her sparing my people, and I still kept my mind and my identity while doing so. The problem was that the deal was ironclad and magically enforced. There was no way out, no escape whatsoever. I was able to escape when I found out that she couldn't have access to me anymore. I quit that day. Looking at you that day made me remember what I used to be before I escaped. What could have happened to me if my patron had decided to be a bit more forceful, or make sure to stamp out any thoughts of rebellion? Is that why you saved me? You saw yourself in my situation. The woman snorted. Over the centuries, I've seen a lot of cases far worse than your situation. Sometimes I helped and sometimes I just looked the other way. I'm not here to micromanage human lives. I get involved if I see something I don't like, but I don't actively hunt down everyone who commits a crime. Trust me, your situation is not unique, especially when there's magic thriving in the world. I chose to save you because I saw an opportunity to save someone in your situation before I lost whatever's left of my humanity. Because if I didn't even try to save someone who has suffered as much as you have, who barely remembers what it was like to be happy, then what humanity do I actually have left to lose anymore? The former Winter Soldier didn't expect such a sincere confession from the part of his host. It did make sense. No one in this world is made of pure goodness. The closest person he had ever seen that would come to this would be Steve Rogers, who could barely be considered a functional human being. What about Hydra? Again, the woman shrugged. They were going to be dealt with, anyway. I chose to do it because I was bored and wanted to distract myself about my coming ritual. Then why wait until I woke up to deal with them? She sighed in exasperation. Sometimes, when we suffer, we need a little vindication, a little revenge. I decided to use you to end Hydra, so that you wouldn't get yourself killed trying to be a one-man army, in a foolish attempt to bring down the organization. Which allowed you to have a sort of complete revenge over your captors without risking your life too much. With the possibility of revenge done, you could finally start moving on, accept what happened to you and deal with your pain properly. I decided to use the opportunity one had to destroy Hydra and to bring you peace, so that you could live again. I wouldn't go through the trouble of saving you if there wasn't a chance for you to have a life. In the end, I destroyed Hydra who were starting to irritate me, and I got you started on becoming a healthy human being again. 2 birds, 1 stone. James wasn't surprised about this. Rose had told him that Jasmine might be cold on the outside, acted a bit bitter towards life in general, but in her core, she was just kind. And in the end, no matter how she wanted to phrase it, she saved him out of kindness. She was going through something different, and in what could have possibly been her last week of life, she chose to show him kindness, and do what might have been, for her, one of the last acts of kindness she would ever do. No matter how brave and unconcerned she looked, Bucky knew that deep in her heart the woman was terrified. But this was a person worth following, and even if she could be changing after today, she deserved his allegiance, at least for now. The woman in front of him was worthy of his services. He looked at her and steeled himself. The last time he had sworn allegiance to anyone was when he first joined the army. He had regretted it ever since. He really hoped that this would be different. I've made my choice. I want to stay here. I want to join your team. Chapter 227, Humanity. March 22, 2012, New York City. James Barnes POV. James wasn't surprised about this. Rose had told him that Jasmine might be cold on the outside, acted a bit bitter towards life in general, but in her core, she was just kind. And in the end, no matter how she wanted to phrase it, she saved him out of kindness. She was going through something different, and in what could have possibly been her last week of life, she chose to show him kindness, and do what might have been, for her, one of the last acts of kindness she would ever do. No matter how brave and unconcerned she looked, Bucky knew that deep in her heart the woman was terrified. But this was a person worth following, and even if she could be changing after today, she deserved his allegiance, at least for now. The woman in front of him was worthy of his services. He looked at her and steeled himself. The last time he had sworn allegiance to anyone was when he first joined the army. He had regretted it ever since. He really hoped that this would be different. I've made my choice. I want to stay here. I want to join your team. March 23, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. Today is the day. It feels like a dream, in a way. The fact that after today everything was going to change, everything was going to be different. I was going to be different, on a very fundamental level. Over the years, as I grew more apathetic to suffering, to joy, to hatred, to life really, I could feel my humanity chipping away with every day I lived. Humans were never supposed to be long-lived. They lived very short yet fulfilling lives, condensed like a story. Because what was life but a story? After everything was gone, after their deaths what remained but the stories, the tales of their pain, hatred, love, joy and sorrow. In the end, aren't we all stories that start the day we're born and end the day we die? Human stories are short, sweet, full of action, but for someone as long-lived as me, my story is spread over countless volumes with enough pages to reach the moon. After a while, the story becomes predictable, boring. When someone lives too long, after a certain threshold, they stop being human. I tried to hold on to as much as possible, dividing my long life into little lifetimes with different identities, making bonds, relationships, in the vain hope that if I care enough, if I'm hurt enough, I was still human. This was something fundamental to my identity and today, I will actively reject it. Today, all this effort will be for nothing. I will reject my humanity in an effort to save the multiverse itself. If there was any other way, I would have accepted my condition and would have chosen to die. Honestly, I was tired. Tired of the fight, of the struggle. What more do I have to give up in this cursed life? What more do I even have left? It would be so easy to give up, to rest. I'm always in pain now, always feeling the agony as I see everything around me die. This death sense thing wasn't meant for a mortal, or an immortal really. I could see Odin falling into the madness as he got overwhelmed by this power. The worst thing is that I could feel more powers from the imprint try to manifest themselves. Calling death's powers dangerous would be an understatement. They represented the end, the ultimate end of all things. I could not risk falling into madness with more powers manifesting themselves. I would be a danger to everyone, especially to my family, to Celine, Wanda, Rose, and Jean. I had to choose between death or losing my humanity. For the sake of the world, I will shed my humanity away. I can only hope that what remains is not monstrous. Celine had taken the last few days off to spend time with me. We didn't talk much, there's very little we need to speak of, that's how well we know each other. We just stayed in each other's arms for hours. Unfortunately, Celine doesn't really understand. By the time we had met each other, she had already suffered so much, and with whatever men or women she had been attached to inevitable dying, she had cast away her humanity. Thousands, even millions could die, and she wouldn't care. I loved her, so much, but she was as broken as I was. I did my best to give her something to care for, but in the end, she still doesn't care for anyone but me. She tolerates Wanda, Jean, and Rose because I love them, not because she has any attachment to them. She just doesn't want to see me in pain. She fundamentally doesn't understand what I'm going through. I don't think that anyone else ever can. They try to understand, Rose and the others, and it's flattering to see them care this much about me, but in the end, they don't understand what I'm giving up, because their humanity is so intertwined with their personas that they can't even conceive life without it. Earlier in the day, I decided to get out of the manor and watch the lake. It was beautiful, the sunrise, the way it showed itself in the lake. I wondered if I could appreciate its beauty tomorrow, after I'm done with it. A small tear appeared in the corner of my eye and fell down my cheek when I asked myself the question. I telekinetically vanished the tear from my face when James Barnes looked at me. The man had asked me a few uncomfortable questions considering my motives with him. Truthfully, I don't know why I saved him. I understand that I removed the brainwashing that Hydra put in his head and gave him a structured risk-free revenge that would stop him from going on a foolish suicidal mission for revenge by himself, because I wanted to save him. But I don't know why I wanted to save him. Perhaps it was a way for me to prove to myself that I still had a sliver of humanity left, or perhaps I wanted to save one more life, change one last life before I change myself. Perhaps it doesn't matter in any way, what's done is done, and even if I was flattered with his declaration of allegiance, it won't change anything in the long run. Slowly, the residents of the manor started to wake up. Rose was up first, then Celine and finally Wanda and Jean returned together. No one spoke a word, we all just looked at the lake and waited for some unknown signal to get ready. I was glad to share this moment with them, with my family, not the one I was born to, but the one that I had chosen. I imagined my father, Atlan, watching me from far away, smiling at the scene. I could almost see his proud gaze, the pain in his eyes, knowing what was in store in my future. Today, I stop being a witch, I stop being a creature of magic. Today, I ascend, and I will admit that I am terrified. Then, I heard a cry. It was soothing, cooling, it was beautiful. Erebus erupted from the shadows and circled the lake quickly. He then flew towards me and nuzzled his head against mine. I smiled warmly at him. I guess it's time. My familiar sent out a mournful cry. I could see that he was hurting as much as I was about this. This was my oldest friend, the person that knows me the most. I nodded and stood up. The rest of my little entourage got up with me. Rose ended up being the one to speak up. Are you ready for this? I shrugged. Not really, but it's the best way out of this situation. Wanda asked me in a low voice, do you regret quitting from Death's service? If you were still his avatar, you could have avoided all of this. I gave her a sad smile. I do not. Being bound to that entity caused me nothing but heartache, pain, and misery. Never underestimate the value of freedom. It's such a precious commodity, such a precious privilege that you will never understand it until you lose it. I looked towards Bucky, and he nodded. I would rather live in constant pain and be myself, than return to Hydra's service. I nodded at his answer and continued, in many ways, the last few days, after I returned to this universe, was the happiest I'd been in a very long time. I realize now that it's gone, how much serving that entity had affected my everyday life in a very fundamental way. That's not speaking about the fact that my servitude to death had been something the entity had planned for. Over the years, I had researched the ritual the Grimm family created to summon death. It was just plain wrong on so many levels. Firstly, if anything of death's power didn't want to be summoned, there's nothing anyone could do. Secondly, the cost of a ritual that could summon something like death was immense, and by immense, I mean draining the magic of the entire planet immense. It was unfeasible for mortals, Atlanteans or not, to summon a fucking cosmic entity of all things. The ritual could at most summon a Reaper, one of Death's servants, which means that the cosmic entity had actively chosen to possess a Reaper, knowing that it would cause Atlantis to sink, and that I would protect it. It does explain why Death's power was so contained for an entity that represented the ultimate end of all things. She did all of this to fight me and to make me an offer that she knew I would accept. On that day, Death succeeded. I don't know why she chose me out of every single soul in the multiverse. There were many people who would have dreamed of taking my place, of serving Death and becoming immortal in return, and yet she chose me. She didn't just choose me, she fought and allowed herself to be summoned by mortals of all things, just to get me to serve as her champion. With this, Death gained a champion, a hunter, but even then, this was one universe. I kept the balance on one planet, in one universe. I didn't understand why she chose to keep me here, why it matters. This universe might be in the center of the multiverse, but in the end, there were an infinite number of universes being destroyed because someone messed with the natural laws. If this reality dies, then another one will take its place as the prime universe. Forcing me to protect a single universe as her lone avatar didn't make sense. Death had a plan, something that involved me and my reality, and I didn't know what it was. Maybe it involved Entropy's mad quest. I didn't have the faintest clue. It's not like I have ever spoken to Death after the day I accepted her deal. It was just orders, urges she gave me towards certain people. One moment, I would be fine, and another, I would become the hunter and kill the people who have disobeyed the laws of death. In the end, I just gave up trying to understand. Death was just beyond me, beyond my understanding. Now, I needed to focus on the ritual. Lost in my thoughts, I didn't even realize that I had stayed silent for 5 minutes straight. Celine had given me a knowing look, understanding that I was just lost in thoughts. Wanda, though, looked at me worryingly. Are you all right? I nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm ready. It's time. Where are we going? Rose asked. I gave her a cheeky smirk, one that was a bit forced. Why, we're going to the most advanced country in the world. Rose looked confused and I didn't blame her. After all, I was going to perform a ritual, not visit a country. Still, she played along and tried to guess the country, Latveria. Huh, not a bad guess. No, we're going to Wakanda. Chapter 228, Panthers. March 23, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. Lost in my thoughts, I didn't even realize that I had stayed silent for 5 minutes straight. Celine had given me a knowing look, understanding that I was just lost in thoughts. Wanda, though, looked at me worryingly. Are you all right? I nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm ready. It's time. Where are we going? Rose asked. I gave her a cheeky smirk, one that was a bit forced. Why, we're going to the most advanced country in the world. Rose looked confused and I didn't blame her. After all, I was going to perform a ritual, not visit a country. Still, she played along and tried to guess the country, Latveria. Huh, not a bad guess. No, we're going to Wakanda. Celine rolled her eyes. I couldn't really fault her. She really didn't like to go there, but she understood the importance of this place for the ritual. The others, on the other hand, were confused by my answer. Rose was the one who voiced the question that was in their heads. I've never heard of it. What is this place? Well, Wakanda is a small country in Central Africa. As far as the rest of the world knows, it isn't much different than any of the surrounding land, but the truth is that this little country, that exists in one of the poorest regions on the planet, is actually the most technologically advanced nation on the planet. How? Wanda questioned. I snorted, by chance, of course. All of this began a few million years ago when a meteorite landed at the heart of Africa. It wouldn't be a big deal at the time, but the meteorite in question was made up of an element unseen before on the planet. Nowadays, we call this element vibranium. Bucky sat up straight. Isn't that what Steve's shield is made of? I nodded. Yes, Captain America's shield was created using an alloy of vibranium and adamantium. Back to the subject, tribes started to form around the so-called magical metal, which had the uncanny ability to absorb any kind of energy, including magic, to an absurd degree. Tribesmen found themselves able to create energy blasts from their swords. Imagine, while the world barely knew how to write, the Wakandan could use vibranium to send out energy blasts at each other. Still, the war ended when a man found a herb that grew next to a great amount of vibranium. The metal had absorbed a lot of ambient magical energy since it was sitting directly above the intersection of three ley lines. In return, the metal started to release some of the energy directly to the plant, mutating it, enhancing it using magic. The plant, saturated with magic, became an entirely magical plant by itself. The man, who was starving, found the plant. By consuming the plant, the magic transferred to his body, enhancing him, making him stronger, faster, and more agile. He was pretty much a super soldier by today's standards. He entered the war and united the tribes. He became the first king of Wakanda, the first Black Panther. He passed on his mantle to his son who did the same to his own son, and it went on like this, to this day. Rose was still confused. Well, even if they had a super soldier and a magic-absorbent metal, I don't understand how they became the most advanced nation in the world. I gave her a proud smile. That's because the metal opened a lot of avenues in front of them. By experimenting on it, they began to figure out how the physical world worked. With vibranium, they could create tools and small machines that would have been impossible at the time. The Wakandan used the metal to develop technology far ahead of anything at the time. They also kept the rest of the world under observation, studied the works of mathematics, physics, and the rest of the sciences, and worked further on them on their own, to advance themselves even further. They're not smarter than anyone else on the planet, they just have more tools at their disposal. In the end, the country decided to hide itself from the world, in an effort to avoid dealing with the chaos that spread everywhere. They were content with the way their country was and chose a policy of non-interference. They even created a cloaking field that allowed them to hide in plain sight, an illusion of poverty and suffering that the rest of the world sees. My explanation was done in a bitter tone, with a hint of anger. I really didn't like that place, not because of a lack of beauty, because it was one of the most beautiful places on the planet, but because of their willful and severe isolation from the rest of the world. Rose had noted this and asked, "From your tone, I can tell that you don't like them. Why is that?" "It's not that I don't like them, it's that I despise their hypocrisy. They take and keep on taking from the world and yet they give nothing back. They use the works of Isaac Newton, Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, and Erwin Schrödinger in their designs. They started to adopt our versions of mathematics and physics, they took them and incorporated them into their vibranium-based technology. Can you imagine what these geniuses could do if they had access to vibranium themselves, if they had the knowledge that the Wakandan had? They would have made miracles, and yet that single country had chosen that they knew better, that they were better than the outsiders, who they barely regarded as savages. I continued my rant, but that's not all of it. They did not even attempt to help their neighboring countries. Even when people were being kidnapped to be enslaved, they did nothing. They simply shut their borders and ignored the problem. You don't understand how rich and powerful this nation really is. They make their clothes using vibranium. Clothes. And it's not just the royals that do so, the commoners in this country wear clothes made of vibranium as if it was cotton. The value of the Queen's wardrobe alone could uplift the entirety of Africa if it was sold to the outside world. Truth be told, I avoid this place when I can, not because I fear them or anything as ridiculous as that, it's just that every time I go there, I want to burn it to the ground. But now, the gap between their technology and the technology of the outside world is slowly getting smaller. And one day, when they're fully caught up, Wakanda will be nothing more than a regular country, one that wasted its chance to make any kind of an impact on the world's history. They will be remembered as nothing more than a greedy country that never even tried to help anyone outside their little society. Wanda looked confused. Then, why are we going there for your ritual? Didn't you say that they hated visitors? Celine snorted. That would be the case, if we were going to ask for their permission. Anyway, we're not going to the middle of Wakanda, but to one of the locations that they don't even know of. Celine really hated that place too. The arrogance that every single citizen there had towards outsiders, even ones as powerful as Celine and myself, was very grating. Not to mention how stupid it was to antagonize people who could raze your entire country to the ground on a whim. Still, it was one of the most advanced locations on the planet, and Celine and I thought to check it out. The place was extremely advanced for its time, but the xenophobia was so irritating that we ended up leaving after just a week. After that we only dealt with the royal family. But even then, their smug tones of superiority had almost gotten Celine to burn the place to the ground more than once. With that in mind, I chose to elaborate on Celine's explanation. There's a place, in the middle of a hill of vibranium in Wakanda that people avoided like the plague. They called it the Empty Chasm, a cavern fully surrounded by pure vibranium that absorbed any kind of energy that got released inside. This is, as far as I know, the only place in the world that's completely untainted by ambient magic. The point of me doing the ritual there is that it simplifies the ritual enormously. Not only does no energy whatsoever contaminate the ritual, but it also provides a place for my magic to be absorbed after my magic is fully drained. I could have done so artificially, but it would have made an already extremely complicated ritual increase its complexity exponentially. That's not to mention the higher risk of failure. Rose exclaimed, "So, you're using the fact that it's a magically clean room, and that the vibranium around you will also absorb your magic after it's drained, to your advantage, meaning that you didn't have to take that into account when you designed the ritual. Merlin, that is absolutely genius. I never thought that something as simple as the location of a ritual could simplify or complicate it." I shrugged. A ritual is, at its core, a spell. In this case, the ritual is based on alchemy. I'm sacrificing the celestial seed to alter my magic core into a core of cosmic energy. An equivalent exchange, but for me to alter my core, it must be empty of energy, and hopefully of death's imprint. It's only logical. If you want to repaint a bowl, it cannot have any food inside it. It's the same thing with the core. Rose then asked me, what about the magic that is actually used to perform the ritual? How are you going to supply it without any ambient magic around? The question was quite logical, even if one was an expert in ritual magics. It didn't stem from a lack of knowledge but from a consensus that spells are never used to alter a wizard's own magic. It was logical in a way. A magic that casts a spell that affects itself creates a paradox that would undoubtedly kill the caster in an effort to resolve itself. Since I was stuck in changing my own magic, by that logic, the ritual couldn't be powered by my own magic, which is why it's a purely alchemical ritual, meaning that my own magic isn't used. Alchemy is based on the concept of equivalent exchange, but in a permanent way. It isn't powered by a wizard's magic, but with the ambient magic. The wizard merely sends a spark to activate the ritual, nothing more. In an environment without ambient magic, I merely needed to substitute the power source to ensure that the alchemical exchange happens without issues. I gave her a proud look. A very good question, Rose. It's quite simple. Like I said, vibranium is a metal that absorbs energy, including magic. I have in my possession an ingot of vibranium that I have filled to the brim with magical energy. I put it over a few ley lines and made sure that no other types of energy except for magic gets absorbed by the ingot itself. I will be using it as a power source for the ritual. With that said, the ritual itself will be isolated magically from the rest of the area, right after my magic is drained. This way, I will have no chance of contamination, a viable power source for the ritual, and a viable alchemical sacrifice. With that said, I steeled myself and nodded. All right, I've put this off for long enough. It's time for me to get going. The moment I said this, Wanda and Rose had leapt to give me a hug. Jean just gave me a respectful nod. The redhead still hadn't gotten over the fact that I was her teacher and she never acted familiarly with me, especially since she's secretly dating Wanda, my daughter. I stifled the idea of messing with her. It wasn't the time for this. Bucky offered me his hand and I took it. Thank you. I nodded at him. I looked towards my love, Celine, who was a lot paler than usual and looked quite green. She had unshed tears in her eyes. She jumped at me and kissed me. She gave me an intense look but didn't say anything. She didn't need to. I could feel it through our telepathic bond. Feelings of unconditional love, fear, and worry. I gave her a hesitant smile and turned away. I created a portal towards Central Africa. See you on the other side. I stepped through and went forward. I could only hope that tomorrow, I would still be myself when I came back to them. Chapter 229, Drain. March 23, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I nodded at him. I looked towards my love, Celine, who was a lot paler than usual and looked quite green. She had unshed tears in her eyes. She jumped at me and kissed me. She gave me an intense look but didn't say anything. She didn't need to. I could feel it through our telepathic bond. Feelings of unconditional love, fear, and worry. I gave her a hesitant smile and turned away. I created a portal towards Central Africa. See you on the other side. I stepped through and went forward. I could only hope that tomorrow, I would still be myself when I came back to them. The sight that appeared before me was as breathtaking as the first time I ever discovered this place. I ignored the portal closing behind me as I admired the view. It was a cave that was as large as an entire stadium. There was a small body of crystal clear water in the middle. There were no stalactites or stalagmites, just a smooth spherical surface that made up the walls and the ceiling. The ground itself was almost entirely smooth. It was like someone had created a perfect dome in the middle of a large deposit of vibranium. But what made the sight magnificent was the fact that the entirety of the walls and floor were glowing with a faint blue light. The spring of water was exactly underneath an intersection between ley lines, and whatever ambient magic that arrives in the water is immediately absorbed by the vibranium and spread through the hill. As far as I know, the entire hill was charged with magic, making this one of the best places a wizard or witch could visit. I sighed and steeled myself once more. This wasn't the time to hesitate anymore. I walked towards the small lake, disturbing the previously undisturbed body of water, and slowly put down a cylindrical ingot made of vibranium in the bottom. It looked more like a rod than an ingot, and it too glowed in a light blue color. However, the glow was significantly more intense in my rod. The rod worked as an exterior power source for the entire ritual. It could function as a battery that would release the magical energy when needed, but it could also channel some of the magic released by the ley line, while also absorbing any ambient magic that could contaminate the lake. With that done, I took out my calligraphy brush and a small knife. I had mastered the art of calligraphy a very long time ago when I went to Japan. It was the main way the Japanese drew their runes, and they used paper and scrolls as bases to draw on. Normally, if I was going to perform a ritual of this scale, I would have carved out the ritual circle using my telekinesis months ago and wait for excess magical energy to be absorbed by the vibranium. It was quicker, more precise, and free of man-made mistakes. Unfortunately, this ritual was very last notice, and I didn't have time to prepare properly. Luckily, I could substitute this with my frankly excellent calligraphy. I needed a binding agent to shape the magic and channel it. It was one of the main problems with externally powered rituals. I had to write every instruction myself to avoid any type of ambiguity which could have unforeseen consequences. Once the ritual begins, I would have no control over the magic, it would simply function alongside the runes. Normally, a mage would just use their blood to channel the magic. Since a mage's body already knows how to channel magic, it was the easiest thing they could use to power the ritual. I, however, found that a mix of dissolved vibranium powder and mage blood was a lot better. It had a lower risk of being overwhelmed by the power, and it spread out the magic far faster, meaning that the ritual would be performed quickly. I opened my pouch, which was an extended storage space filled with gallons of my silver blood and vibranium. It looked eerily similar to unicorn blood. Perhaps unicorns were the result of magical horses who instinctively channeled purely light magic in their bodies, changing them over the centuries until they became what they are today. I'll need to test that theory later. This wasn't the time to make wild theories. I had much bigger problems in front of me. Back to the matter at hand, I had made sure to remove any magical energy from the blood and vibranium mixture before storing it. I dipped my calligraphy brush in the liquid and carefully started to create the ritual circle. It took a long time, maybe even hours, but I had to be very precise, and the ritual was huge. That was because it wasn't exactly a single ritual, but two rituals chained together, one to absorb my magic and another to actually change my core. I wouldn't have any magic in me to activate the second ritual, which is why I needed to combine them into a single ritual. Finally, after a very long time, I finished drawing the circle around the small lake and I took a proper look at my work. Almost the entire cave was covered in runes that branched from three major ones. The first one was the mind rune, the second one was the soul rune, and finally, the reality rune. They represented the Trinity, the mind, the body, and the soul. One would wonder why the reality rune represented the body, but to understand this, we need a clear definition of the body. A body, in magical terms, is the physical form that anchors the soul and connects it to the mind. The concept of reality is the physical universe that we exist in. Which means that the body was a reality construct, meaning that with a few modifications, a reality rune could represent the body. These three concepts, mind, body, and soul, represented the identity of any living thing in the world. They were also tied together with an energy that we call magic. Everyone is born with magic, but mages have the ability to absorb it from the atmosphere, which fills their cells with the energy, and they use it to manipulate the physical world. A ritual that affects magic is a ritual that will need to deal with the mind, the body, and the soul. It was why so many people lost themselves attempting to use such a ritual. Without the proper knowledge, people could end up messing with the relationship between the three concepts which, in the best case, will simply end in their deaths. With the ritual being fully drawn, I only needed to put my sacrifice for the second aspect of the ritual, the celestial seed. Ego really was a dumbass to leave parts of his power around. Another celestial would figure out what he's doing in seconds and would hunt him down to the ends of the universe. I put the seed inside a small circle right outside the lake, and I finally entered the lake. With a pulse of my magic, the ritual circle started to illuminate, and I could feel the magic being drained from my body. I did my best to release as much magic as I could, knowing that the vibranium-infused blood could handle it and channel it into the walls of the cave. Slowly, I could feel myself becoming more drained, more tired. People, even myself, often simplify our magic as if it was a core of energy that we could use. The truth is that mages absorbed magic into their cells, like plants do solar radiation. We store the energy in our own cells, and our magical capacity is the maximum amount of magic a wizard could absorb. Using body magic like myself and the Asgardians allows us to enhance the amount of magic that can be absorbed by our cells, empowering us physically and increasing our capacity. It often turns the blood gold, and when it achieves its maximum capacity even with body magic, the blood turns silver. In this case, there's nothing that can be managed to go further. I still have to practice it to avoid my magic atrophying, but I reached my pinnacle in terms of magical capacity. Honestly, I never cared about the capacity. Mine were huge, like honestly, I could wipe out continents if I chose to, and I have rarely exhausted my magic in my long life. Still, seeing it drain like this felt disconcerting to say the least. It was like someone was ripping a blanket off of me, removing the warmth that I always felt. Unfortunately, the magic absorption was far more important than I told my family. The main reason why I had to drain it was the fact that since I was planning on replacing my magic, I needed to make sure that the Trinity, the mind, the soul, and the body, would be connected. It was the main reason why I was so afraid of going through with this ritual. People with cosmic energy cores instead of magic were not bound by the Trinity, because they were beings of energy. As a reference, mortals are beings of matter. Once the body dies, the mind and soul are released and the individual dies. A celestial, for example, while they could bond into a body of their choosing, are mainly beings of energy. Destroying their bodies does nothing to them, they would just reform later. Their mind is contained inside their souls, meaning that only attacks against the soul could kill them. It was why the god killer was probably so feared. The Necro Sword was probably a soul-based weapon that was powerful enough to kill celestial souls in their physical shells by affecting their presence, their soul. By removing my magic, and the death's imprint, there was a good chance that a core of cosmic energy wouldn't be able to replace the magic in combining the Trinity that made up my reality. For me to fully exist, I needed for my mind, body, and soul to remain separate entities and yet connected. It was the basis of my existence, of my humanity. It was why I was so scared of what this core of cosmic energy would mean if my ritual succeeded. Would I stay human? Would I become nothing more than a beast? Would I still love my wife, my daughter, my siblings? Or would I become nothing more than a being of apathy, that saw how pointless existence was at its base and will choose to let things go the way they are without interfering in the slightest? I didn't know, and that was the scariest part. My magic was almost fully drained now. I could visibly see that the entire cavern was a lot brighter, the vibranium having absorbed my magic. I could feel the seconds ticking, until I was completely drained, and I fell back unconscious in the water. And yet, I wasn't unconscious, my body simply was. It was a very odd feeling. I could feel my body, my mind, my soul, exist separately, only chained by the ritual itself with my magic being completely drained. Finally, the second part of the ritual began. It was weird, to have such an outside view of something this abstract, this conceptual happening in front of me. I didn't see what was happening, my body had shut down, and yet I could see it without my eyes. I could feel the temporary artificial chains that bound my Trinity, absorb the cosmic energy needed to replace them permanently. It was going well, for a while, until suddenly, something inside my soul overwhelmed the connection. Something couldn't be bound with the cosmic energy. What the hell was happening? It was impossible. How could my magic be able to handle it but not the cosmic energy, which was far more potent? I could feel the link between the Trinity breaking. The agony I felt couldn't be described with simple words. It was like someone was killing me, splitting me to pieces on a fundamental level. I couldn't handle it, the agony. I was prepared for this to be my death. There was nothing I could do. I wasn't the one powering the alchemical ritual, meaning that I couldn't even try to affect it in any way. I closed my eyes, preparing myself for the inevitable. The ritual had failed as I died. I felt a comforting coolness surrounding me, reassuring me, and stopping the pain. Was this death? I didn't know, but at least, I would die without any pain. I tried my best, but I guess that wasn't to be. Was this the end of the Morrigan? Perhaps it simply was my time. Perhaps this was preferable to the identity death that could have happened to me had the ritual succeeded. My main regret was the fact that I would leave my family alone in a very troubling time. As for the multiverse, I didn't give a fuck about it. After all, I would be too dead to care. These were my last thoughts before my mind was scattered like grains of sand. Chapter 230, Soul. March 23, 2012, Wakanda. Jasmine Heir POV. I could feel the link between the Trinity breaking. The agony I felt couldn't be described with simple words. It was like someone was killing me, splitting me to pieces on a fundamental level. I couldn't handle it, the agony. I was prepared for this to be my death. There was nothing that I could do. I wasn't the one powering the alchemical ritual, meaning that I couldn't even try to affect it in any way. I closed my eyes, preparing myself for the inevitable. The ritual had failed as I died. I felt a comforting coolness surrounding me, reassuring me and stopping the pain. Was this death? I didn't know, but at least, I would die without any pain. I tried my best, but I guess that wasn't to be. Was this the end of the Morrigan? Perhaps it simply was my time. Perhaps this was preferable to the identity death that could have happened to me had the ritual succeeded. My main regret was the fact that I would leave my family alone in a very troubling time. As for the multiverse, I didn't give a fuck about it. After all, I would be too dead to care. These were my last thoughts before my mind was scattered like grains of sand. Surprisingly, I gained awareness once more. It was odd. I was intimately familiar with the concept of death. By definition, it's the separation between the Trinity when the body fails. The mind is turned off, being completely bound to the body through the brain, and the soul is released to the astral plane, to be collected and put through its afterlife until it's neutral enough to be collected into the well of souls to be reincarnated later on. It was an elegant cycle, seemingly simple yet extremely complex in its details. But it also meant that I shouldn't be thinking right now. I shouldn't be saying these things in my head. I have no head. It didn't make any sense. And yet it is happening. Was death, the cosmic entity that I used to serve, planning something? Because my current coherence meant that I wasn't dead, that my mind and my soul were still connected somehow. Yes, that was the most probable cause for my current situation, whatever that was. Oh, I just realized that my eyes were closed. Well, I'm not supposed to have eyes at all, so it's understandable that I didn't open them by reflex. I strained my imaginary muscles and the darkness lifted. I looked around and I saw that the world around me was odd. The sky was dark, yet it had a purple glow to it. It slightly reminded me of northern lights. I took a step forward and my foot slipped on some water. I was on a beach, but the sea didn't seem to have any waves. It was perfectly still, reflecting the beautiful sky that illuminated this plain. Wait a minute, I recognized this place, this beach. Excited, I turned around and gasped. I recognized the fine, snow-white sand, the marble walls and the towers decorated with precious stones and metals. This was my home, my true home. This was Atlantis. I spent what felt like hours admiring the details. It was the small things. My favorite food stall, the academy, which was the second largest building, in both volume and height. And finally, the royal palace, my home. It was beautiful, it was nostalgic, and it wasn't real. I knew at the moment I realized what this place was, that it wasn't real. Atlantis was destroyed. It was a fixed point in time, in every iteration of Atlantis throughout the multiverse. In every Earth filled with magic, Atlantis is built on an island, and in the end, it sinks. Sometimes it's because someone tried some forbidden magic, or angered a higher power, and sometimes it's a natural occurrence. But the truth was, that by the time that the non-magical population started learning how to write, Atlantis would be nothing more than a legend, a children's tale. So, yes, I knew that this place wasn't real. It just couldn't be. Someone had made this place, but it had an odd feeling to it. I knelt down to feel the magic of this fake Atlantis only to gasp when I looked at my hand. It was almost transparent, and I immediately clocked where I was. I'm in the astral plane. The moment that I said this, I heard a small familiar cry. It soothed me and comforted me. It was Erebus. He appeared out of a shadow and made a small lap around the city. He then flew down towards me and my jaw dropped as he transformed into a human. He looked like a middle-aged Asian man in a dark suit. He had pale skin and hazel eyes that reminded me of my sister. He was a handsome man, I will admit to it, but I knew him for thousands of years and he had never taken the form of anything other than a bird. I spluttered, "Since when could you do that?" The man in front of me let out a chuckle. "This isn't the physical world, Morrigan. I can take any form I want, and I thought that this was the best one to be able to speak to you clearly." "What's going on, Erebus?" "I should be dead. The ritual failed." He nodded. "It failed. It was always going to fail, and in a way I think you hoped that it would. Do you really think that I would do this, leave my family behind, leave them to deal with entropy by themselves?" He shrugged. "You would be free of the responsibility, of the pain, of your life. Do not lie to me, Morrigan. I have known you for thousands of years. You were barely a hatchling when we first met. I know you better than anyone, and that includes your wife." I was uncomfortable with the subject, so I asked him, "Why did it fail?" "It should have worked. A ritual I created, even one this dangerous and complex, shouldn't fail. I would have noticed while designing it. The ritual worked exactly as you expected, but you were too ambitious in attempting to preserve your trinity, your mortality. But the ritual would have succeeded had death's taint be connected to your magic, and not your soul." Shit. That was bad. It ran this deep. Yes, the main problem was that your mortal mind couldn't cope with a shard of a fraction of death's power. Normally, you would have used its cosmic energy as a buffer, like a small extra-dimensional computer that made the calculations necessary and gave your mind the relevant information. But you removed your access to the cosmic energy when you quit your post. And when you tried to replace your magic, in an effort to contain the imprint, the cosmic energy you chose wasn't powerful enough to do its role. When death made you into its avatar, she altered your magic to be able to handle your power and keep your trinity contained. However, when you replaced it, the new cosmic energy didn't have that modification, which also means that it didn't have that protection. I protested, but it didn't need to, it's still cosmic energy. The phoenix in human form snorted, "You're comparing the cosmic energy of a low-grade celestial against the energy of one of the primordial forces of the multiverse. Of course, it wouldn't handle it. There are tiers of cosmic energy, and you completely overestimated the one you wanted to take." I nodded, a tad defeated. "In this case, then I'm dead. Or at least, I should be. Why am I here, Erebus? What have you done?" He shrugged unrepentantly. "You're my oldest friend, Morrigan, my partner. Do you really think that I would just let you die? Death is a natural part of life, Erebus, you know that. You represent an entity of rebirth for fuck's sake." "Oh. I just realized what just happened. Shit, this is bad, this is really bad." Erebus seemed to notice my realization. "You're getting a little slow in your old age." "You're correct, I saved you. Or perhaps, the better way to say it is that I gave you another chance." I shook my head. "Why would you do something like this? We both know what this will do to you." He had a sad look on his face. "This was always the plan, Morrigan. We both knew that there was a surefire way to save yourself but that you wouldn't take it. You're too attached to your humanity to do it." I knelt down, begging him, "I'll do it, I'll ascend, just don't do it. Don't sacrifice yourself for my sake." He smiled warmly at me. "We both know that you would be miserable. You wish to have your trinity, but your human mind cannot contain death's imprint, so I made you a partial merge. I used my essence to act as a buffer and to strengthen the cosmic energy, like death did for you before. But what I did was ascend you and interrupt it while my essence is still in your new core of cosmic energy. My power will be enough to act as a buffer for the cosmic energy, but I can only do so much. Every time you will use death's powers, a part of my energy is consumed, and you get one step closer to ascending. You're sacrificing yourself just for more time." He shook his head. "I am sacrificing myself to give you a choice. You will live as you wish, you will have a shard of humanity left for as long as you wish. That's the plan. This was never the plan. I never wanted anyone to die for me, least of all you." He yelled back at me, "This was always the plan." He calmed himself and continued, "We both know that Fox is not returning. The two of us were always connected, light and darkness, fire and shadow, yin and yang. I have stayed on Avalon to prevent the Phoenix Force avatar from going mad with destruction. It's a beautiful land, but I'm a creature of evolution. I need to see the world, and I can't do it locked away on Avalon. I need to die for Fox and I to be reborn." My eyes watered. Was he this miserable without me realizing it? "You're not talking about a small death, your own identity is going to be erased. You might reform in a few years alongside Fox, but it wouldn't be you, it wouldn't be my partner." He gave me a sad nod. "Everything ends, Morrigan, you know this as much as I do." I gave him a bitter chuckle at my words returning in my face. "I'm so sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry of, Morrigan. You're very special, old friend. Did you know that the day that you were born, almost every single cosmic entity tried to claim you, even the Phoenix Force wanted you as her avatar, and yet Death said a single word that day, mine, and everyone respected her choice. You could have ended up the avatar of fate, chaos, desire, delirium, or so many more, and trust me, they would have made Death look merciful in comparison. Even when you died to that awful soul curse as a baby, she saved you by splitting your soul into two, and let both of them live in different universes until they were reunited years later when one of them died. You're alive because she claimed you, Morrigan. Just, don't condemn her too much, sometimes Death cannot understand the living." I nodded, not really understanding why he was telling me this. I had quit my role as Death's avatar, and I wasn't planning on getting in touch with her anytime soon. He looked around and said, "It's time. I just wanted to tell you that it was an honor staying beside you all these years, being your friend, comrade, and partner. I don't regret a single thing, not a single moment or decision. Goodbye, old friend." Before I could respond, he flew at me, turning into a shadow and enveloping me. I felt my very existence change and burn. It was agonizing, and yet I wasn't feeling pain because of what was happening to me, but because of the death of my oldest friend. My last thoughts before I blacked out was of my friend and the regret that I didn't say goodbye. I didn't even thank him for his sacrifice. I saw as my teardrops fell into the sand, and the astral plane shattered like glass. Chapter 231, Grief. March 23, 2012, Wakanda. Jasmine Heir POV. He looked around and said, "It's time. I just wanted to tell you that it was an honor staying beside you all these years, being your friend, comrade, and partner. I don't regret a single thing, not a single moment or decision." Goodbye, old friend. Before I could respond, he flew at me, turning into a shadow and enveloping me. I felt my very existence change and burn. It was agonizing, and yet I wasn't feeling pain because of what was happening to me, but because of the death of my oldest friend. My last thoughts before I blacked out was of my friend and the regret that I didn't say goodbye. I didn't even thank him for his sacrifice. I saw as my teardrops fell into the sand, and the astral plane shattered like glass. I didn't know how much time I spent in the darkness. I was conscious and yet I was not. I could feel myself changing on a fundamental level. But I didn't care. All I thought about was Erebus and his sacrifice. He was my oldest friend, my oldest companion. He's been with me ever since I was a child, learning at the academy in Atlantis. In many ways, he was like a brother to me. He saw me at my worst, and at my best. He was there when I defied death itself, and he picked up the pieces after Atlantis sunk. He was there every single time someone I cared for died, leaving me alone. He wasn't always there, we both wanted to travel, and to learn, but whenever I needed him whether I knew it or not, he always came. 5,000 years, that's how long we had been together, and it was over, just like that. I never wanted anyone to die for me. It was horrible, the guilt, the pain, the agony. It was my fault. Perhaps, I should have stayed as Death's avatar. I didn't mind staying enslaved to a cosmic entity if Erebus got to live. Suddenly, I felt that whatever was going on was done. I gasped, and I realized that I was fully back to the waking world. I opened my eyes and saw that I was back in the cave. The vibranium walls were glowing very intensely from the magic and cosmic energy released. The runes had disappeared completely, consumed by the ritual. However, I didn't care about what happened to me. For now, I just wanted to mourn. I don't know how long I spent there, but for now, I just wanted to vent. It wasn't fair. Why does this always happen to me? Why do I have to watch everyone I care about, even the slightest, die? For thousands of years, there have been two constants in my life, Erebus and Selene. I would shudder to think about Selene leaving me as well. I was certain that it would break me. I wouldn't be alive anymore, just an uncaring woman waiting for the inevitable death of the world, hoping that it would take her with it. I let out an agonizing scream and instinctively let out a telepathic blast that shook the mountain itself. I reined myself in before I destroyed the mountain and buried myself inside. Instead, I sat up and kept punching the ground. There was a sound that was let out when something powerful struck vibranium, an odd ringing so to speak. I barely noticed it, as I kept punching the ground with my full strength. After the first punch, I kept going and going and going, until the ground was dented from my punches. I had overloaded the capacity of kinetic energy storage of that particular section of the metal. I was sobbing, yelling at every punch. I could feel the shockwave that emanated with every punch. I wanted to hurt, and yet my fists didn't split or bleed. They didn't even bruise as I struck tons of the strongest metal on Earth. By the time I had calmed down slightly and stopped abusing the poor vibranium floor, I was gasping in exertion. I didn't know if it was the ritual, the physical exertion, or the emotional one. I was just tired. I wanted for everything to stop, for me to have at least some rest, but Erebus had sacrificed himself for my sake. I owed it to him to live, to grow, but I just wasn't sure that I wanted to, anymore. I curled into a ball and just sobbed for what felt like hours. Nothing had ever hurt me this much. I wasn't vengeful, there was no one to blame but me, no one to take revenge on to make myself feel better, or just to occupy me from remembering what happened. That's enough moping. Erebus would want me to move on, grieve with my family for a bit, but not let myself wallow in pity, like I did after Hestia was gone. I stood up and took a good look at the damage I caused to the cave. I raised an eyebrow to how extensive it was. The vibranium walls were cracking and there were some obvious fissures. The floor wasn't perfectly flat like it used to be, but it was completely warped in a way. There were bumps up and down. The small lake was nowhere to be found, but I sensed some water vapors around. Had I done this in my anger and grief? I didn't know, but I didn't want things to stay like that. I controlled the well inside of me, and slowly the entire mountain started to warp. The cracks were being filled, the floor was being straightened, the lake started to form, and water was filling it. In mere seconds, the empty chasm was back to its former glory. I marveled at my new powers. I had barely thought about shaping my magic at all, let alone try to figure out a spell. Was this how Celestials use their powers? Because it was very instinctive. No wonder they were stupidly powerful from the moment that they were born. They never needed to work on controlling their powers, unlike us with our magic. A wave of sadness enveloped me when I realized that I wasn't a witch anymore. It was such a fundamental part of my identity, that I never even imagined myself without it. I was the greatest magic user that ever existed, that was a fact. No one, except perhaps an elder god, or Agamotto, could rival me in terms of pure magical knowledge, and I took pride in that fact. I was the Morrigan, the Wadjet, Hecate, Medusa. I founded the principles of magic that are being used today. I was Helga Hufflepuff, Morgan Le Fay, Isolt Sayre. Those were some of the few names I had taken, and each of them had changed the world of magic in a very fundamental way. The magical world was my world, my child, protected by my mist from the rest of the world. And yet, could I call myself their savior, their minder, if I wasn't a mage anymore? No, I was planning on retiring anyway, and let Rose take the reins. I was going to let the wizarding world go regardless. I guess it was odd for it to come out of nowhere. And yet, I was strangely very melancholic about it. For now, I needed to fully understand exactly what Erebus did to save me, because his explanation was quite lacking. I felt normal, outside the weird things with my new power source. But there was more to it, I could feel it. For the first time since I woke up from the ritual, I decided to channel my death senses. Immediately, the ability came to my command, and I marveled at the control I had over the ability. I could see the flaws in the vibranium, the small fissures where only a single pound of pressure could shatter them and destroy the cave. I nodded to myself, this was far more control than I had before. Even when I was using Death's cosmic energy, I wasn't really conscious of it. It was like a sixth sense, on the back of my mind, pushing me towards the ultimate way of killing the beings in front of me, that had angered Death so. But Erebus had somehow been able to translate them into something I could see and only see, not with the weird cosmic entity senses that I didn't understand. I let go of the power and I felt different, far different. It was very odd, like something was inherently different with the way I was thinking. It was very subtle, but I could feel it. I gasped as I finally understood what had happened. Erebus energy acted like a buffer, but I couldn't regenerate it. It wasn't mine, after all. It completely contained Death's imprint, but when I did use it, Erebus energy was consumed to act like a buffer. To avoid my mind not shattering from the imprint, a small part of it is stored in my soul, where it wouldn't be as limited as my physical brain. Every time I use Death's abilities, I lose a bit of myself, I come even closer to ascending, until Erebus energy is fully gone, that's when I will fully ascend and permanently lose my humanity. My cosmic core is located inside my soul, meaning that it's an order of magnitude more powerful than my previous magic one, which was bound to the capacity of the cells in my body. I was essentially half ascended, with only my mind being anchored to my body through Erebus essence. I understand now, Erebus wanted to give me another chance at life, another chance to remain mortal and human. My eyes watered as I finally understood my old friend's parting gift. He gave me a choice. Every time I use my powers, I could choose to risk using Death's powers, and slowly ascend, or I could choose to remain as I was and continue living. The ritual had changed me, more so than my magic, but I didn't have an objective perspective about what happened, and I needed to study everything properly. I nodded to myself. I need to take a closer look at my new cosmic core. For now, I will restrain myself to sorcery until I get everything under control and familiarize myself properly with my new abilities. I sighed and just created a portal around me, leaving the empty chasm behind. I appeared in my mansion in New York where I just left a few hours ago to perform the ritual. I looked around and was accosted by Wanda and Rose, who had flung themselves into my arms, hugging me. Seconds after, Celine had teleported in front of me, and gave me a light smile. That smile was gone in a fraction of a second when she noticed that something was wrong. I sometimes wonder how well she knows me, that she noticed something was wrong even when I'm trying to pretend to be fine. What happened? I shrugged. There was a complication with the ritual. I nearly didn't make it. Wanda looked at me, pleadingly, but you're okay. I nodded. Yes, I am. Celine didn't seem to believe me. No, something else happened. I sighed and steeled myself. Erebus is gone, Celine. My voice visibly cracked at the end of that sentence, and even Celine's eyes widened at the implication. Erebus was an immortal creature, a being of death and rebirth. The fact that it was gone meant that what happened to me had to be very serious for that to happen. Is he going to reform? Yes, him and Fox, but it's going to be like a reincarnation. It won't be Erebus, you know. Celine looked down. I'm sorry for your loss. I nodded. There were very few people who knew how close Erebus and I were, and Celine was one of them. She understands that the moment we're alone, I'm probably going to break down in tears and that I was holding on for the sake of the kids. Speaking of the kids, I looked down to Wanda and Rose. So, did you spend the whole day worrying about me? The two young women shared an odd look before Rose spoke out. Jasmine, you've been gone for 6 months. Ah, fuck, this was going to be problematic. On the other side of the galaxy, an energy projection of an ancient being lifted its head with its eyes wide. Oh, how interesting. This is the first time something like this happened. Looks like I'll have to give Tara a visit shortly. Chapter 232, Relief. March 23, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayre POV. Celine looked down. I'm sorry for your loss. I nodded. There were very few people who knew how close Erebus and I were, and Celine was one of them. She understands that the moment we're alone, I'm probably going to break down in tears and that I was holding on for the sake of the kids. Speaking of the kids, I looked down to Wanda and Rose. So, did you spend the whole day worrying about me? The two young women shared an odd look before Rose spoke out. Jasmine, you've been gone for 6 months. Ah, fuck, this was going to be problematic. I forced a smile on my face. The two girls didn't seem to notice anything, but Celine obviously noticed what I was doing. Truthfully, I didn't feel like talking too much. I just wanted to go to sleep and mourn my friend in peace. However, the girls haven't seen me in months, meaning that I have to catch up with them. I'll try to get out of this conversation when I can to go to bed. So, what's new? Wanda glared at me. This is the second time you disappeared without a trace. Is this going to be a recurring thing? Oh, she was mad. Well, it was understandable. She already has abandonment issues stemming back to her birth father, who had just given up on her and put her in a psychiatric facility who resembled a prison more than a hospital. It was better to calm her down. I was already exhausted emotionally from what happened, and I seriously needed to rest. Answering her question, I shook my head. No, I will do my best that it won't happen again, but sometimes accidents happen. No matter how powerful I appear to be, I cannot expect anything. But believe me, I will do my best for them not to happen again. Still, I knew the risks when I performed the ritual, and without Erebus, I wouldn't be here today. Celine interjected. I used my bracelet to know if you were alive and reassured them, so that wasn't that big of a deal. Although, there was a slight glitch on the day it happened, but the connection came back immediately. I nodded. She must be talking about the time I was pretty much dead, and Erebus was able to pull me back. Like I said, it was a near thing. But it's not like you didn't know what was happening or the risks involved. I had told you all. And the losing your humanity thing? Rose asked. With Erebus' intervention, it became a gradual thing instead of an instant one. I am different, believe me, I can feel it in my bones. I can feel the earth moving. The ground beneath our feet is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and the entire planet is hurtling around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour, and I can feel it. We're falling through space, right now, clinging to the skin of this tiny little world, and if we let go, I stop my rambling. I really need to get a grip on my powers. I righted myself and continued, let's just say that I'm different, very different, but it's still me, deep down. I have lost a shard of my humanity, yet I am still mortal, a being of flesh. But slowly, it could take months, years, centuries, or even millennia, but my humanity will erode, and my ascension will be complete. And what a sad day it will be. The day I stop struggling and accept that my humanity is gone, the day I stop even trying to pretend to be human, because I wouldn't even be able to pretend, even if I tried fooling myself, because I would be too aware of everything. Seeing the sad faces of my sister and daughter, I chose to change the subject. So, what's been going on while I was gone? Rose seemingly understood my attempt at brightening the mood and answered, nothing much. We've been staying in the mansion for the time being since S.H.I.E.L.D. is still after us. I gave her an incredulous look. There's still a thing. Barely, the final UN vote is in a few days and it's not looking good for them. Your leak started a worldwide challenge to hack their servers, and while their security is impeccable, eventually someone was able to get a few classified files and post them online. They got the details of the research on World War II Hydra weapons, some human experimentation while trying to recreate the super soldier serum, a couple of assassinations of high-profile targets that got a lot of people outraged. Let's just say that a lot of people are out for their blood. The Avengers, even if it was formed by S.H.I.E.L.D., ended up renouncing them. Yeah, Captain America pretty much claiming that he didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. on national television was the last nail in the coffin. Add in the fact that the World Security Council was fired and are now being tried for 10 million counts of manslaughter, the organization is in chaos, and Nick Fury was the only one who is keeping things going so far, and even then, he's waiting on a miracle to come out of nowhere to fix things for him. Well, isn't that interesting? I will admit that it is impressive that Fury has somehow kept his ship afloat while the entirety of the world is against him. But things are happening near what I planned. Honestly, I didn't give a shit about S.H.I.E.L.D., what I did care about was the fact that it was a Hydra asset, and considering how they might target my family, and could technically assassinate them, I needed to take them out. That was the point of it all. Although, a part of me is really petty, and wanted to see a control freak like Fury try to deal with the chaos that I caused. Serves that guy for trying to confront me during a school day. But now, I didn't care one bit, about Hydra, about S.H.I.E.L.D. It all seemed so small, so pointless. I knew that I didn't feel this was before the ritual. Is this still something that changed in me? Or is it the fact that now that I pretty much destroyed the two organizations, I stopped caring about them? How much have I changed really? Still, something bothered me slightly about what Rose said. Wait, why is S.H.I.E.L.D. after you? As far as I know, you haven't done anything really illegal. Wanda scowled. We didn't. It's just with the way the UN has been pressuring them, they want to win desperately, and recruiting mutants and superpowered people in their organization was a good way to do that. They've been hunting mutants left, right and center, from all over the world. Jean was over herself trying to rescue them. Celine nodded in agreement. I put her in touch with my representative in Genosha to help out. She was growing restless in here and wanted to get involved. It was the safest way I could see of her helping out without getting herself killed. They're a team of professionals that have been doing this for years. I raised an eyebrow. Seriously, has Fury been doubling down with this? I didn't really understand why he was collecting mutants all over the world, and honestly, I didn't care. It was probably some plot to pressure the UN to keep him going. So, that by disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D., all these mutants with powers will be free to do what they wished, and that wouldn't bode well for the stability of the countries involved. Still, it was curious that Genosha was finally getting involved in this, even if the rest of the world didn't know it. This was a nation of mutants, one that was previously under Celine's control, before they got bored and chose a successor in Emma Frost, one of the main pharmaceutical manufacturers in the world and currently the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. She was a mutant capable to turning her skin to diamonds, but her most impressive power was her very precise telepathy. It didn't rival mine in any way, considering how much time I've been training that particular ability, but she was impressive for someone her age, nonetheless. Celine had chosen to give up control over the country and hand it over to her fellow queen so that it would remain a safe haven for mutants. Honestly, Celine didn't care about it. She could probably take over the country as a weekend if she was bored, but she gave it to Emma Frost of all people because while she tried to hide it, she was a good person deep down. She was manipulative, very power-hungry, and had a very skewed moral compass thanks to her father, but she wouldn't hurt the mutants under her supervision, and would make sure that they would have happy lives if she could. Even then, if she went mad and started to do some weird shit, Celine was just going to set her straight. For now, Emma was the temporary leader of Genosha until Jean steps into the role. Still, what Emma had done was impressive. She had created a very sophisticated spy network all over the world, and in conjunction to a very powerful mutant called the Doormaker, who could make a portal to anywhere on Earth he could visualize, she was able to keep a visual on known mutants and would send a team to save them if they're attacked by bigots or power-hungry groups. Then, they would be offered a place in Genosha where they would be safe from such dangers. It was a very efficient system and the main reason why the mutant population all over the world was plummeting. They didn't stop appearing, they just moved somewhere safer. Honestly, Jean, in turning with Emma, was a good choice. It gave the redhead a good idea what she would have to deal with when she takes over eventually, and it allowed her to make bonds inside the place, meaning that she was more likely to accept a position there if I offer it for her. Mutants didn't have the protection the wizards usually had, also known as the mist, meaning that their safety was far more difficult to secure if they're not in a single location. It was why I took over Genosha after I defeated Nathaniel Essex, after all. Still, I will admit that the situation with S.H.I.E.L.D. was very curious. I never imagined Fury being this heavy-handed with the recruitment of mutants. I commented out loud. Rose chuckled. It's actually our fault, a bit. Bucky has been trying to take down the remaining Hydra cell while you were gone, and he needed help with the mutants, since he didn't know if they were brainwashed or voluntarily joined the organization. Either way, we used the Doormaker network to put them in cells in Genosha. Emma and Jean then looked in their heads for signs of tampering and fixed it if there was any. If there wasn't, they remained imprisoned, but if there were, after they fix it, they would offer them a position in Genosha, and remove their memories of the place if they refused. We did this to the mutants in S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a lot more compromised than we thought, which means that Fury lost most of his superpowered assets. It's why he's been so heavy-handed with the recruitment right now. I nodded. It made sense, after all. One of the main arguments in keeping S.H.I.E.L.D. as an organization is the fact that it may dealt with superpowered criminals and presented as a safe alternative for mutants to be useful for their administration. It was a good way of getting rid of troublesome teenagers with too much power by convincing them of playing superhero. But with half their mutant roster gone, and the decrease in mutant criminals due to the mass migration to Genosha, it proved that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't needed for things to remain stable. Fury was doing his best in proving the contrary by trying to either recruit or arrest as many mutants as he could. It was a very dangerous policy to take, not to mention incredibly risky. But, for now, Fury was a man with nothing to lose, and that was a scary thought to have. If anything, the next few days will prove to be interesting at the very least. I ended up spending hours with Celine, Wanda, and Rose, chatting up, making jokes. It was nice to see that the ritual didn't seem to have affected the way I felt about them. I chose not to overthink things, as the day concluded, and I went to sleep. I'll worry about it tomorrow. For now, I will sleep and mourn my friend's death in peace. Chapter 233, Furious Contemplations. September 19, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. But with half of their mutant roster gone, and the decrease in mutant criminals due to the mass migration to Genosha, it proved that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't needed for things to remain stable. Fury was doing his best to disprove that, by trying to either recruit or arrest as many mutants as he could. It was a very dangerous policy to take, not to mention incredibly risky. But, for now, Fury was a man with nothing to lose, and that was a scary thought to have. If anything, the next few days will prove to be interesting at the very least. I ended up spending hours with Celine, Wanda, and Rose, chatting up, making jokes. It was nice to see that the ritual didn't seem to have affected the way I felt about them. I chose not to overthink things, as the day concluded, and I went to sleep. I'll worry about it tomorrow. For now, I will sleep and mourn my friend's death in peace. September 27, 2012, New York City. Nick Fury POV. Nick Fury wasn't amused, not amused at all. If he would call the last few months as being disasters, he would be understating things, by a lot. S.H.I.E.L.D. was sinking and he had no idea why it was happening. It was so sudden, so unexpected, that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know where to begin. He didn't even know why this happened. No one knew, no one actively targeted the organization any more than it's used to. It all started with the alien invasion, where the team he put up, the Avengers, were able to snag a pretty decisive victory with minimal casualties. It was glorious, it vindicated Fury against all the people who doubted his little mad idea. Even if the invasion was mainly stopped by two aliens that he had no control over, Thor and the Morrigan, that they still didn't know whether they survived the invasion or not. It would have been the highlight of his career. But it was then that the damn World Security Council decided that it was a good idea to nuke one of the biggest cities on the planet. And these motherfuckers chose to do this while the situation was obviously contained. He didn't know what went through these idiots' heads, but if it wasn't pure shit, he would give his other eye. Still, it took some PR miracles, some little donations here and there, and the nuke became an accidental decision from the council who were investigated. Honestly, the organization shouldn't have even had any nukes. The one fired was part of the ones that were recovered with Rogers and was being studied by the scientists in an undisclosed location. He didn't want any country to have access to those, so he chose to keep them and not break the fragile peace between nations. He didn't need to ignite another Cold War. Still, they had a couple of missiles on the helicarrier just in case they would need them. They were fighting aliens, after all. Oh, how Fury wishes that he'd just left these missiles at a base somewhere. He wouldn't be in this position. Maybe he should have just called Carol to handle this. She could probably do it by herself. If he was frank, Fury was glad that the council was being investigated. The leaked clip visibly showed him objecting to the decision of blowing up New York and doing his best to stop it. He could have used it to consolidate the organization under his banner and stop bureaucrats that had never been in a fight in their lives from making decisions that they just didn't understand. But, of course, things went to shit. The leak happened. Somehow someone got access to their servers, and it wasn't Stark, he checked, and kept leaking sensitive documents and projects to the public. They weren't the worst things that his organization had done, but they caused a public outrage at a time that the support for the organization was at an all-time low. But it was enough to get those UN morons to make a fuss in an attempt to seize power and influence. It's not as if they did anything that wasn't part of their charters. They were a peacekeeping organization, confiscating dangerous tech, killing warlords, and so on, were part of their job. If someone had leaked even a fraction of the CIA's database, they would have found pretty much the same things, maybe even worse. Unfortunately, if politicians cared about one thing, it would be public perception, and right now, S.H.I.E.L.D. was being crucified by the public, which meant that they washed their hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. or in some cases actually joined the public and attacked S.H.I.E.L.D. even more. These ungrateful fucks. If they had a clue of just how many lives his organization has saved, how many economic collapses they have stopped, how many wars they have averted, they wouldn't even dare to say anything. Still, he could have dealt with it, if it wasn't for Pierce's unexpected demise. The man had died of a heart attack, a normal one with a regular cause in the autopsy, but the man had never showed any heart troubles during his yearly medical checkups. It made him suspicious, and after a bit of investigating, he ended up with the familiar name of Jasmine Heir. He hadn't forgotten what he felt the last time he confronted the woman. He felt like nothing, like a prey in front of an apex predator. Jasmine Heir was dangerous, and now she was the owner of one of the biggest companies in the world, certainly the most influential one, at the very least, which doubled her already high threat level. He knew, in his bones, that Jasmine had killed Pierce. He tried to prove it and investigated Pierce's case. He asked to see Heir, but he was told that she was on vacation abroad for an undetermined period of time. Although Marvel cooperated with the authorities and gave them the surveillance tapes of the day Pierce met up with Heir and the details of the meeting. Sadly, there was no audio, and Heir seemingly hadn't even touched or used any powers on him. Still, all of this might have been an illusion that she had put up to fool the authorities. As for the meeting, it was to discuss an arrangement that Evan Shade had made with Pierce before her death, but one that was not finalized. Apparently, the former secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D. planned on using funds from the organization to buy out the company. It was unprecedented, but it would have been a huge win for them. The Marvel Media Company was not only the most influential media company in the world, but it also had a large network of informants that fed it information for the news, a network that S.H.I.E.L.D. could have used. Unfortunately, Evanshade died in a car explosion, something that he suspected Heir was involved with, and left everything to her niece, Jasmine Heir, who scrapped the deal entirely, as was her right. Unfortunately, outside of a possible motive, there was nothing he could link to Heir, other than claiming that she was a mutant, and he had no proof of it. Which meant that to nail that bitch, the only thing he needed was to get proof of her using her powers. Juries were very critical of superpowered individuals in courts, meaning that she could still be considered as a suspect. Unfortunately, the woman had disappeared completely, which put a wrench in that plan. Apparently, Pierce's death was the beginning of the end. There was a freak accident in a hotel that killed many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s higher-ups in a single night. He had no idea what they were doing there, maybe it was a private funeral between them, they seemed to have been close with Pierce. However, that didn't explain why over half the agents in the company quit their positions at once a month later. Sitwell, Garrett, Ward, Malik, Rumlow, and so many more. It was horrible, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was crippled from the inside. Also, something felt fishy about the entire thing. These people didn't seem to care about the public's opinion, and yet they just walked out one day, resigned, without even saying why they left, only claiming that it was for personal reasons. The public was against them, their agents were leaving them out to dry. S.H.I.E.L.D. was falling, the legacy of Howard Stark and Peggy Carter was going up in flames, and Fury had no idea what to do. The worst thing, though, was the disappearance of mutants all over the world. Most of the mutants who had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. had just disappeared one day, along with their families. All the mutants they were keeping tabs on had the same issue. It was worrying, not just for S.H.I.E.L.D., but for the safety of the entire world. The truth is that one of the main reasons the UN keeps funding S.H.I.E.L.D. is because they delay them having to deal with the mutant issue. S.H.I.E.L.D. represented a path for mutants to live as agents for humanity, protecting the world from threats while not making trouble for their respective governments. The more mutants joined S.H.I.E.L.D., the less likely it is for there to be mutant crimes on the streets. And the disappearance of mutants showed how little impact S.H.I.E.L.D. has made on the issue, which was another black mark on their record. And to make things worse, mutants disappearing means that someone is either recruiting or kidnapping them, which means that someone out there has an entire army of mutants at his or her disposal, which didn't bode well for the rest of the world. Fury had chosen to double down and keep finding mutants and recruit them before they're kidnapped, but he was always late, losing a possible asset for S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the Avengers chose not to help him. As a team, they had chosen to keep their distance from S.H.I.E.L.D. and all governments to avoid any questions on the missions they'll be taking on. It was understandable, but what was surprising was that it was Stark who had made the suggestion to do so, which even Romanoff and Barton agreed to be the right thing to do, especially with how the public still kept crucifying S.H.I.E.L.D. today. It was a low blow. Fury had been the one who gave Romanoff a chance instead of just killing her outright. He was the one who helped Barton set up his family, he was the one who dug up Captain America from the Arctic, and he was the one who helped Stark find a replacement for the palladium in his arc reactor, saving his life. To see this team spit upon everything he had done for them was painful, even if it helped them realize Fury's dream of an entire team of superheroes from all around the world, protecting the world from the threats from the stars. As for now, S.H.I.E.L.D. needed a win, and it needed it desperately. He needed to catch someone big, someone that the public would hate even more than them. He had no idea where to start, and with the UN vote being so close, he was running out of time. As Fury was pondering all of this from his office on the Triskelion, Maria Hill entered the room. The woman was one of the main reasons Fury didn't go crazy in the last few months. She was a rock, efficient and loyal to a fault, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. appreciated all the effort she made in helping him try to salvage the current situation. For some reason, she had a small smile on her face. "Sir." He nodded. "Hill. We have some news." Fury nodded and she continued, "The satellites have found Jasmine Heir in a restaurant in New York." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Well, if an opportunity presented itself, just before the UN vote, he was going to take advantage of it. After all, he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Chapter 234, Furious Warnings. September 27, 2012, New York City. Nick Fury POV. As Fury was pondering all of this from his office on the Triskelion, Maria Hill entered the room. The woman was one of the main reasons Fury didn't go crazy in the last few months. She was a rock, efficient and loyal to a fault, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. appreciated all the effort she made in helping him try to salvage the current situation. For some reason, she had a small smile on her face. "Sir." He nodded. "Hill. We have some news." Fury nodded and she continued, "The satellites have found Jasmine Heir in a restaurant in New York." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Well, if an opportunity presented itself, just before the UN vote, he was going to take advantage of it. After all, he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. However, Fury knew for sure that his opponent wouldn't be a regular one. He vividly remembered the fear he felt when he last confronted the woman, trying to press gang her into the Avengers initiative. When his old friend, Charles Xavier, warned him about her, he hadn't expected how fearsome and intimidating the young woman was. If he was honest with himself, Fury had wished that the woman had died during the Asteroid M fiasco. She had just disappeared, and with no signs of her in years, he considered her to be dead, probably by Magneto's hand. It was quite the victory for S.H.I.E.L.D., that fiasco. It had gotten rid of the threat that Magneto posed, the threat that Jasmine posed, and while Fury does regret Xavier's death, it allowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to fill the hole that he left behind and be able to hire more mutants into the organization. Still, for all his confidence, Fury needed to be very careful in how to proceed. Bagging Sayer was a must right now, especially with the vote being so close. Having her convicted of murdering Pierce and Evanshade to take over the country was bound to be a large PR boost to the sinking ship that S.H.I.E.L.D. currently is. To do that, he needed all hands on deck, he needed the Avengers. Fury had his own team of mutants, but truthfully, they just weren't as efficient as the saviors of New York. They couldn't account for the Hulk's raw power, Stark's intelligence and firepower, Barton and Romanoff's strategic prowess, and Captain America's charisma. Having them fighting alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a big win for him. Fury dismissed Hill from his office and started calling Romanoff. She was the one he was the closest with. The woman was riddled with guilt from her actions as the Black Widow, and Fury was the one that provided her the opportunity to clear her ledger. The phone rang for a few seconds before the Black Widow's voice answered. "Hello, Romanoff here." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. steeled himself and started speaking. "It's Fury." "What is it?" While most people would have been annoyed at her tone, she wasn't actually trying to be rude. Romanoff was a straight-to-the-point kind of woman. It was one of the main reasons he liked working with her so much. "The satellite has located a target, one that eluded us for months. She's our main suspect in Pierce's death alongside Evanshade's in an attempt to seize control over the Marvel Media Company." The assassin answered with a suspicious tone. "What does Pierce have to do with Marvel?" Well, that was a bit uncomfortable to answer. He had a deal with Evanshade to sell him her shares of the company. That would be worth billions, at the very least, money that Pierce shouldn't have. How was he going to pay for it? Fury would have normally lied, if it was any other agent, at the very least, but Romanoff honestly didn't care about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s occasional dirty business, since she was often asked to do it. But what she doesn't tolerate was him lying to her. If he said that something was classified, she would just accept it and not keep digging. Unfortunately, she's now outside of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, meaning that he can't just tell her that something is classified. He had to come clean with this. Pierce was planning on using S.H.I.E.L.D. budget to buy the company. And you knew about this? It pained him to admit it, but he had to. "No. I wasn't aware of his ambition to buy the company." And the fact that he didn't know bothered him. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Decisions like this, especially using this many resources from the organization, should have been made in his presence, if only to be able to manage the budget after the purchase. Pierce. Doing it under the radar had unsettled the one-eyed man deeply. "So, you're telling me that Pierce, the former secretary of the World Security Council, decided to buy a media company that's probably worth more than 3 times S.H.I.E.L.D.'s yearly budget, without telling you about it, or anyone in the finance department, for that matter, since you would have received a report if he had, and he was killed because of it, and so was Evanshade, the woman who was supposed to sell him the company in the first place." Her tone was incredulous, and he could understand why. Honestly, if it wasn't for Sayer's involvement, he wouldn't have looked twice at the situation. "Yes, but there's more to it." "Fury, honestly, I looked at Pierce's autopsy. The man died of a heart attack that was due to a blood clot, that was in turn caused by a large concentration of cholesterol in his blood. It was pure chance, and I don't think anyone, even me, could fake something like that. That's not even mentioning the fact that the man went behind your back to buy a major asset, especially when he was under review as part of the World Security Council. You can't say that doesn't sound fishy. You're grasping at straws. Even I can tell that much." Yes, he knew exactly how this sounded. And normally, he would have tried to look for more evidence, to convince Romanoff even further. And he knew that there was something fishy about the situation with S.H.I.E.L.D., but he had no other options. He needed a big win, and he needed it to be clean and with no issues. With that said, Fury finally gave her the final nail in the coffin. "Jasmine Sayer is the suspect in question." The line went silent at this, and a few seconds later, Romanoff responded. "So, let me get this straight. You think that Sayer found out about the deal between Pierce and Evanshade and killed them both to stop the sale from happening and to get control over the company. And now, with Sayer resurfacing, you want to go after her?" "Yes, that's an apt summary." Romanoff didn't say a word for a good 5 seconds before answering. "Are you out of your fucking mind, Fury?" He didn't expect a response like that. He knew that Sayer had messed with Romanoff a lot during their last encounter, but he didn't expect it to distress her this much. "Don't get emotional on me, Romanoff." The woman had calmed herself and answered, "Look, Fury, things are a lot more complicated than you think. Do not go after Jasmine Sayer. It's suicide. You will lose everything." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. gritted his teeth. "And how do you know that?" "Seriously, Fury, you have no idea what you're dealing with. We both know that you're usually not that reckless, and that you don't attack anyone without proper intelligence. And I know that you don't have proper intelligence, because if you did, you wouldn't have even considered the situation. Yeah, you're probably right in the fact that Heir killed Pierce, but she didn't kill Evanshade, and that's a fact. Don't do this, Fury. I'm warning you for old time's sake. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had to admit that Romanoff's clear aversion to the idea of going after Heir unsettled him. You know something that I don't. Yes, I do. I shouldn't even be telling you this. I'm only warning you because of what you've done for me over the years. Please, Nick, don't go after her. I will tell you right now that not a single Avenger will support any attack on that woman, and for good reason. If you have any sliver of trust in me, don't do it. So, there was more to the situation, and the Avengers knew about it. Nevertheless, the woman had killed the Secretary of the World Security Council, and there has to be consequences for doing that. He appreciated Romanoff's warning, her really did, but these were desperate times, and desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm sorry, Romanoff. The world needs to see S.H.I.E.L.D. doing something, fighting a dangerous foe. They need to see that even with the last few scandals, that S.H.I.E.L.D. was needed. This is the only way that I can see S.H.I.E.L.D. surviving. No, it isn't. There has to be something else you could do, someone else you could go after, Romanoff pleaded. There's Ulysses Klaue, who was last seen in South Africa. You could have the gratitude of Wakanda and all the other African countries surrounding it, just for returning the vibranium he stole. They could feed their people if they sell it to you anyway, and then it would open a lot of doors for research. I could even get Tony to finance you, if you can get him to do some tests on some pure vibranium ores. Fury denied the offer. Klaue went underground. We've been tracking him, but he left South Africa a few months back. And even if we did get him, it wouldn't impact the UN vote this much. We need something bigger, and bagging a mutant who took over one of the biggest companies in the world could be the push we need. Plus, we both know that it's the public we need to sway, not the UN representatives. Fury, I'm begging you here, don't do this. No, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had already made his mind. This was the only path he saw where S.H.I.E.L.D. would still be standing after the vote. I'm sorry, Romanoff. He hung up on the assassin. This didn't bode well for Fury. The Avengers being so opposed to fighting this woman put a wrench in his plans. For now, he needed to adjust things slightly. He didn't know if he could beat Heir. His team of mutants, while strong, probably wouldn't be enough to fight her, considering the confidence she showed in front of him and Charles when they confronted her. But he didn't need to actually defeat her, did he? He only needed to show that she was a threat, get her to use her powers, and show the world that the woman in charge of the Marvel Media Company was a mutant. The public opinion was generally against mutants in general, and she could be found guilty of the murders in the eyes of the public. This would show the world that S.H.I.E.L.D. was still fighting the good fight and removing dangerous threats even after the fiasco that was the New York invasion. Okay, that would be an adequate plan. As for now, he needed to assemble a small task force of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mutants to get them to do the mission at hand. They needed to be either extremely tough or long-range fighters. It was a good way of minimizing the risk to his own agents while revealing Heir's nature to the world. Still, he was wary of Natasha's warning. She seemed desperate to stop him from doing this. Maybe she had a point, maybe going after Heir was suicide. But Fury was a fighter, he didn't become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. without fighting his way up, and he sure as hell wasn't going to give up on his organization without a fight. With that small bit of hesitation gone, Fury sent a message to his second-in-command, Hill, assemble Task Force X, we're going after Heir. Chapter 235, Coffee Break. September 27, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I sighed contently as I took a sip of my coffee. I had decided to go walk around the city today to keep my mind off Erebus. Things have been spiraling out of control lately, which is something that I hadn't experienced for a very long time. So, I decided to spend some time alone in New York, and ended up sitting at my favorite table in one of my favorite cafes in the city. The coffee was great, but what really sets this place apart was the fact that the owners have a private table which is surrounded by a garden, up on the roof. It was a beautiful place, one that allowed me some privacy, and yet still let me see and hear the city around me. As I kept drinking my coffee, I refused to think about Erebus, and instead started thinking about my new powers. I didn't experiment with Death's powers too much, in fear of losing even more of my humanity and accelerating my ascension, but I did try to use my magic with the cosmic energy core. It was both easier and harder than it used to be. Somehow, cosmic energy was even more chaotic than magic, and it was very dangerous for someone to experiment with, but it was also far denser than magic. It seemed to excel in matter manipulation in general. I could transfigure and transmute anything without a second thought. There was also a sense of permanence in everything I did with it. For example, conjurations, which are supposed to be energy projections made with magic and hence disappeared after a certain time, required far more energy to create, now, but also whatever I conjured was real, meaning that it was made of real matter and thus, was permanent. It was something that I had never considered to be possible. Magic obeyed the laws of conservation of mass and energy, but it seemed like cosmic energy was in a league of its own. Luckily, runes acted the same and so did alchemy. Elemental magic, especially my darkness element, could be used with nary a thought. In the end, almost all my magic had stayed relatively the same, except for charms and enchanting, which seemed to require far more focus and control than before, something that I could manage without too many problems. What I did notice though, was the psionic magic, which is especially the mind arts and telekinesis, had changed somewhat. They weren't stronger, per se, just different. My telepathy was more instinctual, not in penetrating minds that is, but I had a bigger urge to communicate telepathically. It was like words and the spoken language felt lacking sometimes, and that it was easier to communicate an idea, or an emotion with telepathy rather than talk about it. As for my telekinesis, it had always felt like some external phantom limb that I shaped to do what I wanted, but now, I felt like I could actually control matter, each atom individually. Previously, when I disintegrated something, I held it in place with my telekinesis and used my darkness element to destroy it, but now, I could just do it using my telekinesis. It even felt natural to do it, as I could use the shredded molecules to build something else. It was no wonder that Celestials felt like gods. They could reshape the world as they wished. Believe me, I was thousands of times weaker than even Ego, who is without a doubt the weakest Celestial out there. I could imagine the cosmic energy in my soul being an endless well of power, and how I could use it to create star systems and even galaxies without a thought. The creation and destruction part of a Celestial's powers were instinctive, and it became obvious to me how powerful even a newborn Celestial could be with that kind of instinctive control over its basic abilities. It also highlighted how disappointing Ego really was, in the end. He had so much power at his disposal, and while going for the organic route was slightly odd, compared to other Celestials that chose to create mechanical bodies and infrastructures, he was able to create an entire planet, filled with its own ecosystem and wildlife. But outside of this, he did absolutely nothing. He put his brain in the middle of the core of the planet and limited his mobility to just using energy projections. Ego had so much power, so much potential, and yet he did nothing with it. He didn't create, he didn't destroy, he just had a mad plan of killing off the entire galaxy for reasons I didn't quite understand. Back to my changes, it wasn't just my powers that were different. I was different. As the days passed, I started to notice how much the ritual had changed me, and it scared me to see how I could have ended up without Erebus interference. In short, I felt detached from the world. It felt odd, like they were just characters of a book I was reading all the time, or a movie that doesn't ever end. The only people that seemed to be spared from this were my family and friends, few as they may be. But the billions of strangers all around the world just felt different, they felt less. It was an odd thing to describe, and it was something that my human half was fighting as hard as it could. I knew that this was the beginning of the end. It would be slow, but I would stop caring about the world, and one day, I fear that I might even stop caring about my family. One day, I would stop caring about Wanda, about Jean, about Rose, and maybe I'd even stop caring about Celine. Would I still love her? Would I be capable of love at all? If I really stopped caring about them, if I stopped loving them, my anchors to whatever remains of my humanity, I don't know if I could survive with the guilt. It would break my heart, and the sad part is that I might not even have a heart to break in the end. This was what I was afraid of, why I tried to find any other way to survive death's imprint without ascending and finding nothing. It was also why I risked going through with a ritual that would have either resulted in my death or me staying alive with my humanity intact. I was now going through the motions, pretending and acting as if nothing had changed, while everything had changed. It was exhausting, especially since I had to do it at home. I loved my family, I really did, but I also felt like there was something missing, and I didn't quite understand what. Honestly, Celine immediately understood that I needed some space and went back to work as if nothing happened, although I could feel her worrying gaze on me whenever she thought that I wasn't looking. Rose, Jean, and Wanda, on the other hand, didn't even seem to care whether or not I caught them fretting over me. I appreciated their concern, I really did, but it was slowly becoming overbearing, and I had to get out of there and take a breather. I took another sip from my coffee mug and sighed. This was a very good blend. I think it was a new one. I'll have to ask the owner if he had more of it for me to take home. The waitress, who basically only waited on me as the person who booked the private table, came over and asked, "Is there anything I could help you with, miss?" I nodded. "Could you please get me a carrot cake?" She nodded and went to get me the cake. And as I waited, I started thinking about the SHIELD situation. While it was horrible that an organization with so much potential was probably going to be dismantled, it was the only way to make sure that Hydra wouldn't return in any way. They had tied themselves to SHIELD so tightly that at the smallest chance of the peacekeeping organization staying afloat, they would return like an infestation, and everything would return to square one. It was cruel, especially since something like SHIELD could have really changed the world for the better by slowly mending the boundaries between the Earth's nations and protecting the world from foreign and domestic threats. There was the problem of oversight regarding the organization. Little oversight meant that the higher-ups got too much power, which would eventually lead to corruption, which is what happened in SHIELD's case, but too much oversight would lead to the organization becoming ineffectual, since every country would try to put their interests first, which would lead to endless debates with nothing getting done. It was the hard truth, and it seemed that so far, no one could find the delicate balance between too much oversight and too little oversight. In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. was always going to fall, either by Hydra's hand, or by a decision from the UN. At least, I made sure that what they worked for wasn't immediately erased by Hydra. If I was honest with myself, I never really cared about S.H.I.E.L.D. too much. Outside of the creation of the Avengers, a team of superheroes that would inspire thousands if not millions of superpowered individuals, especially teenagers, into pursuing heroism as well, and not try to use their abilities to commit crimes. And as the Avengers slowly grew, the team would start pulling their own weight, and it could actually become the main response team against alien threats to the planet. But that was all speculation and predictions, not facts. As for now, I was just waiting for the shoe to drop, and for Fury to make a desperate move in an attempt to save S.H.I.E.L.D. somehow. The way he's been going hard on recruiting mutants, and targeted every single possible threat on the planet, had caused pretty much all of organized crime to hide and wait for the UN's eventual elimination of the organization before continuing their illegal activities without anyone opposing them. Honestly, Fury's targeting of mutants in the last few months pretty much caused a very significant rise in the number of mutants in Genosha. Not that it changed much for the UN, who were already on their way to create a Superhuman Registration Act that should technically force mutants or superhumans in general to register themselves with their superpowers, sort of like an ID. It wasn't that unreasonable, especially if the governments are going to slowly start to include superpowers in the everyday life of their citizens. But what was worrying was the talks of tracking bracelets, restricting the access to certain resources to mutants, and a lot of human rights violations. It was horrible, degrading, disgusting, and yet it was so human. It was a power-hungry move, where the governments banded together to create an entire act just to take control over the enhanced individuals in their countries. The main problem was that the general population would actually agree with them, not understanding that at any second, any one of them could get powers of their own. People weren't as afraid with a decrease in the number of mutant incidents in the last few years, but the idea that a trigger-happy teenager could destroy an entire city was very disturbing. Still, I wasn't going to involve myself in this. This was an impactful decision for the human race to make, and not one I should decide for them. Instead, I will continue to plan for the fight with entropy, and for now, Ego's inevitable visit to Earth. I took another sip of coffee and felt the door behind me open. I expected to see the waitress, and instead found myself in front of a very angry and smug Nick Fury who was pointing a gun at me. "Jasmine Heir, you're under arrest." I raised an eyebrow and took another sip of coffee. Well, things were about to get interesting. Chapter 236, Foolish Decisions. September 27, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. Still, I wasn't going to involve myself in this. This was an impactful decision for the human race to make, and not one I should decide for them. Instead, I will continue to plan for the fight with entropy, and for now, Ego's inevitable visit to Earth. I took another sip of coffee and felt the door behind me open. I expected to see the waitress, and instead found myself in front of a very angry and smug Nick Fury who was pointing a gun at me. "Jasmine Heir, you're under arrest." I raised an eyebrow and took another sip of coffee. Well, things were about to get interesting. "I beg your pardon?" I asked. He didn't seem to relent. I said, "You're under arrest, bitch." I raised an eyebrow. "On what charges?" The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to preen at the question, "The murder of Alexander Pierce and Morgan Evan Shade." I raised an eyebrow. The first one could be possible to deduce, even if there wouldn't be any proof of it, but the second one almost made me burst into laughter. He wanted to arrest me for killing myself. What a fucking joke. I knew that he was desperate, but this is just sad. I gave him an outraged look. "I don't care about Pierce's death, the guy was a scumbag after all, but are you seriously accusing me of killing my own aunt?" He stayed silent at this, not expecting me to act like a civilian. I doubled down on his silence and continued, "Do you even have any proof? Or a warrant at the very least? Are you even allowed to arrest me?" Fury didn't seem to take my words well. "I can do whatever the fuck I want without any proof. You killed the Secretary of the World Security Council, that makes this a S.H.I.E.L.D. matter, which means that I can hold you for as long as I want, and no one would give a fuck. I guarantee you that you won't see the light of day after this." I gave him an incredulous look. "So, in short, you don't have any proof, and you just want to arrest me on a whim." He replied, accusingly, "You met with Pierce 5 days before his death. That's not a coincidence. He wanted to buy your company and you killed him for it, just like you killed your own aunt to inherit her company." I raised an eyebrow. "You do realize that Morgan never cared about the company. She just wanted to write and draw all day, and she would have given the company to me, had I asked. I didn't need to kill anyone if I wanted control over Marvel. And back to Pierce's death, you want me to think that somehow I was able to get him to have a heart attack, because I met him 5 days before. A heart attack that even the coroners found no foul play in. If anything, you should investigate that guy. He came in one day, talking about a deal to buy out the company, and I found no paperwork of any deal of that kind being in progress when I spoke to the lawyers. The guy probably wanted to scam someone that he thought would be a naive little heiress, and you're blaming me for his, seemingly natural, death. Of course, I had erased the memories of every single lawyer Pierce bribed and used a reality spell to remove any traces the bastard could have planted to validate the deal. Fury, on the other hand, looked like a vein was going to pop. Did he seriously think that I was going to confess or something? Especially when I bypassed his psychic protections and could see him wanting me to admit to my alleged crimes in front of a hidden camera. That's enough. We both know that you're a mutant and you could have done this and more. You've already done the same with Maximoff. I gave him a confused look. You think I'm a mutant? I'm sorry to say that I do not have superpowers. And what does my daughter have to do with anything? Fury raised his pistol and pointed it towards my head. Don't shit with me. Years ago, I saw you use them when I confronted you for changing official documents to free Wanda. I shrugged. I don't know what to tell you. Wanda has always been an orphan. There was no prison involved, especially when you came with snipers and everything accusing me of treason where I somehow broke into every intelligence agency in the country and changed the records of my adopted daughter and somehow erased the memory of every single person who knew about it too. Tell me, is this more likely, or is the fact that the telepath who told you about this alleged situation and who hated my guts, just put the thought in your head, because you don't go to a school in the middle of the day with snipers and guns with you? He stayed silent and kept glaring at me. Keep Xavier out of this, don't insult the dead. I don't know why you're so insistent about this, especially when you have no proof whatsoever other than the fact that I'm very loosely connected to the deaths of the people involved. Look, maybe some of Xavier's orders are still in your head and that's why you hate me so much. I would get that checked out if I were you. So, for the final time, I didn't kill my aunt, I don't have powers, and I'm not some assassin that magically gives people heart attacks. I'm a retired teacher who inherited a company she doesn't even want to run. Now, stop being ridiculous and put the gun down. Before he could say anything, I heard a small yelp from the door of the roof. It was the waitress who was holding the carrot cake that I ordered a few minutes before Fury came here. She looked terrified at the gun pointed at my head. Seemingly uncaring, I gave the girl a grin. Oh, could you please put the carrot cake on the table? I'm starving. The woman shakingly nodded, walked towards me and put the cake on the table. She looked at me, terrified, and stuttered out, anything else? I gave her a reassuring smile. No, thank you, dear. Why don't you go downstairs and make sure everyone is safe? She nodded and left hurriedly. I, on the other hand, just picked up my cake, took a bite, and moaned, oh, this is really good, you have to try this. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked unamused by my antics. Don't make any sudden movements. I'm still arresting your ass. I raised an eyebrow. So, by your own admittance, you have no proof whatsoever, you have no orders from any other government agency, you could be under the influence of a telepath that hates me, and for some reason, you still want to arrest me, keep me detained indefinitely, just because you want to. Fury gritted out, yes. It's not like anyone will care about what happens to you. I'll turn over every leaf, I will investigate every avenue and the world will finally see you for what you really are, a murderer. You do realize that investigations typically happen before the arrest, right? The justice system doesn't work like that. I don't give a flying fuck about the justice system. I will put your ass in prison even if I have to make up the evidence myself. I gave him an incredulous look. You're an idiot if you think that I'm just going to let you screw me over like that for no reason. Fury snarled and went to grab my hand to handcuff me. I just put the other one from my pocket, and conjure a small can of pepper spray that also works as a taser. I just sprayed the pepper spray in his eye, and while he was coughing and yelling, I used the small taser to electrocute him. For good measure, I kneed him in the balls, and punched him in the face to knock him out. I went through his coat and found a high-tech taser gun in his pockets. I pocketed the gun and prepared myself. As soon as I did that, I heard a shot come at me, and I pulled the table, and used it as a shield while subtly strengthening the table to hold up against any shots. I knew that showing any supernatural abilities would work in Fury's favor, since he has cameras everywhere in an attempt to prove that I was some dangerous mutant. As soon as I did that, I felt the impact on the table. It was shot and it was a heavy caliber bullet. As soon as that was done, I heard a growl. I turned and saw the familiar figure of Logan's mortal enemy, Sabretooth, who was running towards me. Knowing that he had some advanced senses, I emptied the entire pepper spray can on his head as soon as he approached me. The men yelled out as his senses were overwhelmed, and he thrashed around until he fell from the roof by himself. I ran towards the door to avoid the sniper that was targeting me, and as soon as I went through the stairs, I was met with a tall male figure in armor, a weird skull mask and a white hood. It was like some discount Dr. Doom suit except that he was holding a shield and a sword that he was pointing at me. This was Taskmaster, a man who could copy any body movement as long as he sees it once. He had a photographic memory and complete control over his body to mimic the movements immediately. He was one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with the highest kill count available. He spoke in an arrogant tone, I'm going to ask you to stop, little lady. Before he could continue, I modified the taser pepper spray device sneakily and released a flashbang that shouldn't have done anything besides blinding him for half a second since he was probably using a HUD, but that was all I needed, to aim and spray some very modified permanent paint on his fake eyes, blinding him permanently. I sensed that there were a few people outside and I moved the struggling Taskmaster in front of me as I moved through the door, and he was immediately hit with a familiar concussive beam that destroyed Taskmaster's suit and knocked him out. I watched as a glaring, I'm assuming, considering his tense posture, adult version of Scott Summers, one of my old students, was grabbing his visor in a very threatening manner. I shrugged, unperturbed, and let Taskmaster fall to the ground. Well, if it isn't Scott Summers. It's been years, my boy, how have you been? Jasmine Heir, you're under arrest. Surrender and there will be no need for violence. I pretended like I wasn't hearing him. I didn't know you joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and to think that I had a mutant in my classroom. Is that why you were wearing your dorky glasses? You've certainly grown a lot. This is your last warning, Heir. Surrender now. I snorted. You do realize that you're the one in the wrong in this. You can't just arrest people and put them in cells because you want to. I don't know what you learned at S.H.I.E.L.D., but taking someone without any official warrant or paperwork is called kidnapping, even if it's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. that's doing it. Scott tensed, and I prepared to use the flashbang one more time, but I didn't need to. A web was sent towards Scott's glasses, blinding him, and I was suddenly picked up from the ground and swung towards the roof of the other building. The figure was in a sort of red and blue spandex, and I could immediately recognize the infamous hero in front of me. Don't worry, ma'am, I'll take care of this. This was Spider-Man. Chapter 237, A Spider's Insights. September 27, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I snorted. You do realize that you're the one in the wrong in this. You can't just arrest people and put them in cells because you want to. I don't know what you learned at S.H.I.E.L.D., but taking someone without any official warrant or paperwork is called kidnapping, even if it's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. that's doing it. Scott tensed, and I prepared to use the flashbang one more time, but I didn't need to. A web was sent towards Scott's glasses, blinding him, and I was suddenly picked up from the ground and swung towards the roof of the other building. The figure was in a sort of red and blue spandex, and I could immediately recognize the infamous hero in front of me. Don't worry, ma'am, I'll take care of this. This was Spider-Man. Peter Parker POV. Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, was patrolling like he always did after school. Who would have thought that nerdy Peter Parker, the wimp of Midtown High, would be fighting criminals and gang members in his free time? The teenager snorted. He could imagine Flash fainting in fear and shock when he realized that his beloved idol was the person he picked on the most. It all started with a lab accident during a field trip to Oscorp just before the invasion. One of the genetically altered spiders escaped, something that was extremely irresponsible from their part, and bit him in the arm. He didn't even notice until he went back home, feeling dizzy and nauseous. It didn't help that the damn arachnid was irradiated as well, something he figured out after some testing when he woke up. When he woke up, he was different. He had abs for one thing, and could stick to walls. Other than that, he was easily able to make a connection between his situation and Captain America's when he was injected with the super soldier serum, and he didn't want to advertise this, especially to a company with a reputation like Oscorp. Harry Osborn might be a close acquaintance, but that didn't mean that Peter was blinded by the amount of shady shit and weird rumors that concerned his father's company. The spider was proof enough. No one could have genetically engineered a super spider by accident, and Peter knew for a fact that the moment anyone from the company realized that his powers were the result of their work, they would capture him and experiment on him, hoping to replicate what happened and militarize it. Peter had always been smart, sometimes too smart, and he understood the consequences of his powers, even when he was barely 15 years old. In the end, as much as it could help out his aunt and uncle's financial situation, he chose not to advertise his powers to the public and keep his anonymity. He was happy with the choice, until the invasion came. Peter did what any man, woman, or child, with a shred of intelligence, would do. He ran and hid. He grabbed his aunt and took her to the basement and hid there. His Uncle Ben, on the other hand, was still at work as it happened. The man died, trapped underneath the rubble of a falling building. It was sad, horrifying even. His Aunt May tried to put on a brave face. She tried to pretend that everything was fine, when the truth was that she was in agony. Peter, on the other hand, was just numb. A question wouldn't leave his mind. What if? What if Peter had chosen to come out and save his uncle? What if he had fought with the Avengers? Hawkeye and the Black Widow were just normal humans, and yet they fought an alien invasion and saved many lives. Could he have saved his uncle's life if he had chosen to fight and not hide? The answer came to him during the funeral. Oddly enough, a lot of people attended the event, people that neither he nor his Aunt May had any idea who they were. And yet every single one of them spoke up during the speech. These were people that Uncle Ben had saved during the invasion. They were trapped under the rubble, and yet he did his best to save their lives, until an unstable piece fell on him when he was saving someone, killing him. On that day, Ben Parker had saved over 20 lives on his own. Every single person expressed their gratitude at the man's actions and grief at the man's death. They even paid off the funeral expenses and the coffin, and Uncle Ben's boss, who he had also saved, had given him and Aunt May around 6 months of Ben's salary to help them during this time. Uncle Ben, an overworked man with back problems, had saved many lives, and yet, Peter Parker, a superpowered teenager, hid in his basement. It was shameful, especially when he remembered Uncle Ben's precious words, "When you have power to do something that would help someone, it is your moral responsibility to do it." Uncle Ben lived by that code, and so will Peter. And thus, Spider-Man was born. It took some time to make the costume, even more to build his web shooters and gears, but a few weeks later, Spider-Man debuted as the city's newest vigilante. So far, Peter had only dealt with a few gangbangers, muggers, and so on. Nothing spectacular, but he saved lives every single day he went out. He honored his uncle well. The only notable person he fought was some dude named Shocker, who had some weird suit powered by alien tech that somehow wasn't taken by the government after the invasion. The suit was able to release some form of vibroshocks from his gauntlets. Peter wasn't really sure about the specifics, since he had no clue how alien tech worked, and didn't have any samples to experiment with. The man was robbing a bank, by himself, in the middle of the day, while destroying anything in front of him with his gauntlets. In the end, Peter just targeted the obvious power source that deactivated the suit completely. Still, Peter kept investigating for any signs of alien tech being sold in the underworld, and so far, he had found nothing. Shocker definitely had no idea how it worked. The man obviously had a low level of intelligence considering his well-planned heist consisted of him just walking towards the bank and blowing up everything in front of him. Still, all signs pointed to the fact that New York was going to be a very interesting place in the future. As for now, he kept going on his patrol, until he saw armed soldiers getting ready to attack someone in a cafe of all places. He noticed that these were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The organization was very controversial, at least for the public. Well, New York citizens especially didn't like them since they planned on nuking the city and killing everyone living here. If it wasn't for the Morrigan sacrifice, Peter wouldn't be here today. But things were getting a lot worse for them as they were repeatedly hacked ever since they made that decision. The number of leaks about certain missions and projects had made everyone uncomfortable with the fact that the organization was still functioning today. The public was outraged, and things didn't look well for the organization, especially with the UN vote in a few days, where everyone expected the agency to dissolve into nothing. Peter wasn't even sure if they were allowed to perform missions today. Peter didn't know why so many agents were attacking a damn cafe in the middle of the day, but he decided to understand the situation before deciding to do anything. He snuck around the roof where the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was pointing a gun towards an unconcerned woman who was eating a carrot cake of all things. It was an amusing sight, but what wasn't amusing was the topic of the conversation. He could pick up on it due to his enhanced senses. The mystery woman spoke. "So, by your own admittance, you have no proof whatsoever, you have no orders from any other government agency, you could be under the influence of a telepath that hates me, and for some reason, you still want to arrest me, keep me detained indefinitely, just because you want to." Fury responded, "Yes. It's not like anyone will care about what happens to you. I'll turn over every leaf, I will investigate every avenue, and the world will finally see you for what you really are, a murderer. You do realize that investigations typically happen before the arrest, right? The justice system doesn't work like that. I don't give a flying fuck about the justice system. I will put your ass in prison even if I have to make up the evidence myself." Well, that did it. S.H.I.E.L.D. was planning on screwing over a woman, who could be innocent or not. The moment he planned on interfering, the woman revealed some pepper spray from her pocket and sprayed the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face, before electrocuting him with a taser and knocking him out. Damn, that woman was a badass. Immediately, Peter's spider sense told him that something dangerous was about to happen, and the danger immediately showed itself with a sniper on the opposing building. The teenaged hero couldn't believe that someone was actually shooting at a cafe in the middle of the day. The woman saved herself by hiding behind a table, and Peter decided to go take care of the sniper. He swung towards the roof, webbed the scope of the sniper rifle and used it as a projectile to knock out one of the agents guarding the sniper. He then jumped in the air and webbed up the feet of every agent in the roof before knocking them out one by one. He prepared to see if the woman was alright, when his spider sense flared, and Peter dodged the incoming attack. He was able to do it, but he recognized the attack. It was Shocker's. When he turned, he also recognized the suit. Did he get it from S.H.I.E.L.D. or did S.H.I.E.L.D. hire him after he was arrested? Anyway, the power core seemed to be hidden better, but its location was the same. All it took was a powerful punch to the front of the metal covering the core and grabbing the power source to disable the man. As for now, he needed to get the woman to a safe location to be able to take out the agents without anyone being involved. For now though, the woman seemed to have things in hand, as she went through the door of the cafe with a man in a white hood and a weird suit of armor. A man, with a weird red visor, attacked her with a red beam. The woman had put the hooded guy in front of her, meaning that the man was knocked out and his suit was in tatters. Peter listened with his enhanced hearing and heard that the men still had a heartbeat, thankfully, that is. Still, the woman seemed to recognize the men attacking her. She was teasing him, really, like a friend of his parents that made baby noises in front of him and that exclaimed how much they had grown up. Truly, Peter almost pitted the red visor guy, who was getting angrier by the second and threatening to send out another beam at the woman. Well, Peter wasn't going to let this happen. He webbed up the visor, blinding the I-beam guy, and picked up the woman and swung her to the roof of the opposing building. The woman's eyes visibly widened at this, and Peter spoke up in a hopefully confident tone, "Don't worry, ma'am, I'll take care of this." It was such a cheesy line that Peter blushed in embarrassment, before turning around and returning to fight that I-beam guy. This was Peter's first fight against a mutant, or he assumed that the man was a mutant, and he hoped that everything would turn out all right. What's the worst that could happen? Chapter 238, A Worrisome Scuffle. September 27, 2012, New York City. Peter Parker POV. Well, Peter wasn't going to let this happen. He webbed up the visor, blinding the I-beam guy, and picked up the woman and swung her to the roof of the opposing building. The woman's eyes visibly widened at this, and Peter spoke up in a hopefully confident tone, "Don't worry, ma'am, I'll take care of this." It was such a cheesy line that Peter blushed in embarrassment before turning and returning to fight that I-beam guy. This was Peter's first fight against a mutant, or at least he assumed that the man was a mutant, and he hoped that everything would turn out all right. What's the worst that could happen? Peter landed on top of a light pole and watched as the I-beam guy was trying to remove the webbing from his visor. Too bad for him, the web formula was a very strong one, and it couldn't be torn apart with brute strength, except if someone had superhuman strength, that is. With the situation being as confusing as it is, the teenaged hero decided to speak up and get some information. "Why are you hunting down a woman in the middle of the street? She's not just some woman, she's a vicious criminal." Peter gave the guy an unimpressed look. "Seriously, I just heard your boss say that he was going to frame her without any evidence. What is wrong with you people? What's wrong with you, asshole? She's a very dangerous criminal, and you just let her get away. Do you have any idea what damage she could do?" "Well, no. Why don't you tell me what she's supposed to have done?" The men growled. "She killed the secretary of the World Security Council, that's what she's done." Peter didn't seem convinced. Alexander Pierce's death was thought to be very convenient, so his corpse was investigated, by multiple experts, separately, for any sign of foul play. Every single one of the investigations showed that the man's death was due to a heart attack, that happened due to a blood clot forming because he had too much cholesterol in his bloodstream. It was a completely natural occurrence, and it happened to thousands of people all around the world every day. Jasmine Heir, mutant or not, couldn't have killed Pierce, unless her power was to control cholesterol or something as unlikely. Everyone knows that Pierce's death was natural. Why are you trying to frame her for it? He wanted to buy her company. He met her days before he died. If he was honest with himself, Peter would say that he was flabbergasted with the man's answer. What was wrong with these people? He had to see how bad this is, that's it. You want to arrest a woman because she met the victim a few days before he died. You don't have a shred of proof and you want to illegally arrest a woman for something this hypothetical. We don't need evidence. We're S.H.I.E.L.D. and she killed one of ours. We won't let that go. Funnily enough, a small crowd had gathered because of the fight, and they heard their little conversation. They murmured in surprise and disgust at the audacity of the organization. Some even cheered him on against the I-beam guy, something that Peter wasn't really used to. Spider-Man had made many mistakes in his hero career. He was still a rookie, after all. The men, though, realized that the crowd was against him and scowled. He looked at Peter and released an I-beam at him. The man was still blinded by the webbing, so it didn't hit Peter, but what it did hit was the cafe, which ended up almost being a wreck with a big hole going through the building. This, of course, freaked the crowd out and they ran away screaming at the man's reckless attack. The blast was able to disintegrate the web on his visor, meaning that the men could now see properly. He glared hatefully at Peter. "All right, this is the last warning, let us go, or I'm taking you in as an accessory to her crimes." The gall of that asshole. "Are you fucking retarded, dude? You can't charge me with something like this, while she isn't charged with any crimes. You just went there one day and decided that she was a criminal for some reason. And you fucking blew up a building, for no reason. And you're calling her a criminal? That's it, you little brat. I'm done playing nice." Peter's spidey sense warned him about the incoming attack, which he dodged by jumping in the air. He then webbed up some of the debris behind him and threw it at his attacker. The men sent an I-beam at the projectile, destroying it, but it proved to be a very good distraction as Peter webbed up the floor next to his opponent and pulled himself into him, kicking him in the chest with both of his feet. Peter could hear a couple of ribs break slightly, but not too much damage. He didn't want to go too far and accidentally get one of the broken ribs to pierce his lungs. The man flew back, and landed on his back, groaning in pain. Peter was ready to punch him and finally knock him out, but his spidey sense warned him of a danger. He jumped away and managed to dodge the bolt of lightning that came at him. He was still hit a little, and it did hurt slightly, but Peter was a hero, he could handle a little pain. Immediately, a man who was glowing blue and wearing an armored suit that seemed enveloped by lightning landed next to his opponent. So, he's the one that kicked your ass, Cyclops. Great. Now, he had the bastard's name. What a stupid code name Cyclops is. Peter chuckled at his own joke. The now-named agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. grumbled at his teammate, "Shut up, Electro." He took me off guard. Where are the others? I'm not supposed to be on my own. Electro, who probably has electricity powers, shrugged. Well, I called Rhino to give us some backup since we're all that's left. Kid took care of Bullseye, Shocker, and the backup squad. Sabretooth got hit with something and fell off the roof, Fury is knocked out, and you accidentally took out Taskmaster. I have to say, that seeing you fail this miserably is very funny from the outside. I can't believe that you're losing to a kid. Peter could almost hear Cyclops' teeth grind. Just take care of him so that we can find Heir. Electro nodded. I'm going to show you how to squash a bug. Peter had to interject here. Look, man, your powers look cool and all, but let's get one thing straight. Spiders are arachnids, not bugs. Get your facts straight. Electro didn't seem to like his correction, and sent another bolt of lightning at him, which Peter dodged thanks to his spidey senses. The men started flying, and just kept bombarding him with one bolt of lightning after another. Peter could do nothing other than dodge. But then he webbed up some debris and sent it at the flying lightning manipulator. The man effortlessly dodged the debris by flying down. Peter took advantage of the low height and jumped at him and tried to kick him. As soon as his foot connected, Peter felt like his entire leg was burning. The teenaged hero fell down to the ground and was rammed by another force. He got up groaning and in pain. His vision was blurred slightly but was soon readjusted. It was some sort of humanoid suit that resembled Shocker slightly, with the alien power core and everything. But the suit looked like a rhino for some reason. Electro chuckled. Rhino, you made it. Seems like we have another bug to squash. The rhino suit guy laughed. Is this the guy that's been giving you so much trouble? He's barely a twig. Nah, he messed with Cyclops too much and allowed our target to escape. The man in the rhino suit snorted. Fine, whatever. He looked at Peter for a moment. I'm sorry, kid, it's nothing personal. We have a mission and you're in the way. Who knows where that woman went after you let her get away? Rhino then ran towards Peter with surprising speed. Nothing that size is supposed to be that fast, it's unnatural. Peter analyzed the suit and immediately recognized a vulnerability in the suit's legs. For one, it wasn't armored properly, or at least not for fighting someone with super strength. Some of the hydraulic piston was slightly visible, which meant that Peter had a plan to deal with him properly. Peter then swung himself to the right, webbed up the man's legs and punched the armor, bending it as if it was a piece of cardboard. He then grabbed the hydraulic piston with both of his hands and broke it. This stopped the suit's lower body from moving. After having done this, he grabbed the Chitauri power core from the suit's chest and sent it at Electro with his super strength. It happened so quickly that the flying man didn't even have time to dodge the projectile which was activated by the lightning, creating a small bomb that exploded right in front of Electro. Peter was almost blinded by the explosion, but he powered through and ran towards Cyclops who was still groaning from his injuries. Peter immediately grabbed his head and pointed it at the still-flying Electro and pressed the button to release the optic blast. The man fell down to the ground, knocked out. He then pointed it at the rhino suit to destroy it as well. He then punched Cyclops and knocked him out as well. With that done, Peter had won. He fought an entire team of superhumans and still won. Limping, he decided to check up on the woman he saved, only to find that the woman had disappeared. Instead, all that was left was a note. Thanks for the help. You're going to be a spectacular hero, Spidey, I know it. You got me out of a pretty sticky situation, so expect a reward shortly. Well, that was weird. It was pretty much the first time that someone had this much faith in him as a hero. It was nice, not to mention the reward she was talking about. He had no idea what it could be, and if he was honest, he didn't need it. He didn't become a hero because of any promise of rewards or fortune, he did it because it was right, and because it was his responsibility to save people, like his uncle did during the invasion. In the end, Peter limped away and walked towards the apartment. This was the most intense fight he's been in by a mile. He changed his clothes and went to his home. His aunt was waiting for him, and she was crying on the couch. Peter asked her, concerned, "What's wrong, Aunt May?" She gave him a bittersweet smile. Ben's life insurance called up. Wait, Uncle Ben didn't have any life insurance. Peter would have known since he takes a look at the bills coming soon. He knew how sensitive their financial situation was going to become. The money they had gotten from Uncle Ben's boss was almost gone by now, and May was probably going to have to work more shifts to make ends meet. I didn't know he had a life insurance. She nodded. Neither did I, but apparently, because of the invasion mess there was a mix-up in their paperwork which is why they're late. Take a look at this. She handed him the letter and Peter started to read it, and then he reread the letter again, until he was sure that what he was reading was correct. "This is $300,000, May," he exclaimed. May nodded. "It seems that your uncle is still taking care of us even now." Peter's aunt looked both depressed and relieved. She still wasn't done grieving her husband, just like Peter himself wasn't done grieving his uncle. Still, he wanted to distract her. "Come on, let's go out tonight. It's been ages." She nodded and went to change. Peter did the same but went to the basement first to put his costume away. What he found there made him stiffen. It was a suit with a similar look to his, but it was somehow more metallic, offering more protection. The suit was obviously high-tech, although he'll need to experiment on it later. On the suit was a small sticky note, a little gift to keep you safe in your hero career. "Be fantastic, Spider-Man." As fantastic as this was, Peter was still wary of the fact that the woman knew his secret identity and was able to break into his home without him noticing it and in such a small amount of time. Still, he was thankful for the new suit. He'll probably start wearing it now, after a lot of testing from his part to make sure that it isn't booby-trapped or anything. But for now, he had an aunt to cheer up and a dinner to go to. Chapter 239, A Fallen Shield. September 28, 2012, New York City. Natasha Romanoff POV. Natasha Romanoff was an Avenger, one of Earth's mightiest heroes, despite her past being stained with sin and death. She was a survivor. She survived the Red Room, she survived being hunted down by its remnants as she escaped, and she survived an alien invasion of all things. But she was always grateful for Nick Fury and Clint Barton for helping her get her life straight and try to atone for her past by working as one of the most efficient S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the organization. For the first time, she was doing some good. She had stopped being an assassin and only killed people with worse crimes than her. She helped make the world a better place through S.H.I.E.L.D. So, it was understandable that when the organization was under attack by the public, because the World Security Council decided to nuke New York. Not to mention the leaked classified documents that really shouldn't have been accessed by the general public. Adding in Pierce's death, and over half the organization quitting for some reason, S.H.I.E.L.D. was on its last legs, and with the UN vote coming, things didn't look good. If she was honest with herself, Natasha had realized that there was something rotten with S.H.I.E.L.D., especially concerning the people who had quit the organization so suddenly. It wasn't a coincidence that most of the agents joined mercenary groups or even sometimes terrorist organizations all over the world, which was very telling of the type of people that used to work alongside her. Not to mention the contractors under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s employ who just vanished. A very concerning one was Advanced Idea Mechanics, or AIM, that just went off the grid after Pierce's death. It was very troubling since the company was almost successful in creating a stable super soldier serum that granted some sort of absurd regeneration and weird fire powers. Natasha didn't know the specifics, but this company was very shady. It was one of the reasons Fury chose to keep an eye on it, and considering that a lot of the agents and scientists who quit S.H.I.E.L.D. joined this company, things didn't look good. Still, Natasha believed in S.H.I.E.L.D., and in Fury's ability to pull things together. What she didn't expect was for him to choose to target Jasmine Heir of all people. The former assassin was one of the few people who knew that Morgan Evanshade and Jasmine Heir were just aliases of the Morrigan, a woman who, frankly, terrified the living hell out of her. The woman was powerful with a capital P. She could honestly see Fury bringing in Banner before managing to bring that woman in. Heir was just a force of nature, one that went through everyone in her way as if they were nothing. Natasha had researched some of the woman's former identities and was horrified at some of the atrocities the woman had committed. Well, she didn't judge, especially since historians tended to get a lot of things wrong, and that's without taking her magic into account. But, in the end, one does not get worshipped as a goddess of death without reason. And Fury decided to go after her, for something as mundane as a few murders. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't care about small murders, but more about terrorists and weapons of mass destruction. One of the things Fury accused her of was killing her own alternate identity, of all things, and killing Pierce, something that she had probably done, but the problem was that he had no evidence of this. You just couldn't beat Heir in a straight fight. It just wouldn't happen. She was too powerful and could go all biblical on Fury's ass. His only hope was using the public, where the woman would just disappear and take another identity. Heir was too connected, probably had many contingencies. So, when Fury asked Natasha and the Avengers to help him arrest her, she had to refuse. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. might be stubborn with this, but she wasn't going to destroy her own team by fighting someone so far out of their league, for ambiguous reasons. When she had told her teammates about Fury's offer, they scoffed at the thought of going after the Morrigan, someone even Thor was terrified of. The assassin tried to warn her former boss, she really did. But the man was too stubborn about this, seeing only the positives of the encounter. It was obvious that Fury only wanted a win for the public, an enemy to rally against and to prove that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't just talk, that it was needed, but he chose the wrong person to do it against, which resulted in the fiasco she woke up to today. Right now, she was sitting down on the sofa, in the Avengers Tower, next to Clint. They watched a leaked video to what happened the day before. Fury had tried to go after Heir, and it ended miserably. Barton had woken up before her and watched the video before she did. He had a somber look on his face, so Natasha had to ask, "So, I understand that things didn't go well." "Not really," Clint responded, dryly. "How bad is it?" "Pretty bad. They got the footage from Fury's own camera that he wanted to use to entrap her. She must have known all about it and played the civilian card." "Huh, that was surprisingly restrained from the woman who was attributed to 5 genocides over the course of history." Natasha sighed in relief. "So, how many people died in this mess?" The archer snorted, "Not a single one." Heir was obviously planning for the public to know about it, so she restrained herself a lot. "After this, I don't see a way for S.H.I.E.L.D. to come back, especially now that even Fury's reputation is in tatters, which was the only reason S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't been dissolved in the first place." "Seriously? It was that bad?" Natasha just nodded and pressed play to watch the video. She slowly watched as Fury kept accusing the woman without a shred of evidence, obviously expecting her to just admit her crimes on camera, and Heir avoiding the trap, rather easily, by pretending to be a civilian. Natasha winced as she heard Fury admit that he was going to forge some evidence just to arrest her. That was just something no one should say when they know that there are cameras around. She watched as her former boss tried to arrest the woman, who just took him out with a pepper spray can and a taser. She even took out Sabretooth and Taskmaster in the same manner. The worst thing was the sniper rifle, probably Bullseye, some sociopathic nutjob that Fury hired to act as their marksman. He was supposed to be Clint's replacement should something happen to the archer. Still, shooting someone in public, especially someone who wasn't using lethal force, was a very bad idea in the long run. Still, the woman ended up being cornered by Cyclops, a mutant from Xavier's former group that they had recruited after the telepath died. He hated Heir and Wanda Maximoff with a passion, blaming them for the death of his mentor and father figure. His biggest issue is that he never finds any fault in anything that he does. He's always the hero, the good guy, and that usually clouds his judgment slightly, but considering how he was when he first arrived, and the amount of psychological issues he had, apparently, he was brainwashed or something after his parents died, his current behavior is a very remarkable improvement. If anything, the man was efficient, if a little ruthless. Heir was then rescued by Spider-Man of all people, a rogue vigilante, that's slightly childish, probably because of his age. The young hero mostly kept to small-time crime, dealing with muggers and gangbangers mostly, so it was surprising that he chose to involve himself in the situation, saving Heir, and fighting Cyclops, Electro, and a newly arrived Rhino. The spider-themed hero was surprisingly very resourceful and was able to easily take out all 3 of them, showing the entire world that he was a force to be reckoned with. All in all, Heir escaped without even using a shred of powers on anyone, and Spider-Man was being celebrated as the protector of human rights or something. And S.H.I.E.L.D. not only looked to be corrupt and unreasonable, but also incompetent, since a seemingly untrained woman was able to take out both the director and 2 enhanced agents, using only a taser and pepper spray. Heir, who had probably leaked the video by hacking into Fury's cameras, had won a decisive victory. In a way, this was worse, a lot worse than her just killing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents left and right. She would have provided a common threat to unite against, someone to hate at all costs. Instead, she played the part of an innocent civilian who ran away, afraid of being unlawfully detained, or kidnapped. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't getting out of this mess, and with the vote being so close and this fiasco being in people's minds, things weren't looking good for the peacekeeping organization. Natasha looked at her partner who had a grim look on his face. "This is bad, really bad." He nodded. "You did warn him." "Yes, but not against something like this. I warned him that he was going against a very powerful mutant, or goddess, or whatever the hell she is. I'm relieved that she didn't go too far against him, but for Fury, this outcome was the worst thing that could have happened. I never expected Heir to be this subtle. She's always depicted as a weapon of mass destruction, not some devious plotter." The archer shrugged. "You know what they say, the best plotters are the ones no one knows about. Historians probably never even knew that she was involved in most of the things. It's scary in a way, to see that this woman probably shaped the future we see today. I wonder how different things would be if she wasn't involved. Would we be better, or worse off? I don't know." Natasha was a bit miffed at how casual Clint was towards this mess. "Clint, S.H.I.E.L.D. is over. You don't think that's more important than your little what-if questions? The past is the past, it doesn't matter anymore." He shrugged. "We both know that Fury didn't expect to survive this. He planned on martyring himself against Heir to get S.H.I.E.L.D. to survive. He would have never involved himself in the operation otherwise. He wanted Heir to kill him and get the world to be outraged on his behalf and use S.H.I.E.L.D. to hunt the woman down. It was why he was actively antagonizing her in the first place. If Fury's that desperate, then S.H.I.E.L.D. was already done before yesterday happened. This is just the final nail in the coffin. I'm glad that Fury's alive, he's a good friend, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was finished the moment they ordered a nuke to be launched at New York." The former assassin deflated. Clint had a point. It's not like she didn't know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was a lost cause, but it was sad seeing someone she had faith in fail this miserably. Yeah, I get it. At least Fury made it out unharmed. Clint snorted. I swear that man could survive the apocalypse or something. The former assassin burst into laughter. That was something she could see happening. Still, Natasha was thankful that the man who offered her the opportunity to do some good was still alive. It might be a little selfish considering that his entire life's work was in ruins, but Natasha genuinely liked the guy a lot. Maybe she could convince Tony to hire him and Hill as intelligence managers for the Avengers when they start taking more missions. The billionaire genius might not like them very much, but he did respect them, and he would probably get a kick out of ordering them around as their boss. Natasha didn't know what the future held, but if she learned one thing from this debacle, it was the fact that Jasmine Sayer was vicious, and that she would aim where it hurt the most, if someone annoyed her enough. She hoped that she would not be going against that woman anytime soon. That would probably not end well for her or her team. Thankfully, the woman was still cordial with them for now and Natasha hoped that things would stay that way. Chapter 240, Selfdom. September 28, 2012, New York City. Natasha Romanoff POV. Maybe she could convince Tony to hire him and Hill as intelligence managers for the Avengers when they start taking more missions. The billionaire genius might not like them very much, but he did respect them, and he would probably get a kick out of ordering them around as their boss. Natasha didn't know what the future held, but if she learned one thing from this debacle, it was the fact that Jasmine Sayer was vicious, and that she would aim where it hurt the most, if someone annoyed her enough. She hoped that she would not be going against that woman anytime soon, as that would probably not end well for her or her team. Thankfully, the woman was still cordial with them for now and Natasha hoped that things would stay that way. October 4, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. It was a few days after my confrontation with Fury and his lot, and I have to say, things couldn't have gone better. Truthfully, I was completely fine with letting S.H.I.E.L.D. be and watching as it destroyed itself on its own, but damn, I really underestimated how damaging my actions were to the organization. In the end, I was responsible for very little. For some insane reason, Fury chose to attack me head-on. I honestly didn't understand why, since I scared the living hell out of him when he confronted me alongside Xavier, when I erased Wanda's criminal records and her time in psychiatric confinement. He shouldn't have even tried to confront me without a viable plan of trapping me somehow. Damn, I knew that he was desperate but not suicidal. Still, his little plan backfired completely. His obvious ploy to entrap me and record me confessing to his alleged crimes were very obvious, and all it took was a little probing before he accidentally said that he would plant some evidence just to arrest me. Add in the fact that I got Alfred to break into his network and get the damn video evidence that he had planned on using on me. It's only fair, after all. Add in the fact that both him and his agents, well, the entire agency, really, ended up looking very incompetent. They were taken out by a civilian woman with pepper spray and a taser. That's it. Of course, no one knew of my capabilities, but everything looked natural on camera. As if I was some poor woman who was stumbling her way out to escape the evil agents that want to hunt her down, until being saved by the hero, Spider-Man. Speaking of the spider-themed hero, I was very surprised to see him this soon. I have to say that he arrived at a very opportune moment, since I had planned on releasing a flashbang to blind everyone, before running inside and entering the bathroom, to portal away from. It would have provided a very distinctive escape and would have showed the world that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't track a single civilian in the middle of the city. However, Peter Parker's arrival simplified things immensely. He just saved me, took the attention all to himself, allowing me to escape without any issues. I just went inside the building he put me in and teleported out. And not only did he help me escape, but he also embarrassed S.H.I.E.L.D. even more by beating some of their best enhanced agents, taking out Shocker, Bullseye, Cyclops, Rhino, and Electro. It was impressive and the entire city seemed to take the teenaged hero a little more seriously. Nevertheless, the boy did help me, and I always pay my debts. I asked Alfred to hack an insurance company to offer the two Parkers Ben Parker's life insurance and I made the kid a spider suit out of vibranium and adamantium to protect him, with a few extra features, like the HUD being connected to a miniaturized computer in his suit. For some reason, technology in general started to come naturally to me after the ritual. It wasn't like I was completely against tech in general, Alfred and my entire company were proof of that, but it didn't come instinctually to me. I always preferred to use my magic to solve problems. It's not like I am ignorant, but I was a mage, magic was in my blood. However, now, it was as easy as breathing, especially alongside my new telekinesis that is so precise that I could control molecules at a time, my transmutation, and conjuration abilities, it just became easier to create machines by instinct. I never would have imagined using my powers to make tech. Magic and technology were just opposite. One uses the natural laws of reality, and the other one routinely breaks them. They were just incompatible. But for some reason, for all the bullshit cosmic energy could do, it seemed to integrate seamlessly with technology in general. It was odd, and I had plans to experiment with it later. All in all, the spider suit, in all, took me around 20 minutes to complete. That's it. It would have taken me days before the ritual, if not weeks, to come up with something like that on such short notice. Additionally, I was completely surprised when I found out that Ben Parker had died during the invasion. It was a hero's death, sure, but as far as I knew, Spider-Man was born out of the guilt Peter Parker felt when his uncle died because of his actions. That was part of the hero's origins, part of his very core. So, it was nice to see Peter being a hero without the guilt over his uncle's death crushing him all the time, making him make moronic decisions, and take unnecessary risks. I could see him becoming a true hero in a few years, after getting a little more experience, and maybe even joining the Avengers. The boy was bright enough for Stark to take an interest in, and Rogers would love his uncompromising moral compass. And with him and his aunt not struggling financially, the boy wouldn't need to worry about getting money, and would get to enjoy whatever's left of his innocence and his childhood until it's stripped away by this unforgiving world. Because Spider-Man's life will never be easy. He will struggle and fail. He will feel despair and sadness. He will fight impossible odds against opponents completely out of his league, just because it's right. It was foolish, altruistic, and sometimes suicidal, but it was also good and kind. There were very few people who would get powers like Peter Parker's, at that age, and choose to use them to help people. I admired that, but I needed to be careful that he wouldn't take it too far. He will need a mentor, someone who could understand his teenager crap, and also kept him grounded during fights. I honestly couldn't think of anyone from the top of my head, but I'll keep searching, because the kid had too much potential for it to be squandered. As for now, I was just sitting in the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, drinking some tea. This time, I chose a remote location entirely and just went to Scotland. I missed Hogwarts a bit, and during my time as a teacher in the other universe, it felt odd having the castle be so empty, so lifeless. Don't get me wrong, the castle there was very magical, and had a limited intelligence to it, but it was mostly a magical effect caused by the constant output of children's magic during their stay there. It was more like an enchantment than an actual living being. Considering that my Hogwarts is my daughter, it was like watching a corpse being animated in front of me. I smiled as I could see the castle from the village. I hoped that she was doing well. I wanted to visit her, but it wasn't time to do so. I wanted to see what the castle could do, now that she was unbound and free to do as she wished. Plus, a niggling part of me wondered if she would even recognize me. I was no longer a witch, by definition. I didn't absorb the energy absorbed by the earth anymore, but the energy that makes up the universe. I was something different, something more, and I didn't want to meet her and see no recognition in her eyes, as she treated me like a stranger. It was better that I stayed away, for her sake and for mine. I sat down in the pub and listened to the conversations around me. People were making jokes about Nathan's administration being practically led by Granger. The Muggleborns who kept showing their support for the bitch, saying that she was the way for the future, and for equality. Some were clamoring for Rose to return and take over for her brother. What surprised me the most were the talks of a bill banning the ownerships of House Elves entirely, which was completely ridiculous. They pretended to do it to show support to the small creatures, but that was obviously a ploy to get rid of one of the main advantages of the magical nobility, that used the elves in all sorts of unpaid manual labor. Instead, to keep their businesses open, they would need to hire wizards and witches, which was a lot more expensive, considering that they would have to pay salaries and so on, which means that all prices would very likely go up in magical Britain, should that happen. And worst of all, the elves would die off without masters to support their magic. Elves were incompatible to the land's magic and needed a buffer to use it without withering and dying, which came at the form of their masters. It was why elves feared being free and would serve with a lot of enthusiasm. Honestly, the history of the House Elves is a sad one. It all started with a few light elves from Alfheim being banished to Earth. Their magic was just incompatible to Earth's, so they slowly withered and died. However, they still had descendants, who had descendants. The population grew exponentially, since the lifetime of a single elf without any magic was barely more than 2 years at most. Add in the fact that with the constant inbreeding, they lost their beautiful appearance and slowly started to resemble the house elves we see today. The mages of the time became aware of the creatures that slowly became an infestation and decided against slaughtering them all by finding a way to stabilize their magic by bonding to a wizard. The elves stopped having so many children, and they decided to fanatically serve the wizarding families to repay that debt. Granger's little bill would be akin to a genocide that would kill every house elf on the planet just for political gain. It was a magical crisis in a way, and it would serve as a test for Rose. She'll have to deal with things like this all the time when she comes into her role as the next Queen of Avalon fully, and I will admit to being a little miffed with her for forcing me to explain things to her parents to accept the position, knowing that I was desperate about filling it. The crisis was coming, and I needed to make sure that the world wouldn't be fully dependent on me anymore, in case something happens. Suddenly, I felt a very powerful influx of cosmic energy come near and slowly walk towards the door. That didn't bode well at all. In the end, the moment that the source of the cosmic energy entered the pub, I recognized it. It was an elderly man with a white beard. He looked around until meeting my eyes, smiled at me, and walked towards my table. I wasn't fooled by his appearance. I could tell that it was just a shell that contained a fragment of his power. I watched as the man arrived in front of me and asked, "Hello, is this seat taken? I believe we have a lot to talk about. It seems that ego has arrived on Earth." Chapter 241, Self-Discovery. October 4, 2012, Hogsmeade. Jasmine Heir POV. Suddenly, I felt a very powerful influx of cosmic energy come near and slowly walk towards the door. That didn't bode well at all. In the end, the moment that the source of the cosmic energy entered the pub, I recognized it. It was an elderly man with a white beard. He looked around until meeting my eyes, smiled at me, and walked towards my table. I wasn't fooled by his appearance. I could tell that it was just a shell that contained a fragment of his power. I watched as the man arrived in front of me and asked, "Hello, is this seat taken? I believe we have a lot to talk about. It seems that ego has arrived on Earth." I nodded in answer, "Sure, go ahead." The two of us stayed sitting across from each other in silence for over a minute until I chose to break the silence. "Well, I will admit that I didn't expect to meet a celestial when I woke up in the morning." The thing in a man's form snorted, "Well, something happened a few months ago, on this rock, that gained my attention. And trust me, for something to gain the attention of someone of my caliber, it has to be very interesting, don't you think?" "Well, doesn't that sound ominous?" I looked at the smile that the celestial had on his face. For the rest of the world, except a very select few, he would just look like a normal old man. But I could see what was beneath this little shell, the power, the cruelty, the apathy. In front of me was a god taking the form of a human. And he wasn't seeing me as an equal but more like a particularly juicy steak. I had to be very careful with this, and what could happen on this little rock that could get you to travel light years just to see it. The celestial was obviously losing a bit of patience but still indulged me. "Well, you see, I have traveled the galaxy for millions of years. I honestly lost count, especially since the way to measure time changes depending on each civilization. And I have visited practically every planet with life on it. And every time, I leave something behind, a little bit of myself, of my power. Some time ago, I left one of my seedlings here on Earth, and yet a few months ago, my connection with it was destroyed, not because the seedling was destroyed, because it is practically indestructible, but because the power inside of it was drained completely. The cosmic energy inside my seedlings could support it for billions of years, and yet somehow, someone absorbed all of that energy. Nothing similar had ever happened before and I was curious. I suppressed a snort at his little speech. He really wants to come across as some harmless space explorer. He even had a grandfatherly voice to go with it and all. Considering that I dealt with Dumbledore barely a few months ago when I was in the Harry Potter canon universe, I knew very well how to handle someone trying his shtick. The man seemed to love the sound of his own voice and he continued monologuing. "The moment I stepped foot on this planet, I could feel you, and your connection to my energy, my light. I followed the bond until I found you. I thought that I was the last of my kind, the last celestial, and yet, somehow, you were able to use one of my seedlings to become one as well, or at least partially one. For some reason, you have another energy keeping you from ascending properly. Is he trying to give me a tragic backstory or something? And I'm pretty sure that while celestials are now notably fewer with life prospering which stops celestials from being born naturally, they did still exist and were considerably more powerful and more adjusted than ego. And I'm pretty sure that there is no special connection between us. The energy inside ego's seedling was used to change my core and allow me to absorb cosmic energy. I sacrificed the seedling entirely, meaning that on a conceptual level, it stopped existing, thus stopped any association between it and its progenitor. I pretended to be confused. Why would you think that you're the only celestial left? I know for a fact that they still exist, even if most of them died in the celestial wars at the hand of Null. I believe that Arishem is currently observing this planet. That seemed to take him off guard. He really hadn't expected this answer from me or even my knowledge of his species. A thunderous look appeared on his face. All this time, I thought I was alone, I thought I was abandoned. I pondered on my purpose, on my goals, and I found nothing and they were still alive and left me to do nothing. The entire crowd inside the bar was knocked out by the pressure the celestial emitted in his anger. Half the country probably shared the same fate. Even I winced from his tone. I collected myself quickly, and nodded. That's odd. As far as I know, celestials always know their purpose, which is to create as much life as possible without the balance of the world breaking. And I also noticed that they particularly like mechanical constructions while you specialize in organic machines. Perhaps, you're just a different kind of celestial that they didn't know about. Ego stayed silent for a moment before nodding. It is a possibility, I will admit that. But from the legends I have gathered, they were practically gods. They should have noticed my energy usage. I wasn't being stingy with it, after all. I just shrugged. Look, this is me just speculating. I don't know anything substantial on what it means to be a celestial, the laws and etiquette and all that. I tracked down your seed because I was suffering from a condition that would have resulted in me falling into madness, so I chose to ascend, instead, so that my mind could cope with the amount of data. Becoming a quasi-celestial was just a side effect. He perked up at my words, his anger at the other celestials fading in a fraction of a second. You mean that you could use it, the cosmic energy, my light? I nodded and just held my hand. A small ball of light materialized in front of me. It was the equivalent of using a Lumos spell using magic, so it wasn't that impressive. And I didn't want to look that experienced, to be fair. I needed him to underestimate me in case things turn ugly. The men laughed in elation. It was both sad and relieved. He really was happy that there was someone else like him. I could tell. Aren't you supposed to be outraged that I somehow used your own power for my selfish needs? For millions of years, I had no purpose. I just came into existence and was just there. I did everything I could ever imagine. I visited every planet in the galaxy, created an entire world, experienced everything there was to experience. And everywhere I went, I made bonds, and watched them die. It was horrible, and you would think that I would learn, that I would finally stop caring and making bonds, yet it was something primal inside of me. I just couldn't be detached. It took millions of years, and even then, sometimes it takes me off guard. There was a woman, when I visited Earth, that I truly grew to love, and yet I knew that she was destined to die, as I lived on. I was always alone, drifting in space, until today, and finally, my plans could be achieved. Well, I already knew what his mad plan was, and considering how he made his little seedlings, it was kinda obvious. Add in the fact that I knew that he killed Meredith Quill, the woman he just claimed to have loved, by putting a tumor in her head. It became clear that Ego didn't seem to care about the other Celestials, or me, for that matter, only that I could help him further his goals. I pretended to be curious and asked, and what are these plans? He gave me a triumphant grin. As I traveled through the universe, I only witnessed war, hate, death, and destruction. It's the nature of life, in a way. It's how mortals grow and evolve. As soon as they become intelligent, they consume everything around them, until nothing is left and they kill themselves, with the cycle continuing. I want to create a reality of only life, a reality of only peace, a reality of only love. And how could you do that? I'm very glad you asked. I call it the expansion, and these seedlings in front of you are the key to it. I nodded, and by the seeds, you mean the self-replicating matter inside that absorbs everything it touches. The Celestial looked shocked at my answer. How do you know that? Did you really think that I wouldn't experiment on what is obviously a dangerous artifact? Before absorbing the seed, I ran a lot of tests, and discovered its purpose. He nodded, a very good disposition to have. My goal is to unite the entire galaxy, if not the world. My power, my light, is what powers the seeds and allows the matter inside to propagate and absorb everything it touches. I am planning on activating them on every planet, and in mere minutes, the entire surface of those planets will be made up of the biological matter, of me and only me. And for the first time, true peace shall reign in the entire universe. However, I cannot do it alone. I am not powerful enough. I will need help from someone else that can use my light, your help specifically. Well, now things were getting awkward. I am not going to participate in a galactic genocide by some asshole celestial. Unfortunately, the damn thing was powerful, and I could use him in the coming conflict with entropy. With that in mind, there was no reason to keep being nice. While I do have my doubts about the genocide, and don't try to deny it, it is genocide no matter how nicely you try to describe it. We have a bigger problem on our hands. A cosmic entity has taken a physical form and is currently in the universe with the aim of inevitably destroying reality itself. Here's my offer. I will help you with your expansion, should you somehow convince the rest of the Celestials to not hunt us down afterwards, and in exchange, you will help me in the fight against the enemy of reality itself. Of course, I wasn't planning on going through with it, but it's the best offer I was going to give him. In an ideal world, I would have his support in the coming crisis, but I would rather that life in the universe not be wiped out without entropy's involvement at all. Ego frowned at my answer. He probably thought that he convinced me or something. Is there a chance that we could do it before the fight with the cosmic entity? I shook my head. No, I'm planning on using a few mortals to help me fight. For some reason, the cosmic entity looked dismissive of my concerns. Did he not understand what a cosmic entity even was? Did he not understand how difficult fighting against a principal aspect of the multiverse is probably going to be? I'm sorry we couldn't come to an agreement. I heard him mumble. I took a good look on his face, and he genuinely looked saddened by the fact. I'm sorry, but the expansion is my purpose. I cannot shy from it. I will complete it even if I have to force your collaboration. The Celestial's eyes glowed with power, and he looked ready to attack me. Well, fuck it, it seems that I'll have to fight a fucking Celestial of all things. Why do these things always happen to me? Chapter 242, Selfish. October 4, 2012, Hogsmeade. Jasmine Sayre POV. I shook my head. No, I'm planning on using a few mortals to help me fight. For some reason, the cosmic entity looked dismissive of my concerns. Did he not understand what a cosmic entity even was? Did he not understand how difficult fighting against a principal aspect of the multiverse is probably going to be? I'm sorry we couldn't come to an agreement. I heard him mumble. I took a good look on his face, and he genuinely looked saddened by the fact, I'm sorry, but the expansion is my purpose. I cannot shy from it. I will complete it even if I have to force your collaboration. The Celestial's eyes glowed with power, and he looked ready to attack me. Well, fuck it, it seems that I'll have to fight a fucking Celestial of all things. Why do these things always happen to me? Ego's energy projection flew at me and grabbed me with it. He continued to fly upwards holding me in his hands, pretty much destroying the 3 broomsticks, waking up the wizards and witches that the Celestial had knocked out with his presence alone. To avoid any casualties, I chose to let him fly with me, and as soon as we were airborne, I let out a wave of darkness around me. The darkness destroyed a part of the projection, revealing the inhuman blue light that made up my opponent. This didn't seem to bother the Celestial much since he reformed a few seconds later, but I had cut off the arms that were holding me, freeing me from his grasp. I chose to conjure a small floating platform for me to stand on. It took me a lot less concentration to move a physical object using my telekinesis than it takes me to physically fly. And considering that the fight ahead of me will probably require a lot of concentration, it's preferable this way. Ego, on the other hand, didn't seem threatened by my powers. If anything, he seemed elated. So, you figured out how to use my light as well. I will admit that you are impressive, to do this while you've had my powers for less than a year. I will admit that it took me thousands if not millions of years to be this proficient. I did not correct him by telling him about my magic, or my true age, which would explain a lot. Instead, I tried to admonish him, Ego, this is your last chance. If you wish to refuse my offer, then leave the planet in peace. Should you not accept, then I will have no choice but to destroy you. It was a bit tacky to be honest, but it sent the message. I watched as the wizarding population were gaping at the two of us, and who wouldn't? Magical unaided flight was deemed impossible to many of them for centuries. The Celestial, on the other hand, burst into laughter. You think that just because you know a few tricks, you have a chance of beating me? I came into existence before your little race was no better than apes, and you expect to have a chance against me? I shrugged. Perhaps it is foolish to challenge someone of your power, but I believe that I could achieve more in a lifetime than you have in your entire existence. Earth is my home, Celestial, and I have protected it from gods and men alike, and I will continue to defend it against you, Ego. Admirable, I suppose. It's a shame that you didn't join me. We could have made a formidable team. And yet, with a threat against all of creation, all of time and space, all of life and death, you didn't seem worried or even fazed. He shrugged. I will deal with it when it arises. I sighed in disappointment. Ego would have made such an ally, and yet he chose to ignore a veritable threat to his existence, in favor of achieving his meaningless goal. Is there no way I could deter you from this path? The Celestial shook his head. It is my purpose, to unite the galaxy as one being, as me. I will not let an opportunity like this pass. Very well. I put 2 hands together and summoned a beam of darkness, that Ego stopped using an energy shield. The beam was stopped for a few seconds, before the shield started to crack and broke like a piece of glass. Ego was able to dodge the incoming beam, that continued past him and destroyed the top of the mountain behind him. Ego looked awed by my display, not having expected me to outpower him in a contest of strength. It did make sense. This Ego was simply a projection from his core that made up his planet. He was weaker here, far away from his source, even if he was practically all-powerful on his planet. In response, Ego conjured hundreds of steel spikes that came downwards towards me. I had no choice but to destroy them using a telekinetic pulse. Many citizens of magical Britain had, for some reason, not run away from the conflict between me and Ego, choosing to watch the encounter. With that done, I needed to get out of there, quickly before Ego massacres the entirety of the wizarding population in Britain. I jumped and leapt, flying forwards towards a surprised Ego and pushed him and myself into a portal I just created. I put us in the furthest point away from population, the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I stopped myself and let Ego fall into the water. I didn't have any misconceptions about him drowning. He was an energy projection. He didn't need to breathe after all. I was proven to be correct when he emerged from the sea with a giant avatar of water that leapt towards me. I, in turn, conjured a giant sword of light and cut him in his torso. If it was a being of flesh, this would have cut him into 2 pieces, but Ego just laughed and reformed the avatar easily. He then sent a punch at me, which I was able to hold by creating an energy shield. Honestly, I was kinda disappointed. I didn't know if he was just underestimating me or if he was just inexperienced when fighting someone with similar powers as himself, but all of this felt so human, so mortal. It was like the Celestial had no imagination whatsoever and was just imitating whatever he saw. Surprised by the fact that his punch was stopped, Ego was distracted for a fraction of a second, and it was all I needed to cut his hand with my giant sword and push him telekinetically. As the celestial flew back, I readied my sword, which started to slim down, resembling more an arrow than a sword. I then released it, sending out a beam of light, or more accurately, a giant solar flare at my opponent, evaporating the water that made up his avatar with the unbearable heat that made up my attack. I gasped in exertion a bit. This was the first time I had used this attack, and it did take a lot out of me, not because I was drained, but because my body just wasn't used to channeling this kind of power. I groaned in exasperation because I knew that Ego was still alive. His energy projection was probably going to reform soon. My speculation was proven to be correct when I heard another chuckle behind me. Ego, who was barely more than a humanoid being of blue energy that was slowly being reformed, I have to say, I am impressed. I never expected anyone to take only a seedling of my power and elevate it to such heights. If you had kept practicing for a few million years, you would have had the entire galaxy in your hands without question. Unfortunately, I do not see you surviving our little duel, and thus will not see you achieve your potential. I believe it's time I take the kitty gloves off. The water around us started to levitate and transform into solid matter. It was making up to be some kind of biological superweapon that I just couldn't comprehend. But if anything, I could feel the danger that this thing presented, the power that it contained. I didn't want to deal with something like that. Suddenly, the entire construct started to get sucked into itself, and in the end, all that remained was a cube that was glowing red in power. As usual, Ego started monologuing. This, dear Morrigan, is my attempt at recreating a very powerful artifact known to some as the Cosmic Cube. I had never seen the cube myself, but I heard tales of its power. The ability to control energy and matter on a universal scale, to be able to grant any wish. I tried for millions of years to recreate such a legendary artifact, and this was the best I could manage. An artifact that sends out a wave of antimatter so strong, so powerful, that it could destroy entire star systems at once. It's not actually that energy-consuming to make, you just need a lot of initial matter. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, and even a small one like this should be enough in this situation. Morrigan, if you submit yourself, allow me to use my power to complete my expansion, I will let you and this planet go, otherwise, I will activate my weapon and this planet will be destroyed in seconds. My mind was racing at the ultimatum in front of me. He had me and he knew it. No matter the fact that I had the advantage, in terms of power, he had millions of years to hone his skills. I didn't know how to counteract an antimatter wave. The situation seemed impossible, and yet I had a trump card, my death senses, which I tried to avoid using, but if it would save the planet from my mistake, then I would do it without question. Because it was my mistake. I was the one who chose to use Ego's seed to save myself. I'm the one who was overconfident and didn't expect that Ego would be able to outmaneuver me, even as an energy projection, and I wasn't going to let my planet suffer the consequences. So, with a deep breath, I opened the floodgates, released the abilities that I kept under lock and key, and let my death senses overwhelm me. Immediately, the world seemingly changed. I could see the lines around me, and feel my humanity slowly slip away, as I came one step closer to ascending. I needed to make this fast. I looked at the antimatter weapon and immediately noticed its flaw. It was a powerful weapon, there was no doubt about it, but it wasn't as powerful as Ego pretended it to be. The initial construct was simply a biological computer that transformed matter into antimatter somehow. I honestly didn't understand how it happened, and yet it did. The cube had absorbed the antimatter, to be released at Ego's leisure. But the amount of antimatter created was far less than whatever was needed to destroy a planet. It would cause untold damage, but humanity would survive his attack. I was able to easily discern the weakness to this weapon, but I was distracted by seeing what made up Ego. I could see the mind behind the projection, even if it was countless light years away, I could see its thought process, and if I had to describe it, I would say that it was odd for an entity as old as Ego. It was so emotional, so illogical, and in its core, it was so lonely. And in the end, if I had to describe it in a single word, it would be human. Ego felt like a human, acted like an entitled human, and while it was extremely surprising, it provided me with a way to defeat my foe. I knew exactly what I had to do. Chapter 243, Selfless. October 4, 2012, middle of the Pacific Ocean. Jasmine Heir POV. I was able to easily discern the weakness to this weapon, but I was distracted by seeing what made up Ego. I could see the mind behind the projection, even if it was countless light years away, I could see its thought process, and if I had to describe it, I would say that it was odd for an entity as old as Ego. It was so emotional, so illogical, and in its core, it was so lonely. And in the end, if I had to describe it in a single word, it would be human. Ego felt like a human, acted like an entitled human, and while it was extremely surprising, it provided me with a way to defeat my foe. I knew exactly what I had to do. It was elegant in its simplicity. I wanted to hit myself for not putting things together as quickly as I could. I watched as the celestial in front of me was giving me a victorious smirk. He thought himself invincible since he was just an energy projection that could be reformed indefinitely. The mind, the true brain, existed thousands of light years away. Oh, how good will it feel when he realizes the danger that he is in, the fact that his death is nearing, that it will be inevitable. It's a shame that I couldn't recruit him, but I now realize that it's impossible. Ego is many things, the last trueborn celestial, a practical living god whose body was composed of an entire planet, but he is also broken, a glitch in the system. If I had to guess, I would say that ego came into existence at a time when the world was out of balance, but that kept alternating. It was probably during the Celestial Wars. This meant that while ego had the power of the usual celestial, he had none of the knowledge or purpose that guided his siblings. He was just a consciousness that drifted in the darkness of space for millions of years without reason, without purpose. It drove him mad. And who wouldn't go mad at such a torture for millions of years? But slowly, he learned how to harness his cosmic energy to change the world around him through experimentation alone and push the madness as far down as he could, hoping that it wouldn't exist. And alas, he found life. It probably took a few million years of looking. People do not realize how vast space actually is, meaning that the chance of meeting someone by accident is extremely slim, but finally, he discovered that he wasn't alone anymore. So, he did whatever he could to emulate the life he saw, but he wasn't mortal, he was more, and thus his mind broke, the madness that he repressed with the disappointment he had to the race he encountered. He tried to emulate them, he didn't want to be alone, and his cosmic energy answered. One of the most important attributes that separates a celestial from a mortal is the way they see the universe. Their mind is just alien, on another level, and so, his own powers broke his mind to resemble that of a mortal. Traces of the madness remained, but slowly his thinking started to shift and resemble that of a mortal being. The celestial bound his own mind and soul to a physical form completely, something that was supposed to be impossible, and yet a broken mind was a powerful thing. Ego partially descended and became mortal. The mental limitation that ego put on himself limited what he could even achieve with his powers, and meanwhile the madness started to manifest itself, giving him a purpose to consume everything, to unite the entire universe into one being, him, so that he would never be alone again. This was what happened when a celestial became rogue. The devastation that the being in front of me was indescribable. Ego had spent millions of years experimenting to create the bioweapon that he put in every inhabited planet in the galaxy. How many planets, how many civilizations have been destroyed for the mad ambitions of a space god? No wonder the men didn't even blink at the possibility of dying. He just didn't think that anyone or anything could defeat him. He only knew of his kin through stories of their might and their accomplishments and assumed that they had died out. He truly thought himself invincible. This settled things. The abomination in front of me would get no mercy from me. First, I needed to deal with the weaponized cube. I needed to keep it in a safe space, so as to not activate it. Something as dangerous as antimatter could destabilize the balance of all things. Sending it to the sun could affect the star's mass and cause dramatic shifts in the entire star system. It seems a pocket dimension, frozen in time, would be the most appropriate solution. I'll deal with it later. I discreetly created the runes in my palm and created a small dimension that would be enough to house the cube. For some reason, it came much easier to me than it did before the ritual. Finally, I pretended to submit to my opponent. All right, you win. I will help you with your expansion, but in exchange, you will spare this planet and help me during entropy's inevitable attack. It's good that you now see sense, my child. You cannot oppose me. We have an agreement, Morrigan. God, I wanted to punch the smug smile off his face. I was tempted to do just that, but I had a plan, and I was going to stick with it. I floated towards the celestial who looked victorious. Don't worry, I'm going to take you home, to the core of my powers, so that we could realize my ambitions properly. I nodded. One question, though. Yes. How do you plan to force me to do anything when your weapon is gone? He looked around and saw that the cosmic nullifying cube, that he had created, had disappeared in a red light. It was sleight of hand. While he reveled in his victory, I used reality magic, or at least the cosmic variation of it, to make an illusion of the cube while I opened a small portal and put the actual weapon in the pocket dimension that I just created. Pocket dimensions were really overpowered when it came to stopping weapons of mass destruction. When I saw Ego's wide eyes, I grinned cheekily at him. Lesson number 1, don't watch the mouth, watch the hands. Huh. Before he could even realize what I just said, I opened a different dimensional portal in front of me. It was the one I made during the New York invasion that contained the Tesseract-enhanced nuke that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to use to blow up New York City. Fucking idiotic World Security Council. I had frozen the blast in time, and as soon as I opened it, the blast started to go on. I barely kept the portal open for a second, and Ego was practically vaporized by the attack, as did half a mile in front of me. I knew that Ego's projection was going to be reforming soon, and I was pressed for time for the rest of my plan. I waved my hands and thousands of runes started to appear out of thin air. This was the first time I had ever done something like this, ever, but it was my best chance at beating the celestial in front of me. Slowly, the runes started to shrink into small links that started to connect themselves into a giant golden chain. Slowly the chain was getting stronger, tougher, indestructible. I was nearly done when I heard the enraged cry, Morrigan. The infuriated celestial flew towards me, in a giant avatar of steel and stone that he probably transmuted, and yet, I wasn't bothered. I had almost completed my spell. Seconds before he could reach me, my chain was done, and I threw it at Ego, Enkidu. The chain around me came to life and went through the avatar like a hot knife through butter. It enwrapped itself around the celestial's energy projection, and finally the entire avatar chipped away and disappeared, leaving a floating Ego looking terrified at me. What have you done? The Chains of Enkidu, a spell that I created and named after the legendary tales of the god-binding chains in the Epic of Gilgamesh. It worked by absorbing the energy output from whatever it touches, storing it in an empty realm. The more a being was created out of energy, the more effective it was. The chains themselves were unbreakable, and bound the mind of its captive inside to not allow any kind of escape or teleportation. Truthfully, the chains were mostly useless in any other situation. Outside of fighting demon lords and elder gods, they served no purpose. Celestials were too strong, too controlled, to not be able to escape, and other opponents were generally mortals, which means that there are easier ways to restrain them. However, Ego was a broken celestial that saw the world through an energy projection. He couldn't control the emission of cosmic energy of his projection properly, which means that currently, I had him at a bind. He couldn't drop the projection, he had put his entire consciousness inside, another mental limitation of his, and it couldn't escape through the properties of the chains. The celestial was effectively trapped. My answer to his question was monotone. I have subdued you. He tried to break the chains which sapped whatever kinetic energy he created. Don't try to escape, there is no way for you to do so. What are you? You're death. You are defective, Ego. You rejected your purpose of life and want only death. You are a threat to the balance, and I have no choice but to eliminate you as a threat to reality itself. The remaining question is, what to do with you? He looked frightened, terrified, he looked so human. Again, the similarities were very disturbing. I could see the madness in his eyes, now that he wasn't trying to hide it anymore. I continued, I could keep you in a timeless loop, but it was proven to me recently that they could be overcome. I could imprison you, but in the end, my lifetime is barely more than a moment for someone like you. No, you cannot remain in this mortal coil, for you present a risk to life itself. It is my responsibility to eliminate the threat you pose completely. He looked a little smug at my speech. You can't kill me. My body, my soul, is light years away, further away than you can travel. How long do you plan to keep me in chains? I can see the drain on your light, Morrigan. It will not be long before I am freed. He was right, and I racked my brain for an answer until I finally found one. Yes, your body and soul might be far away, but your mind is trapped with you. I remembered the fact that Ego kidnapped a member of psychic species to get him to fall asleep. He was vulnerable to psychic attacks, but he had formidable mental protections. Unsurprisingly, Ego chuckled. You think you could get into my mind while you're using these chains? No, not alone. I opened another portal and retrieved a familiar yellow gem. It was the Mind Stone, and it was floating in my palm. Immediately, the arrogant smile on the Celestial's head disappeared. The Mind Stone. Please, I won't attack anyone anymore. I will do whatever you like. I'll even be your slave. I raised the stone in the air, and it floated near my temple and glowed. I gave Ego a sad look. If only I could believe you, Ego. You were such a disappointment. I hope that you will find peace in death. Before he could protest, I put both my hands on the head of the Celestial and channeled the Mind Stone's power. I shredded the entirety of whatever made Ego. In the end, there was nothing left but a corpse, a planet that was dead in spirit and yet still alive. I watched as the energy projection started to fade away. It might have been a trick of the light, but I could feel him smile at the end of the torment that was his life. And thus spelled the end of Ego, the living planet, a broken celestial that was more human than myself. Chapter 244, Self-Reflection. October 4, 2012, middle of the Pacific Ocean. Jasmine Heir POV. I raised the stone in the air, and it floated near my temple and glowed. I gave Ego a sad look. If only I could believe you, Ego. You were such a disappointment. I hope that you will find peace in death. Before he could protest, I put both of my hands on the head of the Celestial and channeled the Mind Stone's power. I shredded the entirety of whatever made Ego. In the end, there was nothing left but a corpse, a planet that was dead in spirit and yet still alive. I watched as the energy projection started to fade away. It might have been a trick of the light, but I could feel him smile at the end of the torment that was his life. And thus spelled the end of Ego, the living planet, a broken celestial who was more human than myself. With my fight done, I reflected on my actions. It was a shame, really, that I had to shred his mind like I did. Perhaps I could have fixed him, somehow, using the Mind Stone. It was an unlikely possibility, even with an infinity stone in my possession. The mind of a celestial who was probably billions of years old was different, alien, and just something that I couldn't grasp, as I haven't ascended myself. And even if I did, even if I could brainwash him somehow, I had no guarantee that he would never be able to reverse the process. Ego was older than even my planet. He had to have a few backups in case something happened. The only reason that I'm not panicking and making sure that I'm ready for whatever revenge Ego would have should he return, was the fact that I felt his soul pass on after I destroyed his mind. Because there are many types of dying, and in this case, the death of a living being occurs when its soul stops being anchored to this realm and moves on to the afterlife. As I stated before, a soul is anchored to the mind and the body of an individual. Destroying the mind destabilizes the trinity and the soul is released, and yet the body remains. The celestial is now technically in a vegetative state and will slowly start to fade away over time. The planet, his corpse, will keep absorbing cosmic energy at a slower pace as the body dies. The process should take thousands if not millions of years, meaning that the planet is now technically a battery of cosmic energy that no one can use, save for one person, Peter Quill. I have no idea how the hell Ego managed to tie his son's celestial heritage to his own life force, but if I had a guess, it would be that when he impregnated women all over the galaxy, he designed his sperm to act that way. Even if he was a crappy father, no one could deny that Ego's expertise in biological manipulation was unparalleled. I could see him doing this to make sure that whatever offspring he has would be loyal to him. Because who would betray someone if doing so meant that they would lose access to godly power and immortality? Which brings me to the current dilemma, with Ego out of the question, should I recruit Peter Quill? By my calculations, the mess with the Power Stone should happen in a year or so, which would be the best time to recruit the Guardians of the Galaxy. Having a half-celestial at my side for the coming conflict would be a great boon, especially one that is also half-human, meaning that he will be very protective of this planet. One of the biggest advantages to my new cosmic core is the fact that I can now use my powers in space. I wasn't bound to the Earth's orbit anymore, or places that naturally generate ambient magic like Asgard. I could now travel the stars and could now recruit people from all over the universe for the coming crisis, and I pretty much have a spaceship on hand. Ego did come to Earth in one, and with him dead, I'm definitely taking it for myself. But now is not the time to do this. My current priority is the restoration of the Ragnarok cycle, and my deal with Odin. No matter what people over the universe like to say, Asgard is mighty, and its support would be welcome during the final fight against entropy. The convergence is nearing, and we need to be ready in the coming fight against those who sit above in shadow. Plans were being made, battles planned, for it will be one of the biggest events in the history of the multiverse. With a sigh, I returned the Mind Stone into my pocket dimension. Using it without an artifact to channel its powers tired me. But as exhausted as I was, I couldn't distract myself from Ego's situation. This was a celestial who was more human than I was. He had the passion, the emotions, that really resembled that of a mortal, more than I have for centuries. I know that this was due to his mind being broken, to a madness caused by loneliness and destruction. Wasn't it ironic that mortals dream of unlimited powers, and yet a being with unlimited power at his disposal had knowingly crippled himself just for the illusion of being mortal? There was an irony to it, one that I found amusing yet heartbreaking. It showed the uselessness of a hunger for power. And in truth, I could understand Ego's plight, and if I was honest, it was likely that the other Celestials would have joined him in his madness if they didn't have their goals engraved into them by the cosmic entities of life and death. They were given an unreachable goal, especially for this reason. So that they would never be able to stop and realize how pointless their existence truly is, so that they would never be able to start thinking about their existence outside of their unending goal, to promote life in the universe, to make sure that it grows. And slowly the Celestials would stop being born as life propagates in the universe, and they inevitably die. One day, the last Celestial will die and only mortals will live throughout the universe, until its heat death, that is. For everything that has a beginning has an end. It was one of the most fundamental laws of the universe, a law that no one could ever cheat, for nothing is truly eternal and death will one day claim all. The question I asked myself was, should I try what Ego failed? I could already feel Erebus' sacrifice being worn down, and my humanity slipping away. It was even more evident by the fact that I used Death's powers to fight the Celestial. And with that done, I should have to ask myself if, should I lose the entirety of my humanity, if I ascend fully, should I fall to madness just to regain my mortality once more? It was possible, Ego proved that, and yet I would destroy my mind, alter my trinity. And my mind would forever be changed on a fundamental way. In a way, I would die and someone else, with my memories would take up the reins. That was unacceptable. Death would be preferable to changing the way I think. I wouldn't be me anymore if I did. And that was the truth, for Ego the Celestial had died when he tried to descend and all that remained was a mad copy with his memories, Ego the living planet. It truly was a heartbreaking story, of a being falling to loneliness and despair, without a goal to distract itself with. So, he created a goal, one born of foolishness and despair, one that would have caused death on an unprecedented scale all over the galaxy, a genocide on a galactic scale. I hoped that I would never fall to that level, and yet I could see it happening to me as well. In the end, it was a problem in the future, probably one after the fight with entropy, if I even survive it, anyway. As for now, I had bigger problems. The beginning of my fight with ego, before we started using powerful attacks, happened in Hogsmeade, in the middle of the day, meaning that there had to be a lot of witnesses, and I won't be able to remove their memories at the same time. Wizards had a subconscious defense against the mind arts, even if it was weak. The protections wouldn't mean anything if I tried to change their memories one person at a time, which would take forever. That's not counting the fact that I have no idea how many witnesses there were and the fact that a lot of them would be children that saw a little bit of the battle from Hogwarts. I could use reality magic, but it would take a lot out of me, and I wasn't as precise with my cosmic core as I was with my magical one. I couldn't even use the mist as a shortcut since it only affects non-magicals. In the end, I cannot change what happened, and at least not a single life was lost during the fight, outside of egos that is. I didn't feel any magical soul die during the fight. As for now, I needed to speak with Rose quickly to help smooth things over. But before that, I couldn't have the non-magical world know about the scale of the battle, and with the kind of firepower ego and I were throwing around, they will have inevitably picked up on it. Honestly, it was getting too troublesome to keep protecting this planet, even if it was partly my fault that ego came here himself. To deal with the non-magical world, I decided to just use the mist. I'm not a mage anymore, and neither was ego, meaning that it didn't automatically alter any footage of the fight. I was still the caster of the spell and knew how to manipulate it, so I took a deep breath and started to work. I didn't know how much time passed since I started manipulating the mist, but it took a lot of effort and I was barely standing from my exhaustion afterwards, but it was done. As far as the non-magical world was concerned, a relatively large meteorite fell into the Pacific which caused all these disturbances that their sensors got. With that done, I only needed to deal with the mutant higher-ups who knew about my encounter with ego, and the magical world. I needed to call Rose to clear things up, not to mention, tell Celine that I'm alright. She probably sensed the energy that we used in our fight and was worried sick. I steeled my mind and teleported home where I was immediately hugged by Celine. I was so worried. What happened? Well, I went to clear my head for a bit, and I got into a fight. She let go and glared at me. What the fuck, Morrigan? I felt how much energy you were sending out. This wasn't your usual fight. I nodded. Well, remember ego, the celestial that I used to make a cosmic core for myself? She nodded and I continued. Well, apparently he felt his seedling die, and didn't like it. He had a mad goal that he wanted me to join him in, that would have resulted in the death of pretty much every civilization in the galaxy. I refused, and well, things escalated from there. She gave me an incredulous look. Things escalated. Are you mad? The news have noticed your little solar flare all the way from space. Have you lost all sense of subtlety? Look, he was very strong, all right. She sighed in exasperation. At least tell me that he's not coming back. I nodded. I killed him, don't worry. I could feel the impressed gaze she had when I told her. Celestials were the stuff of legends, far more powerful than most elder gods, and the fact that I defeated one, even if ego was half mad and had crippled himself, was very impressive. Before I could say anything, I felt Rose slamming the door open and exclaiming, "What the hell did you do?" Well, shit. This isn't going to be a good day, is it? Chapter 245, Beaver's Maneuvers. October 4, 2012, British Ministry of Magic. Hermione Granger POV. Hermione Granger had almost achieved all her goals in life, or at least, had come very close to achieving them. She graduated first in her year, she was labeled the brightest witch of her generation, she got the best grades in her OWLS and Newts ever recorded, and she was currently the first Muggle-born to have ever achieved a high position in the Ministry of Magic, being the current Undersecretary to the Minister himself, Nathan Potter. And that's just what's on the surface. Her influence had spread through the entire ministry, and every day she was coming closer and closer to achieving her dream, a magical Britain where everyone is equal, with the same rights and opportunities. It had been an uphill battle, that's for sure, and Hermione was opposed by practically everyone that wasn't a Muggle-born. It made sense, in a way, that the people with the least opportunities and rights be supportive of her ideals. The fact that a mediocre pureblood would be picked before a competent Muggle-born disgusted the bushy-haired woman. The elitist government that made up magical Britain was one whose goal was to enrich the families of the Wisingamot, nothing more. Ministry positions were nothing more than political moves and bargaining chips to gain favors. No wonder that the entire ministry was barely working under Fudge's administration, before she came into power, that is, where bribes were commonplace and higher-ups were incompetent in their jobs. The only way a Muggle-born or a half-blood from a poor family could get a job would be if they're not involved with politics whatsoever. Most of the magical shops in Britain were opened by Muggle-borns, and most of the curse-breakers, warders, and enchanters are either half-bloods or Muggle-borns. It was a neat system where the purebloods were in power, and the rest are either employed outside of the ministry, or have businesses of their own. It was a subtle thing that everyone took for granted, especially during the war with Voldemort, where he promoted the death of Muggle-borns, which pretty much held up the economy and development of the country. Had he won and succeeded in his ambitions of wiping out the Muggle-borns, magical Britain would have fallen in months at most. Because with the lower classes gone, being a member of a high class wouldn't have meant much anymore. Who would sell the precious little potions and artifacts to the purebloods, who would work in bookstores and set up wards? No one, that's who, and in the end, they would either have had to leave the country because they hadn't learned how to do any of this, or they would have had to separate the purebloods into other classes where the lower ones will be segregated against in turn. And the circle would have repeated itself until nothing remained of the former powerhouse that was magical Britain. Hermione had learnt a lot during her time in the Ministry. The most shocking thing that she figured out is how much the Ministry depended on the works of Muggle-borns, and she was able to leverage this to pass new laws and remove a few to limit the influence of the old families in magical Britain. Truthfully, Hermione knew that without her friendship with Nathan, none of this would have ever been possible. Had things been different, had Nathan decided not to befriend her during their first years at Hogwarts, then Muggle-borns would have grown in the shadow of the government, and they would have continued to be oppressed and sneered at, while they hold up the wizarding economy of the country on their shoulders. But finally, it took years and a lot of effort, but Muggle-borns were now almost equal citizens to everyone. Hermione Granger had successfully created a measure of equal representation in the political landscape of magical Britain. Most of the current department heads were now either half-bloods or Muggle-borns, and for the first time, the Ministry hired the most qualified applicants, and not the ones that had the most connections in the political scene. She had tried to do the same with magical creatures, but no one wanted to be on equal ground to wizards or witches. The mermen and centaurs were just insulted, and the house elves just refused to be freed, no matter how much she tried to convince them. Even Dobby, the house elf that Nathan tricked Lucius Malfoy into freeing, had bound himself to Hogwarts and its headmistress. The goblins, on the other hand, sneered at her when she proposed involving them as a major player in the economy of magical Britain, by investing into wizarding businesses and so on. Apparently, they were satisfied with their monopoly as the only magical bank in Britain that wasn't even a proper bank, since all they did was rent vaults with various security features for wizards to use. Outside of that, they had their own civilization with their own inner economy in their own nation, but they did hire cursebreakers, with some very good wages, to find ancient treasures lost to time. But it wasn't their fault. They just didn't know any better, but if they don't want to be involved, it was their right. Instead of continuing such a pointless endeavor, Hermione chose to focus on the remaining major advantage that the pureblood families held over the rest of the population, their magic. Don't get her wrong, by magic, she doesn't mean their affinities or inherited magical talents like shape-shifting or parseltongue. She meant the magical knowledge that the ancient families have been collecting for generations and keeping it to themselves. Magical knowledge should be available to everyone, except the dangerous kind which no one should have access to. It was such a logical thing. It was the only thing that would bring true equality to the world. Why couldn't everyone see it? Having all magic be available for everyone would mean that it would be easier for people to find a field of magic to focus on. It means that people without access to this knowledge wouldn't have to start from scratch. It had worked in the Muggle world without a problem with the internet, and things couldn't have gone any better. Everyone would have had the same chance at succeeding, and it would only be their intellect, their determination, and their efforts that would make a difference. Wouldn't that be the perfect society she had dreamed of? When she offered to pass this law to generalize the magical knowledge in a single repository of magic, she didn't expect to be opposed this much. Sure, the Muggle-borns supported her, but the rest were just hesitant. And even then, the pureblood families just put their foot down, without budging an inch. They were somewhat accommodating during her rise in the Ministry, with the giant power gap left by Dumbledore and the Death Eaters that hadn't been filled even years later. She was one of the biggest political forces in the country, and thus they didn't want to anger her too much. But the families refused to even give her access to the knowledge of extinct families, claiming that they could be dormant for centuries until an heir resurfaces. The goblins only confiscated the gold and precious stones from the vaults after being unclaimed for a century. It was in the vault contracts after all, but they left everything else, including the books or artifacts, to be claimed by an heir later. The level of opposition was surprising, especially from the Department of Mysteries, which is something Hermione definitely didn't expect. They should have been grateful that they would have more books for their research. Still, slowly, she was making more headway, convincing more and more people, and having them join her cause. Things were going well until Rose Potter revealed her power during an attack, where she showed that somehow, she still had access to Jasmine Potter's spells. Ugh, how Hermione hated the deceased witch. She didn't know how Nathan's twin had learnt that magic, but it was more powerful than anything she had ever seen. The girl was globally known as a magical prodigy who could have rivaled Merlin himself should she have grown into her full potential. It irked Hermione on a fundamental level too. Have someone be this much more skilled than she was. She couldn't even dispute it. The duel between Dumbledore and Jasmine Potter had contained spells and magics that she still doesn't have a clue about today. Rose Potter could have been her key to her ambitions. Having access to Jasmine Potter's magic would have been the perfect leverage to get the rest of the families to join her. She could end up using it as a bargaining tool where only people who release their family magic to the public would be able to access it. Every single family would have done anything for a glimpse of the deceased prodigy's spells, which was evident by the ludicrous number of betrothal contracts sent to the Potter girl. Because the ones that had access to Rose Potter had the upper hand in the political landscape. She was like the new Dumbledore, a weapon to pressure anyone in the international scene, to gain more favorable conditions from the ICW and so on. But the immature brat didn't accept her responsibilities to her country and just fled to find her place in the world, whatever that means. But inevitably, the girl would return, and Hermione would finally achieve her goals. But, all her machinations came to a stop when a few of her informants in Hogsmeade ran into her office to show her a memory. It was troubling, it was terrifying, it was a magical fight on a scale she had never seen before. It started in the Three Broomsticks where an elderly man and a woman seemed somewhat cordial, until the men just started glowing and attacked the woman. Which resulted in an aerial fight, using unaided flight, with spells that were just akin to natural disasters. In the end they teleported and moved their fight elsewhere. She needed to find out what happened, how this occurred, and she sent an agent of hers to scry what happened. She knew that something happened over the Pacific, but the energy output was too high for anyone to try scrying the past. She couldn't even use a time turner and see the fight herself since for some reason they had stopped working a few years back. What she does know is that the Muggle government thought that a meteorite had fallen down in the middle of the Pacific which changed their readings. But Hermione knew better, it was just the result of the fight between the two titans. But, if that was it, she would have just been nervous about the victor of the duel, and what it would mean in the grand scheme of things. Because when she analyzed the memories even further, she recognized the face of the woman in this situation. She looked younger than she had any right to be, barely more than her early 20s, but it was a face that the bushy-haired woman could never forget, it was a face that she hated with a passion, the face of a woman she envied, a woman who in a single year, secured her place in the history books while Hermione kept slaving for a righteous goal, it was the face of Jasmine Potter. Somehow, Jasmine Potter had survived her duel with Dumbledore. Somehow, Jasmine Potter had remained hidden from the world. Somehow, Jasmine Potter became even more powerful than she used to be. But outside of her shock, the young witch felt a pang of betrayal. Had Nathan known all this time? Did he hide her existence from Hermione knowing that his sister could have been the key to Hermione's own goals of a utopian magical society? She needed answers, and she needed them now. The witch stood up in her office and walked towards the fireplace. She sent some flu powder at the fire and bellowed, "Potter Manor. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 15 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 246, Apprehension. October 4, 2012, British Ministry of Magic. Hermione Granger POV. She looked younger than she had any right to be, barely more than her early 20s, but it was a face that the bushy-haired woman could never forget, it was a face that she hated with a passion, the face of a woman she envied, a woman who in a single year, secured her place in the history books while Hermione kept slaving for a righteous goal, it was the face of Jasmine Potter. Somehow, Jasmine Potter had survived her duel with Dumbledore. Somehow, Jasmine Potter had remained hidden from the world. Somehow, Jasmine Potter became even more powerful than she used to be. But outside of her shock, the young witch felt a pang of betrayal. Had Nathan known all this time? Did he hide her existence from Hermione knowing that his sister could have been the key to Hermione's own goals of a utopian magical society? She needed answers, and she needed them now. The witch stood up in her office and walked towards the fireplace. She sent some flu powder at the fire and bellowed, "Potter Manor." She had never gotten used to the flu network and had never understood its purpose. It was such a waste to use fireplaces of all things to travel, never mind the security risk it posed to everyone who had installed a private flu network, it also created a lot of issues in terms of the resources needed to sustain the network itself. Everyone and their mother set up a flu in their homes even if they don't need it. Every wizard worth their salt knew how to apparate. But the large number of homes connected to the flu network, each one allowing only certain fireplaces to access it with certain restrictions, things got very complicated for something that's barely necessary for society to function. Still, she could see the utility of having it for people who can't apparate, or for communal areas like Diagon Alley or the Ministry of Magic, especially when it benefited her. Nathan had allowed a direct unrestricted access to his home and his office in case something happened. Tracy didn't like her so she kinda avoided going to Potter Manor, but she would shoulder the Potter lady's judgmental looks if it meant that Nathan would explain to her how in Merlin's name did his twin sister survive her fight with Dumbledore. She arrived at the familiar site of Nathan's home, that he had built in honor of the first Potter Manor that was destroyed by some Dark Lord over 100 years ago. She walked directly towards Nathan's study and listened to Nathan's voice somewhere. He sounded angry and another person was yelling back at him for some reason. When she opened the door, Nathan stiffened and looked at her before relaxing. There was no one in the room, it seemed that her friend was just on a mirror call. He looked down at the mirror and sighed, "Look, Rose, I have to go. Just please reconsider this. Hermione heard the telltale sound of the call ending, and before she could say anything Nathan sighed, "I suppose you want some explanation about what happened in Hogsmeade." "Well, at least he wasn't trying to deny it. That will be a good way to start the conversation, yes." "How much have you figured out?" Hermione snorted. Two very powerful magic users met in the Three Broomsticks and got into a fight that made the duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald look like a school fight between first years, and one of the fighters happened to be your twin sister, who is supposed to have died in the scandal that revealed Dumbledore's machinations. For most of the people Dumbledore's machinations were abhorrent. The public had demonized him, made him into some evil figure that played chess with everyone's lives. Hermione, though, had researched his possessions and had understood the depth of his plans. His main goal was to unite the magical world and to make magical knowledge available for everyone, provided that he removed all of the harmful magics first. It was a worthy goal, and one that was very close to the one Hermione wanted to achieve. A united magical society, where everyone is equal, everyone is given the same opportunities, and where everyone could use their minds, their intelligence, their skills, and their hard work, to rise to the top. The Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic wouldn't deny that she emulated a lot of Dumbledore's plans in her career, and it had proven that the man knew what he was doing. It was a shame that he wanted the magical world to unite under a large threat, which he chose to be Voldemort. It could have worked. In fact, it probably would have worked, if it wasn't for Jasmine Potter interfering with everything. Hermione had previously thought that the Potter girl was just defending herself from her attacker. Everyone thought so, everyone assumed that it was like this, because no one in the public expected it. But the fact that the woman was alive now, got Hermione to start asking questions. Potter couldn't have fought Dumbledore on even grounds if he had surprised her. No one, even a prodigy that hadn't even gotten her magical maturity yet, would have walked away alive if they did. So, had the duel between Potter and Dumbledore been premeditated, or had she emulated Voldemort and made a Horcrux? Her thoughts were interrupted by Nathan sighing. "All right, so you recognized her. What do you want to know?" "Everything, Nathan. How is she still alive? Who was she fighting in Hogsmeade? What has she been up to all this time? Did you know? Did your sister know as well? They were kinda close before she died." Nathan gave her a bitter smile. "Yes, I've known that she was alive for months now. Rose knew from the beginning. I'm not sure how she survived, but she didn't die. She knew that Dumbledore was going after her, tricked him into confessing to the entire world and made arrangements to fake her death. I don't know what she's been doing all this time, but what I do know is that she wasn't twiddling her thumbs during all this time. As for what exactly happened in Hogsmeade, I have no idea, neither does Rose for that matter. I think she'll be on her way to demand answers from our sister after our call." Huh, that made sense. Jasmine Potter was probably with her sister, teaching her all this time, hiding in plain sight. She wouldn't have put it past Nathan to miss his own twin hanging around for years. But the fact that a witch as prodigal and as powerful as Jasmine Potter was running around for years without any kind of oversight. That kind of power should be under control, or in this case under the Ministry's control. Had the general public known about her survival, Hermione was sure that they would have arrested her, or at least put her in a gilded prison to act as their personal deterrent, their pet weapon, against anyone who would defy them. The girl was powerful, yes, and extremely intelligent, but she was a teenager, and inexperienced. She would have lost against an ambush from an experienced enough Auror squad, and she would have been working for the Ministry all this time. People praised their prodigies and magical titans, but the truth was that no government wanted either. With magic involved, these people could easily destabilize the entire nation, with nothing but their presence or the threat they possessed. For some reason, magical titans tended to be more common in Britain than anywhere else. It was a source of great power for the nation, but also of great strife, which was shown with the abundance of Dark Lords in their history. The events of the third task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament were monumental because it resulted in the deaths of every single magical titan in Britain, if not the world. Dumbledore had disappeared and was presumed dead, Voldemort had died by Nathan's hand, and Jasmine Potter was disintegrated into nothing. Her twin, Nathan, was found to have the potential to be one as well, but after a lot of effort, the threat he posed was neutralized by making sure that his magic didn't grow too much with certain artifacts that the Ministry had subtly put on him, as well as a few spells and potions to subtly get rid of the threat he posed. Hermione had burnt the evidence when she discovered the paper trail when Nathan was elected into office. Some things just shouldn't be shared at all. Still, for the first time, things were relatively balanced, until Rose Potter revealed her might years later. Still, Jasmine Potter's reappearance provided her with an opportunity. We could convince her to come back, to show her support for our administration. It will do a lot to silence the opposition. They said that she could have been as good as Merlin himself. We could use her name at the very least to threaten them. Nathan shook his head. Trust me, from what I've heard from Rose, what happened in Hogsmeade today was barely a glimpse of what she could do. And that's not the problem, she's really cunning, like seriously cunning. The third task was entirely planned by her. That's not just the stuff with Dumbledore, it was also everything with Voldemort. She knew that I would be taken by the Death Eaters and Voldemort, that I would be used to resurrect the Dark Lord. She's the shadowy figure that helped me, that killed all of the Death Eaters and let me kill Voldemort with the sword. Rose told me when I found out that she was alive, trying to show me that I owed my life to Jasmine. Going against her, or just using her in general, is nothing short of suicide. Hermione was curious now. Yes, the stuff with the third task was worrying, and the witch had no illusions against Jasmine Potter in a straight fight, but pressure from the public should be enough to threaten her. Nathan also knew that. He had to deal with a lot of cutthroat politics in his tenure as Minister of Magic, and he knew that raw power mattered very little when someone poisons them or stabs them in the back. In the end, money ran the world, not power. And yet, he was still warning her against doing the same to his twin sister. Was this some sort of familial affection that he had towards his twin? No, family was family, and politics was politics. It was something that Nathan decided when he got the job in the first place. He wouldn't let personal attachments affect him when dealing with a political decision. It was his way of avoiding the trap that Fudge and many others had fallen into before him. That meant that there was something more. What are you not telling me? Hermione knew that she asked the right question because her boss stiffened before sighing in exasperation. You really are too smart for your own good, Hermione. You're right, there's a lot more there, and most of it I will not share with you. It's nothing personal. Consider them to be family secrets. Jasmine is dangerous, absurdly so, but she can be reasonable. I asked Rose to get her to explain to me what happened. I don't know whether she would accept, but she could be on her way right now. Just don't do anything rash, please. I'm not asking as your friend, I'm asking as your superior and your boss. Hermione was gobsmacked. Nathan had never used this card on her, even when they knew that he was her boss. Whatever this was must have unsettled him as well. But this was unacceptable. She was his right hand. She has to know everything he does so that she could make the right decisions during tough times. Are you sure about that, Nathan? We can use her. Jasmine could be a tremendous asset. Hermione was interrupted by a cough behind her and she jumped in fear. In front of her was the demon that she saw fighting in the memories of her subordinate. In a small way, she had hoped that she was mistaken, that Jasmine Potter had died and that this was an imposter. But now, she knew that this was a vain hope. She couldn't mistake the sheer presence the other woman had. She was standing by the doorway, next to her younger sister, and gave Hermione an amused look. Go on, a tremendous asset for what exactly? Hermione gulped. Well, that was a horrible start to their meeting. Chapter 247, For Warnings. October 4, 2012, Potter Manor. Hermione Granger POV. Hermione was interrupted by a cough behind her and she jumped in fear. In front of her was the demon that she saw fighting in the memories of her subordinate. In a small way, she had hoped that she was mistaken, that Jasmine Potter had died and that this was an imposter. But now, she knew that this was a vain hope. She couldn't mistake the sheer presence the other woman had. She was standing by the doorway, next to her younger sister, and gave Hermione an amused look. Go on, a tremendous asset for what exactly? Hermione gulped. Well, that was a horrible start to their meeting. Jasmine Sayer POV. I had just teleported to Nathan's home. It was my first time ever coming here, considering that he built the entire place from scratch. It would be interesting to see if he would introduce me to his wife and children. I hadn't seen Tracy since the mess with the Tri-Wizard tournament, where I barely spoke to the girl at all. As for the kids, I barely know anything more than their names, but in the end, they're Nathan's family and if he doesn't want me to meet them, then it's his prerogative. I frowned subtly as I felt the wards on this place. They were disappointing, especially since this was the home of the Minister for Magic, one of the most politically powerful people in magical Britain, not some random guy. The wards barely covered apparition and portkey travel, and some weak security access to only recognized people. It was just bad. There were no intent-based wards, anti-dark magic wards. Hell, a strong attack from outside could shatter the entire structure. Let's just say that a few seconds in, I already had a poor impression of my brother. I didn't even want to come, but Rose had forced me to, saying something about being accountable for my actions. Still, it wasn't my fault. Ego was the one to attack me in an obviously populated area. Additionally, I made sure that none of the people were even hit by his attacks, and as soon as I could, I took the fight elsewhere. I understood on a fundamental level that what I did constituted as a public relations mess in magical Britain. They were not supposed to be aware of threats of this caliber. They were always happy in their own little world that I created thanks to the statute of secrecy that I enforced using the mist. I guess that earlier today, I had shattered the illusion that they were the apex predators in the world, a laughable concept since even the non-magical population could wipe them out if they actually knew about them, and that's not even mentioning the other threats from beyond. To be honest, I wouldn't have even considered doing this if I wasn't too tired to argue. Because I had just fought a celestial, and while I hadn't exhausted my entire core, I was still tired, mentally, from the use of an infinity stone without a buffer. The bigger problem with this fight wasn't really the magical world, it was the fact that the death of a celestial was bound to alert the others of his kind, even Erisham who already keeps a close eye on the planet. I sigh in exasperation. I will need to explain everything to him soon. I really hated dealing with him, especially since he was angry that I was actively preventing the hatching of the celestial child that was inside the core of the planet. My thoughts were interrupted by Rose, who spoke up. Please don't be too antagonistic, Jasmine. I gave her an innocent look, causing her to growl. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Just tell him that you fought some space alien god and that he isn't coming back. After that we'll be on our way. I still don't understand why I have to tell him myself. Rose released a deep sigh. Seriously, Jasmine. Do you think that he'll take me seriously if I utter the words, space alien god, to him? You, being there, would provide at least some veracity to the situation. He's your brother. He's supposed to trust you, Rose. He's your brother too, Jasmine. Rose snapped back at me. I gave her an incredulous look. This isn't about the fight at all. You want me to be here just to fulfill this ridiculous fantasy of yours where we're all one big happy family. Rose looked like she wanted to protest, but I continued before she could speak up. Look, Rose, I don't have time for things like that. If you're going to keep holding your position as my heir over me and only accept just so that I would join the rest of your family, then I will choose another heir. You're obviously not interested enough in your future responsibilities if all you think about is your family. I will not repeat this again. I will never consider James and Lily Potter to be my parents, nor will I ever consider Nathan to be my brother. Nothing is ever going to change that, not because I don't want to, but because I just don't have the time to cultivate a relationship like that from the beginning, especially with our history, just to appease you. I have bigger problems ahead of me, something that you're supposed to understand. Rose's eyes watered slightly, and she just nodded in answer. It pained me to hurt her like this, but she had to take things seriously. I really have to stop humoring her. Even Wanda doesn't get this kind of favoritism from me, and she's my adopted daughter. I followed Rose towards the door to Nathan's office and we discreetly entered the room. I noticed that Hermione Granger was there speaking with him, and Rose stiffened when she realized who was with her brother. I heard Granger say something about me being an asset, and I snorted. I couldn't help but interrupt her with a cough. I relished her surprised look and almost bursted into laughter as she blanched in fear. I looked at her with amusement in my eyes and spoke up. Go on, a tremendous asset for what exactly? She started stammering and blabbering away. I could feel Rose's vindictive amusement at the sight. This was the woman that had practically banished her from her home. I ignored the obviously uncomfortable witch in front of me and looked at my former twin. Nathan, our sister said something about you wanting an explanation from me. This was the first time that I had spoken with him in decades, and I was going to keep things professional. He had proven, long ago, that he wasn't to be trusted. It's a shame really, he had a lot of potential. Mordred had seen this in him when he was younger. But look at him now, the man was overweight, and looked more like a bureaucrat than the mighty wizard he was supposed to be. I started to feel for his magic and suppressed a sneer. He was barely more powerful than the average Auror. How little did he use his magic for it to atrophy to this level? I remembered Nathan having a potential greater than both Tom Riddle and Albus Dumbledore. What happened to the brave and ambitious young wizard that he used to be? As far as I can tell, this man will gain no respect from me. Nathan straightened up, thankful at my professionalism, and responded, yes. I wanted to know what happened in Hogsmeade. I shrugged. I'm not going into details, but an old enemy found me when I was relaxing in the Three Broomsticks. He tried to get me to join him, then attacked me when I refused. I won. He won't be a problem anymore. The Granger girl who seemed to have recollected her wits screeched at me, is that it? People like him do not live unnoticed. Why haven't we heard of him at all? I gave the girl a scathing look. The universe is a far bigger and more complex place than you can even fathom, little witch. Just because you are beneath the notice of higher beings, doesn't mean that they don't exist. There are things far more terrifying than your mind could even comprehend. There are demonic lords with entire realms at their disposal. There are gods who could destroy the entire wizarding world with nothing but a whisper. There are beings that can create stars with nary a thought. Do not think yourself entitled to know of what is beyond you, girl, for that road will only lead to misery and death. The witch, however, seemed to explode at this. Who the hell do you think you are? I grin at her. That's not for you to know, little witch. Granger then looked towards Nathan asking for help, who looked down and ignored her unsaid plight. Instead, the Minister for Magic asked me, so, he's really gone. We won't have to deal with things like him anymore. I nodded. I was only fighting an avatar, an energy projection with his consciousness. I killed him entirely, but had he come here in his full might, he could have easily destroyed the entire planet. He was barely using a shard of his true power when we fought. It didn't take a lot out of me either. A true fight between us would have been a lot more destructive and could have easily resulted in my loss. Nathan blanched at the thought that Ego was barely using his true power. And what I said was true. Had we fought on even grounds, on his planet, then it would have been considerably more difficult to kill him. Granger, on the other hand, seemed to want to change the subject. All right, with that out of the way, it's good to see you come back, Jasmine. The wizarding world will be overjoyed to learn of your return. I gave her a bemused look. I am not returning to the wizarding world. I have bigger problems to deal with than some pointless meetings in the Wisengamot. This is only a one-off thing. Hermione didn't seem to like this answer. You have a responsibility to the entire magical community to help them progress to a brighter future, to lend your hand so that magical Britain becomes a true utopia for all magical people and races. I raised an eyebrow. I have a responsibility to nothing. I can tell that all you want to do is use my name and rumors of my power to pressure the rest of the Wisengamot to accept your little reforms. I have already heard enough about how you treat my sister. So, let me make things very clear. If you use my name or even mention me to get your way, then I will personally come to your house, destroy your meager protections, and kill you in your sleep. You will just disappear one day, and no one will ever find your body. Did I make things clear, Hermione Granger? You can't just threaten me. Yes, I can. I'm doing it right now. I'm not going to say that it's a promise and whatnot. This is a threat. Should you do anything of the above, I will kill you. It will be slow, and it will be painful. I will flay your mind open and play on your fears and insecurities. And you know the best thing, no one will ever do anything about it, because they won't be able to do anything about it. So, play your little power plays, with your pathetic goals and ambitions. Rule the pitiable empire you have made up in your mind. Play with the media, drag my name through the mud, and I won't give a shit about any of it. I won't even notice it, probably. But don't think for 1 second that I'm not watching you. All it would take for everything to come crumbling down is a single mistake. Pray that we do not meet again, Hermione Granger. I took one last look at the trembling girl and left alongside my sister. She gave me a warm smile. She must have wanted to do this to her for years, but couldn't because her brother would take his friend's side. I turned towards Nathan and looked him in the eyes. You're a disappointment, Potter. I then grabbed my sister's hand and teleport away. Chapter 248, Eternal Rival. October 4, 2012, Potter Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. Rule the pitiable empire you have made up in your mind. Play with the media, drag my name through the mud, and I won't give a shit about any of it. I won't even notice it, probably. But don't think for 1 second that I'm not watching you. All it would take for everything to come crumbling down is a single mistake. Pray that we do not meet again, Hermione Granger. I took one last look at the trembling girl and left alongside my sister. She gave me a warm smile. She must have wanted to do this to her for years, but couldn't because her brother would take his friend's side. I turned towards Nathan and looked him in the eyes. You're a disappointment, Potter. I then grabbed my sister's hand and teleport away. I relished the look of shock on Granger's face when we ignored the anti-apparition wards on the property. In the blink of an eye, the two of us arrived in New York, specifically in a dark alley right next to my second favorite cafe, Central Perk, since the first one was still under repair after S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to blow it up. They actually opened a donation website to get things going, and with the anti-S.H.I.E.L.D. sentiment going around, they earned quite a bit more than the shop was supposed to be worth. I may have given them a pretty generous donation to get things rolling. This cafe, on the other hand, was more casual than the previous one. It didn't cater to the rich, but to the working class. There were no paintings, or expensive ornaments, it was just a cozy place. I sat down on the couch and ordered a cup of tea for Rose and me, and we started talking. Rose was the first to speak up. Did you have to be that harsh with her? I gave her an incredulous look. You know, Rose, you're pretty smart when it comes to magic, but when people are involved, you're pretty naive. She didn't seem happy with my answer. That's really uncalled for, Jasmine. And you know as much as I do that you could have been a little less aggressive when dealing with Hermione. I release a sigh of exasperation. Look, Rose, you need to understand how people think. Honestly, I understand people because I used telepathy a lot when I was younger. I might refrain from using it too much now, but I already understand how people think, well enough to identify their personality traits in seconds. Human beings might be complex, but their goals and their motivations are quite simple. The truth is, I was forceful with Granger because it was the only way to deter her without resorting to physical violence, and even then, it might not be enough. And why is that? Hermione Granger might try to hide it from the world or even from herself, but what motivates her is not the pursuit of a righteous cause, but pride and greed. She was originally a prideful child, proud of her intelligence, of her cleverness. It's why she studied so much, and there's nothing wrong with that. Having too little pride can be harmful, and she was just a child, so it's expected. But when she came to Hogwarts, when she was introduced to a world of magic, she wasn't the most powerful, the most skilled witch, she wasn't special, and over the years, she kept being reminded of this until her pride shattered and gave birth to greed and envy. She looked at the wizards with their family spells and magics, and she decided that they were better than her because of that advantage, that should things have been equal, should they have been born with the same advantages, she would have been the better magic user. It's what drives her to gain as much magical knowledge as she can. It's why she's trying to remove family magics altogether. She wants to create a world of equals where she could prove to everyone that she's the best witch out there. It's why she dislikes you so much. It's why she absolutely hates me, and it's also why this quest of hers is doomed to fail. Rose stopped being angry and instead had an intrigued look on her face, and why is that? The first thing you need to understand in politics, or any transaction in general, is that to get something out of someone, you need to offer them something in return. Granger wants people to give up their magics but is offering nothing in return, because she has nothing to offer the pureblood families. They already have everything they could ever want. They have the gold, the knowledge, and the legacy. Why should they just give something up in exchange for nothing? Righteous speeches are good and all, but they almost never get anything done. Granger knew this, and it was why she was so obsessed with you and now, me. Your magic, our magic, is a prize that everyone wants, and she wanted to use you as a bargaining chip to achieve her dream. She tried to get the other magical races to support her, to provide her with services that she could use to bargain with the pureblood families in exchange for a voice in the political scene. You can see it in the fact that she didn't want to recruit any race that wouldn't have been useful for her, like trolls or giants for example. She failed, of course, meaning that you're her only hope. It's why she's so desperate to get you back in Britain and is trying to pass any law possible to do so. It's also why the Wisengamot isn't denying it either. Everyone wants a taste of our power, and are willing to do anything to get it, even sacrifice their family's legacies. Rose looked heartbroken at this, and did Nathan know about any of this? I shrugged, probably not. He doesn't seem malicious. Overly trusting in his friend, maybe, easily led around, probably, but he didn't look like a person that would be cruel to his own little sister. Granger probably fed him some crap about having you return home or something. He seemed to rely on her to pretty much run the ministry in the first place. He's just a figurehead now, nothing more. Granger probably has more say in the political scene than he does, and most of it is probably behind his back. She's a clever woman, I'll admit that, but the way she used her supposed best friend is pretty suspect. Rose relaxed and took a sip of her tea, and you got all that from just a meeting with her. Are you sure you didn't use your telepathy on her? Honestly, I was getting a bit leery of constantly using telepathy. After a while, everything just becomes noise. A telepath constantly hears the ugly side of humanity, the part that everyone keeps locked in, safe in their heads. The cruelty, the anger, and the hatred that society forces people to suppress are always there, constantly in the background. When I was younger, I thought that it was the price for my powers, the responsibility that I had to bear, a way to remind myself about humanity's darkness and to not fall in easily. But now, with the quality of life getting better in the last century or so, thoughts of survival started to fade and instead greed reigned. Everyone wanted more money, more power, more of everything, and after a while it just becomes noise, like a song that's always on repeat in your head. Unless I am actively trying to read someone's mind, I try not to use my telepathy too much. If only to save myself the headache. I didn't. I felt her pride back at Hogwarts, and you told me what happened in the past, and I could easily see her ambition and plans. It's nothing new, people are mostly motivated by pride and greed in the first place. Granger is just ready to betray anyone and do anything to achieve her goals. It's why I was so forceful, why I implicitly threatened her. She needed to see the danger in pursuing her actions. And she might push past this and still try to push the borders. This was more of a test of how much she's willing to risk for her dream. We'll see what she'll do in the future. As for now, we have a few visitors on our hands. Rose stiffened and looked up. In front of them were two seemingly human beings, a dark-skinned woman wearing casual clothes and a scarf, and a tall man with brown hair wearing what looked like an expensive suit. I recognized them immediately, a Jack, Icaris, it's been a long time. These were two of the Eternals, beings who served the celestial Erisham who tried to cultivate this planet to give birth to a celestial at the cost of the planet. I had stopped its birth, for a while at least. Soon, humanity will start moving to the stars, and in a few thousand years, when the child celestial emerges, they should have spread out throughout the universe by then. I haven't seen the Eternals in a while. I honestly had no idea what they were doing without their purpose on the planet, but at least they were hunting down deviants, saving me the trouble. A Jack smiled at me. Yes, it has, Morrigan. It's good to see you. Icaris just nodded. He has never liked me, since I stopped them from achieving their purpose. Rose, on the other hand, gasped in shock. These are two of the Eternals that you told me about. I nodded. Yes, they are. They look remarkably human, don't they? Before she could answer, Icaris interjected, this is not the time for this nonsense. You have been summoned, Morrigan. You need to come with us. I shrugged and raised him an eyebrow. I still haven't finished my tea yet. A Jack snorted. Nothing beats a good cup of tea. She then gave me a curious look. You seem different. Oh, so, she must have noticed the cosmic energy that was flowing through me. I nodded. I feel different. In a way, I am closer to your kind, and to that of your patrons, than I am to humanity. Icaris visibly gritted his teeth, and I continued, don't get me wrong, I'm not close to being as powerful as he is, nor as experienced, but I might be closer than any being born mortal has ever been to joining his race. The two Eternals stiffened at my declaration. A Jack broke the silence. How is that possible? I did something very risky and nearly lost myself in the process. I was desperate, you see. But this is not the time for tales of the past. I have been meaning to speak with your patron for a while. I was just too busy to do it. Does this have anything to do with your fight earlier today? Jack asked. I felt a huge amount of cosmic energy being released. We almost intervened in your fight. I shook my head. No, this is an unrelated subject, one that Erisham will want to speak of as well. Grave danger is coming, and it will not be merciful to any of us. I understand that there are complications between your race and myself, certain tensions were never resolved, but in the coming crisis, I will need your help. Ikaris shook his head. We do not intervene with humanity's development. That is one of our biggest orders. I shook my head. To live is to interfere with the others around, or you'll have achieved nothing but waste your years in solitude. But I am not talking about an event that threatens this planet. I know that you are quite willing to let it be destroyed without issues, but what I'm talking about is destruction on a scale never seen before. I cannot foresee Erisham disagreeing with my idea, because if he did, he'll be a hypocrite to his own purpose of creating life. Jack shook her head. You do not need to convince us, you'll need to convince Erisham, and we will follow. We need to go, you're expected. I nodded and prepared to meet Erisham the judge, the leader of the Celestials. I truly hoped that things would work out. Chapter 249, Eternal Encounters. October 4, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Heir POV. I shook my head. To live is to interfere with the others around, or you'll have achieved nothing but waste your years in solitude. But I am not talking about an event that threatens this planet. I know that you are quite willing to let it be destroyed without issues, but what I'm talking about is destruction on a scale never seen before. I cannot foresee Erisham disagreeing with my idea, because if he did, he'd be a hypocrite to his own purpose of creating life. Jack shook her head. You do not need to convince us, you'll need to convince Erisham, and we will follow. We need to go, you're expected. I nodded and prepared to meet Erisham the judge, the leader of the Celestials. I truly hoped that things would work out. In a blink of my eyes, I found myself in front of a giant spaceship. I recognized it as the Domo, the spacecraft that the Eternals used to arrive on Earth thousands of years ago. It's an impressive piece of technology, which probably had enough firepower to blow up the planet. I wasn't sure, but celestial tech could make some very impressive and disturbing things happen. I will admit that I'm not even slightly knowledgeable in the technical capabilities of beings that are older than my planet. I looked around, semi-impressed, and asked my two hosts, so, why did you bring us here? Jack was the one who answered, we have a direct line of communication with Erisham from the ship. It's easier to use and it allows outsiders to speak to him as well. That made sense, but there was also something that wouldn't leave my mind. Where were the other Eternals? They usually acted as an inseparable group for thousands of years before separating a few centuries back for some reason. I don't know how they operate, but I do know that they're a close-knit group that wouldn't make decisions without the input of the rest of their team, and where's the rest of the gang? Ikaris gritted his teeth. We did not wish to disturb them for such a trivial matter. I snorted. Trivial? Erisham wanting to speak to an outsider is not trivial. No, you're the only ones here because something might be revealed that you don't want the others to know. I stay silent for a minute, thinking before gasping. Oh, I got it. They still don't know of their purpose, of what they are. My conversation with Erisham might reveal something that they don't need to know. Thena is already remembering, isn't she? Ikaris' eyes started to glow, and I readied myself to redirect his optic blast, but I didn't need to as Jack intervened. Ikaris, that's enough. She then looked at me, and I thought you were wiser than to bait him like this, Morrigan. I nodded and shrugged, still feeling satisfied that I got under that asshole's skin. Honestly, for all the physical power that Ikaris has, being pretty much a discount Superman, he's not even close to being the most dangerous Eternal. Funnily enough, it's a Jack that I consider to be the most dangerous, with Phastos being a close second. The leader of the Eternals doesn't have much compared to the others in terms of fighting abilities, but her biggest advantage is her mind. In her brain is what I can only assume to be a cosmically powered quantum supercomputer that allows her to make inferences, find relationships, and sometimes even make calculated predictions of the future. She could find out anything about anyone with a few glances, as well as any weaknesses that her opponents have during a fight. Phastos, on the other hand, has an entire repository of knowledge of discount celestial technologies. It's probably not even close to what Erisham uses, but for any other civilization, it was borderline magical. He could easily destroy the planet and would present an active threat to anyone if he was prepared enough. Honestly, the rest weren't all that impressive. Sure, cosmically powered transmutation isn't anything to dismiss, but the rest of them have abilities that can be found practically everywhere in the hands of mutants. Sure, they might be a tad more powerful because they use cosmic energy and not the ambient magic that the planet generates, but outside their immortality, I can't consider them to be a bigger threat than Apocalypse or Magneto. I followed the two Eternals inside the ship and into a large circular chamber which had a statue of Erisham. Ikaris glared at me. You better pray that Erisham is feeling merciful, Morrigan. I just raised an eyebrow and waited for the two Eternals to leave. Immediately after they did, the room started to change. The walls disappeared, leaving the night sky around me. I was in an illusion. I guess that Arishem is using them to communicate instead of coming here on his own. He used an energy projection the last time he spoke to me, when I stopped humanity's life force from feeding the celestial egg inside the core of the planet. It was probably because he didn't know if I would accept to come see him. I turned around and saw the giant form of Arishem towering over me. He was large, far larger than any living being had a right to be. And the worst thing is that he is probably making himself smaller so that I wouldn't be talking to someone who's probably physically bigger than the sun. The giant face with 6 glowing eyes spoke up, "You are different, Morrigan." I twirled around. "Yeah, I've been trying a new look. Do you like it? You are filled with cosmic energy, not unlike our kind." "Well, magic got boring after a while, so I thought I'd try your thing. By the way, it really is cheating how easy it is to use cosmic energy. No wonder your kind are as powerful as you are now." The Celestial stayed silent at my comment for a few seconds before commenting, "This is supposed to be impossible. The ascension of a mortal to a Celestial would require more energy than that of an entire galaxy." I nodded. "Well, I didn't create the power, I simply altered what my previously magical core could absorb. It's not my fault that one of your kind kept leaving parts of him around like candy." "Yes, the abomination. You killed him." I nodded. "Yes, I did." If he was surprised by my admission, he didn't show it. He was an abomination, but he was of our kind. Killing a Celestial has repercussions, Morrigan. I snorted. "Don't pretend like you care about him, Arishem. But let's pretend for a second like you did. I killed him because of his mad plan of destroying all life in the galaxy. I think that the judge and you can see that it wasn't malicious in nature. There is no changing the fact that you killed a Celestial. One of the main balancers of life in this dark universe." I couldn't help but laugh. "Ego. A balancer of life. All he did was stay in his little planet for millions of years while planning on destroying all life in the galaxy. You can't pretend to have the moral high ground here. And even still, you call him an abomination, and yet he was successful where you failed the most. Explain." I grinned. "You didn't even notice, did you? That mad little ego was the first one to give birth to a Celestial hybrid. He impregnated a human, and the child that was born has the potential to use his powers. And he didn't even use a planet as an incubator and kill off an entire civilization in its emergence. Sometimes, madness has its uses. My methods are still superior. Sure, they might be. But they're so artificial. You need thousands of years to power the Celestial eggs that are of your design and wait for thousands of years for them to be born. Ego just needed 9 months. And let's see how things have been working out for you. How many Celestials are still alive right now?" I knew that this was a low blow, but I had to say it. The truth is that after the Celestial Wars, there was barely a dozen Celestials left. And after a few conflicts over the years, the number of Celestials remaining could be counted on one hand. Throwing that in his face was a cheap move, but he had to see my point. The Celestial stared at me without even a single change in his expression, but I knew that I was getting to him. "There are still thousands of eggs incubating." I let out a laugh. "You still don't see it, don't you? The more Celestials that are alive, the less life there is in the universe as a whole. And with the way Ragnarok is being crippled, should you hatch all of these Celestial eggs, there will be no life in the universe other than your kind. I already told you this the last time we spoke. Your will to save your race is admirable, but do not hide under the pretense that it's for life to persevere. You overstep much, Morrigan." I shrugged. "Someone has to. Your plans are dooming the universe. Every generation, in every planet you added an egg inside, there are less births overall. Your power is godly, which means that your actions have far-reaching consequences. You need to take that into account. You could help with that. You are practically a Celestial, now. You could join us, make sure that we don't get lost in our ambitions." I raised my hands. "Hey, I'm not a Celestial. I made sure not to ascend fully. I'll consider joining you if I happen to ascend, but I'm still happy as a mortal. Why do you wallow in mediocrity like this, Morrigan? You have the chance to do more, to be more. Imagine that your actions could reach entire galaxies. Your laws of life and death could be universal and not bound to a single planet." I let out a bitter chuckle. "Believe me, this planet is troublesome enough on its own. But the truth is that the fact that you don't see things the way I do is what's making me hesitant. Because you don't live, not really, you just exist, waiting, judging. You want to cultivate life in the universe, and that's admirable, but how could you value life if you've never experienced it? The way you use planets as hatcheries is how you can see it. You barely see the universe as a flow of energy, nothing more. You don't mind destroying a planet with billions of lives on it, if it serves what you think is the greater good of the whole. Your work is important, I will not deny that, but it is also merciless and harsh. I have no interest to lose what makes me alive and exist for a purpose that I will never experience. Erisham stayed silent for a moment before answering. I will respect your choice, for now, at least. As he prepared to remove the illusion, I yelled out, there's still something I need to speak with you about. He stayed silent, so I continued, grave events are unfolding. And the entire universe, no, the entire multiverse, is in danger. I need your help, and you'll need mine. Celestials do not interfere in the matters of parallel universes. But that's the thing, everything is centered around our universe. The others will just end up paying for our mistakes. In his usual monotone voice he ordered, elaborate. The cosmic entity entropy has taken a human form and is currently living in the universe. He aims to use the 6 Infinity Stones to propagate his essence throughout the multiverse to achieve the ultimate entropy. I cannot stop him alone. I will need all the help I can get. Chapter 250, Celestial Bargains. October 4, 2012, Eternal Starship, Domo. Jasmine Heir POV. He stayed silent, so I continued, grave events are unfolding. And the entire universe, no, the entire multiverse, is in danger. I need your help, and you'll need mine. Celestials do not interfere in the matters of parallel universes. But that's the thing, everything is centered around our universe. The others will just end up paying for our mistakes. In his usual monotone voice he ordered, elaborate. The cosmic entity entropy has taken a human form and is currently living in the universe. He aims to use the 6 Infinity Stones to propagate his essence throughout the multiverse to achieve the ultimate entropy. I cannot stop him alone. I will need all the help I can get. The Celestial stayed silent at this. He was probably processing the implications of my statement. After a minute of silence, Erisham spoke up, are you sure about this? I nod, yes, I fought him a few years ago. He was involved with the cosmic event a few years ago. Surely, you must have felt it. Yes, the universe locked itself entirely from the multiverse. Someone messed with the time continuum and caused a paradox. Reality reacted by erasing the disturbance and locking itself off to prevent it from spilling to the rest of the multiverse. We have been trying to find the source of the disturbance to prevent it from happening again. What do you know of it? It was good to see that even the Celestials seemed worried about the implications. Well, it originated from Earth. Entropy from the future manipulated a reality manipulator and used a dangerous multiversal artifact called the Darkhold to send himself back in time. Apparently, he was defeated at the time and wanted another chance at achieving his goals. He also used this method to blind his siblings and to stop them from interfering in this universe. As far as we can tell, the cosmic entity has a tremendous advantage, and with my future sight being compromised, I won't be able to do this alone. This is why I'm asking you for help. You know that I wouldn't have anything to do with your kind if I had any choice. I hope that my little impassioned speech would at least help me convince him somewhat. Celestials were very cagey in interfering with mortal affairs. They wouldn't care about Thanos collecting the Infinity Stones and snapping his fingers, because while it would destabilize the flow of energy in the universe, it could easily be righted again if they got involved, and the population issues would solve themselves in a few centuries, which is barely more than a second to beings as old as them. I never did understand why Thanos even wanted to kill off half the life in the universe. It wouldn't really affect anything. Human population has tripled in the last 50 years and the rest of the universe shouldn't be that different. At best, everything he would have accomplished would have been undone over time and he would be remembered as the mass-murdering monster that thought that killing millions of trillions of lives was a good idea. Unless he had this weird relationship with death, but I don't think that's very likely. Death isn't a person, she's the concept of the end of everything. She doesn't have emotions and she doesn't give a flying fuck about Thanos. She's a multiversal being, which means that there are an infinite number of Thanos who have achieved whatever the one in this universe dreams of doing, some even more so. He's not special, not in a way that death appreciates, at least. Cosmic entities who exist on the same scale as death would only be interested if the person is unique in the multiverse itself. Someone like me, like America Chavez, only exist in a single universe. In the end, Thanos is not that special. Perhaps Thanos is just mad. It's in his title after all, the Mad Titan. He's a plague in the galaxy, and he's probably someone entropy is using. Because, in the end, Thanos is crucial to his plans. The cosmic entity needs the snap to happen, and the only person capable of gathering them before reality rights itself and the universe is unlocked to the rest of the multiverse, which means that the other entities can stop him. As I spent contemplating Thanos' probable involvement in entropy's plans, the Celestial in front of me was also thinking about what I had just said. In the end, my musings were interrupted when Erisham spoke up. We have not interfered with mortals for billions of years, we will not start doing so now. I stood there, wide-eyed, mouth open, gaping at the hypocritical being in front of me. Are you serious, right now? Isn't your goal supposed to be to cultivate life, to make sure that it propagates in the universe? And now, when I'm showing you that someone is planning to threaten everything, planning on making what Null planned a reality not just for us but for every single existence in the universe, including you, Celestials, you will do nothing. We have agreed to not interfere in mortal matters. Now, I was getting angry. What a load of bullshit. Every time you want to hatch one of your special celestial eggs, you kill off a planet. How is that not interfering? He stayed silent at my accusation before I gasped, understanding what's happening. You're afraid, aren't you? That's it, you know how powerful cosmic entities are and you don't want to fight them. It would be illogical to fight one of their kind. The situation will resolve itself when the living tribunal interferes. No one can handle a cosmic entity, especially one as powerful as entropy. Their ideas, concepts given conscience, we cannot destroy them. As long as their concept exists, they cannot die and entropy is eternal. It's what represents the death of a universe, the ultimate stabilization of energy. I glared at the celestial. He's taken a physical form, he's weakened, and with the cosmic lock, no one will be able to interfere. We can't kill him, that's true, but we can delay him, imprison him. I was able to do so briefly. It is possible, and with your help we could stall him long enough that we can wait for the other cosmic entities to deal with him permanently. If the matter is so pressing, then why did you wait so long to contact me? The cosmic lock happened years ago. I was caught in a temporal explosion when I trapped him for a while. The celestial seemed to accept the explanation. I cannot make a decision to break our agreement to not interfere in mortal affairs. As celestials, our words, our promises have weight. I am the judge, so this applies to me even further. I cannot help you in this matter, even as serious as it is. This was horrible. I needed the help of the celestials. Even one of them would be enough to stop the Thanos snap, or at least to keep entropy occupied enough for us to trap him. Something on the scale of a celestial's power and experience would be an immeasurable boon for the coming conflict. I need this meeting to end in my favor, even if I have to lose my dignity for it. I am begging you, not as the mortal I used to be, but as the celestial I could become. I am prepared to ascend fully, to join your ranks as a new celestial, should you help me in this fight. I will figure out Ego's method of giving birth to other celestials and I will reveal it to you. I will help you save your race, our race. The celestial froze at my offer. You're prepared to lose your precious mortality for this? Yes, I am. This is worth losing myself for. The entire multiverse is at risk, not just my world or our universe. I am prepared to do anything to stop it. I waited Arisham's decision with bated breath. I cannot break my word, but I will speak to the Council of Celestials on your behalf, a youngling celestial, to interfere this once. I will do my best to convince the others of the danger. In exchange, you will join our ranks when the situation is resolved. I sigh in relief. At least he didn't completely reject my proposal, but unfortunately, he wasn't done there. In exchange, you will kill the person entropy used to cause the cosmic lock, and you will give me the Mind Stone as a boon of goodwill to give to the Council. I froze at that. I didn't care about the Mind Stone. I only needed a single Infinity Stone to lure Thanos here and force a final fight against him and entropy. Plus, there were too many Infinity Stones on Earth. With the convergence getting closer, the Reality Stone was soon accessible from Earth. Add in that the Time Stone is still being used by the Sorcerer Supreme to protect our reality. The only expendable Infinity Stone was the Mind Stone, since I could already use my telepathy to do practically everything it could, outside of using it on a planetary scale, or against a celestial, that is. Additionally, giving the Celestials the Mind Stone practically forces their hands on the issue since they're bound to be attacked by Thanos so that he would get access to the stone, meaning that they'll have to help. Even entropy couldn't fight through Celestials like it was nothing. The stone would be well protected in their hands. But the main issue was the fact that Arisham wanted me to kill Wanda, my daughter. Sure, she could sometimes be rash and make mistakes, but she does learn from them. I have already taken measures of stopping Wanda from doing something like this in the future. But even then, her possible connection to the Darkhold posed a threat. I wasn't prepared to kill my own daughter. I looked at the being in front of me. Is there no other way? Aren't we judging her too early by condemning her for a crime she hasn't committed yet? She presents a danger for all of reality. Her termination is necessary to safeguard that a similar event isn't likely to happen. What if I give you the artifact instead, the multiversal one that corrupted her and taught her how to do it? Without it, she's harmless. The Celestial wouldn't be swayed. Perhaps that would have been the case, but I need to see your commitment to our order. Threats to the universe like hers shouldn't be tolerated. You are also proving to me, to the others, that you can be a Celestial. Because being one of us is more than just having powers. You need to be impartial, to be detached from the matters of lesser beings, for they do not concern us. He said it before, a promise to a Celestial is binding, not just in words but in intent. I must intend to kill Wanda. If I was objective, then Wanda wouldn't be worth the entire multiverse. If I was purely pragmatic, then I would kill Wanda without a fuss, but I wasn't. I had worked for thousands of years to make sure that I don't become a cold, emotionless, pragmatic being. I loved Wanda with all my heart, and I just couldn't bring myself to kill her. Instead, a small idea popped in my head. I nodded, and I said the word solemnly, deal. Thankfully, Erisham didn't notice the slight shift of posture and in power as I used Death's power for a fraction of a second as our cosmic energy entwined to bind our words. I stifled a smug grin. I had won that round, even if he didn't know it. Honestly, I didn't care about the Celestials outside of their help against entropy. In the small chance that I survived the encounter, unlike the me from the alternate future, that future Wanda destroyed, I don't mind going against the Celestials, if my planet is protected from their wrath.